Working in cemeteries and around graves, it's a job that doesn't cross most people's minds. But those who do it often have strange, eerie stories to tell. Here's a compilation of some bizarre and unsettling encounters from cemetery workers and others who've spent time among the tombstones. When I was a teenager, I got a summer job cleaning up the largest cemetery in my city. It wasn't exactly grave digging or funeral work, but my task was to pick up trash and artificial flowers blown from the graves. I worked with another girl, and we mostly strolled around with garbage bags, tidying up so the landscapers wouldn't have to. This cemetery was huge, one of the largest in the Midwest, complete with paved roads, walking trails, and an almost park-like beauty. Locals used it to walk dogs, bike, or just enjoy the scenery. Unfortunately, that meant a lot of littering, too. One afternoon, the other girl and I were walking along the paved paths near the mausoleums, scanning for trash. As we rounded the corner of one large mausoleum, we saw an elderly man standing with his back against the side of the building, looking out at a nearby plot of graves. Here's the thing, there were two odd details about him. First, his outfit. It looked old-fashioned, like something a man from the 1950s or 60s would wear. He had on a corduroy jacket despite the summer heat, a newsboy cap, and long trousers paired with a button-up shirt. The colors and patterns screamed mid-20th century to me. But hey, older people sometimes wear outdated clothes, so I brushed it off. The second thing was his cup of coffee. It wasn't in a thermos or disposable cup, he held an actual ceramic mug and sipped it casually. Right there, in the middle of the cemetery. As we walked past, he looked at us, smiled, raised his free hand in a friendly wave, and went back to sipping his coffee. We smiled and waved back, then kept walking. A few moments later, the other girl turned to me and said, "That was kinda weird, wasn't it?" I agreed, and we glanced back at the mausoleum corner. He was gone. We stopped, retraced our steps, and checked the area. No sign of him. It was impossible for him to have walked away so quickly without us seeing. We shrugged it off and got back to work. A few days later, we mentioned the encounter to one of the landscapers while grabbing garbage bags from their supply shed. When we described the man and his coffee cup, the landscaper laughed and said, "Oh, you've seen our ghost." Apparently, this wasn't news to anyone who worked there. The landscaper explained that the man is often spotted near that same mausoleum, gazing at a family plot. He's always holding a ceramic coffee cup. There's a grave for a husband, wife, and 2 daughters there. The wife and daughters share the same date of death, which suggests some sort of tragic accident, while the husband's tombstone marks his death a couple of decades later in the 1970s. The theory is that the man is the father, visiting his family even in death. People only ever see him for a few seconds before he disappears. That story floored us. It turned what we thought was a quirky encounter into a supernatural one. Years later, I worked in a well-known cemetery in my city, one of the largest in the state. It spanned 345 acres, with an additional 300 acres of unused land. One day, I decided to take a break and walk through the grounds, passing by the main office and a massive mausoleum. This mausoleum had 3 public floors, plus 3 more floors and a roof accessible only to staff via a special elevator switch. Families of those interred there had codes to enter the building, but it was usually quiet. I liked spending time there, it was peaceful and rarely crowded. One day, while wandering the lower level, I noticed the boiler room door was open. Thinking a coworker had left it that way, I closed it and continued exploring, reading the names on the crypts. Suddenly, I heard footsteps on the staircase. I froze, expecting to see someone appear, but no one did. I checked the entire building. Nothing. Feeling a bit uneasy, I went back to the main floor and distracted myself by fiddling with the organ used for funeral services. Eventually, I decided to head back downstairs. To my shock, the boiler room door was open again. This time, I peeked inside. No one was there. That was it for me. I bolted out of the building, running all the way back to the operations area at the far end of the cemetery. Shaken, I told my manager what had happened. He wasn't surprised and even shared some of his own strange experiences. It seemed like almost everyone who worked there had a story. Not all creepy experiences happen in cemeteries, though. My grandparents' property is surrounded by woods, and it has a dark history. Before they owned it, an entire family lived there and was supposedly murdered. Years later, a distant relative of the deceased family came by, asking to exhume the bodies. My grandfather was thrilled, as he wanted to expand the house but didn't want to disturb the graves. The day they unearthed the graves, I watched from a distance. They pulled out 3 adult-sized coffins and 1 child-sized coffin, all incredibly old. One of the adult coffins was so deteriorated it fell apart as they tried to lift it. I caught a glimpse of the remains inside, bones still clinging to bits of muscle and tissue. It made my stomach turn. The worst part was when my grandfather and the relative tried to reposition the body in the broken coffin. It ended up face down. That image still haunts me. When I was in high school, my dad bought a cemetery. I worked there until graduation, mowing lawns, pulling weeds, and placing flowers. It was usually peaceful, aside from occasional shadowy figures or unexplained noises. But the strangest thing happened during burials in the crypts. These crypts were underground rooms, big enough for multiple caskets or urns. Families would sometimes light candles and leave photos, flowers, or other mementos inside. Decades later, when we opened these crypts for new burials, we'd find melted candles and old photographs of the deceased. It was eerie being surrounded by reminders of lives lived long ago. One summer, my family and I volunteered to clean an old cemetery. While planting flowers and pulling weeds, I noticed 3 graves side by side, each with a different last name. Curious, I asked my mom if they were related. She said no, but the same woman had been married to all 3 men. Each had died in accidents within 2 years of marrying her. She'd buried them next to each other, then requested to be interred 2 counties away when she passed. The timeline was chilling. The first husband died in 1984, the second in 1986, and the third in 1988. All were wealthy business owners, and after their deaths, she closed their businesses. That cemetery has never felt the same to me since. In London, I worked as a caretaker for a cemetery-turned-nature reserve. It was in a rough area, nicknamed the Woods by locals. We frequently found hidden stashes of ammunition, knives, and even guns among the tombstones. Once, a friend stumbled across a backpack filled with Molotov cocktails. My discoveries were less dramatic but still unnerving. I found a bag of shotgun shells behind a crumbled monument. Knowing someone might be watching made it even scarier. The locals avoided the cemetery after dark, and honestly, so did I. Even cemeteries have their humorous moments. My uncle once tried selling drugs in one during the night, thinking it was the perfect secluded spot. His plan backfired when he was scared off by squirrels. Apparently, they'd pop out of nowhere, chittering loudly. Imagine being surrounded by unseen, screaming rodents while already paranoid. He swore off drugs after that. Some encounters, though, are outright chilling. I'm responsible for maintaining a small family mausoleum. The descendants have all passed, so it's up to me to clean it, replace flowers, and ensure it stays undamaged. One evening, as I locked up, my phone rang. The caller, a frantic woman, kept asking about a name, Jane Smith. Jane had been interred in the mausoleum since the early 1900s. When I asked why she wanted to know, the woman calmly said she needed me to check if Jane was still there. Her tone made my blood run cold. I assured her everything was fine and ended the call. To this day, I bring someone with me when I visit the mausoleum. Years ago, I worked in a county cemetery maintenance department. Farmers would occasionally stumble across graves while plowing fields, as some burial sites had been forgotten or lost over time. One summer, a farmer called us to report unearthed remains. When we arrived, we found a small grave with a rusted coffin containing a child's skeleton. There was no headstone, just a faded wooden cross. We reburied the remains in a proper cemetery, but the experience stayed with me. I couldn't help but wonder about the child's story and how their grave ended up abandoned. Working in cemeteries often blurs the line between the mundane and the supernatural. Whether it's a fleeting glimpse of a ghost, unsettling noises in an empty mausoleum, or strange coincidences in old graveyards, the job offers plenty of stories to share, and plenty of reasons to look over your shoulder. The disco ball spun lazily overhead, casting fractured reflections across the smoky room. Pulsing bass beats thumped through the Copacabana nightclub, though the crowd was sparse for a Tuesday night. Neon lights flickered against the mirror behind the bar, painting the bottles in shades of electric pink and purple. A couple of regulars swayed on the dance floor, caught somewhere between nostalgia and the dream of better nights, while a group of younger patrons huddled in the corner, laughing too loudly over cheap cocktails. Behind the bar, the bartender moved with practiced ease, wiping down the counter, filling glasses, and keeping an eye on the door. His face was lined with years of watching crowds come and go, but his movements were sharp, mechanical. This place, once full of life and glittering stars, now existed in the shadows of its own legend, and so did he. The door creaked open, and a gust of warm city air blew in as a new patron stepped inside. A woman in her late 20s, dressed in a flowing blouse and jeans that hugged her form. Her hair was tousled, and her eyes carried the curiosity of someone exploring unfamiliar territory. The night had the promise of escape, of something new, and this was the spot she'd chosen to land. She approached the bar, sliding onto a stool a few spaces down from the center. The bartender noticed her and stepped over, wiping his hands on a towel before leaning forward with a casual nod. "What can I get you?" he asked, his voice steady and unhurried, as though the beat of the night couldn't touch him. "I'll have a gin and tonic," she said, her voice a little breathy from the energy of the room. "Thanks." He gave a brief nod and reached for the bottles, pouring the gin with the ease of muscle memory, topping it off with tonic and a lime wedge. As he slid the drink in front of her, she smiled politely, taking a sip before her eyes wandered around the bar. That's when she saw her. At the far end of the counter, away from the laughter and flashing lights, sat a woman who didn't belong. Draped in feathers and sequins that shimmered faintly in the neon haze, she looked like a misplaced ghost from a different time. Her hair was perfectly curled, and her lips were painted a deep ruby red, but there was something hollow in her eyes, something unsettling in the way she stared at her drink, untouched, like she wasn't really there at all. The young woman turned back to the bartender, eyebrows raised in curiosity. "Who's that?" she asked, tilting her head toward the end of the bar. "She looks out of place." The bartender followed her gaze, his face darkening slightly as if the sight of the woman stirred something heavy in his chest. He sighed, placing the towel over his shoulder as he leaned against the counter, his eyes never leaving the strange woman in the distance. "That," he said quietly, "is Lola." The new patron blinked, recognition dawning slowly. "Wait, the Lola from the song." The bartender's lips pressed into a thin line, his voice soft but filled with the weight of years. "Yeah, the same. She's been coming here for as long as I can remember. Always sits in that spot. Orders the same drink, but she never touches it. Just stares. Like she's waiting for something." The young woman's curiosity deepened, her gaze flicking back to Lola, who hadn't moved a muscle. "That's so strange," she murmured. "What happened to her? Why does she look like she's stuck in the past?" The bartender leaned in, his voice dropping to a near whisper, like he was about to reveal a secret the walls themselves had been holding for decades. "It's a long story. And not a happy one. You know the song, right? Ever hear what really happened the night Tony died?" The young woman shook her head, her curiosity piqued. "Just what the song says." "Ah, the song," the bartender muttered, his voice laden with a quiet heaviness. "People think it's just a catchy tune, a story someone made up. But Lola, she's been coming here for years, always sits in that same seat, orders the same rum and coke. Never touches it. It's like clockwork. Most folks don't believe me when I tell them who she is. They think it's a gimmick or something, but there's truth to that song. More than you'd think." The bartender leaned in, his voice dipping lower, a sense of gravity pulling the conversation into a different era. "Let me tell you about that night. The night everything went wrong." He set the rag down slowly, his fingers lingering on the counter as if the wood beneath his hand could somehow take him back. He stared at nothing in particular for a moment, then began. "Back in the day, this place wasn't all neon lights and glittering disco balls. No strobe lights or mirror tiles. Nah, it had class. You could feel it the second you walked in. Velvet drapes hung from the walls, deep red, heavy. The stage was the centerpiece, draped in gold curtains that shimmered under the soft glow of chandeliers. The floor. Polished wood, always gleaming underfoot, the kind that begged you to glide across it when the band started up. And the band, they were something. A live ensemble, not this pre-recorded stuff you hear now. They played jazz, swing, whatever set the mood. Brass horns, silky pianos, the kind of music that made you sway without even thinking about it. His eyes flickered with memory as he continued. The patrons, well, they were different, too. Men in sharp suits, women in gowns that sparkled like stars under the dim lighting. Cigarette smoke hung in the air, but it didn't cloud the place. It just fit, you know. There was a kind of elegance here, the kind that made people stand a little taller, act a little smoother. You didn't come here just for a drink, you came for an experience. To see and be seen. And to see her. He paused, his gaze drifting to the empty stage as if she might step out from behind the curtains at any moment. Lola, she was the star. A singer, the kind that could take your breath away with just the first note. She had this way about her, feathers in her hair, a dress that clung to her like she'd been born in it, and a voice that could melt even the hardest soul in the room. When she sang, everything stopped. The conversations, the laughter, the clinking of glasses, it all faded. The lights would dim, a spotlight would catch her just right, and you'd swear you were watching a goddess on that stage. The bartender's voice softened as he spoke of Tony. And Tony? He was her man. A bartender, like me, but he was different. He had this energy about him. People gravitated toward him, trusted him with more than just their drink orders. He was the kind of guy who'd make you feel like you belonged here, like you were part of the scene, even if you were just passing through. Everyone liked Tony. He had that way of listening to you, pouring your drink, and making you feel like you were the only person in the room. His jaw tightened, and his eyes grew darker. And that's how it was. Tony behind the bar, Lola on stage, and the Copacabana. It was alive. People packed this place every night just to see them. It was magic, until that night. The night Rico showed up. The bartender's face tightened as he continued, his voice thick with the memory of that night. Rico, well, he was trouble the moment he walked in. You could see it in the way he moved, smooth, confident, like he owned the place just by stepping through the door. He wasn't like the other guys who came to watch Lola. Nah, Rico was a different breed. Slick back hair, a sharp suit tailored perfectly to his frame, and a gold chain that glimmered against his chest. The kind of guy who didn't wait for an invitation, he just took what he wanted. The bartender's gaze turned hard as if he could still see Rico there, standing by the entrance, scanning the room. He walked in with an entourage, other tough guys, all muscle, but you knew immediately who was in charge. Rico didn't have to say much. People just moved out of his way, like they could feel something dangerous in the air. He spotted Lola right away. She was on stage, mid-set, singing one of her slow numbers, her voice low and sweet, filling every corner of the club. She'd work the crowd, make eye contact, smile in that way that made men forget their drinks and lose themselves in her song. The bartender's voice softened as he remembered her. Lola could command the room, but it wasn't just about her voice. It was the way she moved, the way she teased the audience without ever getting too close. She had them in the palm of her hand, always in control, always untouchable, until that night. The bartender wiped his hands on the rag again, but his gaze stayed fixed on the past. Rico wasn't there for the show. He was there for her. He sat right at the front, eyes locked on her the whole time, like she was the only thing in the room. Didn't care about the music, didn't care about the crowd. Just Lola. And Lola. Well, she knew how to play it. She gave him a glance, just enough to keep him interested, like she did with everyone else. But Rico wasn't like everyone else. He wanted more. The bartender's jaw clenched as he remembered what happened next. It started innocent enough. After her set, Lola made her rounds, working the room like she always did, thanking people, flashing smiles. But when she got to Rico's table, it was different. He stood up, grabbed her hand, pulled her in closer. Too close. And Lola, well, she wasn't used to men grabbing her like that. She laughed it off at first, tried to keep it light, but Rico, he wasn't playing. He held on, his fingers tight around her wrist, pulling her closer than any man had a right to. The bartender shook his head, his face grim. You could see it in her eyes, she was uncomfortable, trying to stay calm, but Rico wasn't letting go. His hand slid around her waist, pulling her against him like she was some prize he'd won. The whole room went quiet, watching. And then Tony. He paused, his voice tightening. Tony saw it. He was behind the bar, same as always, but when he saw Rico with his hands on Lola, everything changed. Tony wasn't the type to make a scene, but that night was different. He came out from behind the bar, his eyes locked on Rico. Didn't say a word, just walked up to them, calm but with this fire in his eyes. The bartender's voice lowered, the tension thick in the air as he recounted the moment. Tony put his hand on Rico's shoulder, real firm, and said, "That's enough." But Rico, he just laughed. This cold, cruel laugh, like he didn't even see Tony standing there. He kept his grip on Lola, even tighter now, like he was making a point. "This your girl?" Rico asked, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Seems like she wants a real man." The bartender shook his head again, his voice quiet. That's when Tony swung. Didn't wait for Rico to finish his sentence. One solid punch, right to the jaw. Rico stumbled back, and for a moment, it looked like that might be the end of it. But Rico wasn't the kind of guy to let something like that slide. The bartender's gaze darkened. Rico straightened up, wiped the blood from his lip, and reached into his jacket. That's when everything went to hell. He pulled a gun, right there in the middle of the club. People screamed, chairs flew back, and Tony, he didn't flinch. He just stood there, his eyes on Lola. He wasn't scared. Not for himself, anyway. All he cared about was getting her out of Rico's grip. The bartender's hands trembled slightly as he recalled the moment, his voice tightening as the memory became more vivid. Tony didn't just stand there when Rico pulled the gun. No, Tony had too much heart for that. The second he saw the gun, he went for it, fast and sure. He didn't hesitate, not for a second. He lunged at Rico, grabbing for his wrist, trying to wrench the gun out of his hand before anything worse could happen. The whole place froze, everyone watching, not a sound except for the struggle between the two of them. His voice dropped, as though he were trying to whisper the past into existence. Rico, for all his arrogance, wasn't used to someone standing up to him, especially not in front of a crowd. But Tony, he wasn't fighting for himself. He was fighting for Lola. He managed to get hold of Rico's wrist, twisting it hard, trying to force the gun down, but Rico, he was a wiry bastard, full of mean strength. They wrestled, Tony pushing him back, knocking over tables as they struggled for control. Glasses shattered, chairs toppled. You could hear the gasps from the crowd, the frantic footsteps as people backed away, ducked behind anything they could find. The bartender's eyes flickered with the intensity of the memory. Tony had his hands on the gun now, both of them fighting for control, the barrel swinging wildly between them. You could see the desperation in Tony's eyes, his muscles straining as he tried to wrestle it free. Rico was grinning, this sick, twisted smile like he was enjoying the fight, like he knew something Tony didn't. And then, there was a scuffle. Tony managed to shove Rico hard, slammed him against the edge of the bar. For a split second, you thought Tony had the upper hand. He paused, the tension building as he described the moment. But Rico was a snake. He twisted his body, using the momentum, and got his hand free. Before anyone could react, there was a flash, a loud crack, and the room exploded into chaos. The gun went off. The bartender swallowed, his voice barely above a whisper. And Tony, he crumpled. The look on his face, it wasn't fear. It wasn't even pain. It was shock. He staggered back, his hand pressed to his chest where the blood was already starting to bloom through his white shirt, spreading like a dark stain. The crowd screamed, people ran for the doors, chairs scraping, drinks spilling. Rico stood there, still holding the gun, breathing heavy, his eyes wild. And then, without another word, he just turned and walked out, like nothing had happened. Like Tony was just another casualty in his world. The bartender's voice caught for a moment. But Tony, he wasn't just another casualty. Not to Lola. Not to any of us. He collapsed right there, behind the bar he'd spent so many nights working, and Lola, she was on him in an instant. She didn't scream, she didn't cry. She just held him, like if she held him tight enough, maybe it wouldn't be real. Maybe she could bring him back. He wiped his eyes quickly, the weight of the memory thick in his throat. But she couldn't. And the place, it was never the same again. The bartender's gaze drifted down the bar, where Lola still sat, lost in her thoughts, a ghost in the neon glow. And neither was she. The bartender's voice grew thick with emotion, and he cleared his throat, taking a sip from a glass of water. The bartender's face darkened as he remembered the woman Lola had once been, the way her light had dimmed after that night. They say Lola went mad after Tony died. Lost her mind. It's true, you know. She couldn't sing anymore, couldn't step onto that stage without seeing him lying there, bleeding out on the floor. The fire that made her a star, it just went out. She'd walk through the club like a ghost, staring off into space, barely speaking. People would ask about her, but she wasn't really there anymore. Whatever part of her had sparkled, that piece died with Tony. His voice grew quieter, his gaze drifting to where Lola sat at the end of the bar, the same seat she occupied every night. Her eyes were empty, distant, like she was trapped somewhere far away from the neon glow of the nightclub. But here's the thing. There's a part of the story people don't know. Yeah, she went mad. But it wasn't just grief. It was rage. It was vengeance. Losing Tony broke something inside her, but it also fueled her. She stopped singing, sure, but she didn't stop moving. She didn't stop thinking. The young woman listening leaned forward, drawn in by the bartender's words. What did she do? The bartender sighed, his voice heavy with the weight of knowing what came next. She became obsessed with finding Rico. She stopped caring about anything else. She wouldn't eat, wouldn't sleep, just spent her days figuring out where he'd gone, who he was hiding with. See, Rico was a powerful man. He had connections everywhere, from lowlifes on the street to the rich and untouchable. He knew how to vanish when things got too hot. But Lola, she was relentless. She didn't care who she had to ask or how much danger she put herself in. She wanted him, and she didn't care what it took to get to him. The bartender rubbed a hand over his face as if trying to shake off the weight of the past. It took months. Months of her stalking the city, getting in deeper with dangerous people just to get one more lead, one more whisper of where Rico might be. She lost weight, stopped taking care of herself. Those feathers in her hair. They started looking ragged, her dress faded, but she didn't care. The woman that used to captivate every room she entered had turned into someone else entirely. She was obsessed. Consumed by the idea of revenge. She'd spend nights wandering the streets, talking to herself. People said she wasn't right in the head anymore, that she'd gone mad from the grief. His voice grew darker, almost a whisper, as he continued. But the madness wasn't aimless. She wasn't lost. She was focused. Eventually, she tracked him down. Rico, he thought he'd gotten away clean. He was laying low in some high-end nightclub downtown, the kind of place where men like him felt untouchable. He had money, women hanging off his arm, and he was back to his old ways, laughing, like he'd forgotten all about Tony. Like that night didn't mean a damn thing. The bartender's eyes flickered to Lola again, still unmoving, still caught in her own world. She walked in there, dressed just like she used to. The feathers, the sequins, like nothing had changed. She hadn't been seen in public for months, and when she stepped into that club, no one batted an eye. They didn't recognize her. To them, she was just another woman, another piece of decoration in the background of Rico's life. The young woman's eyes widened as the bartender continued. Lola didn't make a scene. She didn't storm in with fury in her eyes. No, she played it smart. She was calm, composed. She walked right up to Rico, smiling, like she was just another admirer. He didn't suspect a thing. Hell, he probably thought he charmed her. She danced with him, all smiles and soft laughter, like nothing was wrong. She let him think he had her under his spell. And he, the arrogant bastard, leaned into it, pulled her close, never realizing what she was planning. The bartender paused, his fingers gripping the bar tightly. And then, when the moment was right, when everyone was watching but no one was paying attention, she stabbed him. Right there, in the gut, between his ribs. Rico didn't even see it coming. She smiled at him as the blood spread through his suit, as his face twisted from shock to pain. She let him realize, in that last moment, who she was. She wanted him to know. The young woman gasped softly, her voice barely above a whisper. She killed him. The bartender nodded, his voice grim. Yeah. She killed him. Left him bleeding out on the dance floor, just like Tony. And then, she walked out, like it was nothing. No one stopped her. No one could believe what had just happened. And after that? Well, it wasn't like the movies where revenge makes it all better. No. It broke her completely. He looked back at Lola, still staring into her untouched drink. That was the last time anyone saw the real Lola. After that, she wasn't even a shadow of herself. She'd avenged Tony, but it didn't bring him back. It didn't fill the emptiness. It just left her more hollow than before. She's been coming here ever since, wearing the same dress, sitting in the same spot, stuck in that moment, like she's trapped in time. People say she lost her mind completely, and, maybe she did. He sighed deeply. But in the end, it didn't matter. She lost Tony, she lost herself, and no amount of revenge could ever fix that. He sighed, his eyes drifting back to Lola. After it happened, she disappeared for a while. No one knew where she went, or what she was doing. But when she finally came back, she wasn't the same. Whatever was left of her after Tony died, it was gone. Completely. She'd just sit at the bar, like she is now, staring at nothing, lost in her own world. It's like she's stuck in that moment, reliving that night over and over. The bartender's gaze hardened, but there was sympathy behind his words. Some people say she's haunted by Tony's ghost. Others think it's guilt. Maybe she's punishing herself for killing Rico, Or maybe she's still waiting for Tony to walk through those doors. I don't know what it is. But I do know this, she's never been the same since. The young woman glanced down the bar at Lola. She hadn't moved, her fingers lightly brushing the rim of her glass. There was a sadness in her eyes, a weight that seemed to hang on her shoulders. Does she come here every night? The young woman asked softly, her voice barely rising above the hum of the club. Every night, the bartender confirmed, his eyes distant. Same routine. She orders the same drink, wears the same dress, and just stares off, like she's waiting for something. Or someone. The music shifted to a lively disco beat, the pulse of the room picking up, but Lola didn't so much as blink. She never did. The bartender glanced at her for a moment longer before turning back to the young woman. If you ever want to see what happens when you lose everything, when grief and revenge hollow you out, just take a look at her. The woman shivered, the weight of his words sinking in. She quickly downed the rest of her drink. I think I'll take your word for it, she said, glancing once more at the ghost of Copacabana before slipping out into the night. The bartender returned to cleaning the counter, his eyes flicking back to Lola now and then. As the hours ticked by, the club emptied out, the music faded, and the lights dimmed. At the end of the bar, Lola sat alone, staring into the past, lost in memories of Tony, of Rico, of that night when everything had changed. And she would do it all again tomorrow. The journey back home, it wasn't supposed to be like this. Coming home after years away should have been a triumphant return, filled with hugs, warm meals, and memories shared over late-night conversations. But when I stepped off that train and set foot in my hometown, all I found was silence and the faint hum of streetlights flickering in the distance. It felt less like a return and more like an intrusion, like the town had moved on without me, erasing any trace of the life I once had. I shoved my hands deep into my jacket pockets, the cold biting through the thin fabric. The train station was empty, save for an elderly man sitting on a bench, his eyes fixed on a newspaper from 3 days ago. He didn't look up as I passed by, nor did he flinch when the wind rattled the loose panes of glass above us. It was as if he, too, was stuck in some forgotten liminal space, waiting for something, or someone, that would never arrive. My feet carried me down Main Street, past the diner where my friends and I used to meet after school, the bookstore where I spent countless afternoons flipping through novels I could never afford to buy, and the playground where first kisses were exchanged under the cover of twilight. Each place was frozen in time, but not in the way I'd hoped. The diner was boarded up, the bookstore's windows layered with dust, and the playground? It was gone, replaced by an overgrown field littered with broken glass and rusting metal. Home wasn't home anymore. It was a ghost town, and I was the only living soul wandering through its memories. I made my way to my childhood house, a small 2-story place at the end of Oak Lane. The sight of it hit me like a punch to the gut. The paint was peeling, the porch steps sagged under their own weight, and the once vibrant garden my mother had so lovingly tended was now a tangled mess of weeds. It looked like no one had lived there in years. My key still worked, though, and I pushed open the door with a creak that echoed through the empty halls. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of mildew and neglect. Dust coated every surface, and the furniture was covered with white sheets, like ghosts waiting for their moment to come alive again. I dropped my bag by the door and stood there, staring into the abyss of what used to be my life. It's funny how memory works. As I walked through each room, flashes of the past came rushing back, birthday parties in the living room, late-night arguments in the kitchen, lazy Sunday mornings on the back porch. Each memory felt like a fragment of a story I could barely remember, a book I'd read so long ago that the details had faded into obscurity. I ended up in my old bedroom, the one place that still felt somewhat familiar. The posters of bands I'd long since forgotten were still taped to the walls, their edges curling with age. My bed was still there, the faded blue comforter rumpled as if I'd just gotten up. Even my old desk, complete with the carvings I'd made during particularly boring homework sessions, stood in the corner, an untouched relic of a simpler time. I sat down on the bed and buried my face in my hands. What was I even doing here? Coming back had been a mistake. There was nothing left for me in this town, no one waiting with open arms or a warm smile. I should have stayed away, kept the memories as they were instead of tarnishing them with the reality of decay and abandonment. The next morning, I woke to the sound of birds chirping outside my window. For a moment, I thought I was a kid again, waking up on a lazy summer morning with the whole day ahead of me. But reality set in quickly, and I groaned as I sat up, my back protesting against the old mattress. I decided to explore the town a bit more, hoping to find something, anything, that still held a spark of life. The streets were just as empty as the day before, but I noticed things I hadn't seen during my initial walk. Small details, like the way the paint on the lampposts was flaking off or how the cracks in the pavement formed intricate patterns that seemed almost deliberate. I ended up at the edge of town, where the forest began. As kids, my friends and I used to spend hours exploring those woods, creating elaborate adventures and pretending we were heroes on a quest. I hadn't been back there since high school, and the sight of the towering trees brought a bittersweet smile to my face. The path was overgrown but still navigable, and I found myself wandering deeper and deeper into the woods. The air was cool and damp, and the sound of my footsteps was muffled by the thick layer of leaves on the ground. It was peaceful, in a way that felt almost unnatural. Like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Eventually, I stumbled upon the old treehouse we'd built when we were kids. To my surprise, it was still standing, though barely. The wooden planks were warped and weathered, and the rope ladder had long since rotted away. But it was there, a testament to the past and the fleeting nature of time. I climbed up as best as I could, using the sturdy branches for support. The inside was just as I remembered, cramped, dusty, and filled with random trinkets we deemed important enough to store there. A rusted pocket knife, a pile of faded comic books, a glass jar filled with coins from various countries. Each item told a story, a snapshot of a moment in time that felt both distant and immediate. I spent hours up there, lost in memories and the quiet hum of the forest. For the first time since I'd arrived, I felt a sense of peace. Maybe coming back wasn't such a mistake after all. Maybe there was still something here worth holding on to. Over the next few days, I started to settle into a routine. I cleaned up the house as best as I could, clearing out years of dust and debris. I explored more of the town, revisiting old haunts and discovering new places I'd never noticed before. And slowly but surely, I began to feel a connection to the place I'd once called home. I even started running into people I used to know. Mrs. Callahan, who'd been my 5th grade teacher, was still running the tiny library on Elm Street. She recognized me immediately, her face lighting up with a smile as she pulled me into a tight hug. Then there was Jake, my childhood best friend, who was now running his family's hardware store. We spent hours catching up, laughing over old stories and marveling at how much, and how little, we'd changed. The town wasn't as empty as I'd thought. It was still alive, in its own quiet way. And as the days turned into weeks, I began to see it not as a ghost town, but as a place filled with resilience and history. A place that had weathered storms and stood the test of time. One evening, as I sat on the back porch watching the sunset, I realized something important. Coming home wasn't about finding the past or trying to relive old memories. It was about creating new ones, about finding a way to connect with the present and the people who were still here. The house was still falling apart, and the town was far from perfect. But it was home. And for the first time in a long time, I felt like I belonged. Solo travel is one of those things that divides people. Some see it as liberating, a chance to really get to know yourself, to chart your own path, to be the hero of your own story. Others see it as lonely, maybe even a little reckless. But there's something magnetic about the idea of just picking up and going, no one to answer to but yourself. If you've ever felt that pull, you're not alone. There's a whole world out there for you to explore, and sometimes the best way to see it is on your own terms. The first thing to know about solo travel. It's not all Instagrammable moments and postcard-perfect sunsets. Sure, those happen, and when they do, they're magical. But solo travel is also missed buses, questionable meals, and getting lost more times than you can count. It's standing alone in a crowded marketplace, unsure of whether you're thrilled or terrified. It's learning how to be okay with your own company, and sometimes, how to get yourself out of a tight spot. Let's talk about the thrill of it first. There's something undeniably empowering about stepping off a plane or train in a place you've never been before, knowing it's up to you to figure it all out. No one's there to hold your hand, to point you in the right direction, to say, hey, maybe don't eat that street food. Spoiler, eat the street food. It's worth it. Usually. When you're on your own, you're forced to trust yourself in a way that doesn't often happen in day-to-day life. You're making all the calls, where to go, what to see, how to spend your time. It's equal parts terrifying and exhilarating. And the best part? When things go right, you get all the credit. That perfect hike you discovered. That hole-in-the-wall cafe with the best coffee you've ever had. All you. And when things go wrong? Well, let's just say you'll come back with a story. Solo travel also strips away a lot of the distractions of regular life. Without anyone else's opinions, preferences, or schedules to consider, you can really focus on what matters to you. Want to spend 4 hours wandering through an art museum? Go for it. Feel like skipping the famous tourist attraction because it's just not your vibe? No one's going to stop you. It's your trip, your rules. But it's not all sunshine and roses. One of the hardest parts of solo travel is, well, the solo part. There will be moments when you wish you had someone to share it with, whether it's a breathtaking view, a laugh over a travel mishap, or just a really good meal. And let's be honest, eating alone at a restaurant can be awkward, at least at first. But over time, you learn to embrace it. You bring a book, strike up a conversation with the waiter, or just people watch and enjoy the moment. And then there's the safety aspect. Let's not sugarcoat it, traveling alone, especially as a woman, comes with risks. It's important to do your homework, trust your instincts, and take precautions. That might mean sticking to well-trodden paths, avoiding certain areas after dark, or letting someone know where you'll be. It's not about being paranoid, it's about being prepared. And when you're prepared, you can relax and enjoy the adventure. One of the unexpected joys of solo travel is the connections you make along the way. When you're on your own, you're more approachable. People are more likely to strike up a conversation, to invite you to join their group, to share a bit of their world with you. Some of these encounters will be fleeting, a shared laugh, a moment of kindness, but others might turn into lasting friendships. There's something about being far from home that brings people together. Another thing you learn when you travel solo? Resilience. There will be moments when things go wrong, like really, spectacularly wrong. Maybe you miss your train and end up stranded in a town where no one speaks your language. Maybe you lose your wallet or get caught in a downpour with no umbrella. These moments are frustrating, sure, but they're also opportunities to prove to yourself that you can handle it. And when you do, you come out the other side stronger and more self-assured. Of course, solo travel isn't for everyone. Some people genuinely prefer the comfort and companionship of traveling with others, and there's nothing wrong with that. But if you've ever felt the itch to go it alone, to see the world on your own terms, I'd encourage you to give it a try. Start small if you need to, a weekend getaway to a nearby city, a day trip to a place you've always wanted to see. See how it feels. You might surprise yourself. And if you do decide to take the plunge, here's some advice: pack light. Trust your instincts. Be open to new experiences. And don't forget to take a moment, every now and then, to just breathe and soak it all in. Because solo travel isn't just about the places you go, it's about the person you become along the way. At its core, solo travel is an exercise in freedom. It's about stripping away the expectations and obligations of regular life and giving yourself permission to just be. It's not always easy, and it's rarely perfect. But it's real, and it's raw, and it's worth it. So if you're standing on the edge, wondering if you should take the leap, here's your sign: go for it. The world is waiting, and it's more beautiful than you can imagine. In the eerie glow of the dimly lit cell, a woman clutched the iron bars tightly, her voice steady as she began to repeat, word for word, the conversation that had taken place on King James VI's wedding night with Anne of Denmark. Shocked, the king believed he'd found undeniable proof of her witchcraft. Convinced that a dark power was at work, he demanded that the inquisitors provide him with written confessions of all those accused of witchcraft who were awaiting execution. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my spine-chilling library. In case you're new here, let me introduce myself. I'm E.N.C. Flit Flisher, and whenever I can, I bring you the most shocking mysteries of history. Today, we're diving into one of Scotland's darkest moments, between 1590 and 1592, a series of witch trials took place in the south of Scotland. In these trials, both nobles and commoners were accused and convicted of witchcraft. Out of 70 people charged, most were found guilty and sentenced to burn at the stake. This notorious event in Scottish history came to be known as the North Berwick witch trials. So, what happened to bring so many people before the court? And why did witchcraft fever sweep the land at that particular moment? Let's dig in and find out. This story begins with King James VI of Scotland, who was also James I of England. Born on June 19, 1567, James was the first monarch to rule over both England and Scotland simultaneously, a fact that didn't sit well with everyone, especially in England, where he wasn't particularly popular. But in Scotland, he was widely respected. James's life was filled with conspiracies, unresolved murders, and mysteries from the very start. He was the only child of Mary, Queen of Scots, and Lord Darnley, the Duke of Albany. Their relationship was far from stable, both had extramarital affairs and led separate lives. However, these issues were kept under wraps from the general public. On February 10, 1567, when the Duke and his lover were murdered, suspicions erupted. At first, people whispered that the murderer might have been James Hepburn, Earl of Bothwell. But when he married the newly widowed Queen just months later, all of Scotland grew suspicious, pointing fingers not only at him but at Mary, too. In June of that year, a group of Protestant rebels arrested Mary, accusing her of treason, and imprisoned her in Loch Leven Castle. With few options left, she was forced to abdicate in favor of her infant son, James VI, who was just 13 months old at the time. But putting such a young child on the throne meant a series of regents would rule until he was of age, and this led to what many called the curse of the regents. Each regent who stepped up to the role met a mysterious or violent end. The first to fall was the Earl of Moray, who was assassinated. Next was the Earl of Lennox, who suffered a fatal injury from a group of Catholics. Then came the Earl of Mar, who died under suspicious circumstances, and so the list continued until the Earl of Morton. Morton tried something unusual. He wanted to directly train young James to handle the affairs of the kingdom and manage conflicts among the nobility. But this was not a popular idea among the nobles, who preferred a king they could easily influence. So, Morton was accused of involvement in the plot to murder the Duke of Albany, imprisoned, judged, and ultimately executed. There are many interesting aspects of James VI's life, but what interests us today is his obsession with the supernatural and his intense fear of the occult. Known to be an intelligent and literary-minded king, James was also incredibly insecure, fearful, and plagued by paranoia. This paranoia, combined with a life filled with conspiracies and death, made him a deeply distrustful man. It was rumored he even wore iron plates under his clothes to avoid being stabbed. People also whispered that James wasn't interested in women, preferring the company of men, though he did eventually marry for political reasons. When his mother died in 1587, James's advisors urged him to find a wife to secure his lineage and strengthen his position. The chosen bride was Anne of Denmark, the 14-year-old daughter of King Frederick II of Denmark. In 1589, Anne married James by proxy and set sail for Scotland. Though the journey began smoothly, a violent storm struck halfway, nearly sinking the ship. The sailors managed to guide the vessel to Norway's shores, where they waited for the weather to improve. Eventually, the decision was made that Anne would delay her journey until spring. Unable to wait, James assembled a party of 300 men and traveled to Norway himself. Their journey went without incident, and upon reuniting, James and Anne married in Oslo on November 23. They spent an extended honeymoon there, only returning to Scotland in May 1590. But they didn't come alone, they brought with them a renewed zeal for hunting witches. While in Denmark, James had witnessed witch trials firsthand and learned of the local people's fears of evil spirits and demonic powers. In Denmark, tales of witchcraft, curses, and demonic pacts were common, and witch executions were an everyday affair. Shortly after James's arrival, he found himself in the middle of a dispute among sailors. The Danish admiral, under scrutiny after the royal ship had been battered by the storm, accused a group of witches who, he claimed, had conspired to summon the deadly winds. One suspect, a woman named Karen the Weaver, was arrested and tortured until she confessed to attending a witch's coven. Under severe pain, she named 12 other women as accomplices, including one in Calding, who was accused of leading the plot. And, too, was arrested and subjected to torture. She confessed to bewitching the ship carrying Anne of Denmark to Scotland, claiming the coven had used demons to ensure the storm. The terror she stirred up led to widespread accusations and multiple arrests, as Denmark found itself in a witch-hunting frenzy. Upon returning to Scotland, James VI was thoroughly convinced of the threat posed by witches and established a tribunal dedicated to eradicating them. Among the first to be targeted was a young woman named Gillis Duncan, a figure familiar to fans of Outlander. By all accounts, Gillis was a lively and charming young woman, single, but with many suitors due to her good looks and friendly nature. She found work as a servant in the home of the Sheriff of Tranent, a small town near Edinburgh. The sheriff had no complaints about her until, suddenly, she began acting oddly, disappearing each night and returning only at sunrise. Rumors spread, noting that she also had an unusual knowledge of medicinal herbs, and locals would often approach her for remedies for ailments like headaches or stomachaches. Amazingly, those who sought her help would often feel better by the next day. The sheriff, who was aware of the period's writings on witchcraft, grew suspicious. In those days, it was thought that women who roamed at night were likely meeting with the devil. Convinced that Gillis was a witch, the sheriff denounced her, overseeing her torture personally and without mercy. Under torture, Gillis finally cracked, naming others who she claimed were part of the plot against Anne of Denmark. This confession led to the infamous North Berwick witch trials, but Gillis's ordeal was only the beginning. In those days, witch trials often involved bizarre tests to determine guilt. One of these, the water test, involved submerging the accused. If they floated, they were deemed a witch. Gillis was subjected to another foolproof test, the witch's mark test, in which any birthmark, mole, or scar was considered the devil's mark, supposedly proving allegiance to Satan. Gillis was found to have a birthmark, which was enough to seal her fate. Broken and exhausted, Gillis confessed everything her interrogators wanted to hear. She admitted to being part of a coven, having sold her soul, and plotting against the Danish queen's life. Under her torment, she also named around 70 others, ranging from healers and respected townsfolk to a university professor, John Fian, who would go on to make one of the most chilling confessions of the trials. Fian, claiming to be a powerful warlock, admitted to participating in black masses and leading a coven. The stories he told sent shivers down the spines of the Scottish people and reinforced the notion that a vast conspiracy of witches was plotting against the realm. The North Berwick witch trials continued for over a year, resulting in the execution of numerous people by burning. These events were so shocking that they were recorded in a pamphlet called News from Scotland, which detailed the accused and their alleged crimes. The pamphlet made its way throughout England and Scotland, intensifying the fear of witchcraft. The trials sparked new legends and myths, which remain part of Scotland's folklore even today. Some say the spirits of those executed still haunt the ruins of Edinburgh Castle, where many were burned alive. King James VI himself attended many of the North Berwick trials. Initially skeptical, he changed his mind after speaking to Agnes Sampson, a healer accused of witchcraft, who recounted a private conversation between James and Anne on their wedding night, a feat James believed only a witch could accomplish. Shocked, he ordered a thorough documentation of the trials, eventually leading to the publication of News from Scotland. In 1597, James even wrote a book on the subject, Demonology, cementing his place as one of the most famous witch hunters of his time. Though the North Berwick witch trials are now a haunting chapter in history, they serve as a reminder of the dangers of unchecked fear and the terrible power of superstition. 1435, Dowwell Road, New Fort, Brandon, was the address of Thomas Gillian's new home. Thomas peered out his car window, eyes fixed on the house. It was the oldest house on the block, but it had been well kept. The cedarwood walls looked intact, and it had a large balcony with a beautiful view of the neighborhood. Now, why is a place like this left abandoned? Thomas thought to himself, while not paying attention. A child on a bike dashed in front of his car. Thomas, surprised, slammed on the brakes, stopping just inches before the child. "I am so sorry," Thomas explained, stepping out of the car to see if the child was okay. "Do not worry," the child replied with a strange voice. "One day, I dream of being hit by a car. It's one of my goals in this life." Thomas stood there, perplexed by the child's strange reply. Hi. I'm Thomas," he explained after an awkward pause. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Thomas." "I am James." "Nice to meet you, James," Thomas replied. "Are you the one who's moving into Michael?" James asked. "Michael? Who is Michael?" Thomas replied awkwardly. "Oh, my bad, Mr. Thomas, that's the nickname we gave this old house here," James said, pointing to 1435. "Oh, yes, I am the one," Thomas replied. "Do you live around here then?" "Yes. My family lives just across the way. Want to come over and visit? Currently, I am teaching my pet rat how to swim." James smiled. No thanks," Thomas awkwardly replied. "I've got to go unpack." "Very well," James added. "Good luck. I'll go tell my dad we have new neighbors. He will be delighted to find someone's moving into old Michael again," James said before running off. Thanks," Thomas replied, turning toward the house. The door creaked open, revealing what reminded Thomas of an ancient tomb full of old artifacts. "I thought they said this house would be clear when I got the keys," he muttered, looking at the assortment of old things lying around. He placed his boxes on the floor and began to walk around. There were old wood floors, and an island kitchen strangely placed in the middle of the main floor, walking into the large living room. A plethora of boxes sat stacked by the walls. Curious, Thomas walked over to one and picked out an old newspaper. The date read September 6, 1969. Upon removing the newspaper, a cloud of dust filled the room, causing Thomas to cough loudly. The dust seemed to linger. It was so thick it almost completely impaired his vision. "Well," Thomas said out loud, coughing, "still can't beat the price. This old house is definitely an interesting relic," he laughed. Putting the newspaper down, he climbed the stairs to the second floor. There was a long hallway, with bedrooms on both sides. Upstairs, too, was full of boxes and old things laying around. He walked into the first room to the left and peered around the narrow doorway. The room felt colder than all the other rooms. A chill ran up his spine as he felt something brush past him directly behind him. His hair stood up and he quickly turned, only to find nothing there. "Okay, that's a bit creepy," Thomas said to himself before turning back around. Just then, a tall man banged and jumped his way out of the next room down the hall. "Aha! I almost caught you that time," he yelled. Thomas peered his head out the doorway to see a tall man, with a brown coat, and a fur hood standing before him. What on earth are you doing in my home?" Thomas demanded. "Relax, child." The man smiled. "I was not aware anyone had bought Michael." "That still doesn't answer what you were doing in the next room," Thomas replied. "Do you want to know the truth?" The man whispered with shifty eyes. Yes, I do," Thomas replied, trying to stay calm amidst the company of the odd man. "I am a paranormal investigator," the man yelled. Thomas plugged his ears. "Could you be a little quieter, Mr. Investigator?" "Sorry, trying to make it more dramatic." The man smiled. "Now, I don't want to scare you, but I am looking out for shadow people. People say this place is full of them." The man replied. "Shadow people?" "The realtor never said anything about shadow people," Thomas replied. "He should have." The man replied back, taking out a flashlight despite it being daytime and shining it around the hall. "What realtor did you use?" the man added. "Does it matter?" Thomas asked. The man stopped, turned off his flashlight and turned around. "Yes. Haven't you ever seen those commercials?" Thomas awkwardly paused before replying. "Okay, mister, I would like to continue to talk, but I have to move in and cleaning to do. So could you please save your investigation for another time?" The man begrudgingly accepted and walked down the hall, quickly running down the stairs. "I've got a lot of cleaning to do," Thomas sighed. He picked up an old box full of old shoes and put them off to the side. "This will be the garbage pile," Thomas thought to himself. Quickly, he remembered the fast food he ate that morning as his bowel angrily growled. "I should have known better than to go to Taco Bell," he said out loud. He made a quick dash to the bathroom downstairs. The bathroom was small and had more boxes of things like shoes and clothes. Thomas sat down to release his bowels from the horrors of Taco Bell, only to be startled by a loud crashing noise coming from upstairs. Finishing up, he climbed the stairs to find boxes scattered across the bedroom floor. The box of shoes he had put aside had been dumped over. "What in the world?" he said out loud, puzzled and confused. "I bet it was that weird guy again," he thought to himself. "If he doesn't stop bothering me, I'll be phoning the police." Just then, a knock came on the door. Thomas dashed down the stairs. He noticed a chill run down his spine again. He opened the door to find the neighbor kid, James, and his dad standing there holding a basket of assorted goods. "Hello," the father said with excitement. "Welcome to the neighborhood. I am Richard, and you've already met my son, James." "Yes, nice to meet you, Richard, I am Thomas," he replied. "Thomas. So good of you to join our neighborhood," Richard said, standing there smiling. A strange awkward pause took place, Thomas standing there looking at the two people, both smiling in an unsettling manner. Thomas said. "Is there anything else you wanted to say?" "Oh, yes," Richard replied. "This gift basket is for you. It's full of assorted things for your new home." Thomas took the gift basket from Richard. "Thanks," he replied. The two remained silent as he looked through it. There were a few assorted fruits and, oddly enough, a pair of shoes. "What are the shoes for?" Thomas asked, puzzled. "Oh, are they not enough?" Richard replied. "If you need more, we have lots," James added. No thanks. I am good on that. I was just curious as to why shoes. I mean, I have my own. There's even plenty in this house I have to get rid of. Thomas said. Get rid of? Richard replied. Why get rid of them? You can use them as decorations. They would look nice in Michael. I don't see what you. Never mind. Thomas awkwardly replied. Thanks for the, shoes. It is no problem. Richard replied. Hope you're happy in your new home. Yes. Thanks. Thomas replied, turning around to close the door. That evening, Thomas had finished organizing some things in the living room and sat down to crack open a beer after a long day's work and some rather odd neighbors. His cell phone rang. Hello. Thomas answered, taking a sip of his beer. Thomas, how's the new place? A female voice said from the other end. Oh, hey Marcy. Thomas replied. It's okay. But it is definitely odd. Odd? Marcy asked. What do you mean odd? Well, it's full of old things. They did not clean it like they said they would. I am having to do the cleaning. Also, the neighbors are really weird. Thomas added. I told you that you should have watched that commercial to see what was the right realtor for you, Thomas. Marcy joked. Also, weird neighbors. You do realize you say that about every neighbor, right? They like shoes. Thomas blurted, allowing Marcy to barely finish her sentence. Shoes? She asked. Yes, shoes. Even this old house has a bunch of them. Thomas replied. Well, okay, that is pretty odd. But I mean, maybe they collect them. I don't know. I have seen weirder hobbies, trust me. Of course you have. Thomas jokingly replied. But anyway, I hope you are ready for a roommate, Thomas. Marcy laughed. Roommate? What? Thomas replied, puzzled. Yup. I didn't get into a college as I hoped. I currently have no other place to stay. Marcy replied. Well, I sorta wished you'd have said something sooner. I mean, we talked for like. Thomas said, getting cut off by Marcy. Thanks, Thomas, see you soon. Thomas sighed, hanging up the phone, relaxing into a chair with his beer. He slept on the chair that night, too burnt out to continue moving in, let alone move in his heavy bed. His watch turned to 6 a.m. where he thought he set an alarm for. However, his alarm was mistakenly set to 6 p.m. Instead, he was awoken by something different. The sound of paper being moved around from upstairs. Puzzled, he cautiously walked upstairs and peered around the hallway. Nothing. He slowly walked down the hall and looked into the room to the right. Nothing. Just then, a black shadow dashed past behind him. He did a full turn towards the room he was in the day before, and there, rummaging frantically through a box of paper, was the paranormal investigator, still wearing his bulky jacket. Excuse me. I thought I told you to do your business elsewhere. Thomas said angrily. The man turned. You don't understand. Someone changed the order of things here. He frantically replied. I did. Thomas replied, I told you I was cleaning up this place. The man stood up and walked right up to Thomas. You can't just do that. I have everything set up in a specific order for a reason. The man yelled. And what reason is that? Thomas asked. I cannot tell you. The man replied. You wouldn't understand. Well, then I am going to have to get rid of these things. I have been meaning to throw out these boxes of old shoes and clothes. Thomas walked around the man to pick up one of the boxes. The man swung his hand, hitting the box right out of Thomas's hand and back onto the floor. You cannot get rid of the shoes. You'll kill us all. The man screamed. Okay, that's it, Thomas replied. I am phoning the cops and you are being removed from this house. No. Please. You can't. I am the only hope you have here. The man dramatically said before chuckling a bit and seemingly disappearing into thin air. What the? Thomas said out loud, confused and frightened. Maybe I've been spending too much time in this old house, he thought to himself. I have been overworking myself, I should go outside and cool off. A bit shook, he put on his jacket and left the house. A fall wind had picked up. The strange neighbors waved at him as he walked by. Richard raking leaves as James played in the yard hitting things with sticks he picked up from around the tree. They motioned him to come over. A motion he tried to ignore, but with each motion, they got more and more comical and dramatic till they were flailing their arms around in the air. Thomas reluctantly wandered over to them. "Hey, Mr. Thomas." James replied, attempting to hit a rat with a stick. "Hi, there." Thomas replied. Richard leaned in. "You look a little shook, Thomas. Are you okay?" "It's nothing." Thomas replied. "Just having a long day at the house." "I understand. We had many long days in that house too when we lived there." Richard replied. "You used to live there?" Thomas said, as he is reminded of the shoes by seeing a pair on their doorstep. "Oh. That bizarrely makes sense," Thomas added. Richard chuckled and replied, "Ha. Yes, we lived there for quite some time. I was born there." James replied. "So. Why did you move across the street then?" Thomas asked. "We just wanted some things of our own." Richard replied. "What does that mean?" Thomas replied, puzzled. "Never mind. Come in, come in. Join us for dinner," Richard said, motioning Thomas towards the front door. "We're having boiled rat." James replied with a smile. "No, we're not having boiled rat," Richard replied jokingly as he pushed Thomas into the house. The house was small and homely, filled with all sorts of oddities. They sat down at the table and Richard put down plates of greasy-looking meat and rice before sitting down himself. James excitedly stabbed into the meat repeatedly. "So," Richard said, "tell us honestly, what do you think of your new house?" Thomas looked down at his plate before reluctantly piping up, "Well, it's neat." "Just neat?" Richard asked. "I find it creepy, weird, and off-putting." James blurted out, his eyes fixed on his plate as he continued to stab it with enthusiasm. Richard tried to shush him. "No. I get that," Thomas replied. "If I am being honest, there are some odd things that have happened there." Richard put down his fork and stopped eating. James following suit. "Oh?" he asked. "Like what sort of odd things?" "You guys will think I am crazy," Thomas said, looking up to see their stiff smiling expressions. "Then again, maybe not," he added. "Okay, well, I saw this guy in there a few times. He claimed to be a paranormal investigator. He was going through some things, and when I tried to get him out the second time, it's like he vanished," Thomas said, retracting to the comfort of the table seat. "Oh, is that all?" Richard asked. "What do you mean, is that all?" Thomas replied. "Thomas," Richard said, "there is some strange stuff that goes on there, yes. But the shadow people are not there to harm you." "I'm not sure I believe in the supernatural," Thomas said doubtfully. "I do," Richard replied. "Me too," James added. "Trust me, Thomas," Richard said, placing his arm on Thomas's shoulder in an awkward fashion. "It could be much worse." "Now," Richard continued. "Who wants dessert? Is it mice cake?" James said excitedly, raising his hand. "No, James, it's not mice cake," Richard replied. "I think I'll call it a night," Thomas replied, heading for the door. That night, after being annoyed by his 6 p.m. alarm, Thomas dragged his bed into the house finally and set it up in the lone downstairs bedroom. Laying back on it, he sighed. "I don't know if this weird place is right for me." Tired, he quickly fell asleep as the shadow people started to appear in and around the room, dashing down the halls and watching Thomas from the doorway. Their eyes glistened with bright white empty sockets. The strange man who claimed to be a private investigator appeared and softly whispered to Thomas, "Don't worry, Thomas, I'll keep you safe from Michael." The next morning, the 6 a.m. alarm went off. Thomas, still groggy, crawled out of bed and headed into the kitchen. He pulled his coffee maker out from a box and plugged it into the wall. He turned it on. Just then, a knock came at the door. Thomas, in his nightclothes, walked over to open it. Standing there was Marcy with a bunch of boxes. "Morning, Thomas. I am ready to move in," she replied. "I didn't think you were serious," Thomas replied. "Course I was. You know me, I am straight to the point," she replied. "Look, Marcy," Thomas said. "I'd really like to help out, but I don't know if there's enough room for all your stuff in here." Nonsense. Marcy replied. This place is huge. She pushed past Thomas into the old house still full of junk Thomas had yet to sort. You weren't kidding about the stuff they left behind, she said, looking around the dining room full of boxes. You should really get rid of this stuff, Marcy said, peering into a box sitting by the table. It was full of dusty old books. Easier said than done, Thomas replied. There's so much junk and some people would rather I keep it here. Marcy turned to face Thomas. What does that mean? Some people. Thomas, it's your house. It's not your fault the last tenants left so much junk. Yeah. You are right, Thomas replied, sipping his morning coffee he had just picked up from the machine. Tell you what, Thomas, Marcy continued. I'll help you clean up this place. I'll start with cleaning up the room I'll be staying in and we'll work on the rest of it from there. Fair enough, Thomas replied. But, there's only one bedroom downstairs, the rest are upstairs. Suits me fine, Marcy replied, heading towards the stairs. Thomas followed her up the stairs. The hall was full of even more boxes and junk than before. Wow. It's worse up here, huh? Marcy stated, peering around the corner into the hall. It didn't seem this bad before, Thomas added. Paying no attention, Marcy immediately walked into the first room on the right. The boxes full of paper had been knocked over again. What are these? Marcy asked, kneeling down to look at the boxes. I don't know, they were there when I got here, Thomas added. Marcy picked up a piece of paper, looking at it. It had random doodles and cartoon drawings on it. Interesting, she stated, standing back up. Well, we can have all this junk gone probably by nightfall if we get at it. She took a box of the drawings and tossed them into a bag. By nightfall, they didn't manage to get the full house, but the majority of the upstairs floor was clean. They had put many things into garbage bags to be hauled to the dump in the morning. With a little help, this place will look great. You just wait, Thomas. Marcy smiled. They both said goodnight as Thomas dashed down the stairs, a cold wind following him. He felt as if something was there, but upon stopping and turning around he didn't see anything. He left for his room and Marcy entered hers, laying down on a small bed she had packed to sleep on for the time being. Thomas had trouble sleeping that night. The feeling that he was being watched would not go away. His watch struck 3 a.m. Suddenly, a scream came from upstairs. Immediately wide awake, Thomas dashed out of his bed and ran up the stairs. Marcy! Marcy! He yelled. No reply. He dashed down the hallway and into Marcy's room, where she was frozen in fear. Standing in front of her was the paranormal investigator, frantically rearranging all of the papers and items they had tossed into bags on the floor. Several shadow figures were there standing with him. Thomas, what is this? She screamed. I've been trying to figure out the same thing, he replied. Thomas walked up to the private investigator and pulled him off the floor up to his height. I thought I told you to leave me alone, he angrily yelled. You don't understand, the man replied. Well, scaring Marcy to death is warrant enough for an explanation, I'd say. The man took a few deep breaths. Fine, he replied. You want an explanation, I'll give you an explanation. He pulled away from Thomas and stood in between Marcy and Thomas. Me and the shadow people, we are not here to hurt you. We are trying to help you, the man explained. How so? Thomas asked. I do what I do to keep the real danger happy and at bay. It likes things in a specific way, the man replied. It? Who's it? Thomas replied. Michael, the man said. Michael is a collector. Bad things happen to people who move in here because they don't realize how to live with Michael and befriend it. Michael is the nickname the weird neighbors gave the house, Thomas added. Marcy sat there perplexed and confused. Exactly, the man said, the house is Michael. Well, you can tell Michael that he doesn't have to worry about us. We will leave this place in the morning. We'll find another place to stay tonight. The two drove up to the Wilson Hotel, located just a few miles south of the neighborhood. Should I get a room for both of us? Thomas asked. Marcy rolled her eyes. Yes. I am not sharing a room. Ouch, Thomas half-jokingly replied. 2 rooms, he said to the man at the front desk. Sure thing, sir. We have rooms 104 and 107 available, the front desk clerk replied. That sounds fine, Thomas replied, taking the keys from the desk clerk. They both settled into their rooms. A quiet knock came on Thomas's door. He cautiously sat up. "Hello?" he asked, slowly moving towards the door. James quietly said from the other end. "Michael is our friend, but he gets lonely. Possessive. We can relate to him." Thomas stood there confused. "James, what are you doing here at this time of night? Does your father know you are not at home?" Thomas asked. "I am here to warn you to make peace with Michael. He is very angry." Thomas heard the distinct sound of James hitting things all along his door. He sighed, frustrated. "Just let me go to sleep, James. We can talk about it in the morning." He heard the footsteps of James dash down the hallway and out the door. Thomas dozed off. His clock struck 5 a.m. A faint sound woke Thomas up once more. The sound was getting louder and louder until a smell passed by his nose. It was smoke. The place had caught fire. The desk clerk immediately shot into his room screaming, "Everyone out now. The fire department is on their way." Thomas ran down the hall, Marcy not far behind, as well as the other groggy, half-asleep people rushing for the door. Thankfully, the few guests that were there that night made it out okay. By the time the fire department arrived, the place had burnt to the ground. The next morning Thomas went to the neighbors and banged on their door. Richard opened up with a smile. "Good morning, Thomas," he said. "What brings you here so early? We need to talk now," he said, barging in past Richard into the house. "What's this about?" Richard asked, following Thomas into the kitchen. Thomas sat down at the kitchen table. "Richard, your deranged son was at the hotel I and Marcy were staying at last night. It burned to the ground. Mind explaining that?" The smile ran away from Richard's face. "You left your home?" he asked. "Yes, we had to," Thomas replied. "The shadow people were becoming a problem." Richard sighed. "People just don't understand Michael." "Then help me to understand," Thomas said. "The lonely OL house has a life of its own, Thomas. It spent many years abandoned and alone, only living with the junk it accumulated. We, like many, have tried to befriend it. In doing so, it influenced my son quite a bit. He is a good friend of Michael's." Richard explained. "So James did burn down the hotel?" Thomas asked. "No," Richard replied. "James is not like that. It was Michael. He was so lonely he wanted you to stay. He gets jealous of other houses. They get all the company while he sits alone and forgotten." "Richard," Thomas replied. "How do we get out of this house? As crazy as it might seem, I don't feel the urge to make peace and live trapped with a possessive house for the rest of my life. I might be able to get James to talk to it," Richard replied. "But it's risky. James." Thomas and Richard entered the house. Marcy already started packing up her things. "Who's making noise?" Richard asked. "Is it rats?" James asked, licking his lips. "It's just Marcy packing," Thomas added. The three headed upstairs to the room where Marcy was packing. "This is Michael's room," James blurted out. "Get out." Marcy exited the room and stood in the doorway watching with the others. "Michael," James called. "Come talk to me." The house shook. "Hi, Michael. Guess what I did today?" The house shook some more. Marcy almost lost her balance, but Thomas managed to catch her. "I hit some nasty rats with a stick." "Fun, huh?" The shadow people showed up behind Thomas. The man got Thomas's attention. Thomas turned to him. "What do you want?" he asked. "What are you doing?" the man pleaded. "Michael doesn't want to talk. We're trying to make peace just like you said, so we can leave this all behind us," Thomas replied. "You're not trying to make peace. You are trying to butter Michael up so you can leave. Don't think you can fool him," the man replied. "What do you expect us to do?" Thomas replied, turning away from the man. "Listen, Michael, my buddy," James continued. "Mr. Thomas and this nice lady need to go back home. They don't belong here with us." The house began to shake even more as the man pulled Thomas's arm. "Thomas. Listen. You can't do this. Michael just needs a friend. You can't be their home, Michael. They aren't right for you. James continued. Boxes of paper and shoes fell to the ground and scattered across the house as the shaking got more intense. Well, I guess you can keep their stuff. James smiled. What? Thomas replied. He's not taking nothing. Richard stopped Thomas. Thomas. Trust me, taking your stuff is the least of your worries. Suddenly, the shaking stopped. Boxes scattered across the floor. Marcy stood up with Thomas. Is it over? Thomas asked. Yeah, James replied. He's given up. Thomas let out a sigh of relief, kneeling down to pick up a box. We'd better start packing then. He says, if he can't have you, nobody can. James smiled. Suddenly, a flame lit up the box Thomas was holding and quickly spread to the other boxes in the room. Thomas looked on as the whole room went up in flames. The trio fled towards the stairs. They quickly were set ablaze. There's no way out. Marcy screamed. Yes, there is. There has to be. Thomas replied frantically, dragging the others behind him. They ran towards the balcony door and quickly opened it as the flames roared down, destroying everything in its path. Quick! This way! Thomas guided them towards a slanted part of the roof. There's a pile of leaves in the front yard. The roof is low enough we can jump. The three quickly dashed onto the slanted roof and carefully prepared to jump, the balcony being consumed by flames. Michael! James yelled, turning around. I'll see you for movie night. Thomas, Marcy, Richard, and James all jumped into the big pile of leaves below and quickly ran away from the burning walls of the building. Within moments the pile of leaves was up in flames as well. Soon after the house was reduced to ashes. Thomas heard a faint whisper from behind him, I warned you. Thomas and Marcy stepped into the truck. Ready to go back to the city, Marcy? Thomas asked. Damn right I am, Marcy replied. As they drove off down the dirt road, Richard stood in his front yard waving them goodbye. Poor Michael, he thought to himself. He just wanted some people of his own. He turned to go back into the house as James ran by, playing in the yard. Stopping to face the ashes of the old house across the street, he smiled. Michael. You're okay. Come on in, Michael. He said, turning around to go inside as cold wind followed him inside. Ha! No, Michael. I don't know the way to get to the city. He laughed, closing the door. We asked him, but he denied it was him. We asked him about it, but he just shook his head and denied it was him. He thought maybe it was us crying, but we were on the other side of the house. And, of course, my parents didn't hear a thing. That's the kind of house I grew up in, an old, creaky home full of noises and mysteries that we could never quite explain. My family had its share of strange encounters beyond the usual thumps, creaks, and whispered sounds. Let me tell you about some of the weirdest moments that still give me chills. The sliding glass. My brother and I were teenagers, just sitting in the kitchen having dinner. Nothing out of the ordinary. There was a glass of water on the counter near us. We were chatting when suddenly we heard a noise, soft but distinct, right where the glass was. Both of us turned to look, and we swear we saw it move, just a few inches, all on its own. We weren't touching the counter, and there was no wind, no shaking, it just moved. At first, we thought maybe it was a trick of the eye. But as we stared at it and argued over what we'd just seen, something even creepier happened. From the direction of the front door, we heard it open and slam shut, clear as day. I immediately called out to my brother, but there was no response. Then I noticed a shadow move across the kitchen, headed down the hallway. Naturally, I assumed it was him ignoring me, so I followed it, calling his name louder each time. The shadow turned another corner and entered his bedroom, shutting the door behind it. By now, I was yelling at him, frustrated and ready to lecture him about how we hadn't seen each other in weeks, and he was already acting like a jerk. When I flung open the bedroom door, though, the room was completely empty. The whole house was empty. That was when it hit me, I wasn't following my brother. I was following something else entirely. Grandpa's story of the haunted road. My grandpa grew up in a very rural area, think forests, fields, and dirt roads as far as the eye could see. This was back in the 1940s and 50s, so you can imagine how isolated his hometown was. Every morning, he'd walk to school in the pitch dark, especially during the winter months. On his way, he passed by an enormous, old, abandoned house. It was the kind of place you'd expect to see in a ghost story, windows dark, shutters broken, the whole vibe eerie. But what made this house truly strange was the light. Every morning, without fail, the entire house would light up as if someone inside had flipped on all the switches at once. Keep in mind, this was long before fancy automatic lighting systems were a thing, and the house didn't even have a power source connected to it, at least not officially. What made it even more bizarre was that no one lived there. It was just an empty, decrepit building that somehow lit up like a Christmas tree every single morning. Grandpa swore by this story until the day he died. The Mysterious Fisherman. Here's a story my dad told me about his childhood. It was one of those periods when his family was struggling financially. My grandparents had to get creative to put food on the table, which often meant fishing at a nearby lake. One day, while they were fishing, this man appeared out of nowhere with a tiny tackle box. He set up shop right next to them and started fishing like a pro. My grandpa always emphasized how small the man's tackle box was, almost comically so. But here's the wild part, the man pulled out an endless supply of gear, hooks, bait, even a cutting board and a knife, from that little box. It was like watching magic. Within minutes, he'd caught a ton of fish, cleaned them expertly, and packed them into a large container he seemingly pulled from thin air. Then, without a word, he handed the container to my grandpa and walked away. To this day, my family believes the man was Jesus. Maybe it's just a comforting thought, but 3 people swear they saw the exact same thing. Ghosts on the phone. When I was 13, something happened that I still can't explain. I came home early from school that day, which was unusual for me because I usually walked, but this time, I'd taken the bus. No one else was home, so I had the house to myself. I made a snack, planning to take a nap afterward. That's when the phone started ringing. I answered, but there was no sound on the other end. Weird, but whatever. I hung up. Then it rang again. And again. Every time, I'd pick up, and there'd be nothing but silence. This went on for about 20 minutes until, finally, I was fed up. I answered one last time, ready to yell at whoever was playing games. This time, though, there was sound. A woman sobbing quietly. Then, behind the sobs, I heard laughter, this cold, metallic, inhuman laughter. It was like nothing I'd ever heard before. When I asked, "Can I help you?" the woman started screaming in some language I didn't understand. Then the line went dead. Shaken, I checked the call log to see who'd been calling me, but there was nothing there. No missed calls, no incoming calls, nothing. I reported it to the police, but they couldn't find any record of the calls either. To this day, I have no idea what happened. The next incident happened when I was about 14 years old. It was one of those quiet Saturday afternoons when everyone in the family seemed to have disappeared into their own corners of the house. I was sitting in the living room, enjoying some snacks and casually flipping through channels on the TV, when I suddenly heard what sounded like footsteps upstairs. At first, I dismissed it, thinking it might just be the creaks and groans of an old house. But as the sound persisted, my curiosity got the better of me. I called out, "Mom? Dad? Is someone up there?" No response. The footsteps continued, slow and deliberate, as if someone was pacing back and forth. I started feeling uneasy, but I told myself it was probably just my overactive imagination. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Eventually, I worked up the courage to go upstairs and check it out. As I reached the top of the stairs, the air felt colder, almost as if I had stepped into another dimension. I turned toward the hallway and froze. The footsteps had stopped, but the hallway was empty. Just as I was about to turn around, I saw a shadow dart into one of the rooms. My heart raced as I slowly approached the room, thinking perhaps it was my brother playing a prank on me. "All right, you got me," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. I pushed the door open, expecting to see him, but the room was completely empty. My stomach dropped. I could still feel the presence of someone, or something, watching me. I bolted downstairs, locking myself in the living room until my family came back home. When I told them what had happened, they tried to reassure me, saying it was probably just the house settling. But deep down, I knew what I'd experienced wasn't normal. Another strange occurrence happened years later when I was in college. I had rented an off-campus apartment with 2 of my closest friends. It was a modest place, nothing fancy, but it had a certain charm. Or at least, that's what we thought when we first moved in. About a month into our lease, we started noticing odd things happening around the apartment. For instance, the bathroom door would often swing open by itself, even if it had been securely latched. At first, we blamed it on faulty hinges or drafts, but then more peculiar things started happening. One night, while we were all watching a movie, we heard the sound of glass shattering in the kitchen. We rushed in, expecting to find a broken dish or glass, but everything was perfectly intact. No signs of anything being out of place. The most unnerving event happened to my roommate, Sarah. She had been studying late one night and fell asleep on the couch. Around 3 a.m., she was jolted awake by the feeling of someone stroking her hair. Thinking it was one of us, she groggily muttered, "Stop it, I'm trying to sleep." But when she opened her eyes, there was no one there. She screamed, waking everyone in the apartment. When we turned on the lights, we saw that the cushions on the couch where she'd been sleeping had deep, inexplicable indentations, as if someone had been sitting right beside her. Needless to say, we didn't stay in that apartment for much longer. Fast forward a few years, and I was now married and living with my spouse in a cozy little home on the outskirts of town. Life was peaceful, for the most part, until one particular night that neither of us will ever forget. It was a stormy evening, and we were curled up on the couch, watching the rain lash against the windows. Suddenly, there was a loud bang that seemed to come from the basement. My partner and I exchanged nervous glances before grabbing a flashlight and heading downstairs to investigate. As we descended the stairs, the air grew colder, and the musty smell of the basement seemed more pronounced than usual. We scanned the room with the flashlight, but everything appeared to be in order. Just as we were about to head back upstairs, we heard it, a faint, raspy whisper. It sounded like it was coming from the far corner of the basement. "Is someone there?" my partner called out, their voice trembling. The whispering stopped, but then the flashlight flickered and went out. We were plunged into darkness, with only the sound of our ragged breathing filling the silence. I fumbled for my phone to turn on the flashlight, but just as the light illuminated the room, we saw a figure standing in the corner. It was tall and shadowy, with no discernible features, just a pair of glowing red eyes that seemed to pierce through us. We bolted up the stairs, slamming the basement door behind us. We never found a logical explanation for what we saw that night, but we made sure to keep the basement door locked from then on. One final story that still gives me chills happened during a camping trip with some friends. We had ventured deep into the woods, far from any towns or cell service. It was supposed to be a fun weekend of hiking and roasting marshmallows by the fire. The first night went smoothly, but on the second night, things took a sinister turn. We were sitting around the campfire, sharing ghost stories, when we heard a rustling sound coming from the woods. At first, we thought it might be a deer or some other animal, but the rustling grew louder and closer. One of my friends shone their flashlight into the trees, and for a brief moment, we saw a pair of eyes reflecting the light. They were much too high off the ground to belong to any animal we knew. Then, the most bone-chilling sound I've ever heard echoed through the woods. It was a low, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate through the very ground we were sitting on. We scrambled to extinguish the fire, hoping to avoid drawing any more attention to ourselves. We spent the rest of the night huddled together in the tent, too afraid to sleep. By the time morning came, we packed up and left without saying a word. To this day, none of us can agree on what we saw or heard that night, but we all know one thing for sure: we'll never go camping in those woods again. Have you ever had one of those experiences that leave you scratching your head, wondering what just happened? Maybe you've seen something you can't explain, heard a sound that made your skin crawl, or even felt a presence in an otherwise empty room. Over the years, I've collected my fair share of spooky stories, and no, I'm not saying they're proof of ghosts, cryptids, or anything supernatural. But boy, they sure make you think. So grab a cozy seat and get ready for a long, strange journey through the bizarre tales I've heard and lived. The Lady in the Empty Room. It all started one ordinary afternoon at work. I was strolling through the building, minding my own business, when I passed by a room with a window in the door. Out of pure habit, I glanced through it. And that's when I saw her, a woman standing alone in the room. Nothing too weird, right? Except for one tiny detail, there were only 3 people in the building that day, me and 2 others, both of whom were right behind me in the office. I took a few more steps before the realization hit me like a ton of bricks. Wait a minute. Who was that? I turned on my heels and rushed back to the door, heart racing. But by the time I got there, the room was empty. The only thing staring back at me through the window was my own dumbfounded reflection. Of course, I had to check. I opened the door, expecting, I don't know what. Maybe a prank. But no, there was no one inside. Just the eerie silence of an empty room. Later that week, a coworker shared her own unsettling encounter. She'd been working in the office next to that same room when she noticed the shadow of the door on the floor. It slowly opened and closed, on its own. She swore up and down that she was the only person in the building at the time and refused to go check it out. By the time I arrived an hour later, the door was locked tight. This wasn't an isolated thing, either. Over the 3 years I worked there, everyone had their own creepy story. Disembodied voices in empty rooms, strange noises that came from nowhere, and a general sense that you were never truly alone. One time, we were sitting in the office when we heard heavy breathing in a corner where nobody was standing. Another favorite of mine. The time my manager, a hardcore skeptic, decided to challenge whatever was haunting the place. She laughed at our stories, waved them off as nonsense, and then, with all the confidence in the world, declared, "If something's here, prove it." Big mistake. Seconds later, we heard a loud crash from the hallway. After some cautious investigating, we found a book that had flown off a shelf near the main door and landed halfway down the corridor. Needless to say, the manager stopped laughing after that. In fact, she resigned not long after. Coincidence? Maybe. But she never brought up that day again. The island encounter. Fast forward to my teenage years. I was about 16 or 17, and as one of the older members of our scout troop, I got a little more freedom on trips. One summer, we headed to Indian Lake, a gorgeous state park in upstate New York. The campgrounds were scattered across islands in the lake, accessible only by boat. Cool, right? When we arrived, we realized one of the sites was on a completely separate island from the others. Naturally, my 2 friends and I volunteered to claim it as our own. Adventure, independence, and a little peace and quiet. Sign us up. The adults helped us ferry our gear over in canoes, and after a quick check of the island, we confirmed it was just us, no other campers around. That night, we built a fire, grilled some burgers, and kicked back under the stars. Life was good. Then came the growling. Out of nowhere, we heard deep, guttural growls and sharp barking coming from the trees. My buddy John froze on the spot, he's terrified of dogs, while Paul and I tried to locate the source of the noise. It was hard to see anything through the dense shadows, and honestly, we were too scared to shine our flashlights. For what felt like an eternity, we just sat there, hearts pounding, as the growling continued. Eventually, the noises stopped, and whatever it was disappeared into the forest. We waited another 15 minutes, just to be safe, before retreating to our tent. Let's just say none of us slept well that night. The next morning, we scoured the island for tracks or any sign of the mysterious animal. We found nothing. No paw prints, no broken branches, no campers with an off-leash dog. Just silence and a lingering sense of unease. The phantom passenger. This next story didn't happen to me, but it's one of my favorites. My grandmother swears it's true, and honestly, who am I to doubt her? It happened back when my mom and her siblings were just kids. My grandma was traveling with all 4 of them, 3 hyperactive children and a baby, on a plane. As you can imagine, it was pure chaos. At some point during the flight, a man seated behind my grandmother offered to help. He handed my mom and her siblings coloring books and toys, entertaining them while my grandma finally got a moment to breathe. She said he had a kind smile and a calming presence, like he knew exactly how to handle frazzled parents. When the plane landed, my grandma wanted to introduce him to my grandpa and thank him properly. She waited by the exit, scanning the faces of every passenger. But he never came out. Confused, she asked a flight attendant if the man was still on board. The attendant checked the manifest and gave her a puzzled look. "Ma'am, there's no one by that name on this flight." To this day, my grandma believes he was some kind of guardian angel sent to help her in a moment of need. Who knows? Maybe she's right. The UFO sighting. Let's talk UFOs for a second. I'll admit, I'm not much of a believer, but something happened back in the mid-90s that still gives me chills. It was spring, either 1994 or 1995, and I was hanging out in my bedroom, chatting on the phone with a friend. From my window, I had a clear view of the field across the road. That's when I saw it, an oval-shaped object glowing a yellow-orange hue, hovering low over the field. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a helicopter. But it didn't make any noise, and its movements were too smooth. My friend and I called the local airport to see if they had any aircraft in the area. They didn't. After a few minutes, the object drifted eastward and disappeared from view. The next day at school, I wasn't the only one talking about it. Turns out, plenty of kids, and their families, had seen the same thing. To this day, I have no idea what it was. The creepy apartment. A few years ago, my mom kept an apartment she wasn't living in full time. I stayed there occasionally, and let me tell you, weird stuff happened all the time. The door to my bedroom would open and close on its own, sometimes slowly, other times with a loud slam. The doorknob would jiggle as if someone was trying to get in. I'd double-check the windows, thinking maybe it was a draft, but nope, everything was sealed tight. One night, while video chatting with a friend, the couch I was sitting on shifted slightly. Another time, my lamp started flickering, not the random kind of flicker you get with bad wiring, but deliberate on and off flashes. And it wasn't just me. Friends who visited witnessed it too. Eventually, the activity stopped, and the apartment went back to being normal. But for a while, it felt like I was living in a bad horror movie. The shapeshifter. Here's a story I'll never forget. My mom, sister, and I were staying at a Native American casino when we encountered something. My sister and I were swimming in the pool while my mom relaxed nearby. A pale, freckled woman with striking yellow eyes entered the area, fully clothed in jeans and a sweater. She started pacing around the pool, watching us. My mom noticed her strange behavior and told us to get out. The woman struck up a conversation with my mom, asking bizarre questions about my sister's hair and whether it would grow back if cut. Then she wandered into the restroom. 15 minutes passed, and she never came out. A pool attendant checked the restroom and found nothing but a couple of matchboxes. Just as we were packing up to leave, the woman reappeared, walking out as if nothing had happened. We decided to leave the casino altogether. As we drove away, a dark brown dog with the same yellow eyes appeared in the road, staring directly at us. It was unsettling, to say the least. Childhood shadows. Growing up, my childhood home always felt off. It wasn't particularly old, but strange things happened there. Shadows darted across the hallway, always in the corner of your eye. The guest bedroom, in particular, gave everyone the creeps. We kept the door closed at all times. One night, my sister woke me up, claiming she'd heard a little girl crying outside our window. I thought she was imagining things, until I heard it too. The next morning, we asked our younger brother if he'd been crying during the night. He hadn't. Whatever we heard, it wasn't coming from inside the house. So, do I believe in ghosts, cryptids, or UFOs? Not exactly. But these stories, both my own and those shared by others, remain mysteries I can't quite explain. They're the kind of tales that make you wonder what's really out there. And who knows? Maybe the truth is stranger than we think. They say a church is supposed to be a sanctuary, a safe haven for those seeking asylum and safety. This church was the opposite, the screams I heard, the blood I saw, and the decomposing bodies I smelled. The police said there was nothing, just an empty and clean church, but I know what I saw. To anyone who reads this, do not, and I repeat, do not go into the basement. The only reason I was able to escape was that I kept that door propped open. Every night I sleep I just see that plague doctor mask looking at me. I was a young stupid college grad at Northern Arizona University. I was planning on going on a road trip to find a place to move, but my friends talked me into going hiking through some caves. My friends said they would meet me there since they lived closer and get a camping spot set up outside the cave. I agreed, and later that night just as the sun was going over the horizon I pulled onto the dirt trail and parked my car. It was only about 6:30 p.m. but the sun does go down that early here in the wintertime. I grabbed my gear and began walking on the trail towards the meeting spot. I walked for a good 10 minutes not finding the spot, which is weird because I knew it wasn't more than a couple of 100 feet from the trail. I looked around to see if I could spot their campfire. To my left, I saw a faint orange glow. I assumed I must have just walked on the wrong trail and started heading towards the glow. However, as I got closer, I realized it wasn't a campfire but rather a church with two old-style torches hanging on the front wall. I looked at my map of the area and sure enough, there was no church listed to be out here. I should have been concerned about getting to my friends, I should have been hungry, but my curious mind got the better of me and I opened the front door. The door slammed shut behind me and anyone inside would have surely been aware of my presence. The church was well kept up with no cobwebs or dust on the pews. I walk around examining everything before making my way to the altar. The altar had a piece of paper on it that read in Latin, "I who am a vessel for God am infected with the devil's love. I accept God's love, and I accept the light, may it burn away the devil within and leave me a pure vessel for God's love." I know nothing about religion, so I just noted the words in my head thanking myself for learning Latin of all languages. I tripped over the rug under the altar. I turned around to find part of the rug bulged as if something was under it. I lifted the rug and found an old cellar door. The door was heavy and had cracks in it. Worried that door might lock behind me, I rolled the rug up and propped the door up. The passage down was small and dark. I decided to turn my headlamp on I brought for the caves and made my way down, and down, and down. This went on for at least 2 minutes before finally reaching the bottom where an old wooden door stood. The door had a small hole in it which light was illuminating from, so I decided now was a good time to turn off my headlamp to save the battery. Before I could even take my first step towards the door I froze. The smell is what got me first. I recognized that smell from my anatomy labs, a rotting corpse. Then the scream started. There were at least 2 voices, a male and a female. They sounded like they were in agonizing pain. As I got to the door and looked through one of the gaps, my heart sank. I saw my friends chained to the wall being burned alive by some person in a plague doctor mask. Anger washed over me. I wanted to help my friends, but before I could I was met with despair. The man turned and I swear he looked right at me. He had taken 2 steps towards the doors before I fled like a startled cat. I ran up the stairs out through the cellar door and pushed the altar over the cellar door so it could not open again. I sat in one of the pews crying to myself as all the emotions washed over me. I called the cops and told them everything, but when they got there and pushed the altar back upright there was no door. The next few days went by in a flash. The police taped off the church, took my statement, and to this day my friends still remain on the missing persons list. I put myself into a mental hospital, unable to get over the thought that I am responsible for this. May no one ever go to that church. Stay as far away from it as possible, and hell, burn it to the ground. Something like this doesn't belong here. Part 1. It was a sunny summer day when I discovered that my stepsister had stolen my credit card. She had gone on vacation with her friends, thinking no one would notice. But when I saw a suspicious transaction on my account, I knew something was wrong. I immediately blocked my credit card and alerted the bank. A few hours later, I got a panicked call from my stepsister. She was stranded on her vacation with no money and nothing she could do. She begged me for help, but I was too angry to listen. I hung up the phone, feeling a strange mix of satisfaction and guilt. When our parents found out, they were furious. They blamed me for blocking the card and accused me of abandoning her. It felt like I was the villain, even though she was the one at fault. Their constant nagging and accusations pushed me to a breaking point. This was the last straw. I decided to move out on my own. No more drama, no more worries about stolen credit cards, just my own space and peace. It wasn't easy, but it was the best decision I've ever made. I found a small apartment downtown and started building my new life. I focused on my work and began to enjoy the freedom of living independently. Weeks passed, and I began to settle into my new life. I worked hard, saved up, and finally bought myself a used car. It wasn't much, but it was mine, and I was proud of it. My stepsister eventually returned from her trip, furious and resentful. She felt I had betrayed her, and the tension between us grew even more. Part 2. One evening, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard a noise outside. I looked out the window and saw my stepsister sneaking into my car. I ran outside, but it was too late. She sped off into the night, not realizing the consequences of her actions. Hours later, I got a call from the police. My car had been involved in a crash, and my stepsister was in the hospital. I rushed to the scene, my heart pounding with a mix of fear and anger. The car was totaled, a twisted wreck of metal and glass. When our parents arrived at the hospital, they were livid. They blamed me for everything, accusing me of caring more about my car than my stepsister. It was as if they couldn't see the pattern of her reckless behavior. This time, I decided enough was enough. I pressed charges against her for theft and reckless endangerment. The court case was intense. My stepsister cried and pleaded, but the evidence was clear. The judge ruled in my favor, and she was ordered to pay for the damages and attend mandatory therapy sessions. It was a hard lesson for her, and a difficult journey for me. In the end, justice was served. My relationship with my parents remained strained, but I found peace in knowing I stood up for myself. My stepsister, though still distant, began to show signs of change. She started taking responsibility for her actions, and slowly, we began to rebuild our relationship. Life has its ups and downs, but sometimes, standing your ground is the only way to find true peace. I don't remember much of the house fire that killed both my parents. I lived on the first floor, but the gray smoke had grown so thick that I stumbled blindly for what felt like hours before finding a door. My throat felt like sandpaper and my eyes constantly streamed tears of irritation and pain. Strips of burned and mutilated flesh hung from my poor hands, though I knew it would heal rapidly, within a few hours. A firefighter appeared like a ghostly silhouette before me. I remember the flashing lights of police and fire trucks and the faraway echo of deep voices. From the direction of the house, I remember the dying screams of my parents as they burned alive. My childish imagination could never have predicted what would come next. Behind the flurry of ambulances, fire trucks and cop cars, I saw a single black sedan with tinted windows. Compared to the bright colors and strobing lights of the emergency vehicles, it looked like little more than a shadow. The windshield, too, looked dark and opaque, nearly impossible to see through. I sat in the back of an ambulance. The EMTs had already cleared me, saying I only had a few scrapes and some mild smoke inhalation and eye irritation, but that I didn't require urgent care or hospitalization. Abruptly, the doors of the black sedan flew open. 2 men in black suits stepped out, wearing sunglasses even in the middle of the night. I stared, open-mouthed, as they swerved their way through the jumble of emergency responders and vehicles. They came straight at me, unsmiling and grave. Their faces looked extremely pale, almost vampiric in a way. "Hey there, Ghostin." "Ghostin." Quite a unique name, the one on the right said calmly, stretching my name out as he dropped down on one knee. His sunglasses looked like mirrors, but they reflected the world darkly. "Hi," I whispered in a tiny voice. "Who are you?" "We're here to bring you to a good home," he responded in a voice as soothing as balm on a wound. He put a hand on my shoulder, trying to be comforting. But through the thin fabric of my t-shirt, I could feel his skin burning as if with an inner fever. I tried to draw back, but his grip tightened, the fingers digging into the thin bones. "Where's Mom and Dad?" I asked. "Why haven't they come out?" He just shook his head. "We'll explain everything on the way, son," he said, rising to his feet. He gently patted me on the shoulder a few times for good measure. No one else paid us any attention. With the 2 strange men beside me, we started off toward their sedan. "My name is Keller," the leader of the 2 men said as he slid smoothly into the driver's seat. He motioned at the silent one next to him. "This is Vlad. Where are we going?" I asked. He turned in his seat, jerking his head to face me. The veins on his forehead and neck seemed to pound in time with his heart. "You sure do ask a lot of fucking questions, kid," Keller hissed, his teeth gritted as his lips flew into a snarl. Taken aback, I sat as silent as a statue as he started the car and slowly pulled away from the jumble of emergency vehicles. We traveled in silence for hours, down winding roads and past dark forests. I remember we eventually came to a small airfield in the middle of scattered cornfields. A man with a black rifle stood at the front gate, looking bored and tired. Keller showed him a silver badge in a black leather case, and the gate started to roll to the side. Keller pulled into a dark corner of the airfield. Together, the 2 agents quickly got out, slamming their doors closed. I had tried the handle a couple times along the trip, hoping I could jump out when the car slowed or stopped, but it was locked from the outside somehow. Now I frantically grabbed it again, shaking the door with as much force as my small body could muster. I only saw the grinning, pale face of Vlad outside. A key jiggled outside, and both doors flew open. In Vlad's hand, I saw a needle filled with clear fluid. They held me down as he injected it in my neck. I felt sick and weak as black waves clouded my vision. I fell into a dreamless sleep. By the time I woke up, things around me had changed drastically. I was handcuffed and thrown into the back of an SUV. With a pounding migraine, I looked up front, seeing Keller and Vlad still in the front seats. But now, the windows outside showed jagged mountain peaks covered in thick drifts of snow. The night outside looked freezing cold. Endless forests disappeared into the shadows off in the distance. I could feel the car rapidly accelerating uphill as hail peppered the windshield and roof. Vlad glanced in the rearview mirror. His eyes reminded me of those of a Siberian husky, ice-cold and predatory. "Ah, you're awake. That's good," Vlad hissed in a thick Eastern European accent. "We'll be there soon, Ghostin. There are a few things you should probably know before we get there. Escape is impossible. Anyone who tries gets shot by the snipers. Some who lose hope might take it as the easy way out. Perhaps those are the smart ones. When you get there, you and the other newcomers will take a test. Those of you who fail will be euthanized. Do you know what euthanasia is, Ghostin?" I nodded. "Every month, the bottom 10% of the class will be taken out. At the end of 9 months, those left alive will be offered jobs with the CIA and the military. All the kids there are freaks, just like you. They don't all heal burnt, blackened skin in a few hours, though," Vlad continued. "That is impressive." I felt a cold shudder run down my spine as I realized these men knew far more about me than seemed possible. "What else can you do, kid?" "Nothing," I muttered. "My hands weren't that badly hurt." "I think you're exaggerating." My voice felt weak and small. "Aha," Keller said sarcastically. "Oh, look at that. What a sight, huh?" I remember that moment like a screenshot to this day. I gazed open-mouthed in horror up the steep mountain slope. Dark patches of evergreens surrounded the small, snow-covered road on both sides. Their boughs reached out toward the SUV, their overgrown needles scraping the sides with a faint screech. I could smell the overwhelming presence of pine coming in through the vents. Above us loomed something like a massive high school surrounded by rolls of razor wire and multiple layers of tall, electrified fences. A dozen jet-black sniper towers were placed equidistant around the perimeter of the property. The enormous brick building at the center looked like it had no windows at all. Sheer concrete walls rose to a flat roof a few stories high. Large industrial-sized smokestacks scattered over the top constantly belched black smoke into the crisp Alaskan air. Behind it, dozens of snow-capped mountains stretched off towards the horizon. We pulled up to the gate. Spotlights converged on the SUV from all directions. A guard dressed in all black stood there with a large rifle strapped to his chest. On his face, he wore a silver mask. It had long, slitted eyes and metal lips tightly pressed together in a grimace. My first thought was of the man in the iron mask. 2 more guards stood in a nearby guardhouse wearing identical masks, though they varied in height and build. Keller rolled down the window. The guard in charge spoke in an electronically distorted voice. It sounded inhumanly deep with a subtle hiss of static writhing under his words. "What is your business?" the guard hissed. "We're dropping off another subject for the tests," Keller said calmly, showing his silver badge. "The Department for the Cleansing of Anomalies. We have another shipment coming in by train from the capital," the guard said, his mask revealing and distorted voice revealing nothing of what lay hidden under the surface. "The cleaners are unloading the train now. You can drop the boy off over there. He needs to get an identification number." I didn't like the sound of any of this. Most of all, I felt unnerved by the way they talked about me as if I were a sack of meat getting delivered to a butcher shop. The SUV slowly pulled off from the front gate, following the freshly plowed road that wound its way around the exterior of the strange, prison-like school. I could hear faraway screams, a combination of many dissonant voices that rose and swelled into a hellish cacophony. I saw a platform of bare, gray concrete swarming with hundreds of kids, most of them looking like they were in the range of 9 to 13. More armed soldiers wearing the same silver masks screamed orders. Some held black German shepherds on long chains that snarled and snapped at the kids, pulling against their restraints with wolfish ferocity. "We're here!" Keller exclaimed excitedly, pulling up next to the concrete platform. They pulled me out, taking off my handcuffs and shoving me into the surging crowd. The men in the silver masks pushed us forward relentlessly towards the building. Males to the right, females to the left, one of the guards said in an electronically amplified voice, repeating it over and over. More guards had black truncheons, which they used to beat kids who they thought moved too slow or, sometimes, for no reason at all. I looked down the line of people, wondering where it led. Hundreds of boys disappeared into a dark hallway, while the line of girls veered off to the other side of the platform where another similarly black threshold waited to swallow them up. "Keep moving forward," another guard said, smashing his truncheon down over and over on the backs of boys ahead of me. I heard bones cracking and panicked screams. People tried to run past the sadistic guards of this hellish place, but they timed their shots with practiced ease. I saw quite a few kids get bit by the dogs as well. Drops of fresh blood stained the ground leading forward, mixing with darker, older stains eaten into the pavement. I shivered uncontrollably in the freezing Alaskan winter, wondering if I had somehow ended up in hell. Maybe I had died in the fire along with my parents, and this was eternity. I tried to slink into the center of the crowd, letting the boys on both sides of me take the brunt of the blows, though a few glancing strikes still hit me. I felt immensely grateful when we moved into the black hallway, which at least had some heat. Bizarre slogans in gold paint lined both sides of the wall. "Welcome to Stonehall, the School of Eyes," one read. "A hurricane of souls spirals out of the chimneys, rejuvenating the planet," read another. It was almost as if a schizophrenic in a psychotic state had written their thoughts down, though they seemed to connect in any eerie way I couldn't yet understand. Next to me stood a small boy with jet black hair and a nose that looked like it had been broken and badly set. Unlike the others, he wasn't screaming or upset. He looked calm. He glanced over at me, meeting my eyes. "Hello," he said over the wailing and cries of the confused, hurt kids. "How are you?" I laughed at that. "Not very good, to tell you the truth," I answered. "I think we might die tonight." The boy shook his head once, the serenity never leaving his eyes. "No, not you and not me," he said simply. "Others, yes. But people die here all the time, after all. Like the sign said, a hurricane of souls spirals out. How do you know we won't die?" I asked, confused. He leaned close to me. There was an odd smell around the boy, almost like ozone with a note of panicked sweat. Yet his expression reflected no perturbation in his mind. "I can see the future, sometimes," he whispered, looking around to make sure no one was listening. "Just in small doses, and it's not always right. It's like, imagine if reality was a beehive, filled with millions of cells rising above you. Those are all the possible worlds. But some paths are straighter heading upwards, and these are the more likely realities. Other paths would have to swerve and curve in insane ways, and these realities almost never come true." "Well, I sure hope you're right," I said, "because today is not a good day to die." I found out that the boy's name was Dean. I stayed close by his side as all of the boys were herded, one by one, into a room. After waiting for nearly half an hour, it was my turn. A guard in a silver mask took my arm and put it on top of some sort of machine that reminded me of an X-ray. A metal clamp closed around my wrist and elbow. Two other guards watched, armed with black rifles. Suddenly, red lasers shot out, sizzling into my skin. I screamed, trying to pull away, but seconds later, it was over. I looked down at my arm, seeing a number tattooed there in black copperplate, 20101. After that, we were led into a large auditorium with hundreds of velvet-lined seats facing a stage. A man in a black robe wearing the same iron mask as all the other guards stood there waiting, not moving in the slightest. For a moment, I thought it might be a mannequin. Dean stood behind me in line. "Find seats," the guards screamed in their amplified voices. People scrambled to the nearest open seat. Dean and I found 2 seats near the front, only a stone's throw away from the still figure on the stage, looming over the crowd like the angel of death. On the right arm of each seat, there was a tablet. The screen stayed dark for now, but once the hundreds of boys had taken their seats, all of them in the room turned on at once. "You know why you're here in Stonehall," the black-robed man on the stage said, taking a long step towards the students. "Each of you are different, capable of great things. In this school, we will weed out the weak and feeble. Only the strongest and smartest will survive. The first round of elimination will take place by test. Enter your identification number at the top of the screen. The test will begin in 10 seconds. The questions that came up on the screens seemed bizarre and nonsensical some of the time. The first strange one had to do with tarot. It read, "In front of you, you see the Fool, the Hanged Man and the Devil. What card comes next?" In a flash, I somehow knew what they wanted me to say. "The Death card," I typed on the small touchscreen keyboard. The questions varied wildly. Some topics focused on astral projection or out-of-body experiences, while others asked about ancient types of torture. Strange wild cards continuously came up, non-sequiturs like the tarot question. I still remember another bizarre one. If the National Socialists had won World War II, in what year would Adolf Hitler have died, it asked. I thought about what Dean had said, how he could see different realities above him like the cells of an eternal beehive. I wrote down, 1949, and the test was over. The screens all went black simultaneously. Spotlights overhead came on, shining down on us from all directions. The white glare blinded me temporarily. On the stage, I could just barely see the silhouette of the robed man. He raised his hand, his pointer finger extended upwards, reminding me of the ISIS salute. "The tests are being scored now," he rasped. "Please stay in your seats." I nervously looked around, seeing the other students sweating heavily. The doors at the back of the auditorium flew open. Dozens of guards with rifles walked in, their masks gleaming under the harsh fluorescent light. In pairs, they walked over to some of the boys, pulling their arms out and checking the tattooed numbers. They passed by me and Dean, but the boy on the other side of me had failed. Sweating heavily, I saw him stumble to his feet as the black-gloved hands of the guards forced him up. "What's happening?" he asked, his voice weak and uncertain. "Where are you taking me?" "Shut the fuck up," a guard hissed, pushing him forward onto the steps. The boy went sprawling, smashing his face into the hard steps with a sickening thud. A moment later, he raised his swollen head. Streams of blood flowed from his nose. He spit up frothy blood and a piece of a tooth. After a few minutes, they had lined up a few dozen of the boys out of the few hundred people in the class. At gunpoint, they marched them out and into the hall. "The rest of you will be shown to your rooms," the black-robed man at the front of the hall said. "Every month, you will have a test, though not all will be based on knowledge. Some tests may be based on your skills and abilities. You will be honed over the months, strengthened and shown amazing sights." We were led out into the hallway. It split off into 4 corridors, and off in the distance, I saw it split off again. The halls had been decorated somewhat like a traditional school, with tiled floors and brick walls. Fluorescent lights hung overhead, casting the pale, terrified faces below in a white glare. Stairs going up 6 or 7 levels opened up intermittently. They sectioned us off in groups of a dozen, sending us into rooms with cold steel bunk beds covered in thin mattresses. I was thankful to see Dean in my group. I laid down immediately, feeling bone-tired and weak from all that happened and the long distances I had traveled. I heard Dean weeping in the bunk below me. And then, far below us, the screaming started. At first, it came through muffled. I saw air vents in the room, square grills at the corners. The sound seemed to come from them. The wailing intensified, the notes of agony and terror growing stronger. "What is that?" I whispered, not wanting to know the answer. I had a sick feeling in my stomach. My heart was racing. "You can't see it?" Dean asked. "I can. They get locked in concrete rooms. Then the vents start whirring, and the poison comes through. They see their nails turning blue as they pile up into pyramids of bodies, coughing up blood from screaming so loud and so long. Can't you see it? No, I can't, I said. After about 15 or 20 minutes, the intense, agonized wailing began quieting down. One by one, the voices died out like stars winking out at the end of the universe. I fell asleep sometime in the pitch-black night. I dreamed of pyramids of naked corpses with dilated pupils and blue lips. Men in hazmat suits came in, but when they turned to look at me, I realized their suits were fused to their skin, their plastic masks melted to their blood-red, grinning skulls. I woke up screaming as something like a tornado siren rang out above me. Bright lights turned on overhead, humming with an incessant tinking sound. I thrashed in my bed, falling off the side of the bunk and landing on the floor. The other boys looked at me like I was insane. Dean got out of bed and helped me stand up. We were marched single file back down the hallway. Classrooms opened up on both sides of us, filled with a mixture of girls and boys. A silent guard with a silver mask pointed us toward a classroom on the right, where a dozen girls sat at tables, their eyes looking tired and haunted. A man stood at the front of the class with strange, blood-red irises. He had a shaved head and a reddish hue to his skin, as if he were at risk of exploding from hypertension at any moment. "Sit down," he yelled. "Sit down. We don't have much time here." I quickly found a seat at a table with 3 other boys. On the chalkboard, the man had written, in large, spiky letters, "Pyrokinesis." "My name is Mr. Antimony, and I'm here to teach you little shits about pyrokinesis," he hissed, walking in circles with a manic energy. "Most of you will fail. The art of harnessing the deathless self within the heart and bringing heat from it is a rare one. It has been practiced by Buddhist monks and practitioners of Advaita Vedanta for millennia, along with the other higher arts like telekinesis, mind-reading and astral projection. A few of you may be worthy enough to realize the source of this power. In the drawers in front of each of you, you will find a variety of objects, cotton balls, rubbing alcohol, paper, and a book titled, The Art of Living Fire, written by the ancient seer, Hermes Trismegistus. In the first class of this bizarre place, we were taught how to heat objects with our hands until they exploded into flames. The 2 other boys at our table, Kim, a young Asian kid with magnified glasses, and Tommy, a little, malnourished-looking kid, instantly proved to be adept at the lessons. I hadn't succeeded in lighting even the smallest cotton ball when something went horribly wrong in a flash. Kim had succeeded in igniting a Bible on fire when a ball of flames shot out of his hands, causing the bottle of alcohol to erupt. It melted in an instant, dripping a blue inferno over the table. It soaked into Kim's shirt and pants, and the red flames that emanated from his hands exploded. He screamed, running in circles as his skin blackened and dripped. I saw his eyes melting out of his head. He fell to the floor, and someone grabbed a jacket and tried to smother the flames, but it simply ignited. The student dropped the jacket, backing away from the screaming, writhing body on the floor. During the next few weeks, we continued to learn at the nightmarish classes of Stonehall. Regular casualties occurred, and deaths frequently happened during accidents. Yet these deaths did not go towards the quota that would be enforced in another week. Another 10% of the class would die, and this time, they said the tests would include practical demonstrations of powers that would be ruled by a team of judges. "We need to get out of here," Dean whispered one night. Tommy lay at the next bunk over, his small face looking pinched and mousy in the dark. "They're going to start the executions again soon," he said. "The path to the concrete rooms down below, the path to the gas chambers," Dean agreed. "We need to find a way to break out and tell the world about this place." All of us had grown exponentially in the last few weeks, our latent abilities coming to fruition under the constant watchful eyes of the teachers. "Why don't you use your precognitive abilities to see a way out?" I asked Dean. "There has to be weak spots. Maybe we can kill the guards and take their suits. If we had the masks on." "We're too small," Tommy said. I shook my head. "You're too small," I said. Dean and I might be able to pass. Not all the guards are tall, after all. What if the students rebelled? Tommy asked. Maybe we could ask around, see if other kids want to fight back and try to escape. If all of us attack them at once, they have precognitive abilities, too, Dean said. They're going to see the most likely paths just like I can. At least the ones at the top, and a few of the teachers. So it comes down to my plan, I think, I said. And we don't know who we can trust. The three of us could probably kill and overpower a guard. What do you think? They killed my parents and kidnapped me, Tommy spat with venom. I would love to see some of these fuckers dead. I hope it doesn't come to that, but I think it might, Dean said, and then everything went quiet. On the day before the scheduled test, Tommy came running up to me and Dean after the class on assassination techniques had finished. His scarecrow-thin face shone with a wide grin. I had never seen him so excited. I think I found a way out, he said. He looked around furtively, making sure no one else stood close enough to hear. Do you guys remember the day you came in here? I nodded. How could I forget? I got dropped off by 2 agents, I said. They claimed they were from some non-existent government agency called the Cleaners. I came on the cattle cars, Tommy said, frowning at the memory. Well, they drop off more kids out there every day. They need constant fresh meat for the tests, after all. There are guards all over the place, and cars out there. We need to find a weak spot in the guards' defense, I said, where we can overpower a couple of them and kill them and steal their uniforms. After that, you think we could just walk out of here? The medical ward usually isn't heavily guarded, Dean said. We need to do it tonight, though. This is the last chance. We made it sound so easy, but in reality, I knew it would be an almost impossible task. The rest of the day passed by in a blur. Before I knew it, the classes had finished, and we were being led back to the chambers. We waited in the darkness, whispering so the other boys wouldn't hear our plans. When 3 a.m. rolled around, Dean indicated it was time to go. The hallways outside are empty, he whispered. We need to move now, as quickly and quietly as we can. I saw his pupils constricting and expanding rapidly, as they always did when he tried to tap into the multiverse of possibilities. I wondered what it looked like, staring up into the beehive of realities. Despite his attempts to help me learn some precog abilities, I had failed in every attempt so far. Whether day or night, the hallways always looked the same, windowless, with every inch of them illuminated by the harsh fluorescent lights overhead. Dean led us successfully down turn after turn. I heard the guard steps missing us by mere seconds. Afraid to even breathe too loud, we made our way towards the medical ward. Are you guys ready? Dean whispered. Using his abilities seemed to take a toll on him. His face looked pale and sweaty, his dilated pupils gleaming manically. We need to fight. There are 2 guards up ahead. Fuck, Tommy whispered back. I can't believe we're doing this. They're going to murder us if we don't, maybe, I said. We have to kill them first. Hey, stop right there, a guard exclaimed abruptly, coming around the corner. He had an automatic rifle slung around his shoulder. I froze like a deer in the headlights, staring dumbly at the guard. Luckily, Tommy went into action immediately, running at the guard before he could aim his gun. Tommy raised his small hands, causing a swirling vortex of flame to erupt from his hands. With lightning-fast reflexes, the guard grabbed his rifle as Tommy's hands wrapped around his bare throat. There was a flash as the rifle fired. At the same moment, the skin on the guard's neck started to drip and blacken. There was an echoing of pain screams as my ears rang. Another guard came around the corner seconds later, aiming his rifle at Dean's head. Dean shot a flash of blue lightning from the tips of his fingers, using his telekinetic powers to send the rifle flying upwards. The bullet smashed harmlessly into the ceiling, causing dust and debris to rain down on our heads. Tommy fell on the guard's body, a torrent of blood pumping from the massive hole in his chest. I ran at the second guard, a flash of blue light sparking from my fingertips and sending him sprawling backwards. He grabbed his rifle, shooting blindly in the direction of me and Dean. I heard bullets whizzing past my head, missing my brain by inches. "I'm hit!" Dean screamed. I looked back, seeing a ragged hole eaten into his right shoulder. Blood spurted from the wound in time with his heartbeat. Tommy had stopped moving as he lay on the writhing body of the other guard. The flames spread down his body. He kicked and clenched with all of his strength, looking like a poison hornet twisting on the floor. I knew I was alone now. Focusing on the spinning vortex of energy within my heart, I tried to bring out the fire I had never succeeded in creating before. The guard lay stunned for a moment, but I knew he would rapidly recover. I leapt forward, putting my hands around his throat. I felt something freezing cold running through my blood, but when it emerged from my skin, it grew burning hot. An acrid smell like ozone and burning metal surrounded me, pouring off my feverish skin. The guard screamed as his throat melted. His gurgling grew low and distorted. I felt his windpipe collapsing under the heat and assault. Breathing heavily, I looked around, expecting to see a platoon of guards running in. Someone must have heard all the gunshots and screaming. Dean's eyes had started to roll up in his head by this point. I crawled over to him, slapping his face. "Stay with me, man," I whispered. Rapidly, his lips took on a bluish cast. His paleness grew vampiric, his skin chalk-white. I knew it was useless. I got up, feeling dissociated and unreal. I looked around, seeing an empty, dark room down the hall. It was one of the rooms for the medical ward, filled with unoccupied beds and equipment. With a rush of adrenaline, I leaned down, dragging the body of the guard I had killed over to the room. At first, his body seemed too heavy, impossibly heavy, but my telekinetic powers came rushing out. I felt drained from using my powers so much, and I hoped that, soon, I could rest. I rapidly stripped the guard of his military gear and silver mask. Underneath, I saw a young man, probably in his early 20s. He had a soft, childlike face. He seemed on the border of life and death as his gurgling breaths came slower and shallower. I wondered how such cruelty could hide behind such a mundane exterior. It took me a few minutes to change, breathing heavily in the dark. The gear all felt far too large on me, especially the boots. I saw a nearby medical closet with linen, slip-proof socks and hospital gowns. I put on pair after socks until I could walk in the black boots. The gear smelt of burnt flesh and blood, with drops of blackened gore still staining the bulletproof vest and tactical vests. I put on the mask, whispering a few words. The built-in voice distortion system caused them to come out low and predatory, like the hissing of a snake. "Stay with me, man," I whispered, feeling the echoes of past atrocities spreading around me. "Stay with me." I slowly opened the door, looking both ways but seeing no one. Close by, I heard heavy footsteps rushing in our direction. I came around the corner as a dozen guards ran up with rifles. The one in front froze, holding his gun with practiced ease. I stared into the unreadable silver face, wondering if this was the end. "I found 2 boys dead," I said. "Some guards, too. We heard gunshots," he responded. I nodded, pointing behind me at the pools of blood and the broken bodies laying strewn about like garbage. "It looks like a couple kids attacked some guards," I said. I was just about to go report it and call for backup. "Go get the principal," he hissed. "We'll secure the area." Gratefully, I crept past the still, eerie figures of the soldiers, unable to believe my luck. I made my way outside, hearing panicked screaming and pained sobs. A new round of kids stood next to the cattle cars of the train under a cloudy, black sky. A thin layer of cracked ice covered the ground. Seeing these kids beaten and pushed forward brought back horrifying memories of my first night here. Looking around, it grew worse when I saw the black SUV of Keller and Vlad. It stood empty, the engine running. In the line of kids, I glimpsed their two pale faces dragging two girls toward the hallway. Blending in with the crowd of guards, I quickly made my way over to the SUV and got inside. Without hesitation, I put it in drive and slowly started pulling away. No one had noticed anything yet in the chaos of the moment. In the parking lot, I saw dozens of other similar SUVs used by Stonehall for trafficking kids. I hoped I could blend in and get out before anyone raised the alarm. I pulled slowly up to the main gate, my heart twitching like a trapped rabbit. The iron mask of the guard revealed nothing as I rolled down the window. He held his rifle tightly in his hands. Through the eye holes, I saw two red irises staring out. "Identification," the distorted voice said. Even through the distortion, I could hear the boredom in his voice. I checked the pockets of the dead man's uniform, finding a wallet. I pulled it out, flipping it open and showing the silver badge in the center. The guard nodded, moving back to the guardhouse. The gate slowly started ambling to the side. "Wait! Stop him!" a voice shrieked from behind me. In utter panic, I glanced in the rearview mirror, seeing Vlad and Keller heading in my direction, sprinting blindly toward the SUV. "Fuck!" I shouted, slamming the gear shift into drive and accelerating rapidly. The tires spun on the ice for a long, heart-stopping moment. The guard ran out of the guardhouse, raising his rifle at the SUV. Then the car took off in a flash as the tires caught, sending me flying through the open gate. I accelerated at dangerous speeds down the slick slope of the Alaskan mountains, leaving Stonehall behind. A few minutes later, a voice came over a radio next to the steering wheel. I recognized the voice of Keller. "Ghostin, stop. This was all a test, and you passed. You escaped from Stonehall," he said urgently. "You were the only one in the last 5 years to successfully get out. Your training is done. We'd like to offer you a job." I glanced in the rearview mirror, seeing cars far behind me. A few black SUVs flew out of the gate, looking as small as fruit flies. Swearing, I accelerated as fast as I could, fearing I would skid right off the road. After making it to the bottom of the mountain, the road split off into 4 directions. I saw thick forests to the left and right. Nervously, I pulled right and sped around the corner, nearly sliding into a tree. I looked in the rearview mirror again, but I didn't see my pursuers. I pulled over, abandoning the car and fleeing that place of horrors. I walked for days before I found a small town where I managed to blend in. But I still feel hunted to this day. It had been 3 months since the night everything changed. 3 months since I unplugged the baby monitor and swore I'd never use one again. Every creak of the house, every flicker of light, had started to feel like a warning. I tried to tell myself it was over. That whatever I'd heard, and seen, was a figment of exhaustion and stress. But no matter how much I tried, the memory clung to me. Emily's laugh pulled me out of my thoughts. She was sitting in her high chair, cheeks smeared with mashed carrots, giggling at the way the spoon wobbled on the tray. Her joy was contagious, and for a moment, the weight in my chest lifted. I smiled, wiping her face as she squirmed. "You're messy today, aren't you?" I said, my voice soft. She babbled back, her words still forming in that beautiful, indecipherable way babies speak. It was just us now. Jeremy had left 2 weeks ago, not forever, but for work. He'd been offered a contract overseas, something too good to pass up. I'd encouraged him to take it, even though the thought of being alone in this house terrified me. I didn't want him to know that. He already thought I was losing it. I couldn't blame him. After that night with the monitor, I'd spent weeks obsessing over every sound Emily made. I didn't sleep. I paced the house, checking locks and windows, feeling watched. Jeremy tried to reason with me, but I could see it in his eyes. He thought I was being irrational. I started to believe it too. Maybe the whispers and shadows were just my imagination. Maybe the voice in the monitor wasn't real. Or so I told myself. I tucked Emily into her crib that night, as I always did, humming a soft tune. The nursery was the one place in the house that still felt safe. Pale pink walls, stuffed animals lined neatly on the shelf, the soft glow of a nightlight shaped like a star. It was a bubble of warmth in a house that often felt too cold. But as I turned to leave, I hesitated. The faintest itch of unease prickled at my neck. The crib's mobile, a simple one with pastel moons and clouds, swayed slightly. There was no draft. I stared at it, my chest tightening. "Stop it," I muttered to myself. "It's nothing." I closed the door halfway and retreated to the living room, settling onto the couch with a book I wasn't actually interested in. The silence was heavier than usual, pressing against my ears. I'd gotten used to Jeremy's presence, the sound of his footsteps or the hum of his voice as he worked in his office. Without him, the house felt too big. My phone buzzed. A text from him: "How's Emily? How's my favorite girls?" I typed back quickly: "She's great. Misses her dad, though. We're fine. Don't worry." I hesitated before hitting send, my thumb hovering over the screen. It was a lie, but what was the point of telling him otherwise? He couldn't do anything from halfway across the world. I needed to handle this alone. The hours ticked by. Emily was a good sleeper, rarely waking once she drifted off. Still, I found myself tiptoeing to the nursery every hour, just to peek in. She was always fine, her tiny chest rising and falling in rhythm with her soft snores. At midnight, I decided to call it a night. I just climbed into bed when the sound started. Static. It was faint at first, like a whisper carried on the wind. My body froze. I didn't have a monitor anymore. I'd thrown it out after that night. But the sound was unmistakable, crackling and hissing, filling the quiet. I sat up slowly, my pulse pounding in my ears. The static was coming from somewhere in the house. It wasn't loud, but it was persistent, like it wanted to be heard. My first thought was the TV. Maybe I'd left it on by accident. I forced myself out of bed, every step feeling heavier than the last. The living room was dark, the TV screen black. The sound wasn't coming from there. I followed it down the hall, my breath shallow. The static grew louder as I approached the nursery. My heart dropped. The door was open. I was sure I'd closed it halfway. Positive. But now it stood ajar, the faint glow of the nightlight spilling into the hall. The static was louder now, sharp and grating. It was coming from inside. "Emily." My voice was barely a whisper. I stepped into the room, my hand trembling as I flicked on the light. The static stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. Emily was still in her crib, fast asleep. Her mobile swayed gently, though there was no breeze. I scanned the room, my eyes darting to every corner, every shadow. Nothing. No source of the sound. Just the faint hum of the nightlight. I approached the crib, my legs unsteady. Emily stirred but didn't wake. Her face was peaceful, her tiny hands clutching the edge of her blanket. I let out a shaky breath, brushing a strand of hair from her forehead. And then I saw it. On the floor, beneath the crib, something glinted. I crouched down, my fingers brushing against cold plastic. I pulled it out and stared, my stomach twisting. It was the baby monitor. The one I'd thrown away. The screen was cracked, the buttons worn, but it was unmistakably the same. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. I'd thrown it in the trash. I'd watched the garbage truck take it away. There was no way it could be here. But it was. And the light on the monitor was blinking. I wanted to throw it. Smash it. Do anything but keep holding it. But something compelled me to press the button. My thumb hovered over it for what felt like an eternity before I finally gave in. The screen flickered to life, filled with static. At first, there was nothing. Just the same crackling hiss I'd heard before. But then, faintly, a voice emerged. "You shouldn't have left me." I dropped the monitor. The voice was gone, replaced by static. My chest tightened, the air in the room feeling too thick to breathe. I backed away, my eyes never leaving the device. And then Emily's mobile stopped swaying. I stayed by the window for what felt like hours. The street outside was quiet, the only movement coming from the faint sway of tree branches in the cold wind. But the unease clung to me. My fingers trembled as I clutched the monitor in one hand, its plastic casing warm from how long I'd been holding it. The static returned, soft at first, like the hiss of a distant storm. I flinched and pressed the volume button down, almost muting it. I didn't want to hear it again, not the voice, not the whispers. But I couldn't turn it off completely. What if Emma cried? What if something else spoke? I shook my head and paced the living room. Maybe it was my lack of sleep, or the way the events of last night still rattled around in my brain. But the house felt different, heavier. It wasn't just in my head, even the air seemed thick, harder to breathe. Every creak of the floorboards under my feet sent a jolt through me. When Emma finally stirred through the faint static, I almost cried from relief. Her soft coos broke through the tension, and I hurried to her room. She was standing in her crib, her tiny hands gripping the edge as she rocked back and forth. "Hey, sweetheart," I said, forcing my voice to sound steady. She looked at me and smiled, but there was something off about it. Her eyes, so bright and curious, seemed to dart past me, focusing on the corner of the room. I turned, but there was nothing there, just the rocking chair and the little bookshelf my husband had built before she was born. "Time to get up," I said, scooping her into my arms. Her gaze lingered on the corner as I carried her out of the room. I tried to shake off the feeling. Babies stared at nothing all the time, didn't they? But as I brought her downstairs and set her in her high chair, I caught myself glancing over my shoulder more often than usual. Breakfast was quiet. Too quiet. Emma usually babbled non-stop, laughing at the clatter of her spoon or the way oatmeal stuck to her fingers. But today, she was silent. Her tiny head tilted toward the baby monitor I'd left on the counter. The static hissed softly, then popped. "Hello," a voice whispered. I froze. My hand gripped the edge of the counter so hard my knuckles turned white. "Bring her back," the voice said. It was clearer this time, no longer muffled by interference. A woman's voice, trembling, pleading. I lunged for the monitor and shut it off. Emma giggled. "Did you hear that?" I asked, even though she couldn't answer. She just smiled at me, her hands clapping together. The sound of her laughter should have calmed me, but instead, it made my stomach twist. It wasn't her usual laugh. It sounded wrong. I spent the rest of the day trying to distract myself. I cleaned the kitchen, folded laundry, played with Emma on the living room rug. But no matter what I did, the monitor kept catching my eye. I told myself I wouldn't turn it back on. There was no reason to. But when Emma went down for her nap, I found myself standing over it, my hand hovering above the power button. I pressed it. Static. I let out a breath, relieved. No voices. No whispers. Just the harmless sound of interference. But then it changed. A low hum crept in, like the sound of a faraway engine. It grew louder, vibrating through the speaker. "Why did you leave us?" the voice said, breaking through the hum. I dropped the monitor. It hit the floor with a crack, but the voice didn't stop. "We waited for you." I stared at the monitor, my chest heaving. The hum grew louder, drowning out the voice. It was deafening now, filling the room. I covered my ears, but it didn't help. The sound wasn't just coming from the monitor anymore, it was everywhere. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The silence was suffocating. I reached down, my hands trembling, and picked up the monitor. The screen was black, the light off. It was as if it had never been turned on. Behind me, Emma started crying. I ran upstairs, taking the steps 2 at a time. Her cries were sharp and panicked, the kind that made my heart race. I burst into her room, expecting to find her tangled in her blankets or standing in her crib again. But she wasn't in her crib. The blankets were untouched, the crib empty. "Emma?" I called, my voice shaking. Her cries echoed through the house, distant now, coming from somewhere I couldn't place. I turned, my eyes darting to every corner of the room. And that's when I saw it. The rocking chair in the corner was moving, swaying back and forth. The rocking chair creaked softly, swaying back and forth in the corner of the room. My chest tightened, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. "Emma?" I whispered, taking a step forward. Her cries still echoed, faint and distant, like they were coming from somewhere far away but somehow all around me. My legs felt like lead as I approached the chair. The air in the room was ice cold, and my breath came out in short, visible puffs. The chair stopped moving the moment I reached out to touch it. "Emma!" I shouted now, panic surging through me. I tore through the room, checking under the crib, inside the closet, behind the curtains. Nothing. She wasn't here. But her cries, they didn't stop. I froze when I realized where they were coming from. The baby monitor. I turned to look at it, still clenched in my hand. The screen was dark, the power light off. It wasn't even plugged in anymore, it shouldn't have been making any sound. And yet her cries spilled out, warped and muffled, like they were trapped in the static. No, 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 I muttered, fumbling with the buttons. I pressed everything I could, trying to turn it off, trying to make it stop. But nothing happened. Then the cries shifted. They started to warp, slowing down and distorting until they no longer sounded like Emma at all. The noise became deeper, more guttural, like something was imitating her voice but failing. I dropped the monitor and backed away, my back hitting the edge of the crib. The static cut out. And then the voice returned. She belongs to us now. The voice was deeper this time, and there was no mistaking it, it wasn't human. No. I shouted. You can't have her. I grabbed the monitor off the floor and threw it across the room. It shattered against the wall, pieces of plastic scattering everywhere. The room went silent. I stood there, shaking, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. I couldn't think straight. My baby was gone. Gone. I ran out of the room, my footsteps pounding down the stairs. Her cries had stopped, but the silence was worse. It was too still, too heavy. The living room was exactly as I'd left it. The toys scattered on the rug, her favorite blanket draped over the couch. But no sign of her. Emma. I screamed again, my voice cracking. Nothing. I grabbed my phone off the counter and dialed 911 with trembling fingers. 911, what's your emergency? The operator's calm voice answered. My daughter, she's missing. I said, struggling to catch my breath. She was just here, in her crib, and now she's gone. Ma'am, please stay calm, the operator said. Can you tell me your location? I gave her my address, pacing back and forth as I tried to explain what had happened. But how could I explain this? How could I tell her about the voice on the monitor, the cries that weren't human? I'll send an officer to your location, the operator said. Stay on the line with me. I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the phone. Then I heard it. The creak of a door opening. I turned slowly, my heart in my throat. The basement door, which I was certain had been closed, now stood ajar. The air coming from the basement was damp and cold, carrying the faint smell of earth and mildew. Ma'am, the operator's voice broke through the silence. Are you still there? Yes, I whispered, staring at the dark stairway leading down. Is someone in the house with you? She asked. I don't know, I said, my voice trembling. I stepped closer to the basement door, my phone clutched tightly in one hand. The floorboards creaked under my weight, and the sound echoed down the stairs. And then I heard it. Her laugh. It was faint, but unmistakable. Emma's laugh, coming from the basement. She's down there, I said into the phone, my voice barely above a whisper. Ma'am, I advise you to wait for the officers to arrive, the operator said. Do not go down there, but I couldn't wait. That was my baby. I couldn't just stand here while she was down there, alone in the dark. I have to go, I said, ending the call before she could protest. The basement stairs groaned under my weight as I descended, each step feeling like it took an eternity. The light switch at the top of the stairs didn't work, leaving the space below shrouded in darkness. Emma. I called, my voice echoing off the stone walls. Her laugh came again, closer this time. I reached the bottom of the stairs and fumbled for the pull chain to the single bulb that hung from the ceiling. The light flickered on, casting long, jagged shadows across the room. The basement was empty. But her laugh came again, louder now, coming from behind the old wooden door that led to the crawlspace. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the rusted doorknob. Emma. I called again, my voice trembling. The laugh stopped. And then I heard it. The voice. Come closer, it said, low and gravelly. My blood ran cold, but I couldn't move. The air around me felt heavy, pressing against my chest. The door creaked open, just an inch, and a gust of cold air rushed out. Bring her back, the voice whispered, so close it felt like it was right in my ear. The door to the crawlspace hung open just wide enough for me to see darkness beyond. The air that wafted out felt alive, heavy with something I couldn't explain. My hands shook as I stared into the black void. I should have run, I knew that much, but I couldn't leave her. Not Emma. Emma, I whispered, barely able to hear my own voice over the pounding of my heart. No response. Only silence. And then, faintly, from somewhere deep in the crawlspace, "Mama." Her voice was small and soft, like it always was when she was on the verge of sleep. But something was wrong. It wasn't just her voice anymore. It was layered, like someone else was speaking underneath it, a low, guttural sound that didn't belong to her. "Emma, baby, I'm here," I said, reaching for the edge of the door. The words felt wrong as they left my mouth. They sounded too loud, too sharp in the suffocating silence. The moment my fingers touched the door, the laughter returned. It erupted from deep within the crawlspace, echoing and bouncing off the stone walls. It wasn't just Emma's laugh anymore. It was a chorus, children's laughter, dozens of them, all overlapping and spilling out into the room. But it was distorted, warped, the kind of sound that makes your stomach churn and your legs want to buckle. "Emma, come out, please," I begged. My voice cracked as tears spilled down my cheeks. "Come to Mama, okay?" The laughter stopped. I could hear her breathing now, soft and steady, just on the other side of the doorway. It was so close. My fingers tightened on the doorframe as I forced myself to step inside. The crawlspace wasn't what I remembered. It had always been small, just a cramped area filled with old boxes and cobwebs. But now, the space stretched on endlessly, the walls disappearing into the shadows. The dirt floor was damp under my bare feet, the scent of mildew and rot filling my nose. "Emma?" I called out, my voice shaking. "Where are you?" "I'm here, Mama," she said. Her voice was closer now, almost at my feet. I dropped to my knees, my hands searching blindly in the dark. "Baby, come to me." My fingers brushed against something soft. A foot. Relief washed over me as I pulled her toward me, holding her tiny body in my arms. She felt warm, solid. She felt real. "I've got you," I whispered, tears streaming down my face. "I've got you, baby." But she didn't move. She didn't wrap her arms around me the way she always did. She just stayed limp in my grasp. That's when I realized her breathing had stopped. I pulled back, trying to look at her face, but the darkness was too thick. My hands shook as I felt for her cheek, her nose, her mouth. Her skin was cold now, unnaturally cold. "Emma?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. And then she moved. Her head tilted back, and I could feel her staring at me even though I couldn't see her eyes. Her mouth opened, far wider than it should have, and from her lips came that voice again, the one from the monitor. "She doesn't belong to you anymore," it said, low and guttural. I screamed and scrambled backward, dropping her as I did. The moment she hit the ground, the laughter started again, louder this time, echoing all around me. I turned and ran, my hands clawing at the dirt as I tried to find the door. But the crawlspace was different now. It wasn't just endless, it was alive. The walls seemed to shift and breathe, the dirt floor writhing beneath me as if it was trying to pull me under. The laughter grew louder, filling my ears until I thought my head would split open. And then I heard her. "Mommy." Emma's real voice, high-pitched and desperate, cutting through the noise like a blade. I stopped, my heart lurching. "Emma!" I screamed, spinning around. She was there, just a few feet away. Her tiny form was bathed in a dim, flickering light that seemed to come from nowhere. She reached out to me, her face streaked with tears. "Mommy, help me," she cried. I lunged toward her, my arms outstretched. But just as my fingers brushed hers, she was pulled back into the darkness. Her screams echoed around me, blending with the laughter. "No! No!" I screamed, chasing after her. But the ground beneath me gave way, and I fell, tumbling into the void. When I hit the ground, the air was knocked from my lungs. I lay there, gasping, as the darkness around me began to shift. Shapes emerged from the shadows, small, childlike figures with hollow eyes and wide, unnatural grins. They surrounded me, their movements jerky and unnatural. One by one, they began to speak, their voices overlapping in a horrifying cacophony. "She was promised to us," they said. "You can't take her back." I tried to move, to crawl away, but the ground held me in place, cold hands grasping at my ankles and wrists. The children closed in, their hollow eyes boring into mine. "Who promised her?" I managed to choke out. My voice was hoarse, barely audible. They stopped, their heads tilting in unison as if considering my question. And then one of them stepped forward, its grin widening until it split its face in two. "You did," it said. I stared at the thing in front of me, its face still contorted into that inhuman grin. My mind reeled, trying to make sense of its words. I didn't, I stammered. I would never. The figure tilted its head, mocking curiosity. The other childlike shapes stood still, their hollow eyes locked on me. The ground beneath me was cold and unyielding, the invisible hands still holding me in place. My breath came in shallow gasps as I fought against the panic rising in my chest. You promised her to us, it repeated, its voice sharp and accusing. Don't you remember? I don't. I shouted, shaking my head. My voice cracked as I fought back tears. I don't know what you're talking about. The figure stepped closer, its movements disjointed and unnatural. Its face was inches from mine now, and I could see the black emptiness where its eyes should have been. You don't remember, it said, almost gleefully. But you did. A long time ago. What do you mean? I whispered. My voice was barely audible. What are you talking about? It didn't answer. Instead, it raised one skeletal hand and pressed a single finger against my forehead. The moment it made contact, my vision went white. I was no longer in the crawlspace. I was standing in a room I didn't recognize. The walls were bare, and the air smelled of damp wood and something faintly metallic. A single bulb hung from the ceiling, casting a dim yellow light over the scene. I saw myself sitting at a table in the center of the room. My hands were clasped tightly together, and my face was pale. I looked younger, years younger, but there was something else about me that I didn't recognize. My eyes were wide, almost vacant, and my lips moved as if I were whispering something. There was someone else in the room with me. The figure was tall and shrouded in shadow. I couldn't make out any features, but its presence was suffocating. It leaned down toward the younger version of me, its voice low and rumbling. Do we have a deal? It asked. Younger me nodded, her hands trembling. Just make it stop, she whispered. Please, I'll do anything. Just make it stop. The figure laughed, a deep, guttural sound that made my stomach turn. Anything? It asked. Yes, I said, my voice breaking. Anything. The figure reached out, placing a hand over mine. Its fingers were long and clawed, the skin pale and cracked. Then it's done, it said. You won't remember this, but when the time comes, you'll know. The scene began to dissolve around me, the walls melting into darkness. I tried to hold on to it, to make sense of what I'd just seen, but it slipped away like smoke. I was back in the crawlspace. The figure in front of me had withdrawn its hand, and the hollow-eyed children were staring at me with twisted smiles. My chest heaved as I tried to process what I'd just seen. I didn't know, I said, my voice barely a whisper. I didn't know what I was agreeing to. But you did, the figure said. You asked for it, and we delivered. And now it's time to collect. What did I ask for? I demanded. What was so important that I would give up my own daughter? The figure didn't answer. Instead, it raised its hand again, and the children began to move, their twisted laughter filling the air. They closed in around me, their small hands grabbing at my arms and legs. Wait! I screamed, thrashing against them. You can't take her. Please, I'll do anything. Take me instead. The laughter stopped abruptly. The children froze, their heads snapping toward the figure as if waiting for instruction. The figure tilted its head, considering me. You would trade yourself for her? It asked, its voice low and rumbling. Yes, I said without hesitation. Tears streamed down my face as I stared into the void where its eyes should have been. Take me instead. Just let her go. The figure smiled, a slow, deliberate movement that sent a chill down my spine. Interesting, it said. We'll consider your offer. Before I could respond, the ground beneath me gave way. I fell, tumbling through darkness, the children's laughter echoing in my ears. Their voices twisted into a single word, repeated over and over. Promise. When I woke, I was lying on the floor of the nursery. The crawlspace door was shut, and the room was silent except for the soft hum of the baby monitor. My head throbbed as I pushed myself to my feet, my eyes scanning the room. Emma. I called out, my voice trembling. The crib was empty. Panic surged through me as I ran to the door, throwing it open. Emma. I screamed, my voice echoing through the house. But the house was silent. She was gone. And I was alone. I stumbled through the house, screaming Emma's name until my throat burned. Every shadow in every corner felt alive, mocking me with the weight of my failure. The world felt off-kilter, as though reality itself had started to unravel. My feet dragged across the hardwood floor as I moved from room to room, my mind racing. Where was she? Where had they taken her? The house groaned under the weight of a sudden silence, thick and suffocating. My legs gave out beneath me, and I collapsed to the floor of the living room. The last place I'd seen her in my arms flooded my mind. She'd been so warm, so real. My hands trembled as I pressed them to my face, unable to stop the onslaught of memories clawing their way to the surface. But not all the memories were mine. A whisper curled through my ears like smoke. It wasn't coming from the baby monitor this time. It was coming from inside me. Liar. The word was faint but sharp, slicing through my thoughts like a blade. My stomach churned. I'm not a liar, I muttered, clutching my head. But the whisper didn't stop. It grew louder, spreading through my chest like poison. You were never supposed to have her. What? My voice cracked as I pressed my hands harder against my ears. What do you mean? She's my daughter. The laughter came next. Soft at first, then growing louder until it filled every corner of the room. It wasn't the children's laughter this time. It was deeper, older, and laced with something dark. Yours, the voice hissed, dripping with disdain. She doesn't belong to you. She never did. Stop it. I screamed, but the laughter only grew. My vision blurred, and suddenly, I wasn't in the living room anymore. I was in a forest, the trees twisting and writhing like they were alive. The air smelled of damp earth and blood. I could hear faint cries in the distance, Emma's cries. I ran toward them, my bare feet sinking into the muddy ground with each step. But the forest didn't end. No matter how far I ran, the cries stayed just out of reach. Then I saw her. Emma was sitting on the ground, her tiny hands clutching at the dirt. Her back was to me, and her soft whimpers pierced through the darkness. Relief flooded through me as I ran to her, dropping to my knees. Emma! I cried, reaching out to scoop her up. But the moment my hands touched her, she dissolved into ash, slipping through my fingers like sand. No, I whispered, staring at the empty space where she'd been. No, no, no. Do you see now? The voice said, echoing all around me. Do you remember? I didn't want to. I tried to block it out, but the memories came anyway, rushing back like a dam had broken. I saw myself standing over my husband, a kitchen knife in my hand. His eyes were wide with shock as blood pooled around him, his lips moving soundlessly. He'd known. Somehow, he'd known what I was. You're not real, he'd said, his voice trembling as he backed away from me. You're not even human. I didn't want to hurt him. But I couldn't let him stop me. The knife had felt heavy in my hand, but the weight disappeared the moment it pierced his flesh. I'd watched the life drain from his eyes, cold and detached, like I wasn't even in my own body. And then I'd buried him in the backyard, beneath the oak tree where we'd once dreamed of growing old together. The memory shifted, dragging me further back. I saw flames, towering and endless, licking at my skin. I saw chains, red-hot and unyielding, wrapped around my wrists. I had been one of them. A soul condemned to eternal torment. But I had escaped. I'd clawed my way out of the pit, tearing through flesh and bone, leaving behind the shrieks of the damned. I had stolen a body, a human shell to hide in. I had thought I could be free, that I could start over. But then I had met him. My husband. And for the first time, I had felt something I wasn't supposed to feel. Love. It had been a weakness, and I had paid the price. Emma had been the price. She wasn't supposed to exist. She was an impossibility, a crack in the natural order. The voices from the pit had found me through her. They had whispered through the static, reminding me of my crime. They had come to collect what was owed. I snapped back to the present, the forest dissolving around me. I was back in the house, kneeling on the living room floor. My hands were smeared with blood, but I didn't know if it was real or just a ghost of my memories. The laughter had stopped, replaced by the sound of faint breathing behind me. I turned slowly, my body trembling. Emma stood in the doorway, her tiny figure bathed in shadow. Her eyes weren't hers anymore. They were black as coal, endless and empty. "They're here, Mommy," she said, her voice not her own. Behind her, the figures emerged. The children with hollow eyes. The shadowed being from the crawlspace. They moved toward me, their steps slow and deliberate. I backed away, but there was nowhere to go. "They'll take me back," I whispered, my voice trembling. That was the deal. Take me back and leave her alone. The shadow figure tilted its head, the twisted grin spreading across its face. It's too late, it said. She was never yours to save. Emma stepped closer, her small hand reaching out toward me. I wanted to run, to fight, but I couldn't move. Mommy, she whispered, her voice soft now. Why did you let me exist? Tears streamed down my face as the shadows closed in around us. I reached out to her, my fingers brushing against hers. And then there was nothing. Just darkness. The baby monitor sat on the nightstand, its tiny green light blinking in steady intervals. I barely noticed it anymore, just another piece of technology blending into the chaos of new parenthood. Most nights, it buzzed with soft static or picked up the occasional creak of the crib as Emma shifted in her sleep. But tonight felt off. It was almost midnight when I first noticed it. I had just climbed into bed, exhausted from the day, but unable to fully relax. The monitor crackled to life, faint and uneven. At first, I thought it was just interference. The house was old, and the wiring wasn't great. The monitor often picked up odd noises, garage door openers, stray radio signals. But this time, it wasn't just noise. Through the static, there were whispers. I froze, my hand halfway to the lamp switch. The whispers were faint, but I could make out the rhythm of words. Someone was speaking, repeating the same phrase over and over. Bring her back. I stared at the monitor, waiting for the static to clear. My pulse thudded in my ears. I leaned in closer, hoping I'd misheard. The screen displayed a grainy, black and white image of Emma's crib. She was there, tiny and peaceful, curled up under her blanket. But the whispers didn't stop. Bring her back. My first thought was that someone nearby was using the same frequency. Baby monitors weren't exactly secure, and I'd heard stories about signals crossing. It had to be that, right? But the voice, it wasn't normal. It wasn't just words. There was a strange quality to it, a distortion, like it was being dragged through the static. The longer I listened, the harder it became to convince myself it was just a technical glitch. I turned to my husband, Chris, who was snoring softly beside me. I shook his shoulder. Chris, wake up, I whispered, my voice trembling. He stirred, groaning. What is it? Listen. I held the monitor up so he could hear. He squinted at it, still half asleep. It's just interference, he mumbled, rolling over. It's not, I insisted, my voice sharper now. Listen to what it's saying. He sighed and sat up, rubbing his eyes. I pressed the monitor closer to him. The whispers continued, soft but insistent. Bring her back. Chris frowned, now fully awake. That's weird, he admitted. He took the monitor from me, staring at the screen. Emma hadn't moved. Maybe it's a neighbor's signal, he said, though he didn't sound convinced. It's on a closed frequency, I said. It shouldn't be picking anything up. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he fiddled with the monitor, adjusting the volume and flipping through the settings. The whispers persisted, unchanging. Bring her back. A chill ran down my spine. What does that even mean? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Chris shook his head. I don't know. He set the monitor down and stood up. I'm going to check on her. No, I blurted out, grabbing his arm. What? I didn't know how to explain the unease curling in my chest. I don't know. Something feels wrong. She's fine, he said, his tone gentle but firm. Look. He pointed to the monitor. Emma was still there, still sleeping. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her. Chris pulled his arm free and headed toward the nursery. I followed close behind, the cold hardwood floor biting at my feet. The house was quiet except for the faint hum of the refrigerator and the occasional groan of the old pipes. When we reached Emma's room, Chris pushed the door open slowly, the hinges creaking in protest. She was there, just as the monitor had shown, tucked snugly into her crib. Her chest rose and fell with each tiny breath. Chris turned to me, raising an eyebrow. See? She's fine. But as he said it, the whispers grew louder. They weren't coming from the monitor anymore. They were coming from the room. I froze, my eyes darting around the nursery. The air felt heavier, like the room was holding its breath. The shadows in the corners seemed darker, deeper. Chris didn't seem to notice. He stepped closer to the crib, brushing a hand over Emma's soft hair. Do you hear that? I whispered, barely able to get the words out. Hear what? Bring her back. The voice was louder now, more insistent. It felt like it was coming from everywhere at once, above us, behind us, inside us. Chris turned to me, his face pale. Okay, that's not normal. Before I could respond, the baby monitor crackled again. This time, the screen went black. We both stared at it, waiting for it to come back on. When it did, the image on the screen wasn't Emma's crib anymore. It was us. We froze, staring at the monitor. The grainy black and white screen showed us standing in the nursery. I could see Chris with his hand still resting on the edge of Emma's crib and me, wide-eyed, gripping the doorframe. The angle didn't make sense. That's not possible, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Chris didn't respond. His eyes were glued to the screen, his hand slowly pulling away from the crib as if it had burned him. Where's the camera? I asked, my voice shaking. Chris turned, scanning the room. The baby monitor's camera was mounted on the wall, aimed directly at Emma's crib. It hadn't moved. It couldn't have moved. Maybe it's a glitch, Chris said, though he didn't sound convinced. A glitch doesn't show us like this, I snapped. My chest was tight, and my breaths came shallow and quick. The screen flickered, and for a moment, it went black again. When the image returned, Emma wasn't in the crib. My stomach dropped. I lunged forward, reaching for her, but she was still there, sleeping peacefully, exactly where she should be. I turned back to the monitor. The screen still showed her empty crib. The whispering was gone, replaced by a faint hum that felt almost alive. Chris grabbed my arm. Let's go back to our room. Maybe it's the monitor itself, not the camera. I wanted to argue, but the weight in the air felt suffocating. The nursery, once a place of comfort and warmth, now felt foreign and wrong. We backed out of the room, leaving the door slightly ajar. Chris grabbed the monitor off the nightstand when we returned to our bedroom. He sat on the bed, flipping through the settings again. Anything? I asked, standing in the doorway. No, he said. His voice was steady, but I could see the tension in his shoulders. Everything looks normal. It's not normal, I muttered. I sat down beside him, staring at the screen. The image was back to Emma's crib, she was there again, her tiny form rising and falling with each breath. But something about the picture felt wrong. It took me a moment to realize what it was. There's no static, I said. Chris frowned. What? There's always static, I said. Even when she's sleeping, there's a faint sound, breathing, the creak of the crib, something. But now it's just silent. Chris leaned closer to the screen, as if he could force it to make sense. The silence from the monitor felt louder than the whispers had been. Suddenly, the screen flickered again. This time, the image warped. The edges of the crib stretched and twisted, and Emma's tiny form seemed to flicker in and out of focus. I grabbed Chris's arm. Turn it off, I said. He hesitated. Chris, turn it off. He fumbled with the buttons, but the monitor wouldn't respond. The screen flickered more violently, the static returning in sharp bursts. And then the whispers came back. Bring her back. This time, the voice was louder. Clearer. It was still distorted, still unnatural, but now it sounded like it was coming from inside the room. Bring her back. Chris dropped the monitor like it was on fire. It hit the floor with a dull thud, but the screen stayed on, the image twisting and flickering. What does it mean? I asked, my voice trembling. Chris didn't answer. He knelt down, picking up the monitor with shaking hands. The whispers had stopped again, but the screen was still flickering. And then, for the first time, we heard a different voice. Where is she? The voice was deep and slow, each word dragging like it was being pulled through mud. It wasn't coming from the monitor. It was coming from the hallway. Chris shot to his feet, his eyes wide. Did you hear that? I nodded, my heart pounding in my chest. The air in the room felt heavier, colder. I could see my breath fogging in front of me. Where is she? The voice asked again, closer this time. I grabbed Chris's arm, my nails digging into his skin. What's happening? He didn't answer. Instead, he moved toward the door, peeking out into the hallway. It was empty. But the voice didn't stop. Where is she? Chris shut the door and locked it, his chest heaving. We need to call someone, he said. Who? I asked, my voice breaking. What do we even say? Hi, there's a voice in our house asking creepy questions through a baby monitor. He didn't respond. I backed away from the door, my eyes darting around the room. The walls seemed closer than they had before, the shadows darker. Bring her back. The voice was back on the monitor now, louder than ever. And then Emma cried. It was a sharp, piercing wail that cut through the whispers like a knife. Without thinking, I ran to the nursery. Chris shouted behind me, but I didn't stop. When I reached the room, the air felt even colder. Emma was still in her crib, her tiny fists clenched, her face red and wet with tears. But I wasn't alone. Something stood in the corner, barely visible in the shadows. The thing in the corner didn't move. At first, I thought maybe it was just a trick of the shadows, my mind playing games in the dim light. But as I stood frozen by the crib, I saw it shift ever so slightly. It wasn't human. Its outline was wrong, the angles too sharp, the proportions too tall. Emma's cries filled the room, piercing and frantic. I wanted to pick her up, to comfort her, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the thing in the corner. Chris! I shouted, my voice cracking. Footsteps thundered down the hall. Chris burst into the room, skidding to a stop when he saw the look on my face. What is it? He asked, breathless. I pointed to the corner, unable to speak. Chris followed my gaze, squinting into the shadows. At first, he didn't seem to see it. Then his whole body tensed, and he took a step back, pulling me with him. What the hell is that? He whispered. The figure leaned forward, just enough for the dim light from the nightlight to catch its face, or what should have been a face. There were no eyes, no mouth, no features at all. Just a blank, pale surface that seemed to pulse faintly, like it was alive. Emma's cries grew louder, more desperate. I reached for her, finally breaking free of my paralysis, and scooped her up into my arms. Her tiny body trembled against me, and I could feel my own heart hammering in my chest. Chris moved in front of us, positioning himself between me and the thing in the corner. What do you want? He asked, his voice shaking but firm. The figure didn't respond. Instead, the baby monitor on the nightstand crackled to life. Bring her back, the voice said again, distorted and hollow. Chris turned toward the monitor, then back to the figure. Who are you talking about? Bring who back? The figure tilted its head, like it was trying to understand him. I held Emma tighter, her cries slowing to soft whimpers. The room felt colder now, the kind of cold that sinks into your bones. I could see my breath in the air, each exhale shaky and uneven. The figure moved then, its body shifting in a jerky, unnatural way, like it wasn't used to moving. It stepped out of the corner, and I stumbled back, nearly tripping over the edge of the rug. Chris, I whispered, panic clawing at my throat. I see it, he said, his voice low. The figure raised a hand, or what looked like a hand. Its fingers were too long, too thin, and they ended in sharp, pointed tips. It gestured toward Emma, and I instinctively pulled her closer. No, I said, my voice trembling. The figure stopped, its head tilting again. The monitor crackled once more. Where is she? The deep voice asked, slow and deliberate. She's right here. Chris shouted, his frustration boiling over. Emma's here. What do you want from us? The figure didn't react. It just stood there, silent and still. Then, without warning, it took another step forward. Get back. Chris shouted, grabbing the lamp from the nightstand and holding it like a weapon. The figure stopped, its featureless face turning toward him. For a moment, I thought it might leave, but then the monitor crackled again, louder this time. She doesn't belong to you. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. My knees went weak, and I clutched Emma even tighter. She started crying again, her tiny fists flailing. What does that mean? I demanded, my voice breaking. She's our daughter. Of course, she belongs to us. The figure didn't respond. Instead, it raised its other hand, pointing at the monitor. The screen flickered, and the image changed. It was no longer showing Emma's crib. Instead, it showed a room I didn't recognize. The walls were dark, the floor bare. In the center of the room was a crib, but it wasn't Emma's crib. It was older, the wood worn and splintered. And inside the crib was a baby. My breath caught in my throat. The baby wasn't Emma, but it looked like her, just slightly off. Her hair was darker, her cheeks fuller, but the resemblance was uncanny. What the hell is this? Chris whispered, his grip on the lamp tightening. The figure pointed at the monitor again. Bring her back, the voice repeated, louder now. The baby in the monitor's crib started to cry, the sound tinny and distant. My head spun as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. Chris moved toward the figure, raising the lamp like he was about to swing. But before he could, the figure stepped back into the shadows and vanished. The monitor went dark, and the room was silent again, except for Emma's cries. Chris lowered the lamp, his chest heaving. What the hell just happened? I shook my head, unable to answer. My eyes were fixed on the monitor, waiting for it to come back to life. Whatever that thing was, I said finally, my voice barely above a whisper, it thinks Emma doesn't belong to us. Chris turned to me, his face pale. And it wants her back. For a long time, neither of us moved. The silence felt thick, suffocating. My ears strained for the faintest sound, anything to tell me that the figure was gone for good. Emma stirred in my arms, her cries fading into soft hiccups. I could feel her heartbeat against my chest, fast and uneven, and I knew mine matched hers. Chris finally set the lamp down on the dresser, his hand shaking as he did. What now? He whispered. I shook my head, still staring at the monitor. The screen was blank, the tiny green power light glowing like nothing had happened. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what we could do. Maybe we should call someone, he said, his voice uncertain. Like, the police. Or, I don't know, someone who knows about this kind of thing. I looked at him, my eyes wide. And what do we even tell them? That a shadow thing came into our baby's room and showed us, that. I gestured to the monitor, even though the image of the strange crib was gone. They'll think we're insane. Chris ran a hand through his hair, pacing back and forth. Okay, then what? Do we just sit here and wait for it to come back? Because I can't do that, Claire. I can't just do nothing. I wanted to argue, to tell him we needed to think this through, but the truth was, I didn't have a better plan. My mind kept circling back to the same question, what did it want? Chris stopped pacing and looked at me. Let's leave. Just for the night. We can go to my mom's house or a hotel, anywhere but here. I hesitated, glancing down at Emma. She'd finally fallen asleep again, her tiny hand clutching the front of my shirt. The idea of leaving felt wrong. Like we'd be giving up ground to whatever that thing was. But staying here? I couldn't shake the feeling that it was waiting for something. Okay, I said finally. Let's go. Chris nodded, relief washing over his face. He grabbed a bag from the closet and started tossing in essentials, diapers, bottles, a change of clothes. I stayed by the crib, holding Emma close. The room felt heavier now, like the air was pressing down on me. As Chris sipped up the bag, the monitor crackled again. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Chris stopped, too, his eyes darting toward the screen. Bring her back, the voice said, low and distorted. I felt my knees buckle, and I had to grip the side of the crib to stay upright. The words hung in the air, heavier than before. Chris grabbed the monitor and yanked the plug from the wall. There, he said, his voice tight. No more of that. But even unplugged, the monitor flickered back to life. The screen glowed faintly, and static hissed from the speaker. Chris, I whispered, backing away. He stared at the monitor in his hands like it had burned him. Then he dropped it onto the dresser and stepped back. The static grew louder, almost deafening. I clutched Emma tighter, her body squirming as she started to stir again. The screen on the monitor flickered, and for a split second, I thought I saw something, a flash of that dark room, the crib, the baby. Then it was gone. The static stopped, and the monitor went dark again. Chris looked at me, his face pale. We're leaving. Now. I didn't argue. We grabbed the bag and headed down the hallway, Emma still cradled in my arms. The house felt different as we moved through it, like it wasn't ours anymore. Every shadow seemed to stretch too far, every creak of the floorboards felt deliberate. We reached the front door, and Chris fumbled with the lock. His hands were shaking so badly that it took him 3 tries to get it open. As the door swung open, I turned to look back down the hallway. For just a moment, I thought I saw something move in the shadows near the stairs. A flicker of motion, too quick to make out. I shook my head and followed Chris outside, my heart pounding. We got into the car, and Chris started the engine. The headlights lit up the front of the house, casting long shadows across the yard. Where are we going? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Chris didn't answer right away. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles white. Somewhere safe, he said finally. But as we pulled out of the driveway, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't running to safety. We were running from something we didn't understand. The road stretched out before us, empty and endless. Chris drove in silence, his hands gripping the steering wheel like it was the only thing tethering him to reality. I sat in the passenger seat, holding Emma close, her tiny breaths warm against my chest. Neither of us had spoken since we left the house. The weight of what we'd seen, and heard, hung between us like a storm cloud. The soft hum of the car's engine felt deafening in the silence. Where are we even going? I asked finally, my voice barely audible over the hum of the tires on the pavement. Chris glanced at me, his jaw tight. I don't know. Maybe my mom's. Or a motel. I nodded, even though the thought of dragging this darkness into someone else's home made my stomach twist. Emma stirred in my arms, letting out a soft whimper. Chris looked at her through the rearview mirror. She's okay, right? For now, I said, though I didn't really believe it. The dashboard clock read 2:37 a.m. The world outside was pitch black, the kind of darkness that seemed to swallow the car's headlights. Every so often, I'd catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, a shadow flickering at the edge of the road, a shape moving just beyond the reach of the light. I told myself it was my imagination. Chris turned onto a narrow, winding road lined with trees. Their branches arched overhead, forming a tunnel that made me feel like we were driving straight into the mouth of something alive. We need to stop soon, he said, his voice strained. I can't keep driving all night. I didn't argue. My body ached from the tension, and Emma needed a proper place to rest. But every part of me screamed that stopping was the wrong choice. We passed a gas station with a single flickering light above the pumps. Chris slowed down, but I grabbed his arm. Don't, I said. He looked at me, confused. We need gas. Not here, I whispered. There was something off about the place. The shadows seemed darker, deeper, like they were waiting for us to stop. Chris must have seen the fear in my eyes because he pressed the gas pedal and kept driving. We finally pulled into the parking lot of a small roadside motel. The neon sign buzzed faintly, casting a sickly red glow over the cracked pavement. It looked deserted, but at least it wasn't the gas station. Chris got out and went to the office to check us in. I stayed in the car, my eyes scanning the darkness. The baby monitor was still in the diaper bag at my feet. I hadn't touched it since we left the house, but now it felt like it was watching me, waiting for the right moment to come back to life. Emma whimpered again, her little fists curling and uncurling in her sleep. I kissed the top of her head, murmuring soft reassurances even though I wasn't sure who I was trying to comfort, her or myself. Chris came back a few minutes later, holding a key. Room 8, he said, nodding toward the far end of the lot. We carried Emma and our things inside. The room was small and dingy, with peeling wallpaper and a faint smell of mildew. The bed creaked loudly when Chris sat on it, and the flickering fluorescent light in the bathroom buzzed like a swarm of angry bees. It's not much, but it's better than the car, Chris said, trying to sound reassuring. I set Emma's carrier on the bed and carefully laid her inside. She stirred but didn't wake. Chris turned on the TV, keeping the volume low. Static filled the screen. Great, he muttered, flipping through the channels. Every single one was static. I froze. Turn it off, I said quickly. He frowned but did as I asked, the screen going black with a faint click. We sat in silence for a while, the room heavy with tension. I kept glancing at the diaper bag, half expecting the monitor to start hissing again. Do you think it'll follow us here? I asked finally. Chris didn't answer right away. He rubbed a hand over his face, looking more exhausted than I'd ever seen him. I don't know, he admitted. But if it does, we'll figure it out. I wanted to believe him, but something about his tone told me he wasn't as confident as he sounded. The room grew colder as the night dragged on. I pulled the thin motel blanket tighter around Emma and myself, trying to ignore the feeling of being watched. Around 4 a.m., I heard it again. A faint whisper, so quiet I thought I might have imagined it. Bring her back. My heart stopped. I looked at Chris, but he was already asleep, his head resting against the wall. The whisper came again, louder this time. Bring her back. It was coming from the diaper bag. I didn't want to move. My body felt frozen, every instinct screaming at me to stay still. But I couldn't just sit there. Slowly, I reached down and unzipped the bag. The baby monitor was glowing faintly, even though it was still unplugged. Bring her back. This time, the voice was clearer, almost pleading. I turned the monitor over in my hands, trying to make sense of what was happening. The screen flickered, and for a brief moment, I saw it again, the dark room, the strange crib, the shadowy figure standing just out of view. Then the screen went black. "Claire." Chris's voice startled me. I looked up to see him staring at me, his eyes wide with fear. "What's wrong?" he asked. I held up the monitor. "It's still happening," I whispered. Chris stood up, grabbing the monitor from me. He shook it like that would somehow make it stop, but it didn't. The voice came again, louder now. "Bring her back." And then, as if on cue, Emma started crying. Emma's cries pierced the air, sharp and frantic. I scooped her up, holding her against my chest as Chris fiddled helplessly with the monitor. The voice continued, louder now, overlapping with Emma's sobs like it was trying to drown her out. "Bring her back. Bring her back." "Smash it," I hissed at Chris. "Just break the damn thing." He didn't move, his eyes fixed on the flickering screen. "What if it makes things worse? What could possibly be worse than this?" I snapped. Before he could answer, the screen flickered again, and the room plunged into an eerie silence. Even Emma's cries faltered, her tiny body trembling against mine. The monitor's glow shifted, revealing the dark room we'd seen before, only this time, the shadowy figure wasn't lingering in the background. It was closer. The figure was standing in the center of the crib, its form sharper than before, though still cloaked in darkness. And then it turned its head. Slowly. Deliberately. I gasped, stumbling back as Emma whimpered in my arms. "Did you see that?" I whispered. Chris nodded, his face pale. It looked at us. The monitor buzzed, static spilling into the room again. But this time, the voice was different. It wasn't just repeating the same phrase. It was talking. "Bring her back. You know why. You know what you did." Chris's hand tightened around the monitor. "We didn't do anything," he shouted, his voice cracking. The figure in the screen tilted its head, as if mocking him. The static warped, and the words that followed sent a chill down my spine. "Not the child." I froze, my mind racing. Her. What did it mean? My first instinct was to think of Emma, but something in the voice, its tone, its deliberate emphasis, made me realize it wasn't talking about her. Chris looked at me, his eyes wide with confusion and guilt. "Claire," he started, but the monitor buzzed again, cutting him off. The scene on the screen changed. It wasn't the strange room anymore. It was somewhere else, somewhere familiar. My childhood bedroom. I couldn't breathe. The pink wallpaper with tiny yellow wilting daisies. The old wooden rocking chair by the window. The bloody stuffed bear that always sat on my bed. "What the hell is this?" I whispered. Chris didn't answer. He was staring at the screen, his jaw clenched. The voice came again, clearer than ever. "You shouldn't have left her. You shouldn't have forgotten." The words hit me like a punch to the chest. Memories I'd buried deep started to claw their way to the surface, fragments of nights spent crying in that room, the sound of my mom's voice singing me to sleep, and then the silence when she wasn't there anymore. "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "This doesn't make sense." Chris turned to me, his face pale. "Claire, what's it talking about? Who is it talking about?" I couldn't answer. My mind was a whirlwind of confusion and fear. The monitor buzzed again, the image on the screen shifting once more. This time, it was a woman. She was sitting in the rocking chair, her face turned away. But I didn't need to see her face to know who she was. "Mom." I whispered, my voice barely audible. The woman turned her head slightly, just enough for me to catch a glimpse of her profile. It was her soft brown curls, the curve of her cheek, the way she always held her hands clasped in her lap. Chris looked between me and the screen, his expression unreadable. "Claire, what the hell is going on?" "I don't know," I said, my voice trembling. I don't know." The monitor buzzed again, and the woman's figure started to dissolve into static. But before it disappeared completely, the voice came one last time, louder and clearer than ever. "Bring her back, Claire. Or I will." The screen went dark. I stared at it, my heart racing. The room felt impossibly cold, the air thick with something I couldn't explain. Emma started crying again, her wails cutting through the silence like a knife. Chris put a hand on my shoulder, his grip firm. "Claire. What does this mean? What does it want?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. Because deep down, I already knew. It didn't want Emma. It wanted me. And it wasn't going to stop until it got what it came for. The story of what happened began in 2009, a year my family would never forget. Back then, we were a large family. My grandmother, with her 7 children, had built a rapidly growing dynasty. Each of her children had at least 2 kids, except for my aunt, who never had children, and my mother, who only had me. In total, we were 11 grandchildren. Every year, during the holidays, it was our tradition to gather and travel as a family. But the year 2009 would be different. My uncle Alejandro, a man with an adventurous spirit, had bought a farm in a rural area with a warm and temperate climate. The farm seemed like something out of a dream, a white house on top of a small hill, with 2 floors and balconies in every room, from which you could see the entire valley. At the bottom of the hill, there was a large parking area, and a little further away, a big, lonely 1-story house hidden among trees. The landscape was so beautiful that sometimes we felt as if we were in another world, one where time stood still. But what impressed me the most were the sounds. The whisper of the wind through the trees, the singing of geese and ducks in the small lake, the distant neighing of the horses. It was a place that, although seemingly perfect, had something in its stillness that I couldn't quite understand. Something I couldn't name, just like when a child feels fear but can't explain why, it's just instinct. My uncle Alejandro invited us to spend a few days at the farm. We were all excited. My cousins and I played and laughed non-stop. We swam in the pool, explored every corner of the property, and the fresh morning air was the perfect refuge for our endless games. Everything seemed idyllic, almost unreal. But after those days of fun, we had to return to the city. The children had to go back to school, and the adults to their jobs. My uncle, due to his commitments, couldn't be there all the time, so he decided to hire someone to take care of the farm and the animals in his absence. Mr. Ramon, a sturdy man with a deep voice, arrived with his wife, a woman with an expressionless face, and their 2 children, Esteban and Sarah. Esteban, a boy of about 9 or 10 years old, had a sad look in his eyes, as if childhood laughter had slipped away from him too quickly. Sarah, his sister, was a mystery. Though she was about our age, her behavior was more like that of someone much older, quiet, distant, lost in thoughts we couldn't understand. Mr. Ramon's family stayed at the farm whenever my uncle wasn't there. But when we or other guests arrived, they moved to a set of rooms my uncle had built especially for them, a place separate from the main house. Even so, we shared the kitchen and the rest of the farm, and although it was sometimes difficult to ignore the fleeting glances or the awkward silence of Mr. Ramon's wife, the adults acted kindly, as if everything was fine. For us children, it seemed like the perfect situation, so much freedom, so much space to play and explore. During that year's holiday season, when the whole family gathered at the farm again, we ran excitedly toward the pool, laughing and chatting. We invited Mr. Ramon's children to join us, but their response was less enthusiastic than we expected. Esteban was shy, but his eyes sparkled with the curiosity of someone who wanted to belong but couldn't. Sarah, on the other hand, she always seemed miles away, as if her body was at the farm, but her mind was elsewhere, in another time. Most of the day, we saw her sitting alone in a quiet corner or staring at the horizon. What unsettled me the most was the relationship between Sarah and her mother. The woman was always cold and distant with us children. Never a smile, never an invitation to play. Her attitude was entirely different when she interacted with the adults, then she became a charming, warm woman who made everyone laugh. But in the presence of children, her face would turn blank, as if she didn't know how to interact with us. It wasn't just my imagination, my mother and my aunts noticed it too, though they never spoke about it openly. Night came quickly, as it often does in remote places, where the sun sets without a trace. We were exhausted, gathering in our rooms to sleep, while the adults stayed outside on the terrace, surrounded by the murmurs of the night. They laughed, shared cold beers and snacks, but something in the air, something in the stillness of the farm, made me uneasy. I, gripped by an inexplicable curiosity, got out of bed without knowing exactly why. I just felt an urgent need to get closer, to hear more. Maybe I wanted to ask my mother for something, but as I approached the balcony, something in the air made me stop. Instead of stepping forward, I stayed hidden in the shadows, unnoticed. That was when I heard the conversation. Mr. Ramon, with his deep voice, was talking to my uncle Alejandro and the other adults. Something in his words made my skin crawl. Apparently, before our arrival, the farm had been rented out to a parish or a center that organized spiritual retreats. During one of these retreats, a group of nuns and young novices, women preparing to enter the convent, had arrived, hoping to find peace and tranquility in that remote setting. But things hadn't gone as expected. Mr. Ramon recounted that the nuns hadn't even spent a single night at the farm. Just hours after arriving, they began packing their belongings in a hurry, their desperation palpable. They rushed to the entrance and, between nervous whispers and hurried prayers, demanded to leave immediately. Mr. Ramon, surprised, tried to stop them. He explained that the road to town was long and that he couldn't drive them, as his truck wasn't available at the time. But the women, visibly terrified, refused to stay another minute in that place. They called someone, though Mr. Ramon never knew who. The only thing he remembered was that, after hours of waiting, a young man arrived in a truck, the kind used to transport crops or livestock. The nuns climbed into the vehicle as if the ground beneath them was burning, afraid to touch any part of that land. At that moment, the Mother Superior approached Mr. Ramon and, before getting into the truck, told him something that left him paralyzed. "Leave this place. Your family is being watched." The weight of those words left Mr. Ramon speechless. He had never noticed anything strange in his family, though his eyes had been clouded by the routine of tending the farm, and no one in the family had mentioned anything unusual. But that warning from the Mother Superior kept echoing in his mind. Something didn't add up. And later, when our family arrived, things began happening that he could no longer ignore. My mother and my uncle's wife, Estrella, had noticed something strange about Mrs. Ramon's behavior and her daughter, Sarah. The way she looked at us children, that coldness, that detachment, and how Sarah always seemed absent, as if she lived in another world. It made them uneasy, and they decided to speak to Mr. Ramon, to share their concerns. That was when he started to remember, to connect the dots, and realize that something deeper, something darker, was happening at the farm, something hidden until that moment. Then, I heard Mr. Ramon ask the adults about some crosses. Crosses? What crosses? His face was tense with worry. He described finding crosses in different parts of the farm, some buried, others partially visible, as if they had been deliberately hidden. In places we had never noticed before, near the fountain, between the two houses, behind the hilltop house, among the trees, by the geese's lake, near the horse stable, even by the main entrance. Who had put them there? And why? A heavy silence settled over the night, as if something unseen was lurking in the shadows. Then, in a low, almost whispering voice, Mr. Ramon asked my uncle Alejandro, "Has anyone else been here when we weren't? Has someone entered without us knowing?" My uncle, with a furrowed brow, shook his head, but there was a spark of doubt in his eyes. He didn't know how to respond because he, too, had noticed something strange. It wasn't just the presence of the crosses but something in the air, something intangible and invisible, yet everyone could feel it. It was my mother who finally broke the silence, looking at Mr. Ramon with a serious, almost sorrowful expression. "That's not normal. We haven't placed crosses on the farm, and we hadn't seen them before. And now, suddenly, they appear. What's going on here?" But there were no answers. No one knew what to think. We only knew that something was out of place, something we couldn't comprehend. The next day, I was no longer myself. I couldn't behave normally after that conversation. My eyes wandered everywhere. I needed to confirm the presence of the crosses. I managed to find the ones in the garden, the one among the trees near the lake, and the one behind the main house. They were very rudimentary crosses, made of branches with a very dark hue, almost ebony, tied together with twine or some type of rope. I couldn't bring myself to approach them. Something told me I shouldn't touch them. But at least now I knew they were real. That same night, the air was thick and heavy, as if the darkness itself were breathing over us. Outside, the adults continued searching with their flashlights for something no one could see, whispers and uneasy glances as they tried to decipher the source of a noise that had broken the night's silence on the farm. I watched from the half-open door, my heart pounding in my chest. That's when I saw her. Sarah. She passed in front of us without making a sound, as if floating in the shadows. Her dark hair was tied in a braid. I could see that her gaze was fixed on a point beyond, a destination invisible to everyone except her. She walked with unsettling confidence, without hesitation, without even glancing at us. "Why is she going to the lake?" my little cousin Andres whispered, his voice trembling. I didn't know how to answer. It didn't make sense. It was too late, the night was dense, the farm was immersed in almost complete darkness, and yet, Sarah walked as if she knew every inch of the ground beneath her feet, as if something were guiding her. My eyes instinctively turned to Mr. Ramon's wife. She remained standing at the doorway, holding her flashlight unlit in her hands. She made no move to stop her daughter. She didn't call out to her, didn't try to follow her. She just stood there, motionless. And the most terrifying thing was her expression. There was no fear in her eyes, no concern, only resignation. A chill ran down my spine. My body urged me to act, to call her name, to run after her, but something I couldn't explain, kept me anchored to the ground, as if interfering would be a mistake. "I'm going to tell my mom," I whispered, and without waiting for an answer, I ran upstairs. My mother was lying down, but when I told her what I had seen, her expression changed immediately. She got up and said she would go tell Mr. Ramon. I clung to her arm as I followed her, but I never knew if she actually did. The next morning, breakfast at the farm took place in tense silence. Amid the clinking of cutlery and the aroma of freshly brewed coffee, I heard something that made me shudder. Someone would come to take care of the crosses. My uncle Alejandro said it with firm resolve, as if it were the only possible solution. His wife, Estrella, looked at him with reproach and concern. My mother and my aunt simply averted their gazes and continued eating, avoiding the topic. I, on the other hand, felt immense helplessness. It seemed like I was the only child who couldn't ignore what was happening on the farm. My little cousins remained silent, avoiding any contact with Ramon's family. And Sarah. I never saw her again. Her absence also unsettled my mother, who asked Ramon's wife about her daughter. The woman responded with a kind, serene smile. "She's sick, but she's recovering." As she spoke, she took my mother's hands in hers with a tenderness that made no sense. She seemed so genuine, so empathetic, but when I looked closely, I knew she was lying. The truth wasn't in her smile, it was in her eyes. You always have to look at people's eyes, that's where their real thoughts hide. The next day, we left the farm and went to the town. We needed a distraction, to get away from that suffocating atmosphere. We walked through the plaza, visited the church, and bought some traditional pastries. For the first time in days, everything seemed fine. But when we returned, night had already fallen over the farm, and the first thing we noticed was the light on in the house on the plain. "Ramon and his family left this morning for his parents' house," my uncle Alejandro said, frowning. "No one should be here." We stopped in front of the house, staring at that single illuminated window in the darkness. "Ramon must have forgotten to turn off the light," he tried to reassure us. Without hesitation, he walked towards the house, determined to check that everything was in order. My Aunt Carla, for some reason, took out her camera and snapped a picture of the scene. Minutes passed before my uncle returned. "There's nothing strange, just a light left on," he said naturally, as if there was nothing to worry about. But my aunt didn't reply. She was staring at her camera screen, her expression turning to pure horror. "Oh my God," my mother whispered, covering her mouth with a hand. I moved closer, trying to see what they were looking at. In the photo, in the lit window, there was a clear silhouette of a man, or something resembling a man. He was sitting sideways, his profile barely outlined by the light. But the most disturbing thing was his abdomen, it protruded unnaturally, swollen or deformed. Silence fell over us. My uncle Alejandro checked the image and shook his head. There was no one there. I went in, I checked every room. There was no one, but the image didn't lie. Fear took hold of the adults. They grabbed our hands and hurried us into the main house. That night, no one slept alone. They pulled mattresses onto the floor, brought blankets and pillows, and we all stayed in the same room, with the lights on and the adults keeping watch. No one mentioned the photo. No one spoke of the shadow in the window. And I don't know why we simply didn't leave that very night. By morning, the decision had been made. They woke us before dawn, everything was packed and ready. We had a quick breakfast, and without looking back, we left the farm. The journey back to the city was long and silent. But once home, everything seemed to return to normal, or so we thought. A few days later, my Aunt Carla was reviewing the photos she had taken during the trip. She connected her camera to the TV to project them. Only she, my mother, and I were in the room, watching the screen. The first images were normal, us playing, exploring, laughing at the farm. But then, something changed. Spots appeared in the photos. Circles, some dark, others whitish, like shadows floating in the air. At first, we thought it was a camera glitch. But as we kept looking, the spots became clearer. If you stopped and looked closely, if you got close enough, you could see human features in them. Eyes. Mouths open in anguish. Figures that hadn't been there when the photos were taken. My Aunt Carla turned off the screen immediately. A year later, my uncle put the farm up for sale. It wasn't easy to sell. More than a year passed before someone showed interest. And during that time, more things happened. But that's another story. The truth is, we never found out what really happened. What were those crosses? What was that figure in the window? And what were those dark and white spheres? Rodney McCoy, feeling the media pressure, went so far as to say that Tommy was the killer, that Tommy was the man who had hit him in the head and taken Carla. The police pushed him to confess, but Tommy said nothing. A polygraph test confirmed that he was not the one responsible. On the night of February 17, 1974, Western Hills High School held its famous Valentine's Dance. It was the kind of school event you'd see in every coming-of-age movie: couples taking pictures, dramatic decorations, slow dances with lights dimmed low. But when the dance ended, some students weren't ready to call it a night. Among them were high school quarterback Rodney McCoy and his girlfriend, 17-year-old cheerleader Carla J. Walker. After leaving the dance, the couple drove to a nearby Taco Bell, ordered food, and parked to eat inside their car. They laughed, enjoyed each other's company, and later started drinking and smoking marijuana. Eventually, they needed to use the restroom, so they decided to stop at a local bowling alley. Parking outside, they stepped inside for a short break, then returned to their car. As they sat in the car talking, Rodney in the driver's seat and Carla in the passenger seat, their conversation grew playful, turning into affectionate kissing. Carla leaned back against the door, her full weight pressing against it, when suddenly, the door was yanked open from the outside. In an instant, their romantic moment turned into a nightmare. A stranger had ripped open the car door, causing Carla to tumble partially out of the vehicle. Before Rodney could react, the man attacked him viciously, striking him in the head multiple times with a blunt object. Dazed and bleeding, Rodney could hear Carla screaming for the attacker to stop, begging him to leave them alone. But the man didn't stop. Rodney then heard 3 sharp clicking sounds, later describing them as failed attempts to fire a gun. Whether the gun was jammed or empty, he couldn't tell. As Rodney's vision blurred from blood loss, he barely managed to see the man grabbing Carla and dragging her away. The last thing he heard before blacking out was Carla's desperate scream, "Tell my dad. Call him." Carla Jean Walker was born on January 31, 1957, in Tarrant County, Fort Worth, Texas. She was one of 7 children in the Walker family. By all accounts, Carla was a bright and social girl, well-liked by her peers. She was intelligent, outgoing, and deeply involved in school activities. As a student at Western Hills High School, she became a cheerleader, embodying the classic image of an all-American teenage girl, blonde, popular, and seemingly untouchable by tragedy. Her parents, Dory Charlene and Leighton Neil Walker, were loving but protective. When Carla asked for permission to attend the Valentine's dance, they agreed. That evening, she spent hours getting ready, filled with anticipation, carefully choosing a blue dress for the occasion. She also borrowed her mother's car for the night, a vehicle with locks that were particularly tricky, easy to secure from the outside but difficult to manage from within. But Carla wasn't worried. She was just going to a dance. What could possibly go wrong? Hours later, her family was jolted awake by frantic knocking at their door. When they opened it, they found Rodney standing there, covered in blood. He was disoriented, panicked, and struggling to speak through his injuries. The only words that came through clearly were, "Call the police. Carla's been taken." The Fort Worth Police Department responded immediately. Officers swarmed the bowling alley parking lot, but they found almost nothing. There were no clear footprints, no signs of a struggle beyond the blood covering Rodney. There were, however, 2 pieces of potential evidence. One was Carla's handbag, left behind in the car, still containing her identification, keys, and wallet. This suggested that robbery was not the motive. The second piece of evidence was disputed. Some sources claim that investigators found an empty magazine from a .22 Ruger firearm, while others say they discovered a gun manual related to the same type of weapon. Despite assembling an extensive search effort, combing through local woods, roads, and even using helicopters and scent tracking dogs, there was no sign of Carla for 3 days. Then, on February 20, 1974, her body was discovered in a drainage ditch beneath a bridge near Benbrook Lake, approximately 30 minutes from where she had been abducted. Carla was fully dressed, her jewelry still on her body, again reinforcing the idea that robbery had not been a motive. But her clothing was torn, and her body bore bruises, signs of prolonged physical abuse. Most tellingly, she had red marks around her neck, indicating she had been strangled. The autopsy revealed even more chilling details. Carla had not been killed immediately. She had been kept alive for 2 days before her murderer ended her life. In that time, she was tortured and drugged with morphine, a detail that suggested her killer had some knowledge of narcotics. Investigators began exploring similar cases in the area. They quickly found one. Becky Martin, a 21-year-old student, had been abducted and murdered almost exactly a year earlier. Her body was found near Benbrook Lake, just like Carla's. Becky had been petite, blonde, and physically resembled Carla. Both had been taken in February, their bodies dumped in the same region. The similarities were undeniable, but there was no definitive evidence linking the two cases. The police pursued multiple suspects. The first was Tommy Ray Nyan, a 21-year-old man who had abducted 16-year-old Danita Cash just months after Carla's murder. He had confessed to multiple killings, and Rodney McCoy, under immense media pressure, initially identified him as the man who had attacked them that night. However, a polygraph test later cleared Tommy of any involvement in Carla's murder. Another suspect was Jimmy Dean Sasser, a man involved in a series of burglaries. When police confronted him, he cryptically remarked, "I wondered when you'd come for me about Carla Walker." However, he later admitted he had made the statement out of despair over his failing marriage, and there was no evidence tying him to the crime. A third suspect, Glenn Samuel McCurley, became a prime person of interest. He had a history of car theft, lived near the area where Carla was taken, and had once owned a .22 Ruger, the same type of gun associated with the crime scene. However, when police questioned him in 1974, he claimed that his Ruger had been stolen before the murder. Without physical evidence, investigators had no choice but to let him go. For decades, the case remained unsolved. But in 2019, investigators discovered an overlooked piece of evidence, a handwritten anonymous letter sent to the Fort Worth police shortly after Carla's death. The letter simply read, "I killed Carla Walker in Benbrook," signed with the number 10. It had never been made public because the detective who received it died shortly after, leaving it forgotten in a case file. In 2020, modern forensic technology finally provided a breakthrough. DNA recovered from Carla's clothing was re-examined and entered into a genealogy database. The results pointed to a family name, McCurley. With renewed focus, investigators obtained a DNA sample from Glenn McCurley's trash and confirmed a match. On July 7, 2020, police arrived at his home. He maintained his innocence but reluctantly provided a DNA sample. Days later, lab results confirmed that his DNA matched the evidence from Carla's body. On September 10, 2020, McCurley was arrested and charged with Carla Walker's murder. Initially, he denied involvement, but eventually, he confessed. He claimed he had been heavily drinking that night, saw Carla and Rodney, and decided to attack. His full confession brought a tragic but long overdue resolution to a case that had haunted Fort Worth for nearly half a century. After 46 years, Carla Walker's family finally had justice. The whole family immediately dropped everything they were doing and rushed to the police station to report what was happening. But once they got there, the officers didn't even file a report. They said the fire might be connected to the case, and until they put it out, they weren't going to look for the missing girl. Maggie Long was born in December 1999, the youngest of 3 daughters in a hardworking family. Her family had Chinese and Vietnamese roots and did everything possible to build a better life in the United States. Maggie's parents owned multiple properties and ran a couple of restaurants in Bailey, Colorado. They worked day and night for years, eventually affording a beautiful house in a great part of town. In fact, the house was so big that they rented out the lower level. The Long family lived upstairs, while the tenants downstairs were quiet, never causing any trouble. Remember this, it'll be important later. Bailey was a small town where everyone knew each other. With only 8,000 residents, it was a peaceful place surrounded by nature, with good schools and virtually no crime. If you wanted to know something about someone, chances were your neighbor had some information, especially about the Long family. They were well known and well liked, particularly Maggie. In 2017, Maggie was a senior at Platte Canyon High School. Her classmates described her as involved in nearly everything. She was kind, generous, ambitious, and charismatic. She was also known for spending her free time helping others, showing up with food, offering company, or just watching Netflix with friends. Maggie had a huge heart and a wonderful spirit, said Shannon Monahan, her best friend's mother. She had a beautiful smile and loved everyone. One of the most striking things about Maggie was that on her birthdays, she wasn't the focus of the celebration. Instead of making it about herself, she invited friends and classmates over, made sandwiches, and then took them to Denver to distribute to the homeless. Even at a young age, she had accomplished incredible things, and people admired her deeply. Many saw her as a future leader, perhaps even a president or a famous actress. On Friday, December 1, 2017, Maggie had an important role in the school play. She had spent months rehearsing and was determined to give her best performance. But she couldn't sit still. She wasn't just acting in the play, she was also involved in organizing it, setting up the VIP section, arranging seating, and handling decorations. After school, she worked on setting up the venue, tying ribbons, placing snacks, and making everything look perfect. At some point, she told her friends she needed to go home for a quick change of clothes. She promised she'd be back in 5 or 10 minutes. Everyone knew Maggie well enough to suspect she'd probably return with more supplies, snacks, or decorations. But hours passed, and Maggie never came back. Her friends called her phone repeatedly, but she didn't answer. They called her house, no response. They tried reaching her parents and sisters, but nobody picked up. The entire Long family was working at the time. As time ticked by with no sign of Maggie, her friends had no choice but to give her role in the play to someone else. That's when her family found out she was missing. Maggie's sister, Connie, arrived at the school that evening, expecting to watch her perform. But as she scanned the audience and backstage, she didn't see Maggie anywhere. She started asking around, and her friends explained that she had left to change but never returned. Panicked, Connie pulled out her phone to call Maggie. But before she could dial, she noticed several unread messages from their downstairs tenant. The messages were urgent, complaining about loud noises, shouting, and heavy banging coming from the Longs' home. Connie immediately replied, saying that couldn't be possible, no one was supposed to be home. Their house should have been empty. That's when she knew something was wrong. She rushed to her car and drove home as fast as possible. But as she approached her street, she saw fire trucks surrounding their house. It was in flames. While Connie had been driving, the tenant had gone upstairs to check on the commotion. Instead of finding Maggie, they found the place ransacked and on fire. They called 911 at around 7 p.m. The scene was chaotic, but what made it worse was that Maggie's car was parked outside. That meant she had been home when the fire started. Desperate for answers, Connie asked the firefighters what was going on, but they told her to wait, the flames were too intense. Not knowing what else to do, she turned to social media, posting about Maggie's disappearance and asking for help. She then called her parents, who immediately dropped everything and rushed to the police station to report her missing. But when they arrived, the officers didn't take immediate action. They claimed the fire could be connected to Maggie's disappearance, and until it was fully extinguished, they wouldn't investigate. The family kept pushing for a search, insisting she be officially listed as missing. The authorities finally agreed, marking her as a missing person, but the search still didn't begin. By 8 p.m., the fire was under control, and investigators entered the house. Right away, they saw clear signs of a break-in. Furniture was overturned, drawers were left open, chairs were scattered, and clothes were burned. That's when they formed their first theory. The Long family was well known for their wealth. They owned businesses, had a large, beautiful home, and rented out the lower floor. The police believed that a group of thieves had targeted their house, ransacked it, and set it on fire. But the worst was yet to come. For days, the Long family believed Maggie was missing. They plastered the town with flyers, flooded social media with posts, and begged the police for updates. But officers gave them little information. Then, on December 3, the police held a press conference, assuring the town that there was no ongoing threat. They urged the public to come forward with any information regarding Maggie or the fire. The next day, the authorities issued a gag order, meaning that no information about the investigation could be publicly shared. The Long family was confused. Why was everything being kept so secret? That's when federal agencies got involved. The FBI and ATF, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, arrived on the scene. This alarmed the Longs even more. What did this case have to do with firearms and explosives? The police wouldn't say. For 4 days, the Long family wasn't allowed near their own home because it was considered an active crime scene. They couldn't retrieve their belongings or even see what remained of their house. Then, on December 7, the gag order was lifted. The police finally made the horrifying announcement: human remains had been found in the burned house. The body was identified as Maggie Long. And worse, they believed she had been murdered. Their theory? Maggie had walked in on a burglary in progress. Being the fearless person she was, she likely confronted the intruders. In response, they killed her, set the house on fire, and fled. As the investigation continued, the authorities released a wanted bulletin. They were searching for a 1990s to 2000s model minivan, likely driven by a white male in his 20s. The suspect might have burns on his body and was believed to be in possession of an AK-47, 2,000 rounds of ammunition, and a 9mm Beretta, all stolen from the Long safe. The public was outraged. The police had initially assured them there was no danger, but now they admitted that an armed suspect was on the loose. More details emerged. The intruders had been trying to open a safe containing firearms, ammunition, and valuable jade figurines when Maggie walked in. That's when they killed her, set the house on fire, and escaped. To this day, no one has been arrested for Maggie's murder. The FBI reclassified the case as a hate crime in 2021, allowing them to access more resources. But Maggie's family still waits for justice. Now it's your turn. What do you think? Was the investigation handled properly, or did law enforcement fail Maggie Long? Let me tell you a story that will give you chills. Picture this: a small, quiet town in West Virginia back in the late 19th century. Life was simple, people knew their neighbors, and news spread faster than wildfire. Now, this particular story begins with the discovery of a young woman's body, but trust me, it's not your typical tragedy. This tale takes a turn so strange and eerie that it's been whispered about for over a century. It all started when a young boy was sent on an errand. His name isn't important, but his task that day was simple: deliver a message to a woman named Zona Hester Shue. Zona was a 23-year-old woman, married, and living her life in the small town of Greenbrier. On this particular day, her husband, Edward Shue, had left the house early in the morning and later asked this boy to drop by their home and check on her. Edward had paid the boy a couple of coins, and the child, eager to earn his little fortune, ran to the house. When the boy arrived, he knocked on the door but got no answer. He knocked again, called her name, and still, silence. Something didn't feel right. So, he cautiously opened the door and stepped inside. What he saw froze him in his tracks. There was Zona, lying at the foot of the stairs, motionless. She was on her back, her eyes closed, one hand resting on her stomach as if she'd merely fainted. But something about the stillness, the unnatural quiet, told the boy that this wasn't just a fainting spell. Zona was dead. The boy ran from the house as fast as his legs could carry him, shouting for help. Word spread quickly through the tight-knit community, and before long, a crowd had gathered. The doctor, George Knapp, was called, but by the time he arrived, something odd had already happened. Zona's husband, Edward, had gotten home first. He didn't wait for anyone to inspect the scene or handle her body. Instead, he'd washed her, dressed her in a high-necked black dress, and placed a veil over her face. Then, he laid her on their bed. This behavior might not seem too strange at first glance, but in those days, it was highly unusual. Typically, when a woman passed away, it was the women of the community who prepared her body, not her husband. Edward claimed ignorance of this custom, perhaps due to being an outsider, and people let it slide, for now. The doctor examined Zona briefly, but the examination was anything but thorough. Edward hovered over the doctor, wailing and holding his wife's body as though he couldn't bear to let go. His behavior swung wildly between heartbroken sobs and bouts of aggression, and he adamantly refused to let anyone get too close to Zona. Despite these oddities, the doctor concluded that Zona had died of natural causes. Specifically, he wrote "everlasting faint" on the death certificate, an old-timey term that essentially meant her heart had stopped for no apparent reason. Later, he amended it to "complications from childbirth," even though there was no evidence Zona had been pregnant. The matter seemed closed, and the town moved on. Or so they thought. Zona's body was taken to her parents' home for the wake, another tradition of the time. Edward stayed by her side the entire time, sitting next to the coffin and refusing to let anyone touch her. He even placed a pillow under her head and wrapped a scarf around her neck, claiming it was her favorite and that she'd want to be buried with it. To some, these actions seemed like the gestures of a grieving husband. But to Zona's mother, Mary Jane Hester, they were deeply suspicious. Something wasn't right. Mary Jane had never liked Edward. She'd warned Zona not to marry him, insisting he was bad news. Now, with her daughter lying dead, Mary Jane's unease turned to outright suspicion. She noticed an unpleasant smell coming from the coffin and strange discoloration around Zona's neck. When she tried to remove the scarf Edward had so lovingly tied, he became furious, insisting it stay in place. Mary Jane's instincts told her that Edward was hiding something, and she was determined to find out what. After the funeral, Mary Jane took a sheet from Zona's coffin and tried to wash it. When she submerged it in water, the water turned red, as though stained with blood. No matter how much she scrubbed, the stain wouldn't come out. To Mary Jane, this was a sign, a message from beyond. Convinced that her daughter's death was no accident, she began to pray. Night after night, she begged Zona's spirit to come to her and reveal the truth. And then, it happened. Mary Jane began having vivid dreams, or visions, depending on how you look at it. In these dreams, Zona's ghost appeared to her, bathed in an otherworldly light. The ghost spoke, telling Mary Jane about the horrors she'd endured. Edward, she said, had been abusive and cruel. On the night of her death, he had flown into a rage because she hadn't cooked meat for dinner. In his fury, he'd grabbed her by the neck and strangled her, snapping her neck in the process. To prove it, the ghost twisted her head completely around, a chilling detail Mary Jane would never forget. These dreams happened 4 nights in a row. By the end, Mary Jane was convinced beyond any doubt that Edward had murdered her daughter. She took her story to the local prosecutor, John Alfred Preston. Now, you might think he'd dismiss her as a grieving mother driven mad by sorrow, but Mary Jane was persuasive. She wasn't known as a liar or someone prone to flights of fancy, and her story, as bizarre as it sounded, had enough strange details to warrant further investigation. The prosecutor reopened the case and interviewed everyone who had been involved, including the doctor. When pressed, Dr. Knapp admitted that he'd been unable to perform a proper autopsy because Edward wouldn't allow it. This was enough for the prosecutor to order Zona's body to be exhumed. The exhumation took place on February 22, 1897. Edward was required by law to be present, and he protested loudly, calling the whole thing a disgrace. He even declared that they wouldn't find anything because he was innocent. But the autopsy told a different story. Zona's neck was indeed broken, and her windpipe was crushed. There were finger-shaped bruises on her neck, clear evidence of strangulation. The findings were damning, and Edward was arrested for murder. As Edward sat in jail awaiting trial, more of his dark past came to light. It turned out Zona had been his 3rd wife. His first marriage had ended in divorce, with his ex-wife accusing him of extreme cruelty. His second wife had died under mysterious circumstances. And now, his 3rd wife was dead, her neck broken. To make matters worse, Edward had reportedly boasted to fellow inmates that he planned to marry 7 women in his lifetime. This macabre ambition only added to the growing belief that Edward was a dangerous man. The trial began on June 22, 1897. Mary Jane was the star witness, and the defense tried to discredit her by focusing on her claims about Zona's ghost. They hoped to paint her as delusional, but Mary Jane held her ground. She recounted her dreams with unwavering conviction, describing every detail with clarity and consistency. The jury was captivated, and while the prosecution had tried to avoid relying on the ghost story, it became the defining feature of the case. In the end, the jury found Edward guilty of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison, narrowly escaping a lynch mob that had gathered outside the courthouse. Edward spent the rest of his days behind bars and died in 1900. His grave remains unmarked, a quiet end for a man whose actions sparked one of the most unusual murder trials in American history. As for Mary Jane, she went to her grave believing that her daughter's spirit had visited her and revealed the truth. The story of Zona Hester Shue, the Greenbrier ghost, lives on as a testament to a mother's love and determination. Whether you believe in ghosts or not, there's no denying that this tale is as haunting as it is unforgettable. So, what do you think? Could Zona's ghost really have returned to seek justice, or was it simply a case of a mother's intuition proving stronger than any evidence? It all started on the night of November 12, 1999, in Aguascalientes, Mexico. A man who made a living by collecting garbage was rummaging through the trash, hoping to find something valuable. He searched through boxes, bags, and containers, meticulously examining their contents. That was when he stumbled upon a large cardboard box. It was heavier than he expected, which piqued his curiosity. Thinking he might have found something of worth, he pulled it out of the dumpster and opened it. What he discovered inside would haunt him forever. Inside the box, he first saw a Christmas tablecloth, a floral blanket, and a knife. But beneath those items, there was something far more sinister, the lifeless body of a small child. Shocked and horrified, he immediately contacted the authorities, setting off an investigation that would captivate and horrify an entire nation. The police arrived at the scene and carefully examined the contents of the box. Besides the Christmas tablecloth and the floral blanket, there were garbage bags and, of course, the body of the little boy. He appeared to be around 4 years old. The only clothing he wore was a t-shirt featuring characters from 101 Dalmatians. The rest of his body was exposed, revealing bruises, blood, and clear signs of extreme violence. However, as forensic experts dug deeper, they realized that what they initially saw was only the tip of the iceberg. The extent of this child's suffering was far worse than anyone had imagined. Upon closer inspection, they found rope marks on his wrists, suggesting he had been tied up. His body was covered in bruises, some fresh and others older, indicating prolonged abuse over time. There were also healed fractures, bones that had once been broken but had not healed properly. This meant that for years, this little boy had endured unimaginable cruelty. His final moments had been beyond brutal. After completing the autopsy, the cause of death was determined: a severe traumatic brain injury, spinal cord trauma, and a ruptured bladder. The injuries suggested that whoever had done this had no remorse, no empathy, and no affection for the child. This was not just a case of abuse, it was outright torture. The way his body was disposed of, wrapped in blankets, stuffed in a box, and dumped like trash, made it painfully clear that his life had meant nothing to his killer. The sheer level of brutality led investigators to believe that this was not the work of just one person. The attack was so savage that they initially theorized that it had been committed by an organized group, possibly as a message to someone. The location of the crime scene added to their suspicions. The dumpster was near a police station. Could this have been a warning or a statement of defiance? However, no notes or messages were left behind, and in the following days, no criminal group claimed responsibility for the act. As news of the horrific discovery spread, the police released all available information to the media. Television stations, newspapers, and radio broadcasts covered the story, hoping that someone would come forward with a lead. And soon enough, witnesses began to emerge. The first witness was a woman who worked as a street sweeper. She had been working on that very street the morning of November 12th and saw a suspicious man abandoning a large cardboard box. She recalled that he had arrived in a taxi, stepped out with the box in hand, and started acting very strangely. He kept glancing around nervously, looking from one corner to the other, hesitating before finally approaching the dumpster. At one point, he walked away, then returned, as if second-guessing himself. Finally, he left the box behind and disappeared. With this new lead, the police turned their attention to local taxi companies. They asked if any driver had picked up a man carrying a large box that morning. It didn't take long before a taxi driver came forward. He remembered picking up a tall, thin man in his mid-30s at the bus station. Throughout the ride, the passenger held on to a large, unusual box, appearing tense and on edge. The driver had found his behavior odd, and now that he knew what had been inside the box, the memory haunted him. Using these witness testimonies, the police created a wanted poster featuring the suspect and another one featuring the child's face, hoping someone would recognize him. As the posters circulated, more people came forward with potential leads. Some thought they had seen the suspect before, while others were convinced they knew the child's identity. 3 major theories emerged regarding the boy's origins. The first was that he was a kidnapped child from Veracruz. Months earlier, a boy had been abducted, and a ransom had been demanded. The family paid, but their child was never returned. Heartbroken, they now believed that the child in the dumpster might be their son. However, DNA testing proved otherwise. As time passed, another family came forward. They had also lost a son, and the father was certain that the 101 Dalmatians shirt belonged to his child. Once again, DNA testing was conducted, and once again, it was a heartbreaking mismatch. Despite numerous families stepping forward, no one could definitively identify the child. His face seemed eerily familiar to many, yet he remained nameless and unclaimed. Meanwhile, investigators focused on a hotel near the crime scene. They discovered that a family of 3, a father, a mother, and a 7-year-old child, lived nearby. Rumors and suspicions quickly spread, and soon, the family found themselves being harassed by people convinced they were involved. "We were constantly being pressured to identify the boy," the mother later recalled. "They even said my husband had confessed, which wasn't true. They kept dragging us to the authorities, taking us to the forensic lab, making us look at the child's body for long periods. But we kept telling them, we didn't know him." Eventually, with no evidence linking them to the case, the family was ruled out as suspects. But the investigation continued, and so did the heartbreak. The case struck a nerve with the Mexican public. The idea that a child could be so brutally murdered and then abandoned without even a name was unbearable. A group of concerned citizens took action, wanting to give the boy a proper burial. If nothing was done, his remains would likely end up in a mass grave, forgotten forever. This was unacceptable to them. Among those determined to help was a woman named Margarita Alonso Castillo. She lived a peaceful life, had a husband and children, and everything seemed fine. But when she heard the story, she was overcome with sorrow. She couldn't stop thinking that the little boy could have been her own child. Moved by emotion, she spoke to her husband and decided to adopt the boy posthumously. With the authorities' permission, Margarita and her family went to the civil registry, where they gave the child an official identity. He was named Misael Barranco Alonso. Afterward, he was given a proper burial, resting in grave number 132 in the Santa Cruz section of the Eternal Garden Cemetery. Years passed, but the case remained unsolved. There were no new leads, no suspects, no answers. Margarita passed away in 2018 and was laid to rest next to Misael, the child who, legally, had become her son. Despite the lack of resolution, the case was never forgotten. In 2001, it received national attention when it was featured on Mujer, Casos de la Vida Real, a popular television program hosted by Silvia Pinal. The show dramatized real-life events, and its influence was massive across Latin America. For years, it aired stories of everyday people, turning their tragedies into cautionary tales. The episode about the dumpster boy ended with a plea for the public to provide any information that could help identify the killer. Following the episode, the police once again received numerous calls. Many claimed to recognize the child, and once more, families came forward hoping he was their lost loved one. But among all these callers, one man stood out, Dionisio Perez. He wasn't just another grieving parent. He was convinced, beyond a doubt, that he had once known this child, that the boy had been a part of his life in some way. And with that, the case took another unexpected turn. To be continued. Part 2. There was a man named Dionisio Perez, who was absolutely convinced that he had seen this child before. He was certain that the boy had been a part of his life, that he had interacted with him. Dionisio was so sure about it that he decided to go to the police station and tell his story. He explained that he was a teacher of Gnostic philosophy and had worked in Aguascalientes. Once inside the station, he asked to see the image of the boy again. When they showed it to him, he shared something deeply unsettling. He began by pointing out that the dumpster where the child's body was found, on August 28th Street, was very close to the headquarters of Gnosis Mexico. In fact, the distance was only about 6 minutes by car and 16 minutes on foot. This reinforced his belief that he knew the person responsible for this crime, someone who practiced Gnosis and was once very close to him. Dionisio continued to provide more information. He claimed that the boy found in the dumpster was named Dylan Randall Mercado Gonzalez. His mother was Liliana Mercado Gonzalez, and his stepfather was Francisco Javier Lopez Gonzalez. According to Dionisio, Francisco was the one who could have committed this terrible crime. Dionisio had always found Francisco strange. From the first moment he met him, he had a bad feeling about him. He also noticed that Dylan often had bruises all over his body, bruises that didn't seem like the result of playing. The way Francisco treated Dylan was cold and distant, nothing like how a father should treat a son. At first, Dionisio didn't think much of it, but over time, he started to believe that something awful was happening in that house. By the time he fully realized it, it was too late. The family had disappeared without a trace. The police launched an investigation. They searched for Liliana, Francisco, and Dylan, but they were nowhere to be found. However, they did find Dylan's grandmother, a woman named Araceli Gonzalez Becerra. When they showed her the reconstructed image of the boy, she immediately recognized him. She was certain that the child was her grandson, Dylan. The police then showed her photos of the body, his face, and the objects found with him. Araceli was able to identify every little detail. The Christmas tablecloth, she was sure, belonged to her daughter. The floral blanket was also from her family. She kept repeating that the boy had to be her grandson. DNA tests later confirmed it. Dylan Randall was indeed the child in the dumpster. The story Araceli told was chilling. Dylan was born in 1999 to Liliana and her then partner, Andres Amador. But Andres never acknowledged Dylan as his own and walked away from their lives. Liliana became a single mother, but she wasn't alone for long. Soon after, she met Francisco, and the two started a life together. They moved in and became a family of 3. But Liliana's family didn't trust Francisco at all. He was a strange man. He worked as a photographer and considered himself a philosopher and theologian. What worried them most was his personality. He was controlling, possessive, and jealous, especially with Liliana. Francisco believed that his family was the only thing that mattered. Friends, neighbors, outsiders, they were irrelevant. His idea of protection was twisted, and unfortunately, Dylan wasn't part of that protected circle. Francisco never accepted Dylan as his own, and over time, his rejection turned into something worse, hatred. A few years after meeting, Liliana and Francisco got married and had children of their own. This solidified Francisco's complete rejection of Dylan. It was said that Francisco often beat Liliana, and when Dylan tried to intervene, he got beaten too. Even if Dylan was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, Francisco would take his anger out on him. As Francisco's own children were born, the abuse escalated. Liliana had 2 pregnancies, but the second one, which was twins, ended in tragedy. The babies didn't survive, and Francisco blamed Dylan for it. From that moment on, the abuse only got worse. Neighbors would constantly hear Dylan crying, screaming, begging for help. They saw him suffer. They saw him being forced to kneel on stones for hours, stand for long periods holding heavy bricks, and even being sprayed with cold water outside at night. It was heartbreaking, but no one could do anything. Some people turned a blind eye, while others, like Araceli, tried to take action. Araceli reported the abuse multiple times and even requested custody of Dylan. But every time the police showed up, the family had already moved. The system was too slow. By the time authorities acted, Francisco and Liliana had already disappeared again. Some sources claim Liliana was also abusive, while others say she was just another victim. Either way, one thing was certain: Dylan was suffering, and everyone knew it. But then, one night, the family vanished. Araceli never saw her grandson again. The police distributed wanted posters with Francisco and Liliana's faces, urging people to call if they had any information. Dozens of people called with sightings from all over Mexico, but every time the police arrived, the couple was gone. No one knew if they were being tipped off or if they were just very good at hiding. During the investigation, the police learned disturbing details about Francisco. He was deeply in debt, having taken out several loans he couldn't repay. Even more concerning, before meeting Liliana, Francisco had been married to a woman named Anibal de la Cruz, with whom he had children. Some sources say they had one child, others say two. One thing was certain: one of those children died under mysterious circumstances. Francisco had been alone with the child when it happened. The death was ruled accidental, but Anibal never believed it. She was convinced that Francisco had killed their child. She filed a complaint, but the case was closed. Years passed, and the police continued their investigation. In 2003, they received another shocking piece of information: Francisco and Liliana had tried to adopt a child. Their names were on official documents requesting legal adoption. But by the time the police found out, the couple had disappeared again. Frustrated with the lack of progress, the case was featured on a true crime TV show. They recounted the entire story, shared the latest developments, and begged the public for information. But still, no solid leads came in. For years, there were only rumors, scattered sightings, but no arrests. Some believed the couple had crossed illegally into the United States, changed their names, and were hiding. The FBI even listed them among the most wanted. But they remained ghosts. That was until January 5, 2025, when Francisco and Liliana were finally arrested. They were found in Chetumal, the capital of Quintana Roo. Details of their arrest are unclear. One version says Liliana herself called the police, while another suggests that her psychologist turned her in. Apparently, she had been receiving therapy under a false name, and over time, her therapist pieced the story together and called the authorities. Finally, after more than 2 decades, the truth came out. On the night of November 12, 1999, Francisco and Liliana had a heated argument. In his rage, Francisco attacked Dylan. This time, the beating was so severe that the boy didn't survive. Instead of calling for help, Francisco decided to dispose of the body. He wrapped Dylan in a blanket, placed him in a cardboard box, and packed it with plastic bags and a knife. At the time, the family was living in Jalisco, but to avoid suspicion, Francisco took Dylan's body to Aguascalientes. He took a bus, then a taxi, and finally abandoned the box on August 28th Street. From that moment on, the family went on the run. They moved from Jalisco to Guanajuato, then Oaxaca, then Palenque, Chiapas. They stayed there for a year before relocating to Chetumal in 2002. They lived there undisturbed for 23 years until their arrest. Now, Francisco and Liliana face up to 40 years in prison. Many believe justice will finally be served. What do you think? Do you believe justice will be done at last? The trial and the family's reaction. After years of investigation and numerous dead ends, the arrest of Francisco and Liliana was a significant breakthrough in the case that had haunted so many for over 2 decades. The discovery of the couple in Quintana Roo brought an end to their long journey of evasion, but for the family, it was only the beginning of a long-awaited reckoning. As the trial began, emotions ran high. The courtroom was filled with people from all walks of life: journalists, legal experts, and, most importantly, the family members of Dylan Randall Mercado Gonzalez, whose life had been cruelly stolen from him. His maternal grandmother, Araceli Gonzalez Becerra, was one of the most vocal figures during the trial. She had tirelessly advocated for justice for her grandson, even when it seemed like the case would be forgotten. Araceli had endured years of heartache, witnessing the disappearance of her daughter Liliana and her grandson, and living with the knowledge that her beloved Dylan had been a victim of unimaginable abuse. Her determination to find the truth never wavered, and the sight of Francisco and Liliana finally facing the consequences of their actions brought both relief and sorrow. The emotional weight of the trial was felt deeply by those who had known Dylan. Friends of the family, old neighbors, and even strangers who had followed the case were all present in the courtroom. Each person carried their own burden of guilt, knowing that they had witnessed the signs of abuse but had not been able to stop it in time. The case was a painful reminder of how sometimes, even with the best intentions, people fail to protect those who need it the most. One of the most emotional moments came when the victim impact statements were read aloud in court. Araceli, with tears in her eyes, spoke about her memories of Dylan as a young boy, how he was always full of life despite the challenges he faced. She described the love she had for him and the grief that had haunted her since his death. "I will never forget his smile," she said. "Even though I couldn't save him in life, I will fight for him in death." Her words sent ripples through the courtroom, and many who were there could not hold back their tears. However, the trial was not only about the victims. It was also a moment for the defense to present their side. Liliana's defense attorney tried to paint her as a victim of Francisco's manipulation and abuse. They claimed that she had been forced into submission by Francisco and that she had not been complicit in the abuse that Dylan had suffered. They argued that she had been a victim of emotional and psychological trauma herself, which had prevented her from acting to protect her son. This narrative was met with mixed reactions, especially from the public. Some people were sympathetic to the idea that Liliana had been trapped in an abusive relationship, while others believed that she had been an active participant in the abuse, turning a blind eye to the suffering of her son. The debate about her role in Dylan's death was one of the most divisive aspects of the trial. Some witnesses testified that Liliana had been seen hitting Dylan in the past, while others recalled moments when she had tried to intervene to stop Francisco's violence, but had failed to do so effectively. Despite the conflicting testimonies, it was clear that Liliana's relationship with Francisco had been toxic and controlling. He had isolated her from her family and friends, making it difficult for her to seek help or even acknowledge the extent of the abuse. Many believed that Francisco had manipulated her into being complicit, but there were still questions about how much responsibility she bore in Dylan's death. As the trial progressed, the evidence against Francisco became undeniable. The forensic evidence, including the autopsy reports, painted a clear picture of the brutal abuse Dylan had suffered. The pathologist testified that Dylan's injuries were consistent with ongoing physical abuse, and the cause of death was blunt force trauma. The prosecution argued that Francisco had been responsible for Dylan's death and that Liliana had allowed the abuse to continue unchecked. The defense, however, tried to shift the blame to the system, suggesting that it had failed Dylan and his family long before the murder took place. They claimed that the authorities had not done enough to protect Dylan when the abuse was first reported, and that the failure of the police to act had ultimately led to his death. This argument, though an attempt to deflect responsibility, did not resonate with the jury or the public. It was clear that the individuals most responsible for Dylan's suffering were Francisco and Liliana. The emotional impact of the trial reached its peak when the jury deliberated. As the final verdict was read, the courtroom fell silent. Francisco was found guilty of the murder of Dylan and sentenced to the maximum punishment allowed by law, life in prison without the possibility of parole. Liliana, however, was found guilty of child abuse and manslaughter. She was sentenced to 40 years in prison. The verdicts were a bittersweet victory for the family, as no sentence could ever bring Dylan back. But it was a step toward justice, a step toward healing. For Araceli, the conviction of Francisco and Liliana did not bring the peace she had longed for. "I will never be able to forget what they did to my grandson," she said after the trial. "But at least now I know they will never hurt anyone again." The verdict was a hard-won victory, but it came at a high cost. For the family, the healing process would take years, and the scars of the past would never fully disappear. In the aftermath of the trial, the media continued to cover the case, and more details about the couple's life on the run emerged. It was revealed that they had changed their identities multiple times and had moved from one location to another in an attempt to escape justice. They had lived under assumed names, and in some places, they had even built new families. Liliana's daughter, who had been born after Dylan's death, was now an adult and had been following the case closely. She had always known that something was wrong with her mother and Francisco's relationship, but it wasn't until the trial that she learned the full extent of the abuse Dylan had endured. In a heartbreaking statement, she expressed her feelings of betrayal and anger. "I never knew the truth," she said. "I never knew what happened to my brother, and I never knew the extent of the pain he went through. I don't know how to feel now." The public reaction to the case was mixed. Many people were outraged by the brutality of the crime and the fact that the family had been able to live freely for so many years. Some called for stricter laws and faster action in cases of child abuse, while others questioned the role of the authorities in failing to protect Dylan. The case sparked a nationwide conversation about the importance of child protection and the need for better systems to prevent and address abuse. In the final moments of the trial, as the family prepared for the long road to healing, they took comfort in the fact that justice had been served. Francisco and Liliana would pay for their crimes, and while it would never undo the pain they caused, it offered some semblance of closure. As Araceli said in her closing statement, "This is for Dylan. This is for the child who deserved so much more than what he got. We will never forget you." The case of Dylan Randall Mercado Gonzalez became a symbol of the fight against child abuse and a reminder of the devastating consequences of allowing violence to continue unchecked. For those who loved him, it was a painful but necessary journey, one that would forever change the way they viewed justice and the importance of protecting those who cannot protect themselves. She had a very suspicious stain, a stain that looked like semen. At that time, DNA analysis was practically in its infancy, so knowing whether it was or wasn't would be very complicated. At this point, the investigators had two lines of investigation. The first was the stain on OP Hug, and, incredibly, they went with the latter. With just a glance, they thought the nail was not Mary Tyler's. They compared it, measured it, and concluded it wasn't hers. So they were convinced it belonged to a killer. For the moment, they had this small clue. But they also had 10 rolls of film that still hadn't been developed, and maybe there was something else there. However, another big problem arose: the Kilgore Police Department had no funds. They had no money to develop any photos. That's when someone came up with the brilliant idea of setting up an amateur photo lab inside the station. No one had any damn clue about photography. No one knew how to develop them, how to work with negatives, nobody had a clue. But still, they thought it might work. And with this joke of an idea, incredibly, they lost 90% of the negatives. After the disaster with the photographs, another very interesting issue emerged: the different police departments couldn't agree among themselves. They didn't communicate well, didn't coordinate, and finally had to turn to the public for help. Thanks to this, two very interesting testimonies came in. The first was from a KFC customer on the night of September 23, 1983. There was a football game that night, and as usual, all the fast food restaurants were packed. Until 8:30 or 9 p.m., the entire KFC staff was present, full-time, part-time employees, everyone. And among them, of course, was Kimberly Miller, Mary Tyler's daughter. According to the witness, Kimberly Miller, between 8 and 8:30, was at the register. At one point, she grabbed the phone and called someone. While charging customers, she talked on the phone, and the whole restaurant heard the conversation because she was yelling a lot. Basically, she said there was a lot of money in the register, and she didn't know what to do with it. Deposit it? Leave it there? She didn't know what to do. And the whole restaurant heard this. The witness also said that in front of him was a customer who seemed very interested in the conversation. He was very attentive, watching everything. The witness didn't get a good look at his face, but was able to give a small description. The man was an African American, around 20 years old, about 1.80 meters tall. Beyond that, he couldn't say much more. The next testimony came from several people, and they all pointed to the same man, James Earl Monkean Jr., the son of a state representative. Being the son of someone important, the justice system was lenient with him. Throughout his life, this man committed many crimes: drug possession, illegal weapons. And once, he was accused of killing 2 people, but was acquitted due to lack of evidence. On the morning of the KFC crime, he was arrested for carrying weapons without a license, and that same afternoon, he was released. Then, he asked a friend for a gun. He didn't say what he wanted it for, he just took it and disappeared, and the next morning, returned it. Another interesting point is that after the crime, he went around threatening everyone, saying he would do to them what was done to the 5 people at KFC. So the police connected the dots and sent him to prison. They interrogated him once, twice, 3 times, but the man wouldn't talk. Then, they noticed he had a small wound next to a fingernail. So they made a plaster mold and compared it to the fingernail found in Joey Johnson's pants. With just a glance, they said that nail belonged to James. But then, the defense requested a DNA test, and it came back negative. Therefore, the man was cleared of all charges. If James wasn't guilty, the police had to keep investigating. So they remembered the testimony of the KFC customer from the night of the crime, the one who was certain that in front of him, there was another suspicious customer, an African-American man, around 20 years old, and about 1.80 meters tall. So police looked for criminals with that description. And inevitably, they found 2, Darnell Hartsfield and Romeo Pinkerton, who, coincidentally, were cousins. At the time, both were between 22 and 25 years old. They had criminal records for robbery, violent robbery, drug possession, and their modus operandi was very striking. They would enter armed into establishments and order everyone to lie face down, placing their faces between their arms. Some time after the KFC crime, Romeo Pinkerton committed a robbery almost identical to what was described above. This time, he acted alone. But police arrested both him and his cousin Darnell. Once at the station, they were questioned, but neither of them spoke. Romeo claimed his latest robbery was completely improvised, and that he did it because he was addicted to drugs and couldn't afford them. Darnell, for his part, said that when the KFC crime happened, he wasn't even in Kilgore, that he was far away, and that he could prove it. But we don't know if the police verified that or not. We became aware of the technology available to help us, and that's what led us to take a different direction in the case. James Sprout, childhood friend of David Maxwell. In the early 2000s, there were many advances in the field of DNA. So police collected all the samples and sent them to different labs. On one hand, they had the blood from the restaurant, and on the other, the stain on O.P. Hug's pants. First, the blood, and this resulted in 2 matches, one with Darnell Hartsfield, and one with Romeo Pinkerton. But don't think the mystery ends there, because next, we have the strange stain in O.P. Hug's pants. It was confirmed that the stain was semen, but it did not belong to either of these men. It belonged to a third person, one who was not in any database. In November 2005, the police issued arrest warrants for both men. But both were already in prison. Their defense tried to argue that the Kilgore Police Department built the case to frame them and clear their own name. But what the defense didn't expect was that the prosecution would seek the death penalty. So either they plead guilty, or they would lose their lives. In the end, both accused accepted a guilty plea. The guilty plea of Romeo Pinkerton puts an end to decades of uncertainty for the families of 5 innocent victims. This plea won't bring back the lives lost in 1983, but today marks a critical milestone on the path to justice. 2 separate trials were held for each of these men, one for lying to the police, and the second for the violent robbery, the kidnapping and murder of David Maxwell, Mary Tyler, Joey Johnson, Monty Landers, and O.P. Hug. In 2008, both men were sentenced to 5 life sentences. But the story doesn't end there. Both men continue to say they are innocent, and that the whole case was built against them, but for the same. But you know, I have to keep on living. And even in prison I have to try to make the best of my situation and just keep on fighting for my innocence. And hopefully, one day, you know, I get out. Did you kill those 5 people from that KFC in Kilgore in 1983? No, I didn't. I'm innocent. Another interesting point is that O.P. Hug's family is still asking, who was the third culprit? Who was the man who raped her and killed her? But neither Romeo nor Darnell have said anything. You had no right. No one has the right to be the animal that you are. I want you to think of me during the next 100 years. When you take your last breath of life, your punishment will begin. Jack Hug, husband of O.P. Hug. To this day, these men still claim they are completely innocent, and they are still fighting to be released. In 2015, a serious search began for the third criminal, that third man who, to this day, has not paid for what he did. So now it's your turn. What do you think about the case? Do you believe Romeo and Darnell are truly guilty? The end. Being such a serious case, the police put surveillance 247 in Christie's house already. That this had more minor children. Any of them could suffer. Same, and maybe they were in danger. We start at 6:15 of the Monday, tomorrow, December 13th, 2021. Christy Marie Sipple, 35. He got up to start preparing the breakfast, had several children and should arouse them as soon as possible to organize all breakfast lunches, clothing. But when he went to his daughter's room, noticed something very strange, and is that the door was open. I always used the children closed the doors, but that morning that of the girl, he was open, thought that maybe midnight, got up to go to the bathroom, and therefore it did not give more importance. He walked there, crossed Lindar, but inside the room was not your daughter. He checked the whole house and was unable to find it, so he grabbed the phone and called a emergencies. The protagonist of our history is little Cammy Holland, that was born on November 23, 2016. Being one of Christy Marie's children, Sipple and Corey Holland both had children as a result of previous marriages, and after having little Kamari, divorced Corey, met another person. Same according to some sources. Who had custody was father Corey Holland, but on weekends the children were going to mother's house. On Friday were repaired. They were going with the mother to the backpacks, and on Monday they always returned with the father. It was like that, and supposedly Chrissy did not have problems, rather. He married again, had more children, and programming was more than well. According to Christy, Kamari was his only girl, and not. I had more than good words to refer to her, said it was sweet, loving, generous, very delivered to others, and although I was only 5 years old, it was very intelligent. In fact, the woman counted the next story to the press. We were in the gas station and saw a family there, and one of the girls, I had no shoes, and she said, Mommy, we can help them because I have many pairs at home. There was nothing wrong with her. He was just a little girl, and I never left home alone. But on the morning of December 13, 2021, the girl was not in her room, and immediate Christy called emergencies. The little face appeared in all the news and all the chains. They talked about her, spoke on the radio, the television, and newspapers, in the magazines. The publications were immediate, and at 11:15 of the night of that same day, your body without life appeared less than 10 minutes in car from your own home from Good to. First wanted to take the case with a minor and urgent case, but the media did quickly with a very striking data, and that is that the body of the girl was found with obvious signs of strangulation. That information shocked the United States, and debates were wanted for insecurity that the girl were living in his bed quietly, and an unknown. He slipped into his house and kidnapped her. No, I had any sense there was nothing forced. There was nothing. That person was directly for the girl, and the mother immediately appeared in all media, gave interviews, talked about his daughter, and a few days later donated the little girl toys in the collection annual. There were press cameras, and the woman declared the following: I am the mother of Camry Holland, did not want anything else in the world to donate their toys to another child who needs them, because it was a girl who helped a lot. To be such a serious case, the police put surveillance 24/7 in Christie's house. Since it had more minor children, any of them could suffer. Same, and perhaps it was in danger. But it should be said that the night when they found the body, the police arrested a suspect, Jeremy Train Williams, of 37 years. But how was it possible that they will arrest so quickly that they had against he is because he is person Jeremy Williams? The moment of the facts are freedom, conditional on bail. What gives us understand that if you committed this crime in reality was not the first on your list. I was also living in the abandoned apartment where the Kamari's body had been found, had a history of the body was in his old house, and were 2 points in his. For this reason the police reviewed everything, his file, and found very striking in 2005. Jeremy lived with his partner in North Pole, Alaska, was active member of the Air Force of United States and was also a policeman. Local. His life was apparently normal. I had known friends, everything was going well for him. He was a good police and his wife stayed pregnant, spends 9 months and gives light to a small called Nadia Treens Williams and H. Here everything is still normal, but a month of the police are born receiving a disturbing called and is that apparently the little has died. Accidentally arrives the police ambulance and it turns out that the little girl has died for a trauma cranioencephalic that did not seem accidental, and Jeremy was suspicious, but due to lack of evidence, he could formally accuse him, and so much did not go to trial. In 2009 this man is again the protagonist of a very similar history, and it was accused of aggravated child. They accused him to grab a 3-year-old boy and submerge it from the waist down in water, boiling thing that caused burns. Serious, but the defense argued that that happened and actually accidental, that the same 3-year-old boy threw the water on top and that Jeremy is nothing to do with. Incredible that it seems in 2012 a jury acquitted this subject for foul of evidence. However, what had weight? It was his arrest of August 1, 2021, since he was then accused of violence, family aggression and child cruelty in 3rd degree, but 2 of the 3 crimes of which he was accused was declared not guilty. With all this history, on December 14 his home was registered and what was found there not. It was published since the press did not have access to this. The judge believes that filter the minimum information possible and any error could throw below the case. However, the press keep insisting wanted data, information, names, photographs, and by that motive took the photography by Jeremy Williams, said his name, surname for what is I accused, and thanks to this the police he received an anonymous call that put it all legs above. An anonymous woman of 31 years called denouncing that man hours before the disappearance of Camer Holland Fua Ida sexually for him. He recognized his face on television, he knew he was, and also I had information that put the Penta hairs. Said that the morning of the December 13th was discussed with his couple and left home, had nowhere go, so called a friend and he put it in contact with Jeremy Williams, who allegedly rented rooms. The man lived in an apartment located in Doser Street, and at that time you have a vacancy. Calls the subject Kevin. He goes home and once there he starts feel quite uncomfortable. The room that he assigned him was quite beautiful enough, cozy, but still the atmosphere was I miss, which collected his bag and he tried to escape, but upon arriving at the room he saw that the main door was blocked by a freezer, and when he wanted to take him Jeremy, he assaulted her a terrible way. And while this the subject occurred by the Kamari name, and not only that, but he also confessed that hours before he taught a 5-year-old girl to practice one. The only way to find escaping was telling Jeremy where they sold drugs, and that if he left her free, I would teach it to what man. He agreed to, grabbed his arm, car started the engine and went to a gas station, and once there the woman asked, sit down to go to the bathroom. Jeremy Williams, he was not stupid for what he asked. He will deliver the mobile phone, and the victim did it without registering. He gave him the mobile, went to the bathroom, was locked, and he took a second phone, since looked like a personal phone, and another work, and using one of the two, called emergencies. Hours after terrible attack, Kamari's mother called emergencies, and this period of time called the attention of this woman was early morning and occupied many hours with which the kidnapping of Kamari had to produce. The night of December 12th, a few hours to which Christy, her mother, I was awake. There were no doors or forced windows. There were no signs of there was no struggle. There was no blood. There were no blows in the girl's room. There was no evidence, and this to authorities seemed very suspicious. Chris Mary Sipple, mother of Camer, was shown before the world as the perfect mother working courage, divorced a woman who fought for keep your family afloat. His daughter's belongings to the charity, gave interviews. He cried in camera, said how wonderful the little, how much I loved her, but it would soon be discovered that this woman does not. It was what seemed, and it turns out that time ago he had problems with drugs, was accused of consuming drugs while she was pregnant with her son, minor. But what happens that happened in the framework of the pandemic, and therefore its judgment had to postpone this. Stain in his file pushed the agents to see the social relations of women, and discovered that I knew personally to the alleged murderer of his daughter Jeremy Trim Williams were friends, and according to some witnesses this relationship had something to do with drugs. When media learned everything, and Chisty once again gave interviews, opened his house, the cameras, and he showed himself as a afflicted mother, said she loved her daughter, that it was innocent, that would never hurt him, and gave statements as the following: she was my life, lived for her all. The days was my only girl, I have 3 children and she am innocent and I had nothing. What to do with this, who wants me to? Doing that is disturbing, must be very head bad, but no matter how much cry the police have already been set in. She and before another of her children, the same destination, suffered it arrested. And this happened at 1 in the morning of December 28, 2021, and from there he began to reveal himself to droppers. What Christy Sipple had happened, and Jeremy Williams reached an agreement, economic worthy of a movie. Terror. Jeremy would pay Christy true amount of money in exchange for buying or rent the body of her daughter, and the transaction is done. Jeremy takes Kamari and Christy. It is at home, but with the passing time, the woman grabs the phone and calls emergencies, indicating that he could. The following happens is that the woman already knew that Kamari I would go home, that Jeremy had killed, and therefore called the police, not to seem guilty, and the second is that the treatment would have been a little for a few hours and then take it to house, but not doing it chisty. I would get nervous and call emergencies. Be that as it may be, the question here is that, according to the Christy Sipple police, he knew what that had happened and also had allowed the amount of pain that Christy has caused. Camerda, our lives will never cease, will come out. See what has been arrested. We are a step closer to justice to Kamari. We hope justice be done. Christy should receive the maximum penalty. What can she give her is a monster. A true mother protects and dying for his children. Christy is a monster. My family and I will continue fighting with the loss of our Kamari angel. Declarations of Corey Holland, father of Camer. Christy Sipple has been accused of traffic of sodomy and sin auto. And about Jeremy Train Williams, we know that the following murder positions weigh: capital kidnapping, violation of corpse, sodomy, and production. But that's not all, and is that due to these accusations the Alaska police, he has decided to reopen his daughter's case, which we remember that in 2005 he died. Incidentally, there are many details that I am not willing to reveal in this moment due to the urgency of this case and other potential people who we could be investigating as suspects or criminals along with the Mr. Williams get statements. Taylor something Assel of Russell County. At the time of the case it is in course, but it is believed that Jeremy Williams I could face the death penalty like this. Which now is your turn. What do you think of case, and you think there really is more involved? I'm angry about it. UPS, very ups. But I have to keep on living, and even in prison I have to try to make the best of my situation and just keep on fighting, and hopefully one day, I get out. We begin. This case starts on the night of September 23, 1983, when Kimberly Miller, 17 years old, decided to go out with her friends. It was Friday, there had been a football game, and the atmosphere was very lively. The girl worked at a KFC in Kilgore, Texas, and she did so alongside her mother, Mary Tyler. In fact, her mother managed the staff, so she was the one who more or less made the schedules, gave permissions, placed orders. Her mother was the boss. So Kim came and went as she pleased. That day, the girl finished her shift at 9 p.m., and after that, she said goodbye to her mother and left with her friends. They had a few drinks and had a good time, but by 10:30 or 11 p.m., Kim realized she didn't have enough money. So she decided to get in the car and head to the KFC to ask her mother for a bit more money. She drove there, parked in the lot, and noticed the entire restaurant was dark. That was extremely strange, but the worst was yet to come. Because the girl got out of the car, walked to the entrance, and saw that the door was wide open. Everything was dark. Everything was silent. And the door was open. She walked through the main dining area calling out for her mother, but no one answered. And suddenly, on the floor, she saw a trail of blood droplets. Kim panicked. She ran to the car, locked the doors, and called her stepfather. When the man arrived, they decided to check the back doors, and once again, they found the same thing, everything dark, doors wide open, a half-thrown trash bag. And when they got inside the restaurant, they saw everything was in chaos: pans, hats, uniforms, napkins, everything was scattered on the floor. But there was no sign of the employees. So, terrified, they called emergency services. Working the night shift were 3 employees: Mary Tyler, 37 years old, O.P. Hug, 39 years old, and Joey Johnson, 20 years old. When the Kilgore Police Department arrived at the scene, they took notes, took photos, contacted the families, questioned the girl and her stepfather, and while they cordoned off the area, a pregnant woman named Lana Maxwell appeared. Lana said she was the wife of a 20-year-old man named David Maxwell. And this point is very interesting, because David was Joey Johnson's best friend. David and Joey had previously bought a motorcycle together, and when one of them worked, the other kept it. On the day of the incident, David and Lana had taken a ride with the motorcycle, went to restaurants, and at night, David went to return the motorcycle to Joey Johnson. Almost every night, they would meet at the KFC, hand off the motorcycle, chat for a while, have a drink, and then David would go home. But on the night of the 23rd, the young man didn't come home. So Lana got in the car and went out looking for him. Now, the police knew that there weren't 3 missing people, but 4. And worst of all, as the hours passed, they discovered it wasn't 4, but 5. Joey Johnson had 2 best friends, David Maxwell, 20 years old, and Monty Landers, 19 years old. And the 3 of them always hung out at that KFC. This is when the first major problem of the case appears. The Kilgore Police Department had no experience with this kind of case. They were used to small neighbor disputes, minor thefts, petty altercations. A disappearance of this magnitude was way beyond their capabilities. So they more or less tried to calm the public with an initial hypothesis, that Joey Johnson cut himself badly in the kitchen, and everyone took him to the emergency room. As you might imagine, no one believed this story. Because if one person gets hurt, you don't all go to the hospital. Plus, the restaurant needed to be closed, the cash register emptied, lights turned off, doors locked. The emergency room story made no sense. And even less sense when you consider what the KFC looked like. There were blood stains, in the main dining area, behind the counter, under the register, on a napkin. The entire place was completely trashed, pans, fryers, hats, everything scattered. All the lights were off, and all the doors were open. The cash register was empty, and the wall behind it was dented, as if a thief had slammed a worker's head into it. The employees did not leave voluntarily. This was clearly the scene of a violent robbery. So the police had to step up, or people's lives would be in danger. As I mentioned earlier, the Kilgore police didn't have the training or resources to handle something like this. So, reluctantly, they had to request help from the Texas Rangers. But what happened? Even they couldn't do anything. There were no surveillance cameras. There were no fingerprints. No footprints either. Everything was upside down. Yes, it had been a robbery, but they didn't know where to begin. It was a dead-end case. Some sources say that same night, a search operation was launched. Others claim nothing was done, that the police simply decided the best thing was to wait, to see what happened, see if they came home on their own. But obviously, that didn't happen. The next day, September 24th, a worker from an oil company in Rusk County, Texas, called the police to report a disturbing discovery. His job was out in the middle of nowhere. To get there, you had to cross several fields, go down dirt roads, climb hills. These were areas where young people often threw parties. They buy alcohol, hop in their cars, go there and party. The man was used to seeing things like that. So when, in the distance, he saw 4 people lying face down, he thought they were drunks. He clapped, shouted at them to get up, to go home, but none of them responded. And when he got closer, he realized they were dead. In the images, 4 victims were lying face down in the dirt and grass. The 5th victim was found dozens of meters away. All of them had head wounds. At least one had injuries to the back. P.T. Hill, who eventually became the lead local investigator, said the cause of death was obvious, even before the autopsies were performed. One day after the victims were found, when the officers arrived at the scene, they took notes and realized the following. First of all, there was a group of 4 bodies: Mary Tyler, Joey Johnson, David Maxwell, and Monty Landers. The 4 were lying face down, with their heads between their arms, and all 4 had been shot in the back of the head. All face down, facing, that way, and which is, to say the least, unusual. Very. And of course, you've told me, and we've got the pictures that show this, but all of them were laying like this. And kind of give me a reasoning why you think that was, that they had their hands on their arms. Well, and this is my theory, but if we were to all lie down on the ground. And second, there was the fifth body, that of O.P. Hug. But he was not with the group of four, he was 27 meters away, among some bushes. His body was covered in dirt, there was soil under his fingernails, on his face, and he also had a gunshot wound to the back of the head. Another very interesting detail was that this woman, Mary Tyler, appeared to have suffered an assault, but the police couldn't be certain of it. The 5 bodies were sent for autopsy, and 3 of them stood out. First, Mary Tyler, who was missing a piece of a fingernail. Second, Joey Johnson, who had received 3 gunshots, one to the back of the head, another to the nape, and a third to the side. Another very interesting fact is that when his pants were removed, a piece of fingernail was found inside, a fingernail that did not belong to him. And third, the body of O.P. Hug, who, as mentioned earlier, had signs of violence, dirt on her face and arms, under her nails, scratches. But what's interesting here is that her pants had a very suspicious stain, a stain that appeared to be semen. At that time, DNA testing was still in its infancy, so determining whether it truly was or wasn't would be very complicated. To be continued. Necessity has a funny way of shaping a person's fate, and in my case, it has led me to juggle 3 different characters in World of Warcraft for role-playing purposes. Each of them embodies a different moral alignment, one neutral good, one chaotic good, and one lawful good. Smidium, my forsaken undead, holds the neutral good mantle, and his story is one that has grown far beyond my initial vision. Oh, and by the way, I should probably mention, blast my storytelling instincts, now there's a 4th character, kind of. In the modern world, a last name like Terrible might sound like some cruel joke passed down through generations, an unfortunate family curse that one would rather escape than embrace. But in Smidium's case, the name is nothing short of an honor, a legacy inherited from an ancestor known simply as Smidium the Terrible, because, well, he was. And not in the clumsy, embarrassing way one might expect, but in the fearsome, battle-hardened, terror-inducing sense. The legend of Smidium the Terrible is whispered across time, an infamous tale of endurance and fury. The man fought for 6 days straight, without rest, cutting down orcs in their own encampments, refusing even a moment's respite for fear of a nighttime counterattack. Some say he only became more savage as the sleepless nights piled up, his rage sharpening into something almost supernatural. Theories abound regarding the source of this unrelenting ferocity. Some claim he survived solely on stolen Orcish rations, downing spirits not meant for human consumption. Others speculate that he was simply too cranky to stop, a sleep-deprived madman fueled by righteous indignation and a severe lack of coffee. And, of course, there are those who suggest he was never quite sane to begin with. Smidium Terrible, however, is not Smidium the Terrible, at least, not the original one. By long-standing tradition, the title of Smidium is passed down through the Terrible bloodline. When the last Smidium dies, the youngest of their lineage takes up the name, ensuring that the legacy of terror, or at least mild intimidation, lives on. The current Smidium Terrible was once known as Pavis Terrible, a name he bore until the passing of his grandmother, formerly Hope Terrible, a woman who chose to keep her family name even after marriage. From the earliest days of his youth, Pavis was captivated by the tales of his grandmother Smidium, a war priestess of unparalleled might. Yes, she was a healer, but to stand on the opposing side of the battlefield was to witness the embodiment of divine wrath. She wielded her staff with such skill that it deflected arrows better than the shields of most seasoned warriors, and the weapon bore the scars of war to prove it, embedded arrowheads and fractures attesting to its violent history. To chase her down meant to carve through the frenzied troops under her command, and her battle cry alone could transform the most serene of monks into bloodthirsty berserkers. She was a woman of unshakable faith, yet her lineage ensured that she carried the terrible name with all its rightful weight. Inspired by these stories and eager to carve his own legend, Pavis enlisted as a priest in the Alliance's army. His journey toward glory, however, was cut brutally short. On the very day of his enlistment, he was murdered. Robbed of his clothes. Left for dead. His killer was never identified, though nearby Orsish footprints hinted at the involvement of the local BlackRock faction. His family mourned him as a fallen hero, burying him beneath a tree as close to Stormwind as they could manage. The funeral was carried out with full military honors, a 7-gun salute, a folded banner presented in solemn reverence, and the lone trumpet that sent him off into the next life. A candlelit vigil was held, flickering light paying tribute to a young life lost too soon. And then, a week later, because his luck was truly that terrible, his body was exhumed, carted off to Tirisful Glades, and resurrected in the name of the Banshee Queen. In undeath, the newly reborn Smidium Terrible had a decision to make. He had been raised by two forces, the mother who had nurtured him in the Alliance, and the Valkyr who had returned him from the grave into the ranks of the Horde. In a world of war and division, where loyalties were expected to be absolute, Smidium took a different path. It was through an orc rogue named Yunel that Smidium found a way to reconnect with his past. Through smuggled letters and secretive messages, he managed to reach his family, letting them know that he was, well, not technically alive, but not fully gone either. It was through these letters that he learned of his new title. The death of his grandmother meant he had inherited the right to bear the name Smidium. In this new chapter of existence, Smidium chose to take up the mantle of a hunter. He would be a slayer of beasts, rather than a butcher of men, seeking to honor his family's legacy in a way that made sense for his undead reality. Impatient by nature but not unkind, he found himself forming reluctant friendships along the way, aiding those in need, so long as it was convenient. But make no mistake, Smidium's pragmatism remained steadfast. If someone needed help and he happened to be nearby, sure, he'd lend a hand. But don't expect him to travel across kingdoms to save someone who, in his mind, could just as easily be raised again later. It's nothing personal. Of course, the inevitable question arises, does he feel conflicted about his undead existence? Does he struggle with morality, with questions of identity and purpose? Perhaps. Or perhaps, like so many others in the world, he simply keeps moving forward, adapting to the circumstances he never asked for but has no choice but to accept. At the end of the day, Smidium Terrible is neither hero nor villain. He is not bound by rigid moral codes, nor does he revel in destruction for its own sake. He is a man, or what remains of one, making the best of an existence that has been defined by misfortune, carrying the weight of a legendary name while carving out a story uniquely his own. And perhaps that is what makes him truly terrible. Not because he is monstrous, but because he is something far more unpredictable, something human, even in undeath. Part 1. In 2002, I, Chris, then 18M now 30M, had finished high school and got accepted to a top engineering college. I was really looking forward to this chapter of my life. Home life had been fine, but I never had felt overly cared for. My parents weren't neglectful, but I was always second to my golden child younger sister. It was clear from a young age that I was gifted academically, but instead of this getting me praise it got me only expectations. Mistakes for me were not acceptable and my consequences would be heavy. I still remember getting my car taken for a month when I was 16 because I forgot to lock the front door one day when I left. My successes were expected not celebrated, and while some words of pride might be shared, my triumphs were never a big deal. On contrast, my little sister, Alicia, 14F then, had been praised and treated like a princess from birth. She could do no wrong, there was always a reason for her bad behavior, she may be corrected but the consequences would be slight or only involve a verbal scolding. She was nowhere the student I was, she wasn't dumb, she was just average. However, physically she was very gifted. By time she was in middle school she was a USAG level 8 gymnast. So by no means a future Olympian but still very talented. I still remember events like my birthdays being overtaken by my parents wanting her to show off her skills and her getting gifts or a say in where we ate. I remember being so happy when she quit gymnastics after 7th grade, one so I would get to stop hearing about it, but also so I wasn't expected to go to her endlessly long competitions. Fast forward to the end of my freshman year and I was back home. It was our annual family memorial weekend barbecue. Extended family, family friends, dad's co-workers, it was a big deal. I had an amazing freshman year. I was Dean's List both semesters, had joined the school's shooting club, and was quite the natural at it, made a great group of friends and found myself a girlfriend, Nicole, that I'd been seeing for 8 months. I'm not sure if my parents even once said anything about me. The talk of the day had been how my sister was all state in the pole vault as a HS freshman. I can remember only 2 people even asking me how college was going. But then again, why would they care? I mean, my ability to basically build an engine from scratch is far less practical and impressive than my sister's ability to catapult herself with a stick. Joking aside, I was honestly used to this. Things didn't go south for me until the following Thanksgiving. I was still riding high and was very successful. I had been selected to do an international internship in the UK for the following summer. Most of the cost would be covered by scholarship, but a small amount still remained. My father, much to my surprise, praised me, and offered to cover all my other expenses. I was extremely grateful. This coincided with my sister finally doing something that had even our parents ashamed of her. She had gotten caught performing an inappropriate act on a classmate during lunch in the school parking lot. On top of that, when caught, admins decided to search her backpack and found pot. She was suspended from school for 10 days, and my parents had taken away her car for a month. I found this ironic as it implied that leaving the door unlocked was on par with doing drugs, public indecency, and lewd conduct on school grounds, but I just kept that to myself, since I was happy enough to be number one for any amount of time or reason. At dinner with my grandparents and my aunt's family, I was the talk of the family. There was almost no talk of my sister and her grand sports, but there were lots of disappointed looks that she had never had to bear before. I returned to school that Sunday night and showed up at my girlfriend's apartment. This was the last night of normalcy I would have the rest of my life. The next day after getting back from class to my dorm room, I had found I had an email from my father. It read, "Christopher, your sister has informed us of your heinous acts against her. I do not know where I and your mother went wrong, or how you could do such despicable things to your own sister. While it does explain her recent misgivings, I am heartbroken to know that you are the cause. You have destroyed our family. I have already informed immediate family, do not reach out to them. The only reason we are not proceeding with legal action is for your sister's sake, as I will not force her to face you. You have done enough to harm her already. From this day forth you are no longer my son, I will be legally disowning you. Do not ever contact us again." Panicked and confused, I immediately began to call the house, then my father's cell. No answers. I did this with several other immediate family members and got no answer there as well. Finally, after calling what must have been 100 times, I tried calling Alicia's cell phone. This time it was answered, and it was my father on the other end. I could hear hysterical crying in the background. I began begging for someone to tell me what was going on, but my father interjected and told me not to play innocent or dumb. The only reason he answered was because he couldn't believe I would stoop low enough to call Alicia directly. He told me I was not welcome, that I was a monster, and asked me how I could abuse and assault her like that. I tried to reason with him, to plead my case, but he would not listen. He finally told me if I ever called again, came by again, or contacted them by any means, he would go to the authorities. This was my last chance to be a decent person and get out of their lives. If I ever so much as sent a letter, he would make it his mission that I ended up on the sex offender registry for the rest of my life. Devastated and defeated, I went to Nicole for support. I told her everything that happened. She seemed uneasy but tried to support me. I could tell something was off, and she asked me to head back to my dorm for the night. I was heartbroken to be sent away but rationalized my concerns away. When I got to my dorm, my roommate, Jack, was there and being his usual self. Jack had been my best friend since day one of college freshman year. That was until I told him what happened. He too grew uneasy afterwards but attempted more support than Nicole had. It wasn't until the next day that the two of them would start to distance themselves from me. Over the course of the next week, Nicole broke up with me in a public place, with her brother and cousin on standby. I guess I should be grateful she didn't just ghost me. Jack requested and was given an emergency placement in a new dorm room. They both rationalized that there was no way my family would just cut me off without it being justified. They had assumed my guilt as well. In the course of a week I had lost everyone that was important to me. I was 20 years old, and had no one, and no idea what I was supposed to do next. It's been a bit over 10 years since then, and every day has been impossibly hard. Being cast aside and shunned by everyone close to you changes you in ways you would never imagine. I was moving through life as best I could until a day ago when I received an actual letter in the mail. It was several pages long and was from my mother and father. The letter was an apology and plea to reconcile. It seems that after 10 years my sister finally confessed that she had lied about everything. I spent years hoping for this chance, but now that it's here I don't know if it's worth it. The pain, the loss, can it ever truly be reconciled? I don't know what is best. Do I accept this chance to get the closure I've always dreamed of? Or do I just keep all of it a ghost of my past and move on? Part 2. As stated in my last post, I received a letter from my parents. It had stated that my sister had confessed that the abuse allegations were false. My parents were seeking forgiveness and reconciliation. In addition, they had left phone and email contact information. I sat on this for a few days when a second letter arrived. This one was from my sister. It actually came as 2 separate letters inside the same envelope. One part was about her life since my banishment, the other was her confession to me. The confession part, it was actually her husband who convinced her to come clean, couldn't do it herself, huh? That she wishes she had never done this and she let it get way out of hand. Initially she was just angry and upset about the scorn she was receiving and being looked down upon by the family. She needed a good reason why she would be behaving promiscuously and doing drugs. She remembered learning that these were common behaviors amongst abuse victims. So she made up a story that I had forced myself on her over the past summer. This is why she started with these behaviors. My parents, always eager to explain away her bad behaviors, took it hook, line, and sinker. In reality, she wasn't doing any of these things any more or less than a typical teenager. My parents always just put her on such a pedestal. The thought of her in this way was incomprehensible to them. She didn't expect my father's reaction to be so extreme. She liked being back at the center of attention, but was also scared even more now to say anything. She knew it would be worse with the way I was completely discarded and threatened. Initially my parents were going to go the authorities. It was her own quick thinking, for fear of being found out, that she begged not to, on the ground she couldn't stand to face me in court. Once I was gone, and it became apparent I wasn't coming back, she told herself she would take this to the grave, that it was her guilt to bear. The fucking mental gymnastics on this one. It wasn't until she was married 3 years ago, that she even considered telling the truth, all because of her husband. He had learned she was abused by me from a relative. When he approached the subject and she really downplayed it. Over time he grew suspicious as she showed no typical signs of a SA survivor. He had to press, but eventually she told him the truth. He has been pushing her to come clean since. He is too good for my family, and does not deserve a fate with them. Now that she has a daughter, 6 months old, and has provided our parents with their first grandchild, she knows she will never face consequences like I have. She feels finally ready to rid her conscience of this burden, and seek forgiveness. Once again, it's all about Alicia. She concluded this letter by pleading with me to not share this full confession to our parents. Her husband made her send me this, as she had only given them the watered-down version of a naive girl too scared to right her wrongs. That she was also pushing hard for me to be invited to Christmas in a few weeks, where we could all start to be a family again. WTF. As painful as that was to read, the life update was actually worse. My sister went on to talk about how her HS days were great. How she managed to get a track scholarship to the University of Iowa. How she met her husband, and they have a big house, and a newborn daughter, and so on. She has been living the dream these last 10 years. Meanwhile, I lost my family, my girlfriend, my best friend. My grades tanked as I drank myself to sleep that first semester on my own. I was unable to go on the internship and my spot to the UK went to someone else. I was so low I just wanted to die. I sat on the edge of bridge for 4 hours one night, unable to take that last step. I decided that night, since I couldn't kill myself, I'd have to get myself killed. I left school in the weeks that followed and joined the U.S. Marine Corps. The Iraq and Afghan wars were in full swing. I excelled in training, and got the placement I wanted. I was EOD. There was no worse danger over there than IEDs. I figured this would kill me for sure. 8 years later I discharged in one piece. Over that time I had very few relationships or friendships. When you've been abandoned by everyone, you learn to not trust people with who you are. I would go on dates, we would have 2, 3, 4 good ones, then she would not respond to a text, and suddenly I would panic and end things. I'd imagine her just leaving me one day out of nowhere, and I couldn't let that happen again. I had no friends. Over in Iraq I would trust my fellow Marines with my life, but not with my soul. I always kept everyone at arm's length. There was only one guy, Val 27M, however, who broke through, and he remains my only friend to this day. I actually moved to West Virginia just to be near him and his wife once we both got out. They just had a baby 7 months ago, and I am officially deemed Uncle Chris. I am nowhere, not even in the same ballpark of where I thought I would be when I graduated HS. I still have not finished college. I work in a small factory now. I have a small fortune saved up from all my years in the service because I live a very meager life. I do nothing with it. I live in a one-bedroom apartment, and drive a car with 300k miles on it. But at least my sister got to go to college, fall in love, and be lauded her whole life. It isn't fair, and it's even more insulting that they would try to come crawling back now. No, not crawl back, ask me to make the trip to Iowa to join their fucking Christmas, the Christmas I've missed out on for 10 years. I have time, maybe therapy would help, I don't know. I still keep going back and forth, do go and finally get the closure I've dreamt about, or do I just ignore them and continue to try and fix the broken life I have? I apologize for my horrible grammar. I'm new to Reddit and I made this in hopes of maybe helping someone who might have experienced this and are looking for answers or just somebody to relate to. I won't get into my life story because I'll be here all day, so I'll try to focus on the subject at hand, but I will say I'm a 25-year-old high school dropout. I'm black and pretty much fit the stereotypical description of a young black person. I have face tattoos, I wear clothes that I clearly can't afford, and I have an obvious drug problem. Your parents would probably tell you stay away from me for your own good. I've always been different from my peers. I was always more progressive. I've never let my environment influence my beliefs and thoughts, and I pretty much accept any and everybody no matter who they were. It's cringy to say, but I'm basically the person in school who bullied the bullies for you, like the unexpected friend you never even knew you existed. I'm not trying to make myself out to be the super cool guy because I'm far from it, but I'm somewhat popular mostly due to my size. I'm big as fuck, lol, the fat guy who got girls and nobody ever knew why. I was too funny and too big to bully. Most people weren't going to win with jokes or a fight, so I kind of just fell into the position I'm in now. I was also very known for having access to everything illegal that teenagers shouldn't have access to: guns, drugs, older women. I could even take you to get your first tattoo without ID, probably by some crackhead in a basement, but hey, you get what you can get. I've also had a couple stays in the psych ward that most of my friends don't know about. I won't get into, but I'll say I've had a very hard life that I usually keep tucked away, not because I'm ashamed, but I've always preferred listening to others' life stories and seeing how I can help, and I've always been more concerned about putting a smile on others' face. Maybe it was the typical defensive mechanism that hurt people use to avoid their own pains and trauma. Either way, it doesn't matter, lol. I just kind of wanted to give you a small idea of who I was before I get started, but here we go. I've always been an e-pill, Molly user since I was 16. I can honestly say that I have an addiction. I never hid it. I always knew I was addicted and have been since a teen, and I'm not looking for help for it. The past 2 weeks have completely altered my already wide view of life. It started out as a regular binge. I usually start off with 3 pills and by the end of the night I'll be at 6 or 7. I also suffer from chronic insomnia, so it's basically mixing fire with fire. I'll stay up for maybe 3 to 5 days straight just in the zone. I've never got sexual feelings from it, and it never made me want to be around a crowd. The higher I get, the more I tend to isolate myself. I use that time to analyze myself, make money, and research anything I possibly can. Basically it's like my Adderall. So anyway, it started out as a normal night, knowing I was going to go on a binge. Me and my friend brought a couple girls to a hotel, and honestly they were really nice people. I got them high off E and listened to them vent about their deepest, darkest secrets for about 5 to 6 hours. They wanted to have sex after, but I truly just don't believe in having sex with somebody that's under the influence unless we have had sex completely sober before. I've always hated the thought of taking advantage of women, especially since I'm the one supplying the drugs most of the time. I grew up with only my mom, and I'm the only boy in a family full of sisters, and my only child is my 3-year-old daughter, so I take things like rape personally, and so do my friends. I ended leaving my friend in the hotel to have his own party with them. I just drove around on dark roads thinking about life until I saw the sun coming up. Mission complete. Like always, I had a good night and met some girls who think I'm their soulmate. Now regular shit. Day 2 of my binge I spent to myself. At this point I think I was about 15 pills in. I always have a large supply over ELOL. It went normal. I spent most of my day writing and venting in my notepad like always, and day 3 went exactly the same. At that point I was about 20 to 25 pills before I even noticed I was 6 days into a drug binge. No sleep, no food, just pills, water and cigarettes. But day 6 is when I started to notice that I was hallucinating. My first time hallucinating. I had never made it to 6 days of no sleep, not for any reason specifically, but I usually just clock out by day 3 to 5, but I kept going this time. I was in the back of my friend's car. We were having a regular night. Then I started to notice little things like I didn't remember even leaving the house. At that point I didn't have any text messages or phone calls with my friends speaking about meeting up, but the car ride was so vivid I could even feel the bumps in the road. I could feel the vibration of the speakers blasting music, but the entire time I felt something was off and I kept repeating it to my friends, like, guys, how is this possible? Guys, none of us even spoke today. Guys, I don't even remember getting dressed and leaving the house. I don't remember coming home that night. I just remember going from the car to laying in my bed, but I was aware that something strange was happening. Like I stated before, I have never had a hallucination in my life. The thing that freaked me out was my friends being there. If I was just by myself I would have easily just chalked it up to me tweaking the fuck out. I ended up just chalking it up to me having a dream. Maybe I fell asleep for 20 minutes and didn't notice I stayed up for the rest of that night. At this point I lost count of how many pills I had taken. I just know it was a lot. That night I had continued to hallucinate. I ended up having a conversation with my friend that lasted all night, venting about my life and childhood trauma. He was in the corner in my room and I never saw his face, just a shadow, but I knew the voice. We talked until the sun came up, and at this point I was aware that I was hallucinating, but at the time a part of my mind thought it was real because it was so vivid. Even the memories were vivid as can be. But at this point I was fully fucked up and didn't really even care to find out what was happening. But all of this was new. It went from just being my friend in the room to hearing more voices, but this time they were under my bed making funny comments and everything. LOL, like, it smells down here and lose some weight, you're crushing us. After about 4 hours of bullshit conversation with the people under my bed, I started asking, hey, are you guys demons? Because I didn't understand why these hallucinations were lasting so long. I had never experienced them, but something made me believe there was some kind of time limit of them, like I have to snap out of it eventually. But once I started to ask if they were demons, it's like the entire energy in the room shifted. Things started to get more serious, and one of them finally called out and said, yes, we're demons. They told me the devil had chosen me because of my dark side. My entire life I've always felt like I had two people in my head, one of them being my pure self, the caring one. I know that's me at heart, and then there's the other, the bad one. I feel like it's the monster that my childhood trauma created. I wasn't born with it. Most of my life there was a war going on in my head. I have 100,000 thoughts in a second, and sometimes I speak loud by accident because I literally can't hear myself over the good and the bad arguing in my head. I've learned over the years to just tune it all out. I'm fully aware that it's most likely the result of having a horrible life. I've never thought that my bad side was an actual person or a demon that lived inside me or some shit. I'm a realist, and I basically had to teach myself everything I could about mental health just so I could understand myself. I taught myself that most of my life was spent in survival mode. I went most of my life not feeling any emotion. I faked every smile and faked every laugh besides the ones that I had with my mother. She was the only one who could provoke emotion out of me, but other than that, complete numbness. I went to my father's funeral as a child and stood over his casket and didn't shed a tear. I didn't feel bad at all, and he was my best friend. So from then on I started to question, why can't I feel like everyone else? Why am I so numb? Why can't I love? Why don't I feel self-importance? It took me all the way until I was 22 years old having my daughter to realize I was in survival mode. The day my daughter was born was like literally being crushed by a building. Everything hit me at once. All the trauma, all the sadness, hatred, happiness. All the feelings hit me at once. I started to cry and couldn't stop it. I was crying tears of joy and sadness at the same time, and from then on I've felt my emotions non-stop. Everything is still very raw. I have to hide in the bathroom at least 3 times a day no matter where I am because I cry uncontrollably no matter what mood I'm in, and honestly it feels so fucking good, bro. It feels like I'm shedding everything and finally becoming the man I need to for my family, but that's besides the point. We can talk about that later for those who stay, lol. But anyway, the demons started to tell me the devil basically wanted to do business, and I was fully prepared to negotiate. I've never really had fear in my life. I only feared my mom dying, so I went in saying, I know what I'm worth and I know having my soul means a lot. I'm not supposed to go to hell, and that's something that I truly believe despite that I'm an atheist. Well, not so much anymore, but I knew my heart was good. I knew very well that my good karma outweighs the bad, and if I deserve to be anywhere it's in heaven, not because I believe I'm special but because I've basically used myself as a walking mat for others my entire life. It always felt good for me to take the entire weight of somebody's pain and insecurities and dump it on myself to make them happy. I've never gotten joy out of anything I did for myself besides drugs, fucking, and taking a shit. I've always gravitated to the most damaged people I can find, the scum of the earth, the losers, the psychopaths and the misunderstood. If the world hates you 9 times out of 10, I'm going to try to love you unless you're just flat out a piece of shit. It never mattered how dark something was, I'm walking in head first, no worries, even if it's the devil himself, lol. That's kind of a perk of having a shitty life. So anyway, I knew how much my soul meant But I also knew how bad my other can get. I know how influential I could be, so if I wanted to lead an entire football field of people into hell, I could do it without breaking a sweat. I could sense weakness and power. I could sense what's wrong with you as soon as I meet you, and I can guess a fairly accurate description of your life within the first 10 minutes of conversation. 5 minutes if I'm under pressure. LOL. A few people really think I'm some kind of psychic, but really I just guessed the shit, so I knew I was worth a lot. Either way, it's a double whammy. My soul is good, but I could also bring a million good souls down here with me with a smile on my face if I chose to give in to the other. I never spoke to the devil myself. He just sent demons to speak for him. LOL. One of the demons was literally my best friend, the same one I was at the hotel with, the same one that I hallucinated having an all-night convo with. Basically, I found out he was fucking dead in the same day. Everything was so vivid and I started to cry. Very real tears realizing my best friend is dead, and on top of it he went to hell. The funny thing is, even through him being a hallucination demon, we never lost our bond. He would say little things to try and influence me to sell my soul, but in the same sentence, you know, he made me do that, so don't listen. LOL. Even during the process of me selling my soul, we were planning on how to take over hell together and free all the tortured souls. I have to end the story here because it's 4:36 a.m. and I really just don't feel like typing anymore. I will be back as soon as I wake up to tell the rest, because this is when it starts getting good. LOL. Be safe everyone. I'm back guys, so to continue the story, it was about 10 a.m. when I was fully awake, hallucinating, and I mean fully awake. I never lost my sense of self, and that was the scary part about it. I still had the same mind I have right now. So at this point I'm amped up. It was like breathing fresh air for the first time, because I finally had the opportunity to change my family's life forever. The cost of sacrificing my own soul meant nothing. All I kept thinking about was surprising my mom with a new car and a mansion. All I could think about is the fact that I can take my daughter and her mom, we've been separated for a while, on the biggest shopping spree anyone has ever seen. I was truly happy knowing I was going to hell for the people I loved, because that's all I've ever really wanted in life. The sense of self-importance just isn't there for me, and I don't think it ever will. My demon best friend was amped up with me so much so that I forgot he was even dead. Then I realized, oh shit bro, you're fucking dead and you're in hell. That's when I started to cry hard, because out of all my friends I've always worried about him the most. We were always the most alike. We've been homeless together, starved together, committed several crimes together just for food. He's basically the brother I always wanted. Our daughters play together, our daughters' moms are friends, so him being dead was a big hit to me, but he just sat there like it didn't matter. We both knew he didn't truly deserve to be in hell, and the only reason why he even ended up there was because he died from laced cocaine at a random hotel party. Yeah, he also told me doing any drug was a sin, so you could imagine how pissed I was. LOL. But anyway, he never complained. He took it on the chin and sucked it up, and I promised him as soon as I get this devil money, I'm throwing him the biggest funeral/parade in the city and make sure his family would never have to worry about money again. And he was happy as fuck. Just for that, I was gonna make sure that my friend died a legend, and there would be murals of him painted all over this city, and it was easy to stay happy knowing I'm gonna be down there soon anyway, and there's no way the devil could hold both of us. LOL. We're breaking out this shit for sure. I had a very cocky attitude. Everything was set. I would receive the money at 11 a.m. the next day. I was like, okay, didn't know the devil had to schedule shit, but fuck it. The only thing missing was a signed contract. LOL. I felt like the shit. TBH. At this point my room was full of demons, all women except my friend, so you know at this point I'm flirting with them, talking cash shit. LMAO. Like, yeah, I'm the new guy in charge bitch, and I'm not normal, so don't try any funny shit. I met my lil demon soulmate. She was freaky as fuck and I really couldn't wait to be alone with her, so yeah, everything was going good all the way until I said I'll do anything he wants. I'm just not killing any babies and I'm not raping any women. My friend was like, rape? Bro, we get raped every day in hell, and my face was blank. I was like, rape? Rape? He was like, nigga, yes, big black demons come and rape us. I've been raped 48 times since I've been down here. That's when all the happiness and cheering and flirting stopped. I told all the lil demon bitches get the fuck out my room, and they did, and I started rethinking my decision. Yes, out of everything that should have made me rethink it, prison. Demon rape is the thing that shut the whole deal down. I started saying, actually I don't want to do this, and that's when my best friend's real demon side started kicking in. He started to tell me about my fate. He told me that my daughter would be molested and I would be shot and killed by her abuser when I was 30 outside of a fucking corner store, and at the point I really believed that I started saying, is this really how it all ends? My life was really never meant for anything good. I finally felt happiness in my 20s just for it to be snatched at 30. And on top of it I got killed by a fucking pedo who raped my daughter. I couldn't protect her. At this point I'm fully freaking out, but at the same time the analytical part of my brain is working double time. I started realize the devil is trying to use my friend, and that story is probably a lie he made in hopes that I would take the deal in order to change my daughters and his fate, but I wasn't moving my position. I didn't want to sell my soul. And I said specifically, nothing you say will change it. Why would I believe somebody they always said was a liar and a trickster? So now at this point I'm more angry than anything at the devil, nobody else. I took him trying to use my friend to manipulate me personal, and I told my friend, bro, I still love you, this doesn't change shit, I know you're just looking for a way out, and my friend told me, I already know you know, but I had to try, lol, and he told me, I hope you know this is far from over. You made him mad, and tbh I knew I did, but I was never scared of the devil. So at this point I'm fully cussing this dickhead, the devil, out like, bro, before any of this shit I tried to understand you. Yes, I tried to understand what made the devil, so much to the point that I created my own theory that the devil isn't even evil. I don't know about you guys' religion, but in mine, really my mom's, we were taught, in my own words, that us humans were nothing but an experiment for God, and he wanted Satan to serve us. And I always thought to myself, shit, if I was the most beautiful angel in heaven I wouldn't want to fucking serve my father's experiment either. I've always pictured God as being the big bad guy in the end, because I've always noticed when everybody hates one person there's usually some funny shit going on, and it's not what it seems. But by this time I'm figuring, nope, you're just a fully blown piece of shit like everybody said. And just so you guys can grasp how real this hallucination was, I actually started to feel fire under my feet, and I knew it was him. I laid down in my bed and I felt my body burning in flames, but I didn't budge, and I still wasn't alone. My best friend was there the entire time, suffering with me. At this point I'm taunting the devil like, bro, you really think heat and fire is enough? I'm the same person you sought out, so you know this isn't shit to me. Now this is when the story takes a very sharp left turn. The outside world got involved. It was just part of the hallucination. I didn't go viral. Videos of me naked started going viral on Facebook. All of my friends turned on me and everybody was laughing at me, and I knew, yeah, this is the devil trying to get to me. People started sharing a video of some guy getting fucked with a strap on and everyone thought it was me. Boom, I went viral again in the same day. I even went live on Facebook. During my hallucination I had 107 viewers, but what I didn't know is nobody could understand me. All my words were coming out as gibberish. I have actual audio of myself during the hallucination. If anyone is interested, just message me and I'll send it. But anyway, at this point I'm just watching my life fall apart, but I know this is all the devil. Like I said, I never lost my sense of self, so even during my own public crucifixion millennial style I literally didn't give a fuck. I have to end the story again here, but I'll be back to explain the rest as soon as I have free time. Once again, be safe everybody. Part 3. It's 17 days until Christmas Eve. I have been invited to meet with my family. Unfortunately, tragedy struck 2 nights ago. My truest brother, Val, has suffered a terrible loss. His daughter, my honorary niece, Michelle, died of SIDS. This has hurt more than any day in the past 10 years. I should tell you all at this point. Val and his wife, Kim, are not your average people. They live a bit off the grid. They power by propane and solar. They have their own well for water. They are not dependent on any outside source or traditional, societal resource. With that said, they put that aside to make sure their daughter was healthy. She was born at home, but they still had her seen by pediatrician. They still got her vaccinated. They might not be like everyone else, but they cared for their girl. I tell you all this to explain what we spent today doing. I met him early this morning and together we constructed the tiny casket for which she will be laid to rest. We also dug her final resting place here on Val's family land. Tomorrow we will get his father, and have the funeral. Only the 4 of us will be in attendance. I know this is illegal, but it's what they want for their family, and I'll respect it. Update: the funeral was a somber and painful experience. But it has provided a moment of clarity for me. I need to do this. If not for myself, then for Val and Kim. I'm going to accept my family's offer. Update 2: I'm 2 days away from leaving for Iowa. I have booked myself a decent hotel. I decided to not go the cheap route. I also rented a car. Mine is too old for this trip. I'll arrive on December 23rd and get situated. Then the next night I will be meeting my family at my parents' new home. They moved from Illinois at the end of Alicia's sophomore year, probably so it would be harder for me to find them. I requested that they allow me to follow them on social media and they happily accepted. I've been going through 10 years of events I missed. Seeing how they've aged, getting familiar with the house I'll be entering, what they've been doing. I've spent at least part of every day since the passing with Val and Kim. They are strong people. Despite their pain, they've done everything they can to help me prepare for this trip. I guess this is what real family does. They support each other, they sacrifice for each other. I know I couldn't face this, and get the closure I've desired, without them. I'll be sure to update everyone who has shown me so much support as soon as I can. Might take a little while. It's sure to be a challenging and emotional path, but I think I'm ready for it. Part 4. It has been so long. But for all of you who have been waiting, here is my update. I'm sure some of you know some of the story, but I always said, if you really want to know you'd have to read about it on Reddit like everyone else. I arrived at my parents' home 30 minutes later than they told me to. I wanted to be the last one there. That way I could get all the hellos and everything out of the way at once and didn't have to do it over and over as people arrived. Christmas Eve wasn't a large affair. My 2 grandmas, my 1 grandpa, my aunt and uncle, their son, his wife, my parents, of course my sister Alicia, her husband, Billy, poor guy, and their daughter, Ivy. The only people who hadn't cut me off were Billy and Ivy. They all wanted to hug me, and I allowed it, just because I didn't want to make things any more awkward. I had the few presents I decided to bring in tow. They were a bit heavy but I didn't let on. They all said I didn't need to do that, but it was all part of it for me. If I was going to do this, I was going to make the best effort possible. I placed the 2 big ones under the tree and positioned them front and center for everyone to see and know who brought them. I made small talk with everyone. Got the tour of the house. I had some smaller presents I dropped in a couple of rooms without anyone noticing. After about 45 minutes there, they announced presents would be soon. I took this moment to ask my sister for a few moments to talk in private. She agreed. I think she was expecting it. She asked if her carrying the baby still counted as privacy and I said, of course. We stepped outside. It was a cold night, but not bitterly. The fresh air was actually quite nice. She began to apologize for everything before I could even say a word, and thanked me for not revealing the real truth. I asked her to hold that thought, and said I had something for her in my car. She smiled and said, sure. After a moment I returned with the small remote and handed it to her. She looked at me with a confused smile and asked, what's this? I said, push it you'll see. The deployment system was 3-stepped. Once activated by the remote the present would burst open. Revealing the sprayers, I had them attached to rotating cylinders. This covered the large area of living room with the accelerants. It truly was a testament to my engineering prowess that I never got the opportunity to really make use of. The 3rd phase lit and launched the attached flares igniting the accelerants. Everyone had been gathered in the living room directly in front of the tree. It could not have been more perfectly timed. The smaller packages in the other rooms didn't even end up being necessary. The placement of the big 2 was so perfect. I only used them because I had discerned from the social media posts that those 2 spots provided the best escape routes should anyone survive the living room unscathed. The light from the large window that looked into the living room was blinding. The look on my sister's face was one of true terror. But only for a second as I slid my 9mm from under my jacket and put one in her left kneecap. I then put a few rounds through the window to make sure the flames had plenty of air to spread. The house went up so fast. I looked down at Alicia, death grip on Ivy, sheer horror in her eyes. I figured I couldn't fight the baby out of her hands easily and quickly, so I just put another round in her shoulder to loosen the grip. Once I had Ivy in hand, I held her out to her crying mother. I looked down at Alicia and said, take a good look, this is all because of you. If you had never lied, this would never have happened. If you hadn't confessed, this would never have happened. If you hadn't insisted on me getting invited tonight, this would have never happened. Take a good look at Ivy, because this is the last time you will ever see her. You will never find her. I knew time was of the essence. I could finally hear the sirens over the sound of the screams coming from inside. I went to my car. I had a box positioned in the front seat for Ivy. I know it wasn't safe, but we weren't going far. I drove calm and safe to the meeting point. It was 6 minutes away. When I arrived at that abandoned lot behind the old warehouse we had scoped out, Val and Kim were already there. I let them know the whole mission was a success. I handed over little Michelle to Kim. She kissed my cheek. I embraced Val one last time. He called me brother. I returned to my car and made the 6-minute trip back to the house. I could see paramedics tending to Alicia. She was completely hysterical. I parked 2 blocks away. Removed all my clothes except my compression shorts, placed my hands behind my head and walked towards the officers at the scene. The rest is history. I'm serving a life sentence with no parole option. I still feel bad about Billy. He was a good man married to the wrong person. This past December, after the agreed-upon 10 years of no contact, I received the letter from Val. Like we talked, he used a series of acquaintances to re-mail the letter so it had no traceability. In his handwriting it just said, all is well. They never found her, they never found them. They got to be the family I had always wanted. I'm so happy for Val, Kim, and especially Michelle. I'm sorry it took another 6 months after the initial 10-year wait to all those who followed my story. I told the detectives then, and for all these years after, if they wanted to know what really happened that night, they'd have to read about it on Reddit like everyone else. They didn't believe me, but when Netflix walked in here offering money to interview me, suddenly it was worth putting a phone in my hand and letting me post it. I was so excited when my login still worked. Lastly, thank you to all the people who followed me, supported me, and gave advice. I like to think this documentary is for you. It's going to be a 4-part limited series. I know shows have covered me in the past, but this will be the first I've talked to and has offered me any updates on Alicia. The producers told me she is still out there, never remarried, never moved on, endlessly searching for the girl she will never find. Knowing she now knows how I feel makes me a million times lighter. Like all the weight of the world has been taken off my shoulders. It's closure, final and absolute closure. Part 1. In 2002, I, Chris, then 18M now 30M, had finished high school and got accepted to a top engineering college. I was really looking forward to this chapter of my life. Home life had been fine, but I never had felt overly cared for. My parents weren't neglectful, but I was always second to my golden child younger sister. It was clear from a young age that I was gifted academically, but instead of this getting me praise it got me only expectations. Mistakes for me were not acceptable and my consequences would be heavy. I still remember getting my car taken for a month when I was 16 because I forgot to lock the front door one day when I left. My successes were expected not celebrated, and while some words of pride might be shared, my triumphs were never a big deal. On contrast, my little sister, Alicia, 14F then, had been praised and treated like a princess from birth. She could do no wrong, there was always a reason for her bad behavior, she may be corrected but the consequences would be slight or only involve a verbal scolding. She was nowhere the student I was, she wasn't dumb, she was just average. However, physically she was very gifted. By time she was in middle school she was a USAG level 8 gymnast. So by no means a future Olympian but still very talented. I still remember events like my birthdays being overtaken by my parents wanting her to show off her skills and her getting gifts or a say in where we ate. I remember being so happy when she quit gymnastics after 7th grade, one so I would get to stop hearing about it, but also so I wasn't expected to go to her endlessly long competitions. Fast forward to the end of my freshman year and I was back home. It was our annual family memorial weekend barbecue. Extended family, family friends, dad's co-workers, it was a big deal. I had an amazing freshman year. I was Dean's List both semesters, had joined the school's shooting club, and was quite the natural at it, made a great group of friends and found myself a girlfriend, Nicole, that I'd been seeing for 8 months. I'm not sure if my parents even once said anything about me. The talk of the day had been how my sister was all state in the pole vault as a HS freshman. I can remember only 2 people even asking me how college was going. But then again, why would they care? I mean, my ability to basically build an engine from scratch is far less practical and impressive than my sister's ability to catapult herself with a stick. Joking aside, I was honestly used to this. Things didn't go south for me until the following Thanksgiving. I was still riding high and was very successful. I had been selected to do an international internship in the UK for the following summer. Most of the cost would be covered by scholarship, but a small amount still remained. My father, much to my surprise, praised me, and offered to cover all my other expenses. I was extremely grateful. This coincided with my sister finally doing something that had even our parents ashamed of her. She had gotten caught performing an inappropriate act on a classmate during lunch in the school parking lot. On top of that, when caught, admins decided to search her backpack and found pot. She was suspended from school for 10 days, and my parents had taken away her car for a month. I found this ironic as it implied that leaving the door unlocked was on par with doing drugs, public indecency, and lewd conduct on school grounds, but I just kept that to myself, since I was happy enough to be number one for any amount of time or reason. At dinner with my grandparents and my aunt's family, I was the talk of the family. There was almost no talk of my sister and her grand sports, but there were lots of disappointed looks that she had never had to bear before. I returned to school that Sunday night and showed up at my girlfriend's apartment. This was the last night of normalcy I would have the rest of my life. The next day after getting back from class to my dorm room, I had found I had an email from my father. It read, "Christopher, your sister has informed us of your heinous acts against her. I do not know where I and your mother went wrong, or how you could do such despicable things to your own sister. While it does explain her recent misgivings, I am heartbroken to know that you are the cause. You have destroyed our family. I have already informed immediate family, do not reach out to them. The only reason we are not proceeding with legal action is for your sister's sake, as I will not force her to face you. You have done enough to harm her already. From this day forth you are no longer my son, I will be legally disowning you. Do not ever contact us again. Panicked and confused, I immediately began to call the house, then my father's cell. No answers. I did this with several other immediate family members and got no answer there as well. Finally, after calling what must have been 100 times, I tried calling Alicia's cell phone. It was this time it was answered and it was my father on the other end. I could hear hysterical crying in the background. I began begging for someone to tell me what was going on, but my father interjected and told me not to play innocent or dumb. The only reason he answered was because he couldn't believe I would stoop low enough to call Alicia directly. He told me I was not welcome, that I was a monster, and asked me how I could abuse and assault her like that. I tried to reason with him, to plead my case, but he would not listen. He finally told me if I ever called again, came by again, or contacted them by any means he would go to the authorities. This was my last chance to be a decent person and get out of their lives. If I ever so much as sent a letter, he would make it his mission that I ended up on the sex offender registry for the rest of my life. Devastated and defeated, I went to Nicole for support. I told her everything that happened. She seemed uneasy but tried to support me. I could tell something was off, and she asked me to head back to my dorm for the night. I was heartbroken to be sent away but rationalized my concerns away. When I got to my dorm, my roommate, Jack, was there and being his usual self. Jack had been my best friend since day one of college freshman year. That was until I told him what happened. He too grew uneasy afterwards but attempted more support than Nicole had. It wasn't until the next day that the two of them would start to distance themselves from me. Over the course of the next week, Nicole broke up with me in a public place, with her brother and cousin on standby. I guess I should be grateful she didn't just ghost me. Jack requested and was given an emergency placement in a new dorm room. They both rationalized that there was no way my family would just cut me off without it being justified. They had assumed my guilt as well. In the course of a week I had lost everyone that was important to me. I was 20 years old, and had no one, and no idea what I was supposed to do next. It's been a bit over 10 years since then, and every day has been impossibly hard. Being cast aside and shunned by everyone close to you changes you in ways you would never imagine. I was moving through life as best I could until a day ago when I received an actual letter in the mail. It was several pages long and was from my mother and father. The letter was an apology and plea to reconcile. It seems that after 10 years my sister finally confessed that she had lied about everything. I spent years hoping for this chance, but now that it's here I don't know if it's worth it. The pain, the loss, can it ever truly be reconciled? I don't know what is best. Do I accept this chance to get the closure I've always dreamed of? Or do I just keep all of it a ghost of my past and move on? Part 2. As stated in my last post, I received a letter from my parents. It had stated that my sister had confessed that the abuse allegations were false. My parents were seeking forgiveness and reconciliation. In addition, they had left phone and email contact information. I sat on this for a few days when a second letter arrived. This one was from my sister. It actually came as two separate letters inside the same envelope. One part was about her life since my banishment, the other was her confession to me. The confession part, it was actually her husband who convinced her to come clean, couldn't do it herself, huh? That she wishes she had never done this and she let it get way out of hand. Initially she was just angry and upset about the scorn she was receiving and being looked down upon by the family. She needed a good reason why she would be behaving promiscuously and doing drugs. She remembered learning that these were common behaviors amongst abuse victims. So she made up a story that I had forced myself on her over the past summer. This is why she started with these behaviors. My parents, always eager to explain away her bad behaviors, took it hook, line, and sinker. In reality, she wasn't doing any of these things any more or less than a typical teenager. My parents always just put her on such a pedestal. The thought of her in this way was incomprehensible to them. She didn't expect my father's reaction to be so extreme. She liked being back at the center of attention, but was also scared even more now to say anything. She knew it would be worse with the way I was completely discarded and threatened. Initially my parents were going to go the authorities. It was her own quick thinking, for fear of being found out, that she begged not to on the ground she couldn't stand to face me in court. Once I was gone, and it became apparent I wasn't coming back, she told herself she would take this to the grave, that it was her guilt to bear. The fucking mental gymnastics on this one. It wasn't until she was married 3 years ago that she even considered telling the truth, all because of her husband. He had learned she was abused by me from a relative. When he approached the subject and she really downplayed it. Over time he grew suspicious as she showed no typical signs of a SA survivor. He had to press, but eventually she told him the truth. He has been pushing her to come clean since. He is too good for my family, and does not deserve a fate with them. Now that she has a daughter, 6 months old, and has provided our parents with their first grandchild, she knows she will never face consequences like I have. She feels finally ready to rid her conscience of this burden, and seek forgiveness. Once again, it's all about Alicia. She concluded this letter by pleading with me to not share this full confession to our parents. Her husband made her send me this, as she had only given them the watered-down version of a naive girl too scared to right her wrongs. That she was also pushing hard for me to be invited to Christmas in a few weeks, where we could all start to be a family again. WTF. As painful as that was to read, the life update was actually worse. My sister went on to talk about how her HS days were great. How she managed to get a track scholarship to the University of Iowa. How she met her husband, and they have a big house, and a newborn daughter, and so on. She has been living the dream these last 10 years. Meanwhile, I lost my family, my girlfriend, my best friend. My grades tanked as I drank myself to sleep that first semester on my own. I was unable to go on the internship and my spot to the UK went to someone else. I was so low I just wanted to die. I sat on the edge of bridge for 4 hours one night unable to take that last step. I decided that night, since I couldn't kill myself, I'd have to get myself killed. I left school in the weeks that followed and joined the US Marine Corps. The Iraq and Afghan wars were in full swing. I excelled in training, and got the placement I wanted. I was EOD. There was no worse danger over there than IEDs. I figured this would kill me for sure. 8 years later I discharged in one piece. Over that time I had very few relationships or friendships. When you've been abandoned by everyone, you learn to not trust people with who you are. I would go on dates, we would have 2, 3, 4 good ones, then she would not respond to a text, and suddenly I would panic and then things. I'd imagine her just leaving me one day out of nowhere, and I couldn't let that happen again. I had no friends. Over in Iraq I would trust my fellow Marines with my life, but not with my soul. I always kept everyone at arm's length. There was only one guy, Val 27M, however, who broke through, and he remains my only friend to this day. I actually moved to West Virginia just to be near him and his wife once we both got out. They just had a baby 7 months ago, and I am officially deemed Uncle Chris. I am nowhere, not even in the same ballpark of where I thought I would be when I graduated HS. I still have not finished college, I work in a small factory now. I have a small fortune saved up from all my years in the service because I live a very meager life. I do nothing with it. I live in a 1-bedroom apartment, and drive a car with 300k miles on it. But at least my sister got to go to college, fall in love, and be lauded her whole life. It isn't fair, and it's even more insulting that they would try to come crawling back now. No, not crawl back, ask me to make the trip to Iowa to join their fucking Christmas, the Christmas I've missed out on for 10 years. I have time, maybe therapy would help, I don't know. I still keep going back and forth, do go and finally get the closure I've dreamt about, or do I just ignore them and continue to try and fix the broken life I have? Part 3. It's 17 days until Christmas Eve. I have been invited to meet with my family. Unfortunately, tragedy struck 2 nights ago. My truest brother, Val, has suffered a terrible loss. His daughter, my honorary niece, Michelle, died of SIDS. This has hurt more than any day in the past 10 years. I should tell you all at this point. Val and his wife, Kim, are not your average people. They live a bit off the grid. They power by propane and solar. They have their own well for water. They are not dependent on any outside source or traditional, societal resource. With that said, they put that aside to make sure their daughter was healthy. She was born at home, but they still had her seen by pediatrician, they still got her vaccinated. They might not be like everyone else, but they cared for their girl. I tell you all this to explain what we spent today doing. I met him early this morning and together we constructed the tiny casket for which she will be laid to rest. We also dug her final resting place here on Val's family land. Tomorrow we will get his father, and have the funeral. Only the 4 of us will be in attendance. I know this is illegal, but it's what they want for their family, and I'll respect it. Update: the funeral was a somber and painful experience. But it has provided a moment of clarity for me. I need to do this. If not for myself, then for Val and Kim. I'm going to accept my family's offer. Update 2, I'm 2 days away from leaving for Iowa. I have booked myself a decent hotel. I decided to not go the cheap route. I also rented a car. Mine is too old for this trip. I'll arrive on December 23rd and get situated. Then the next night I will be meeting my family at my parents' new home. They moved from Illinois at the end of Alicia's sophomore year, probably so it would be harder for me to find them. I requested that they allow me to follow them on social media and they happily accepted. I've been going through 10 years of events I missed. Seeing how they've aged, getting familiar with the house I'll be entering, what they've been doing. I've spent at least part of every day since the passing with Val and Kim. They are strong people. Despite their pain, they've done everything they can to help me prepare for this trip. I guess this is what real family does. They support each other, they sacrifice for each other. I know I couldn't face this, and get the closure I've desired, without them. I'll be sure to update everyone who has shown me so much support as soon as I can. Might take a little while. It's sure to be a challenging and emotional path, but I think I'm ready for it. Part 4. It has been so long. But for all of you who have been waiting, here is my update. I'm sure some of you know some of the story, but I always said, if you really want to know, you'd have to read about it on Reddit like everyone else. I arrived at my parents' home 30 minutes later than they told me to. I wanted to be the last one there. That way I could get all the hellos and everything out of the way at once and didn't have to do it over and over as people arrived. Christmas Eve wasn't a large affair. My 2 grandmas, my 1 grandpa, my aunt and uncle, their son, his wife, my parents, of course my sister Alicia, her husband, Billy, poor guy, and their daughter, Ivy. The only people who hadn't cut me off were Billy and Ivy. They all wanted to hug me, and I allowed it, just because I didn't want to make things any more awkward. I had the few presents I decided to bring in tow. They were a bit heavy, but I didn't let on. They all said I didn't need to do that, but it was all part of it for me. If I was going to do this, I was going to make the best effort possible. I placed the 2 big ones under the tree and positioned them front and center for everyone to see and know who brought them. I made small talk with everyone. Got the tour of the house. I had some smaller presents I dropped in a couple of rooms without anyone noticing. After about 45 minutes there, they announced presents would be soon. I took this moment to ask my sister for a few moments to talk in private. She agreed. I think she was expecting it. She asked if her carrying the baby still counted as privacy, and I said, of course. We stepped outside. It was a cold night, but not bitterly. The fresh air was actually quite nice. She began to apologize for everything before I could even say a word, and thanked me for not revealing the real truth. I asked her to hold that thought, and said I had something for her in my car. She smiled and said, sure. After a moment I returned with the small remote and handed it to her. She looked at me with a confused smile and asked, what's this? I said, push it, you'll see. The deployment system was 3-stepped. Once activated by the remote, the present would burst open. Revealing the sprayers, I had them attached to rotating cylinders. This covered the large area of living room with the accelerants. It truly was a testament to my engineering prowess that I never got the opportunity to really make use of. The 3rd phase lit and launched the attached flares, igniting the accelerants. Everyone had been gathered in the living room directly in front of the tree. It could not have been more perfectly timed. The smaller packages in the other rooms didn't even end up being necessary. The placement of the big 2 was so perfect. I only used them because I had discerned from the social media posts that those 2 spots provided the best escape routes should anyone survive the living room unscathed. The light from the large window that looked into the living room was blinding. The look on my sister's face was one of true terror. But only for a second, as I slid my 9mm from under my jacket and put one in her left kneecap. I then put a few rounds through the window to make sure the flames had plenty of air to spread. The house went up so fast. I looked down at Alicia, death grip on Ivy, sheer horror in her eyes. I figured I couldn't fight the baby out of her hands easily and quickly, so I just put another round in her shoulder to loosen the grip. Once I had Ivy in hand, I held her out to her crying mother. I looked down at Alicia and said, take a good look. This is all because of you. If you had never lied, this would never have happened. If you hadn't confessed, this would never have happened. If you hadn't insisted on me getting invited tonight, this would have never happened. Take a good look at Ivy, because this is the last time you will ever see her, you will never find her. I knew time was of the essence. I could finally hear the sirens over the sound of the screams coming from inside. I went to my car. I had a box positioned in the front seat for Ivy. I know it wasn't safe, but we weren't going far. I drove calm and safe to the meeting point. It was 6 minutes away. When I arrived at that abandoned lot behind the old warehouse we had scoped out, Val and Kim were already there. I let them know the whole mission was a success. I handed over little Michelle to Kim. She kissed my cheek. I embraced Val one last time. He called me brother. I returned to my car and made the 6-minute trip back to the house. I could see paramedics tending to Alicia. She was completely hysterical. I parked 2 blocks away. Removed all my clothes except my compression shorts, placed my hands behind my head and walked towards the officers at the scene. The rest is history. I'm serving a life sentence with no parole option. I still feel bad about Billy. He was a good man married to the wrong person. This past December, after the agreed-upon 10 years of no contact, I received the letter from Val. Like we talked, he used a series of acquaintances to re-mail the letter so it had no traceability. In his handwriting it just said, "All is well." They never found her, they never found them. They got to be the family I had always wanted. I'm so happy for Val, Kim, and especially Michelle. I'm sorry it took another 6 months after the initial 10-year wait to all those who followed my story. I told the detectives then, and for all these years after, if they wanted to know what really happened that night, they'd have to read about it on Reddit like everyone else. They didn't believe me, but when Netflix walked in here offering money to interview me, suddenly it was worth putting a phone in my hand and letting me post it. I was so excited when my login still worked. Lastly, thank you to all the people who followed me, supported me, and gave advice. I like to think this documentary is for you. It's going to be a 4-part limited series. I know shows have covered me in the past, but this will be the first I've talked to and has offered me any updates on Alicia. The producers told me she is still out there, never remarried, never moved on, endlessly searching for the girl she will never find. Knowing she now knows how I feel makes me a million times lighter. Like all the weight of the world has been taken off my shoulders. It's closure, final and absolute closure. I was probably around 12 when the first weird calls started rolling in. At the time, my mom didn't let on how disturbing they were getting. She tried to protect me from the worst of it. Looking back now, I realize she kept a lot to herself. I only found out later that the calls weren't just creepy, they had turned violent, even sexual in nature. And while we kept reporting them to the cops, there wasn't much they could do. They'd jot down notes, offer sympathetic nods, and then, nothing really happened. Then one day, the calls just stopped. No explanation. No closure. Just silence. It felt like the nightmare was over. I moved on. Started high school. Got caught up in classes, homework, and crushes. The whole John chapter faded into the background. Everything stayed quiet until the end of my senior year. Just when I was beginning to believe it was all in the past, I got a letter. No return address. No stamp. Just my name on the front in a handwriting I hadn't seen in years. Inside, it said, "You're old enough now. I've been waiting, just like I said I would. I'll be back soon. We'll be together." Like we planned, I nearly dropped the letter. Panic set in fast. We went back to the police, and my high school was notified too. I only had about a month left before graduation, but during that time, I basically lived under surveillance. My teachers turned into watchdogs. My mom picked me up every single day. No one else was allowed near me, not even friends. I felt like I was in a glass box. Alone. Trapped. Then, finally, a call came in from the NYPD. They had picked up someone named John N. on some unrelated charges. They couldn't tell us more. Privacy laws or something. I wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. Maybe it was over, for real this time. After graduation, I moved a few hours away. Started chasing my dreams, landed an acting job I was really excited about. For a while, life felt good again. Then 2 things happened. and both in the same week. First, another letter showed up, this time at my mom's house. It made the first one look like a love note. I won't even repeat what it said. Just thinking about it makes my stomach turn. Second, a note appeared in my dressing room at work. It was short. Just a simple invite from an old friend. Maybe it was unrelated. Maybe not. But my gut said it was no coincidence. Since I moved again, I haven't heard from John. No more letters. No more messages. But the scars are there. Deep ones. I hope, honestly, desperately hope, that whoever he was, he never did this to anyone else. I grew up in a small town in the Midwest. The kind of place where you wave to strangers and still leave your doors unlocked half the time. Crime wasn't a big concern, mostly drunk driving or someone calling the cops on their neighbor over loud music. Back in 2008, I was about to turn 19 and, for once, I wanted to celebrate. Like really celebrate. I'd gone to a private Christian high school, so I never got into the whole party scene. Even during my first year at a state university, I was more of a homebody. My boyfriend at the time was sweet, and I was happy just hanging with him. But by 19, things had changed. I'd dropped out of college, broken up with that boyfriend, and made some new friends, the party kind. They were always talking about house parties and how wild they got. I figured, why not try it? So, for my 19th birthday, I decided to go all in. First time drinking. First real party. My house was perfect for it. 3 bedrooms, attached garage, plenty of space for people to crash. My friends helped me stock up on drinks, with some help from older acquaintances, and the night went off without a hitch. Everyone had a blast. People started saying how great my place was for parties, and before I knew it, weekend parties at my house became a regular thing. August rolled in. College students were coming back into town, there were 3 colleges nearby, and every weekend my house was packed. Sometimes I'd wake up to strangers passed out on my couch or wandering around the kitchen. My friends always claimed they'd invited them. I didn't really care. I liked meeting new people. Things were going great. Until they weren't. One morning in September, I went to leave for work and noticed my garage door remote wasn't clipped to my sun visor anymore. I looked under the seats, checked my bag, nothing. Annoying, but I figured I misplaced it while drunk. I closed the garage door using the wall panel inside, locked up, and headed out. That night, around midnight, I clocked out for lunch and stepped into the parking lot. My phone buzzed. An unknown number. I answered. Silence. I hung up. Weird, but maybe a prank. The next night, same thing. Another call. Same silence. Still thought it was someone I knew messing with me, maybe someone from the parties. But when I called my friend Lacey to ask if it was her, she swore it wasn't. Her boyfriend confirmed it too. They hadn't touched my phone. I pushed it to the back of my mind. Weird things happen. Whatever. Then it kept happening. For days. Then weeks. Every time I was free, off work, awake, alone, my phone would ring. Always from an unknown number. Always silent on the other end. Never while I was sleeping or busy. Only when I was available. And that's when other things started. Branches under my car. Big ones. Like someone had shoved a bunch of tree limbs under there on purpose. Another time, a heavy branch was leaning against my front door when I went to leave. That's when I called Lacey again and begged her to let me crash at her place. While I was at her house, it happened again. My phone rang. Unknown number. I didn't answer. 5 seconds later, Lacey's phone rang. Same thing. Unknown number. We both stared at each other. Speechless. That's when I knew this wasn't just a prank. This was someone serious. Someone watching me. I told one of my managers at work. He told me to call the police immediately the next time it happened. So, the next day, I did. As soon as the phone rang, I answered, listened to the silence for a full minute, then called the cops. They said they couldn't trace it. Too little to go on. But they offered to have a patrol watch my place for a few days. I agreed. Nothing happened that week except more phone calls. I started getting bold. Started answering with attitude. Calling the silent caller a coward. Asking what they wanted. No reply. Ever. More branches appeared in my yard. Random banging on my windows at night. I stopped sleeping in my bedroom and started camping out on the couch. One night, while grabbing a glass of water, my phone rang again. I froze. Then I called Lacey in a panic. She came over right away and stayed the night. I never caught anyone. Never saw a shadow, a figure, a glimpse of a car. Just signs. Napkins stuck in my screen door. Candy wrappers on my windshield. Marker pens in my mailbox. This dragged on for months. Until Christmas Eve. I was headed to my grandpa's farm for a family gathering. My phone rang again, and this time, I lost it. I screamed into the phone, begged whoever it was to stop. Told them they'd ruined my life. Called them names. Cried. Still, silence. Later that night, back at home, I was dozing on the couch when I saw a light, someone shining a flashlight through my windows. I bolted to the bathroom and locked myself in. Called Lacey. She came over and stayed with me again. The police still couldn't do anything. Eventually, the outside stuff stopped. No more banging. No more trash. I thought maybe they'd gotten bored. I went back to sleeping in my bed. Then one morning, I noticed my garage door was open. Weird, but maybe it glitched. I punched in the code to close it, went inside to get some milk, and sat at the dining table. That's when I saw it. My missing garage remote. Just, sitting there. On the table. I freaked out. Still in pajamas, I ran to my car and drove. Called Lacey and told her, it was time to move. She and her boyfriend came over, helped me check the house. Nothing. No one. We found a new place in a different city. The phone calls stopped. I remember the exact day. Valentine's Day. Lacey and I went out to celebrate being single. I left my phone at home, plugged it into the kitchen charger. We went to the movies. Had fun. Walking back to my car, I noticed something on the ground next to the passenger door. It was my phone. We both stood frozen. We didn't even go home that night. Stayed at her boyfriend's place. The next day, our apartment was exactly how we left it. No signs of a break-in. Nothing moved. Nothing stolen. Just one impossible mystery. I never found out who was behind all of this. None of my friends confessed. And I don't think any of them could have kept up a prank for nearly 5 months. I even asked some of the random party guests from back in the day. No one had a clue. So, yeah. Sometimes there's no explanation. Sometimes, the scariest thing is not knowing. The end. Choices, creeps, and close calls, a Valentine's Day you won't forget. Life is just a never-ending collection of choices. Some are tiny, like picking between the black or white pair of socks. Others feel massive, like skipping your school dance because your gut tells you something's off. Either way, every choice we make draws a line across our life, shaping who we become. And sure, people will judge you for your choices, but when it's your skin on the line, you learn real quick not to care too much about other people's opinions. Take me, for example. I remember a particular Valentine's Day that started like any other dumb teenager's dream. A pretty girlfriend, a cheap car borrowed from her dad, and plans to avoid the drama-filled school dance by watching a movie together at her place. Sounds harmless enough, right? Well, that night turned into something way creepier than I could have predicted. We were in this tiny Texas town, the kind where everybody either knew each other or hated each other's guts. Or both. Small towns are funny like that. No middle ground. Me. I didn't really have family there, which made me a bit of an outsider. Add a blonde girlfriend to the mix, and I guess that gave some folks extra motivation to not like me. It had been building for a while, glares in the hallway, a few push-and-shove moments, and your usual schoolyard nonsense. But things had started getting a little more intense. So, we decided, no school dance. Safer that way. We hit the town that evening, borrowed her dad's Honda hatchback, and made the usual teenage rounds. Rented a DVD, hit up Dairy Queen, gotta love a good blizzard, then headed back to her place, which was nestled way out in the woods. I mean, middle of nowhere, no streetlights, can hear the wind blow through the trees, kind of isolated. So, we're in the car, eating ice cream, listening to music, chatting about random stuff, when suddenly, another car pulls up behind us. Again, not unusual, until its headlights flood the inside of our hatchback and I see it. Hands. A head. Someone is in the back seat of our car. Yeah. You read that right. I freeze. My stomach drops. You know that feeling where your body knows before your brain can catch up? That was me. Full panic mode, but on the outside, trying to stay calm. I slowly reach down and pull out my pocket knife. Not exactly Rambo gear, but it's something. My girlfriend notices. What's wrong? She asks. I play it cool. Oh, nothing. Just need to stop by a friend's house real quick. She knows I'm lying, I didn't have any friends in town. I pull into the first driveway I see and jump out of the car like it's on fire, yelling at her to follow me. She's confused but follows. I flip the driver's seat forward and launch myself into the back like a madman. And who pops up? Not Freddy Krueger, not some scary criminal, nope. It's just some random, awkward kid from our school. Never talked to him before. Never even made eye contact, far as I could remember. He puts his hands up like, whoa, chill. I thought you guys were going to the dance. Was just hitching a ride. We just stared at him, mouths open, trying to figure out what the hell to do. I wanted to knock him out, but instead, we did the dumbest thing possible, we drove him to the dance and dropped him off. The whole ride there, he kept saying, y'all should come in with me. No thanks, creeper. After we sped away like the car was on fire, my girlfriend broke down crying once we got back to her place. I still don't know what that kid was planning. What if the headlights hadn't lit him up? What if we'd gone all the way home with him still back there, waiting for God knows what? I don't even like thinking about it. High school sucked. But that wasn't the only creepy encounter I've dealt with. Oh no, life's got a twisted sense of humor, and sometimes it sends you the scariest people wearing the most innocent masks. Let me take you back a bit further. I was just a kid, maybe 11. My mom and stepdad ran this little maintenance company, and we lived in one of those barely on the map southern towns. Everyone knew everyone, and there was this weird, outdated sense of communal trust. You'd leave your doors unlocked and wave at your neighbors, even if they were a bit odd. Whenever my parents got a job that was too big for them alone, they'd hire local boys from the high school or nearby community college. Usually decent kids just looking for work. Sometimes they'd even get invited over for dinner. That's how I met John. John wasn't like the other helpers. For starters, he was in his mid-20s and had just moved to our town from New York. That alone made him a bit of a curiosity. He was awkward, sure, but he worked hard, and at first, seemed like a decent guy. My parents liked him. He started having dinner with us after work, and since my older sister had moved out west recently, I kinda latched onto him in a big brother kind of way. He listened to me talk about dumb middle school stuff, and I thought it was cool someone older was interested in what I had to say. I was naive. September came around, and John had been working with us for a couple of months. My birthday was coming up, and my parents promised to take me bowling. It was an hour away, which made it a big deal in our little world. Somehow, John invited himself along. I thought it was weird, but I didn't want to be rude, and he'd always been nice to me. Then came the haunted hayride. Every year, our town's fire department hosted this event. People dressed up as monsters, hid in the woods, and scared the guests riding by in wagons. The money went to the department, and the whole town usually pitched in. When John heard about it, he was super eager to help. My mom, being the sweet southern lady she is, said, of course. He got placed in our section of the woods, because he didn't want to work with strangers. Red flag number 1. At first, nothing felt off. But then he started showing up every time I was alone. One night, during a slow period, I snuck off to say hi to a friend in the next station over. As I'm walking through the trees, I hear footsteps. I turn, and there's John. Oh hey, I said, trying to act normal. What are you doing? He says he saw me walking off and wanted to make sure I didn't get hurt. I told him my mom knew where I was. He grabs my arm and says, I still don't feel comfortable with you walking around here alone. I pulled away fast and made an excuse to leave. For the rest of the season, he kept finding ways to talk to me when no one else was around. I didn't tell my mom, I didn't want to seem rude or ungrateful. Everyone liked him, so maybe I was just being dramatic, right? Then came February. John hadn't been around much since the jobs dried up, so I'd kind of forgotten about him. Until Valentine's Day. I walk into the kitchen, and there's a vase of half-dead roses on the table. I asked my mom if my stepdad gave them to her. She shakes her head and hands me the card. You're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. I told her no one at school would send me something like that. The next week, John shows up like nothing happened. And then casually drops, so, did you like the flowers? I pretend not to know what he's talking about. He gets all sulky. Later, I tell my mom, and she's furious. She calls him and rips him a new one. John, what the hell were you thinking sending my daughter flowers? It was just a friendly gesture, he insists. She's a pretty girl, thought she deserved something nice on Valentine's Day. Don't ever do something like that again, she says. Ever, he agrees. We thought that was the end of it. Wrong. April rolls around, and suddenly we're getting flower deliveries almost every day. No card. No name. Just more flowers. My mom calls John again, tells him he's not welcome anymore. Not long after, I'm downstairs on the family computer when I hear a tap on the window. I look up, and there's John. On our porch. Grinning. I don't even panic. I just walk outside and say, hey, my mom said you can't be here anymore. He just smiles and says, I just want to talk. I step outside like an idiot. I was 12, okay. You are the most beautiful woman in the world, he says. And I love you. I know you're young now, but I'll wait a few years. I ran inside bawling. My parents flew downstairs, and my stepdad went full protective dad mode. John, get the hell off our property or I'll shoot your creepy ass. You're just trying to keep us apart, John said. But you can't. We're meant to be. We got a restraining order. And because it was a small town, word spread fast. People didn't take kindly to grown men creeping on little girls. He packed up and left town. Back to New York or wherever he came from. We thought that was the end. Then the phone calls started. Different numbers. Burner phones. My mom made it clear, I wasn't to answer any unknown numbers. She didn't tell me at the time, but some of the calls she got were explicit. Violent. Obsessive. That's where it stopped, for now. But every Valentine's Day, when people talk about flowers and chocolates and dates, I think about that damn hatchback, and John on the porch, with that awful smile. Because love can be sweet. But sometimes, it's straight up terrifying. To be continued. Part 2. It all seemed too perfect, too easy. Nobody could understand how Lisa had ended up in that group, and yet, there she was. On the morning of January 10, 1985, Lisa and her daughter Tiffany were picked up by John Osborne right in front of their house. With their suitcases packed, they got into the car and drove off, heading straight for a hotel. But what should have been a fresh start quickly turned into a nightmare. That very afternoon, Lisa made a frantic phone call to her mother-in-law. She was screaming, panicking. She told her that a group of people had come to the hotel, accusing her of being an unfit mother. They said she wanted to take Tiffany away from them, that she had a lawyer, and that she had already filed a lawsuit for custody. According to them, Lisa was unstable, she had no house, no job, no resources, and therefore, no right to raise a child. Lisa was horrified. None of it was true. Her mother-in-law tried to reassure her. "Lisa, they're lying to you," she said. "Don't sign anything. Don't believe them. Get out of there. Call the police." But Lisa was scared and confused. The people pressuring her wanted her to sign 4 blank pages, to give up her parental rights just like that. Her mother-in-law kept insisting, "Don't do it. Whatever you do, don't sign anything." Lisa hung up the phone. That was the last time anyone ever heard from her. The next day, January 11th, Lisa's sister-in-law went to the hotel looking for her. But the hotel staff told her that Lisa had checked out the day before. She had left with some people, and after that, she was gone. The family panicked. They called the police and reported Lisa and Tiffany missing. Flyers with their faces were distributed all over the state. Investigators started looking into John Osborne, trying to find out more about him, about the company he worked for, and who exactly they were helping. Then, something strange happened. A letter arrived. It was addressed to the director of the center that had originally helped Lisa. In it, she supposedly thanked them for all their support but said she had decided to leave the area and start a new life with Tiffany. The letter was signed by Lisa. But her family didn't believe it. She would never write something like this, they insisted. These are not her words. And she would never just disappear. But John Osborne had his own story to tell. According to him, Lisa had a secret lover named Bill. One day, Bill arrived at the hotel, took Tiffany, and they both left. The police, as usual, did nothing. Lisa was 19, a mother with no job, no stability. If she had sent a letter, that was proof enough for them that she had left of her own free will. Case closed. Just like that, Lisa's disappearance was put away in a drawer, forgotten. Meanwhile, John had a proposition for his brother Donald and his wife Frida. They had been trying to have children for years, but nothing worked. Adoption was complicated and expensive. But John had a solution. He told them he had found a little girl whose mother had taken her own life. And thanks to his connections, he could arrange a quick and easy adoption. He handed them some official-looking papers, legal documents with the names of lawyers, a judge, even signatures. If they signed the papers and paid $5,500, the baby would be theirs. Donald and Frida didn't think twice. They signed the documents, paid the money, and just like that, Tiffany Lynn Stassi became Heather Robinson. Lisa was not the only woman to vanish. In 1987, a 27-year-old woman named Catherine Klatt left her child with her parents, saying she had to work in Kansas. Then she disappeared. Days passed, and she never called. Eventually, a letter arrived, signed by Catherine. She wrote that she wasn't coming back. Her parents went to the police, but again, the authorities did nothing. Catherine was an adult. She had signed that letter. Case closed. From 1987 to 1993, John Osborne, real name John Robinson, disappeared from the radar. Not because he had stopped, but because he was in prison for fraud. During that time, something interesting happened. While serving time in 2 different prisons, one in Kansas and one in Missouri, he met his next victim, Beverly Bonner, a 49-year-old prison librarian. Beverly fell for John fast. They flirted, exchanged notes, made plans. When John was released in 1993, she left her husband and moved in with him. Through her divorce, Beverly received a monthly pension from her ex-husband. But soon, her letters and calls stopped. John, however, kept receiving her pension checks, cashing them as if nothing had happened. It was obvious, Beverly was dead, and he was living off her money. Then, John discovered something even better than fraud, he discovered the internet. By the mid-90s, online forums were full of people looking for excitement, for danger, for control. John created an online persona, Slave Master. He posted ads on BDSM websites claiming to be a wealthy businessman looking for a submissive woman. He promised luxury, security, financial support for life. Women responded. They chatted with him, met him in person, and one by one, they vanished. His process was always the same. He would take them to a hotel, force them to sign documents, then rape, torture, and eventually kill them. He disposed of their bodies in metal barrels filled with chemicals, hiding them on his properties in Kansas and Missouri. One of his victims was Sheila Faith, a 45-year-old woman with a disabled teenage daughter, Debbie. Sheila had confided in John about her daughter's medical needs, and he assured her he could take care of them. Thrilled, Sheila and Debbie moved to California, supposedly to live with him. They told everyone, their parents, friends, neighbors, that they were starting a new life. Then, they disappeared. Between 1999 and 2000, John's online activity escalated. He started talking to two women in particular. The first was 21-year-old Polish immigrant Isabella Luika. She left Indiana, moved to Kansas City, and believed she was about to marry John. She even signed a 115-page contract handing over everything she owned, her bank accounts, car, phone, to him. Then, she vanished. The second was 28-year-old Suzette Troughton. In early 2000, she told her parents she had a new boyfriend and was moving to Kansas to be with him. She packed her bags and even took her two beloved dogs. At first, everything seemed fine. She called home, sent letters. But then, one letter stood out. It was typed, not handwritten. It was perfectly structured, with no spelling mistakes, very unlike Suzette. The letter claimed she was leaving her dogs behind and running away with a lover to travel the world. But her family knew the truth. Suzette would never abandon her dogs. They went straight to John's house, demanding answers. He told them she had left with another man. He even kept the dogs, saying she had abandoned them. But the Troughton family didn't buy it. They went to the police. Finally, the authorities started paying attention. In June 2000, John was arrested after two women accused him of sexual assault and theft of sex toys. When police searched his properties, they made a horrific discovery, barrels of chemicals, each containing a decomposing body. Even more shocking, a DNA test confirmed that Heather Robinson, the daughter Donald and Frida had adopted, was actually Tiffany Lynn Stassi. Her entire life had been a lie. Her mother hadn't abandoned her. John Robinson had murdered her and stolen her baby. In 2002, John Robinson stood trial. Over 100 witnesses testified. In October, he was found guilty of multiple murders and sentenced to death. But to this day, investigators believe he may be linked to even more disappearances. He remains on death row, awaiting execution. Heather Robinson, once Tiffany Stassi, continues to fight for justice, not just for her mother, but for all of John's victims. In 2007, she won a lawsuit preventing him from profiting off books or movies about his crimes. But the question remains, could a man like John Robinson ever feel remorse? Or was he a monster to the very end? My body is deep in a state of rest. I could not move or hear my thoughts at all because in this state I am frozen. My body is getting all the energy recharge in the world. I don't know how many hours it has been since I go into the state of silence. I know that I rest my body around nighttime, but I don't remember the time that I fall to sleep. It was probably 6 p.m., 7 p.m., or even 8 p.m. Those are the usual time that any person would choose to rest. As my eyes are closed, I can only experience the darkness around me. Honesty, I feel nothing. It is like my body is skipping time and space as I rest. Maybe sleeping is a type of time travel or any other form of manipulating space. In sleep, a person skips time by hours or even days. Sleeping is just a state of rest, but can it be used for experiments for time travel? It is unlikely because it is just a state of being frozen. As my body freezes into the darkness of time, I feel a hand touching me. I could not move or think about what could touch me. I ignore it because probably a bug. However, if my body was resting, how could I feel something touching me? Am I asleep or somehow awake, but I don't know. My eyes are still in the darkness of space and time and my body is not seen, but still present. I try to find out what just touched me. I try to wake myself up, but my body is frozen. I couldn't move an inch at all. My eyes open. The eyes see the darkness of the room and anything around it. I think that I am awake, but still, my body is frozen in time. I couldn't move my eyes or limbs at all. I try to move, but a force is holding my body together. An invisible force that has control of time, space, and even reality. A silent entity that lurks in the darkness of the place around time and space. My heart starts to beat heavily. My body breathes a sigh of fear. I feel the touching again, but this time it is claws. It scratches my legs. I couldn't feel it, but I know that whatever is touching my legs are pulling vines from it. Luckily, I couldn't feel the pain, but it still causes my heart to beat heavily. My left and right legs show the red-soaked veins, which are cut from them. I try to look up, but my head freezes in a state of fear. My eyes look around and a figure appears. The figure stands by my head. The figure has claw-like hands. One side of its face has sharp teeth like a bear. Red liquid is on its teeth. The figure has spiders crawling out of its right arm. Its right hand has sharp teeth and red eyes. The figure looks like a girl. She looks like that she is in her late teen. The figure's body has a mouth with claws on it. Spiders, beetles, scarabs, and snakes are clawing out of her mouth. On the left side, its body looks normal. The figure has blue glowing eyes. On the left hand, it has a scare mark, which is from self-mutation. I have the look of horror on my face. The girl walks up to my arms. She pulls out her left hand and tells me to be quiet. I could not move anyway. Her claws cut into my arms. She forcibly pulls out the veins in my arms. I start to cry with the feeling of invisible pain. The girl looks at me with a smile on her face. Bugs and snakes crawl all over her eyes. She pulls out a blue and gold mask. One side of the mask is gold, while the other is blue. She puts it on my face. I try to stop her from doing it, but I could not move my body. I watch as the girl put the mask on me. I could not see what was going on. I hear the girl undressing my nightgown. I hear the cold air hits my naked body. I hear laughter around me. It sounds like a child. The sounds are all around me. I could not take it anymore. I try to force myself to wake up. I try to escape this horrible nightmare that I am experiencing. I scream with anger in my voice, "Get the fuck out of my head, you bastard," I say, but my mouth didn't move. The demand goes into my mind instead into the monster. Every time I try to fight it, an invisible force holds me. The silent force has me under its control. I keep hearing the laughter around me. I close my eyes to put an end to the nightmare. As I did close my eyes, the world around me turns into a dark place. All the darkness is around me disappears. I begin to go back to sleep. After minutes go by, I finally open my eyes. The laughter stops and at the same time, the mask is gone. I look around and my limbs are not cut. I boost up from my bed. I stand up with a look of fear on my face. I survived whatever happened to me. I feel the sweat coming from my face. I begin to cry. What was that? Sleep paralysis. A living nightmare. What the fuck, dude? I have thought that I could have died. I am glad that I didn't die. I look up at my door. As I walk up to the door, I feel something wrong. My body starts to play the beating of my heart. I start to breathe heavily. Sweat pours down my face. I feel something is behind the door. A benevolent force is behind the door waiting for me. It could have been my mind playing a trick on me. I slowly open the door. Every cracking sound the door makes I look behind and forward. My heart is racing as I open the door. When I fully open the door, I see nothing but a dark black hallway. I look with relief as I open the door. I am happy that nothing was behind the door. I walk into the hallway to the stairs and hear something behind me. "Don't go outside," the voice sounds like my sister, Edlita. In her voice, she sounds worry and concern. I turn around and see her. She has a scared look on her face. Her clothes are dirty. She smells like trash. She has not taken a bath in several weeks. On her body are bumps and infectious cuts. They have not been treated in weeks. The bumps are on her arms and face. Red boils are covering her arms and the cuts on her legs. The cuts are healed due to weeks, but they are long and deep. They are still visible to see. It seems like a knife did that to her. I look at Edlita with confusion on my face. How did Edlita get all of these bumps, cuts, and boils on her skin? Why haven't Edlita got cleansed yet? I believe my mother or father would have cleansed her or noticed the infectious things on her body. I look at her and said, "Where is mommy and daddy or big sisters?" I ask with seriousness on my face. Edlita looks at me with nervousness. She starts to shake when she hears that question. She tries to avoid answering me. I look at her and repeat the question. When I repeat the question, she sits on the hallway floor. She tries to avoid it again. I don't know why she is avoiding the question, but I could sense in her heart something is wrong. All around me that area seems off. I just woke up from a dream where a monster was using me to this questionable setting. The house seems to have this feeling of weirdness. It might be my mind playing a trick on me, but how is Edlita's unclean? She wouldn't be unclean because I know my parents. They would never let Edlita be dirty or smell like trash. I know my parents, where are they? Maybe this is why Edlita is avoiding my question. Something might have happened to my parents. Edlita, please tell me what is going on. I have to know because I need to know what happens to our parents, I say with concern on my face. Edlita seems to freeze as I ask her that question. Her eyes look at me. She points at the door on the left side. It is my parents' room. By it, there is a door to my brother, Alex's room. The reason Bella does not have a room because she moved out a long time ago. I walk toward my parents' door. I stand in front of it. I knock on the door. There is no answer. I knock repeatedly. Every time I knock, there was no one waking up. They are probably in a deep sleep, I think. I look at the clock on the wall. The time says 2 p.m. It seems odd for my parents to be sleeping, as they have never slept at an early time. They would go to sleep at 9 p.m., it could be due to oversleeping, but even that it seems unlikely of them. They wake up at 5 a.m. to get Edlita ready for school. She has to be at school around 7 a.m. I knock one more time. When I did, nothing happens. I decide to do what no kid would ever do, go in their parents' bedroom without knocking. I never did that because they might be having sex or they do not want to be bothered. I have to break this unwritten social rule to find the underlying cause of this unusual event. I twist the knob and open the door. As I open the door, it hits me. A force of an unpleasant smell attacks me. The smell is of rotten eggs and shit mixed together. Their room smells like the underground sewer system of Morgantown. I gag and choke on the smell. I throw up on the floor as the smell hits me. I cough the puke in my throat. I try to breathe for oxygen in my lungs. I look in the room for a quick peek. I see my parents. What I see makes me want to die and throw up again. My parents lay on the bed. Their faces show the expression of terror and horror. Their lifeless bodies are frozen in the pain of torture and suffering. It looks like a person may have enjoyed watching their pain and misery. Flies and maggots cover their bodies. They are eating the inside of their flesh. Maggots cover the eyes of my parents, eating and tearing away from their eye sockets. The flies are doing their jobs, which are producing more maggots for them to survive. I couldn't believe what I am seeing. The flies and maggots are surviving, but my parents are gone. I jump back with my heart beating. I enter my brother's room. I walk in and smell the horrific hellish scent. I look at my brother, Alex. He didn't suffer the same fate as my parents. His eyes are closed and his mouth has no expression. I didn't see that has happened to him, but I did see a pill bottle. I walk into the room. I fight off the scent to try to investigate the pill bottle. I hold my nose to breath. As I am walking into the room, I feel my eyes tearing up. Water comes down as I walk. The reaction of the smell is causing the moisture in my eyes to dry out. They feel like bricks in my eye sockets. I grab the pill bottle. I run out of the room. I yell in pain as my eyes are burning. The stone brick feeling causes my eyes to ignite in pain. I try to blink to get moisture, but it was hard. My eyelids could not automatically blink. My body is urging me to not blink because it will hurt. I hold on to the stair railings. I force my eyelids to close. As they close, the pain registers in my body. It feels like my brain explodes. My head rings like an atomic bomb explosion. I yell in pain and suffering. My eyes start to get moisture. My eyes are back to normal. My head still feels like a war site. I look at the pill bottle. The label reads, cyanide. It makes sense. It could be the only pill to be able to kill a person quickly. My parents must have put the pill into Alex's mouth during sleep. Then, they must have killed themselves. It must have been murder-suicide. That does not make sense. Why would my parents murder my brother? They are not murderers. They love us. They would never do that. Why is Edlilda still alive? Why did my parents not sneak into my room and kill me? Did my sister survive the killing or did she murder all of them? My sister would never murder her loved ones. I look at the bodies. I notice something. What I learned from a mystery movie, there has to be a killer. By the look of my parents' faces, they could not be the killers. Someone killed them. My brother, Alex, must have been killed first. The reason I believe he was killed first is due to the layout of the rooms. His room was the first door at the top of the stairs. In addition, if the killer or killers killed my parents first, he or she would alert one of my parents, thus making the killing loud, not quiet. I look at my sister and say, "Who did this? Do you remember?" As I say that, she points toward the radio and looks at it. I look at it, and I see the power button and turn it on. When I turn it on, I hear a woman voice. She is a reporter of some local news anchor. I also hear helicopters flying and gunfire. The reporter says on the radio, "Today's news, it has been 2 weeks since a prisoner by the name of Fred Bella escaped from prison and unleashed a deadly chemical on the city. It caused people around it to die. We don't know how to stop it, but Bella had." Before the reporter can finish, I hear a sound of growling. Within seconds, I hear the reporter yells in the radio and it cuts off the connection. The radio went silent. I have a look of fear on my face. My grandmother did all of this. She caused all of this death and destruction. I knew it was a deadly chemical. I know it is possible to create a gas to kill millions. The Nazis did it to people whom they believed were inferior. How could one person manage to create a gas to kill off many people, especially since the person was in prison? I grab Edlilda and carry her on my back. I walk downstairs and got in front of the door. I try to open the door, but Edlilda stops me. She points toward a newspaper on the coffee table. I walk toward the coffee table and pick it up. When I pick it up, it's read, "Deadly biochemicals causing humans to kill, free for all." The description of the paper is about how Fred Bella unleashes a deadly chemical, which causes people to become mind control and kill each other. Morgantown and Evanston were not the only towns affected by the deadly chemicals. The world is affected by the deadly chemical. The death toll was 800 million people and still counting. I drop the paper in fear. I look at Edilda with sadness on my face. I feel my heart breaking as I realize that my grandmother has completed her goal. She did more kills than Hitler, Stalin, and Zedong. How did she make the chemical weapon in prison? It could not be a reality. It is no possible way that she could have done this, especially in a couple of months. I have tears coming down my eyes. I did not want to cry. I wipe the tears from my eyes and open the door. My sadness turns into a complete loss for words. I look into the red skies and the burning hollow houses. I see death and destruction around me. I see the despair and misery of the deadly chemical on its victims. Their faces meet my worry eyes. Their empty and horrendous faces lay on the road of death with the others. This did not scare me because what I saw is beyond human understanding. People walking around the bodies, but their eyes are not alive. The smell of sulfur and fire cover the walking mindless people. They let out an animalistic growl. Their eyes are dark. They walk slow and long down the street. Reanimated corpses, I know it could be possible. I try to reanimate animals to create a mindless army with my chemical, but my grandmother managed to do that. The deadly chemical, was it mine? The experiment that I performed on dying animals, did my grandmother take my experimental ideas? It can't be possible because my grandmother was in prison. No, my experiment could not have caused all of this. My experiment was supposed to be used on guilty people, not innocents. My mother destroyed it. How could my grandmother copy my plan? The corpses look at my sister and me. They start to growl. Their hunger for flesh overcomes their slow walking and they bolt at me. 12 corpses run toward me. They are yelling, "Hey, hey, and hey." Me and my sister look as the walking dead bolt at us. Catherine Bears, better known as Katie, was born on December 30, 1982, in Long Island, New York. She was the second child of Marilyn Bears. As for her biological father, there's no information available. Her conception was the result of a one-night stand. Marilyn already had a son, John, who was 6 years old when Katie was born. The three of them lived in a house in West Islip, sharing the space with Marilyn's elderly parents, Helen and Stuart. But they weren't the only residents. The house was also home to 22 cats and a dog, creating an environment that was far from hygienic. Marilyn had no real support, no friends, no close relatives, nobody to lean on. Her parents were too old to help, so when she gave birth to Katie, she did it all alone. She went to the hospital by herself, delivered the baby, and then returned home to continue life as usual. To support her children, Marilyn took on multiple jobs, including working as a taxi driver. And it was during one of her shifts that everything changed. One day, a woman named Linda Ingillery got into her cab. She gave Marilyn an address, and when they arrived, she realized she didn't have enough money to pay the fare. Marilyn, being kind-hearted, told her not to worry about it. Grateful, Linda scribbled down her phone number along with the letters IOU, short for IOU. That simple exchange led to a friendship that would alter the course of Katie's life forever. When Katie was born, Linda became her godmother. Linda and her husband, Salvatore, better known as Sal, adored Katie. They had always wanted children but had never been able to conceive. So when Katie arrived, they showered her with love. They constantly invited Marilyn and Katie over, offered to babysit, and seemed eager to spend as much time as possible with the little girl. Marilyn, struggling as a single mother, appreciated their help. She worked long hours, and the Ingilleris never complained when she arrived late to pick Katie up. If anything, they were happier the longer she stayed. Eventually, Katie started spending extended periods with them. Once, when Marilyn was feeling overwhelmed, stressed, suffering from headaches, and unable to handle noise, she dropped Katie off at Linda's house, intending to leave her for just a few hours. But those few hours turned into 2 full weeks. You'd think that any normal couple would have been furious about such a thing, but Linda and Sal weren't. In fact, they were thrilled. They had begun to believe that Katie was meant to be their daughter. And when Katie turned 3, things took a surreal turn. One day, Marilyn dropped Katie off as usual before heading to work. Linda decided to give the child a bath and, while doing so, coached her to memorize a speech, one that would convince her mother to let her stay with the Ingilleris forever. When Marilyn returned, Katie repeated the words she had been taught, telling her mother that Linda was her real mom and that she wanted to stay. Marilyn, of course, was furious. She grabbed her daughter and tried to leave, but Linda and Sal wouldn't let her. They hurled insults, threw objects, and even physically attacked her. In the chaos, Linda snatched Katie and hid her somewhere in the house. Marilyn, panicked, ran to a neighbor's house and called the police. When officers arrived, they demanded that Linda and Sal open the door. The couple refused. They turned off the lights, closed the blinds, and locked every entrance, hiding inside with Katie. Eventually, the police had to force their way in and take the child away. But here's the strange part, Marilyn forgave them. And over time, she went back to being their friend. At first, it might seem like Linda and Sal genuinely loved Katie. But the truth was far more twisted. Their attachment to her wasn't about love, it was about possession. And soon, that would become disturbingly clear. The Ingilleris had a pool in their backyard. When Katie was still very young, Linda placed her on an inflatable mattress and pushed her out onto the water. Katie, who couldn't swim, was terrified and didn't want to be there. But Linda insisted, laughing as she pushed her further. Then she walked inside, leaving the child alone in the pool. Katie was warned not to move. If she did, she'd fall into the water and drown. But she was just a little girl, of course, she moved. She lost her balance, slipped off the mattress, and started flailing. She screamed for help, splashing and trying desperately to keep her head above water. But the psychological torment didn't stop there. As Katie grew older, things got worse. At age 4, Linda lost a leg due to diabetes and became reliant on Katie for everything. The child was turned into her personal servant, running errands, cooking, cleaning. And when Katie started school, Linda would often stop her from attending, insisting that house chores were more important. Things took an even darker turn when she was 5. Linda's brother and his partner came to visit. One day, Katie did something that irritated Sal, so he locked her in a closet for hours. Then, he and the other adults left the house to go out for dinner and a movie, leaving the terrified child alone in the dark. And then there was the worst part, Sal's abuse. He started touching Katie inappropriately when she was just 3 years old. Every time they were alone, he took advantage of her. She didn't understand what was happening, only that it felt wrong, that it made her feel dirty. But she had normalized so much abuse that she didn't think telling anyone would make a difference. Even her brother, John, suffered when he visited. Sal would humiliate him, hit him, and make his life miserable. But just like Katie, he never spoke up. By the time Katie was 6, the Anguillarists lost their home. Marilyn, in an act of goodwill, invited them to move in with her. This meant that John now had to share a room with Sal, while Katie was placed in a room with Linda. From the outside, it seemed like a generous arrangement. But inside, it was hell. Linda kept Katie up at night, forcing her to listen to erotic hotline calls. Sometimes, she even made Katie participate. She played adult videos in the room, touching herself in front of the child. If Katie refused to sleep in her room, Linda would punish her by making her sleep on the couch, giving Sal access to her instead. The neighbors noticed that something was wrong. They saw how thin and pale Katie looked, how dirty the house was. Some even considered calling the police. But without concrete evidence, no one did. Eventually, Katie's school took notice. She was often absent, always exhausted, and severely underweight. They called Child Protection Services. But when an investigator arrived, they made a crucial mistake. They interviewed Katie in front of Linda and Sal. Terrified, the little girl denied everything. And with no further proof, the case was closed. But soon, something happened that changed everything. One day, Katie invited a friend, Rosanna, to her house. Sal joined their game, playing store clerk. The girls would stand outside and buy items from him through a window, exchanging little things like leaves or pebbles for small prizes. But at one point, Rosanna peeked inside and saw Sal standing completely naked. Horrified, she ran home and told her parents. They immediately called Child Protection Services. Finally, someone had taken action. But would it be enough to save Katie? The story continues with Katie's fight for survival, police investigations, and the shocking revelations that followed. Heather Robinson grew up in what she believed was the perfect family. Loving parents, a great education, a beautiful home, she had everything she could ask for. But despite how much her parents adored John, Heather couldn't stand him. She never understood exactly why, but she had hated him for as long as she could remember. She couldn't look him in the eyes, couldn't talk to him directly, and every joke that left his mouth made her stomach turn. This story begins on October 12, 1984, with the birth of a baby girl named Heather Robinson. She never knew her biological parents because, shortly after birth, she was adopted by Frida and Donald Robinson. The Robinsons had been trying to have a child for 5 years. They went through rounds of medication, meditation, medical checkups, but nothing worked. Then one day, John, Donald's brother, knocked on their door and told them they were parents. John was an influential man. He had connections, important friends, and legal documents that looked entirely official. The papers were signed by a respected judge, drafted by lawyers. John told them that a woman had taken her own life and left behind a baby girl, and if they didn't adopt her, no one else could. Overcome with joy, Donald and Frida didn't think twice. They signed everything, paid what they needed to, and adopted Heather. From that moment on, they were eternally grateful to John. No matter what he did, to them, he was a saint. An amazing person. An admirable man. If he ever needed anything, they were there for him. Heather, however, never shared their sentiment. She couldn't explain why, but she had always felt an intense hatred for John. He was supposedly a great guy, married, father of 4, involved in charity work, went to church every Sunday. He helped everyone. But every time Heather sat next to him, she felt his gaze pierce through her. His jokes disgusted her. Something about him was just wrong. Then came the year 2000. A team of agents arrived at John's house and arrested him on charges of theft and sexual assault. The Robinson family was in shock. But Heather? She wasn't. She had always known something was off about him. What she never expected was what the police would find next. Evidence. Proof that John wasn't just a thief or an abuser, he was a serial killer. And among his victims was Heather's biological mother. This is where the real story begins. John Edward Robinson was born on December 27, 1943, in Cicero, Illinois. He was one of 3 children in a dysfunctional household. His father was an alcoholic, and his mother was a strict, abusive woman who would beat her children for the smallest things. John, the youngest, received the worst of it. Growing up in a toxic environment, he had no motivation, no real direction. He was constantly in trouble, both at home and at school, and was eventually expelled for repeatedly disobeying his teachers. He had no interest in studying, no passions, nothing that truly excited him. But then, in 1957, something changed. He became an Eagle Scout and traveled to London to perform in front of Queen Elizabeth II. Reporters were there, taking photos, writing articles. His face appeared in newspapers. And in that moment, he realized he loved attention. He wanted to be important. Thinking his path might be through faith, he enrolled in Quigley Preparatory Seminary in Chicago, a private school meant to train young men for priesthood. But within a year, he was expelled. He didn't obey, didn't apply himself, he simply didn't care. After that, in 1961, he tried again, briefly studying radiology. But within 2 years, he got bored. No motivation. Too repetitive. This time, though, he refused to let anyone know he had failed. Instead of dropping out, he forged a diploma and got a job in the field. With his fake credentials, he moved to Kansas City, where he met and married Nancy Jo Lynch. Together, they had 4 children, John Jr., Kimberly, and twins Christopher and Christine. To everyone around him, John appeared to be a successful man. A devoted husband. A caring father. No one suspected that his entire life was built on lies. But John had discovered something important: he was really good at deception. And in 1969, he decided to take it to the next level. That year, he embezzled $30,000 and was sentenced to 3 years in prison. A year later, he was granted parole but was required to stay in his home city. Instead, he packed his bags and moved to Chicago, where he got a job as an insurance salesman. Soon after, he was arrested again for embezzlement. Again, he served time. Again, he was released. Again, he committed fraud. In the 1970s, he was in and out of prison, charged with securities fraud, mail fraud, and financial scams. But then, he wanted more. He wanted to be seen as respectable, so he faked documents that named him Man of the Year. And why? Because that title meant a banquet in his honor. Awards. Recognition. John was obsessed with appearances. In the years that followed, he started 2 fake businesses, Equi2 and Equi+, which he claimed were meant to help struggling women without jobs, without homes, without support. To the public, he was charitable, kind, and full of empathy. But behind closed doors, he was something else entirely. In 1984, he placed a newspaper ad for a sales representative position. Among the many applicants, one stood out: Paula Godfrey, 19 years old. John personally picked her up from her home in Overland Park, Kansas, in September of that year. She was supposed to travel to San Antonio, Texas, for training. But after that day, she was never seen again. Her parents grew worried. Days passed with no word from Paula. Desperate, her father traveled to San Antonio, only to find that no one had ever seen her. There was no record of her at the hotel she was supposed to stay at. No record of the training program she was supposed to attend. When he called John, the man simply shrugged it off. He claimed Paula had left the program and disappeared. He had no idea where she went. The Godfrey family didn't believe him. They threatened to report him to the police. 3 days later, they received a letter, supposedly from Paula, saying she had run away. But the family knew the truth. The problem? The police didn't. She was an adult. She had, willingly, left. The signature on the letter matched. The case was closed before it even began. John realized he had made a mistake: he had used his real name. So, for his next crime, he became John Osborne. In 1985, his brother Donald had been trying to have a child for years. He and his wife had spent thousands on treatments, with no success. And John saw an opportunity. Through his fake businesses, he met Lisa Stassi, a 19-year-old woman struggling to make ends meet. In 1983, she had married Carl Stassi, and shortly after, she became pregnant. But the couple was struggling. They had no money, no insurance, and Carl enlisted in the military to support them. Lisa and their newborn daughter, Tiffany, moved into Hope House, a shelter for abused women in Kansas City. And that's where John found her. Disguising himself as a charity worker, he offered her a job, free housing, childcare, and a fresh start. She accepted without hesitation. She told her parents everything, where she was going, who John Osborne was, and that she'd be staying at the Roadway Inn. But from that moment on, Lisa Stassi was never seen again. To be continued. Every time Lays was hurt, his blood to Tracy so that he is, feed and whenever I drank this, woman said feeling more, strong. January 11, 2012 Justice, Australian left a person freedom, who committed an atrocious crime in 1989. His crime was so terrible that many people refused to be released but supposedly had renovated was a person mentally healthy and therefore the Board of Probation granted him the petition for a long time. This person maintained a low profile. He put in trouble did not attract attention, but in 2021 the press revealed a truth that justice refused to admit, and is that this person is dedicated to sharing macabre's images in your social networks, especially on your Facebook page. Bruavra's vampire's blood. Montoni's of Bones would think that this is nothing important, but in the case of Tracy Wigington the thing, it gets quite clouding since this woman, in 1989 said to be a real vampire, and this is where the sinister case begins. Today Tracy Wigington was born on 4 August 1965 in Brisbane, Australia, being daughter of Rhonda's marriage. Hawkins and Bill Rosebot. Your family has a good social and economic position, but we don't have much information from early. We know that he studied at good schools and that always had enough friends, but apart from that nothing more. At a certain time of childhood, parents separated and remade their lives with other couples. His mother Round had more children, among whom find Ollie Hopkins, which more go ahead will be very important of doors, for outside everything was fine, was a good family with a lot of money, a good status, but from doors inside they have some problems, and is that his mother, Rhonda, has a very severe asthma, in several occasions had to enter the hospital and spend long seasons stuck in bed, and therefore in that Tracy time GOs with the grandparents, Modernos Ale and George Wigington. The Tracy's mother had enough money, but grandparents were not far behind, made several sources say they were practically millionaires, had several prosperous business houses, many savings, and Tracy did not miss them. Nothing. Little by little his mother was getting worse, more and more, and they could almost see could not sign excursions, no attended meetings, could not take care of she, and therefore gave her custody to the grandparents, which are quickly they became adopted parents too. From here to know the authentic relationship I had with grandparents to start was George Wigington, to which I was supposedly very close always. They were all shared, and this man was very affectionate with her. And then we have the drunk grandmother, which was completely different from him. Grandmother was very strict, and years later, Tracy itself would describe it as some cynical and manipulative, egocentric. His grandmother did not always have much money. In fact, in his childhood he passed it really bad, was adopted by his uncle, which abused her, and later it was kidnapped by a family friend. That abs she and hit her. Her life was a complete hell, but when he met George everything changed, fell in love, lost of him, and soon they married, but discovered that they couldn't have children, so they decided to adopt Rhonda, the mother of Tracy Wigington. The life with George was apparently perfect, but people rumored that this man was a womanizer, and that whenever he could deceive his wife. Several witnesses said that this man nailed with other women in front of their wife, but this ignored him for complete. Talked about touching, undue comments out of place, but a Bill ignored him, was happy with George, and that was the only important thing. Volleyball. To the theme of Tracy, his grandparents, they completely worshipped her, was her world whole, and over time they adopted 2 more girls to be company, and these were Diana and Miriam, which he was 15 years old, was adopted from immediate, but Miriam is in process of welcome. Miriam's family had economic problems, wanted be with her, but not economically they could afford it, with which the little went home at home, and its process. It was not like the other thing that maybe he could bother Ebriel, and he is that this woman constantly fought with the girl, angered her attitude, how he behaved if he did his homework, if answered any nonsense, began a fight, and then the woman discovered that her husband was cheating her, but this deception was not normal. Not is that he had a lover. 2-3 is that this man maintained a house from which she had no idea had several residences, but what this woman does not. I knew there was another where he had lovers like this. When he discovered this in place to face George, he faced Miriam, came to hit her up to 4 times a day, and I was constantly humiliating her, and finally the girl, when she gave the opportunity, escaped, and years later, he told the press that he would regret forever not having carried with him to Diana and Tracy with Miriam out of equation. It seems that the atmosphere relaxed. Track and Diana went to schools, private and in principle they took good notes, and George and April calmed down. Things talked enough, they relaxed. They solved it, but little by little to Tracy. They stopped like the studies. Classes jumped, these were not bored. Deliver your homework, and finally finished it. Leaving, but that even if I will not study. He had his hobbies, among which was the occultism. Liked what? Paranormal, the ghosts, the poltergeist. Death fascinated him, but especially he loved the subject of to contact the dead. Thus fascinated that day and night began to reading about it, liked the subject so much that his grandfather bought him dozens of books about this. But at 15 years, life of a complete turn, and is that George passed away, leaving Diana and she completely alone with a Brill. Wigington is not clear if the woman came to assault, but what we know that with her they felt terribly alone, could not trust. She doesn't even tell her anything for fear of how I was going to take it, and in that context, something terrible happened, and it is that Tracy with 16 years she got pregnant with a man. Adult was his mother's friend, and when he subject learned not only the forced to abort, but just when he got it, when he got him maid disappeared forever, and Tracy depression entered the following year. The Ebril grandmother died, and something happens here a little strange. With 17 years for the Australian system, you are no longer a child, and therefore you cannot be adopted. You can go to reception houses, but the most it is recommended that you look for a job, and that is precisely what Tracy did. First brought as waitress and then as a prostitute, and at 21 he had access to grandparents' inheritance. Inherited all the money, and his plan was travel around the world. So what he did, it was to tell everyone to ask who she would accompany her, who would go with her, and in this context he met a girl called Sunshine. Some sources say that this girl approached her for money, but others say that I really loved her. As it may, they traveled together to Canada, and from there this relationship began to come out a little stormy. They broke back, and some said that every time they broke, Sunshine he went with the same man, did not go with subjects. Different, was always with the same thing. That attracts a lot of attention. However, Tracy did not give importance, and in a certain moment they decided they wanted to be mothers. Some sources say it was completely normal. They searched artificial insemination adoptions, but other sources indicate that they looked for a pregnancy out of the ordinary, and is that Loca. Tracy for occultism decided get pregnant in the middle of a ritual. The ritual consisted of having relationships with a man in front of his couple and demon more people, since that mode would be more fertile, and after do it. Tracy was all pregnant in a beginning was perfection, but 2 months suffered an abortion, and there the relationship collapsed. You fight the discussion. They took time, and at that time Sunshine went with the man with whom he was allegedly deceiving her, and a very important detail is that this breakup not only occurs after abortion, but also just after Tracy I stay without money. In 1989, when Track was 24 years old, he knew a woman named Lisa Pinsky. Tracy was depressed, and Smooth was obsession with death for that. Then the girl already accumulated 80 visits in hospitals for self-injuries and overdose attempts, but according to doctors, do not a real attempts but more well calls for the form in that he tried to do everything. Did not seem like a suicide impulse, but rather to capture the attention of others, or at least experts believed it. However, that they did notice is that he was a person quite vulnerable, and with Tracy did the perfect couple. Both were involved in the occult, the dark themes. They loved Lisa's self-destruction. It seems that it was complemented with the growing madness of Tracy Wigington, who now began to think that it was an authentic vampire. Every time you read, Harm gave his blood to Tracy for it to feed, and always that this woman drank, said feeling more strong. At first was their thing. 2 was part of their relationship, were his games, your follies, your intimacy, but soon 2 new friends did. The 23-year-old Kim Jarvis couple and Tracy BCK, also of 23, and these girls are they joined the game. BCK was very similar to Lisa, had very it goes down, and was very vulnerable, and Kim, it seemed to Tracy when he was smaller, he tried to be a nun, but according to the crucifix that brought to the neck broke, and took that as a signal that indicated that I had to leave the way. God. Tracy Wigington told his friends who had real powers that I could fly, float, that the blood gave strength, and these people believed it blindly. There was a lot of issues dark of the occult, of the paranormal, and it was so intelligent that it was impossible not believing it. Something else that remarked is that his macabre taste was more own of a vampire that of a human being. Of done, this woman had forced them to go practically on loop a video in the that one man flew his head to another with a shotgun, and wondered constantly in front of them how it would be to kill someone. Also Tracy Boke and Kim Jarvis had seen her drink the Lisa's blood, had seen her enjoy drinking. So why would you lie for what someone would say to be a vampire when it really wasn't for them? Was very clear. Tracy was a real vampire, and therefore we had to respect it. Is there when we arrive at the night of the 20th of October 1989, that night, as almost all Four friends went to a club, called the MURS, and once there they drank champagne. Everything went as usual, but more or less about 10 noticed that Tracy, he started to get completely drunk. Alcoholized, began to say that he wanted blood, that needed her thirst, that he was hungry, and Lisa offered to give him his, but Tracy said not the. I wanted the blood of another person, of a victim, wanted to kill someone and drink their blood, and group of friends accepted. At 11:30 at night, four friends take the bottle of champagne and leave the club to continuation swan to Tracy's car, and they circled the area in search of the perfect victim, and then they ran into a 47-year-old man named Edward Baldock. Edward Baldock was a married man and father of 5 children who was dedicated to construction and layout of, and that it also belonged to the Council of Brisbane. The next day, October 21st, he was 25 years of marriage to his Ellen, and the couple had agreed do something together. However, that day 20, I had free at work, and as always, who had free was with friends. To drink was a tradition, a custom, but whenever it came out home soon, and his wife knew where was and is that he always went to the same club, L Club Caledonia. Went there, I drank it, had a good time, and soon returned home. However, this time it was a little late, and while I was walking back house, ran into this group of friends, and from there are 2 versions of the first is that girls kindly, they offered to take him home, and the man, he trusted them, and the second is that directed to him and presented themselves as prostitutes. But I know how it is that Eduar Baldo that I went up to car with them, and the 5 made a 7 kilometers trip to Orr Lake Park, located on the shore of the Brisbane River in West End. Tracy B and Kim stayed inside the vehicle, but Tracy, Wigington, Lisa, and Edward went down, and together they walked to the shore, and once there Tracy asked Lisa to go to the car. Is not the certain science what happened exactly, but what we know is that voluntarily remoiled all the clothes, folded, and left her aside, and meanwhile Tracy went to the car, grabbed a knife, and returned, and already in that moment his victim stabbed in 27 occasions, stabbed Edward in several batches, and occasionally breaks to smoke a cigarette. Some stabs were so strong that the knife reached the bone, and already to end the crime he made a neck cut that went from ear to ear, a cut so deep that almost music. Behead is 5 in the morning. Edward's Elaine Baldock wife opened her eyes and noticed that her husband, I was nowhere. As I said previously, this man, as long as he had a party, he left with friends, but I used to return early by ho to awaken, and not seeing it by your side the woman, it was surprised and immediately called the police. However, can say no. A great search was necessary, since a few hours a man named Stephen King, while sailing with his kayak for the Brisbane River, ran into a most sinister scene, and is that on the shore was the lifeless body of an adult man. Immediately called the authorities, and autopsy revealed a authentic massacre. Edward Baldock had suffered 27 stabs, which called the attention to experts is that he was completely naked except for socks, and also his clothes was perfectly folded and stacked to a side of the shore. But that's not all, and is that they could also recover their portfolio, and within this was everything: money, your bank cards, identification, the mobile. Clearly no, it had been theft, but no who had killed. In principle it seemed very complicated, and that's when something happens very interesting, and is that the shoes of the man found a bank card, and this did not belong to him, but such a Wigington. Investigating a little the issue of the police with Tracy Wigington, and immediately went to his house. Will look for some questions and then take it to police station. Is there when the first version of the story says that the night before was with her friends to the riverbank, that were drinking, that they had a good time, and that then they went home, but in no time saw anything strange. From maid did not understand what his card was doing. The victim's shoe says he didn't see nothing, that did not understand anything, and that she did not had nothing to do with the case. But 2 days later they interrogate her again, and her history takes a turn. Says that he was in the river and also saw the corpse, that the friends and they approached the body, but they had so much fear that they did not report it. They approached, and quickly they were from there. That someone changes like this version of the facts calls a lot the attention with which the police call the 3 friends, and the 3 repeat the same story, that did not see the body, that they didn't know anything about the subject. But then one falls apart, and some sources say this person was smooth, but as it may, this person told the whole story from beginning to end, highlighting at all times that what it happened because Tracy needed blood. Human, the history of Tracy to the police. It seemed surreal, with which they gave a psychiatric exam, and there they discovered that he was suffering dissociative identity disorder. Is say that in the same body there was several personalities, and where appropriate there were 5. Your psychological report. Personalities were the following: little Tracy, a very small girl; innocent big Tracy, an adult woman with depression of observing the observer, a very cold and distant personality; and then there were Bobby, someone very sinister and scary, and April the reincarnation of his grandmother according to the psychiatrist's murderous instinct book. Forensic Donald Grant who committed the crime were Bobby and April. Bobby, he committed the crime and April pushed him do it. And another very important detail is that the Tracy card appeared in the scene because other personality, surely little Tracy, placed it there. Little Tracy wanted justice and therefore he gave her like this. But the worst of all is that these personalities were not formed because they did but trauma. April's abuse were on the one hand, and on the other we have that the grandfather George abused Tracy when he was little person, in which the most I trusted the one I loved most about her, and this fact caused great trauma. Experts also said it was suitable to go to trial, but as I have confessed, this was not necessary and was directly condemned to life imprisonment with a minimum of 13 years in prison. The case could stay here, but her 3 friends, yes, they went to trial, and once there, they said they had done everything manipulated by a real vampire, said that the vampire had bewitched them, and these words appeared in all half people every time past wanted more information about this more Tracy vampirism information of what was happening, and then someone leaked the video of the interview of Tracy with his psychiatrist, a video in the who said that grandfather George. This created several debates about mental health, privacy, and groups. Feminists of those times seeing those images said Tracy, his traumas, was also a victim, were projected in the victim, and by both the sentence should be less without. However, justice alleged that these arguments do not make any sense. The crime had been atrocious and Tracy had it confessed, with which the sentence was firm. Lisa Chinsky was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment, but it was released in 2008. Kim Jarvis was declared guilty of homicide, involuntary, and condemned to 18 years but was released after 12, and Tracy BCK for his part was acquitted too. Tracy Wigington, apparently it was very well in prison, winning the nickname F, was put to work in the library, and at the same time he studied anthrop and philosophy. But at this point something comes very interesting, and is that in 1996 granted an interview in which said the following: 6 years later still, I can smell the river and blood and gold, metal that has rusts under the rain. Then I started stabbing it. You don't think nothing goes through your mind, there is no emotion, only blind. But once that I started, I couldn't stop, I couldn't see the Mr. Baldock, still watching my grandmother, to my grandfather, to my mother, to my father, and to all the people who had made me. Damage was a fury so blind that it can lift a dead man with 2 knives. Later I sat against the roller door with the arms supported on the knees. I was like a shell, or the shell of a volcano. The public has no idea how my dreams during the night never end. I do not think about it constantly, but every time I am alone or in a moment, I think about peace, and then I cry. The murder is a terrifying experience. It is very afraid to have so much power. Is play to be God with life and death. No one should have that kind of power, but we all have 3 and asked for times probation. But until 2011 they were not granted, and finally it was released on 11 January 2012 to say no. His whole family agreed with this, and this is where his sister Ollie Hopkins, which granted a interview saying that Tracy was dangerous. I don't want it to come out because it is unstable. I have all the right to being worried, cannot be denied that it is a dissent, but it is not because it is a so that I am scared. There is a vein cruel in that woman, is intelligent already. I was hospitalized for a long time. Ollie was Tracy's sister by maternal, and assured that in his childhood, before being with Tracy grandparents already, it was dark. In fact, assured that this girl taught her to kill ants with a magnifying glass, and suspected that long ago killed a cat with a screwdriver. I saw the whole of the cat that had the size and shape of a screwdriver. She was always strange, like occultism was a morbid interest without. However, his words were in vain, and Tracy Wigington was released on 11 January 2012. From then on, he maintained a low profile, did not get into trouble, did not appear in the press. But in 2021 everything changed, and they were leaked images of your Facebook page, a page on which he shared all kinds of macabre images, Peros images, skull bounces of bones, and once again a great debate was generated. A debate in which many people, they asked if this woman really, I had psychological monitoring, if Tracy Wigington was really being guarded, because if so, supposedly, I should not publish that. So now it is your TURL that Tracy received the follow-up correct. They took samples from several people and compared them with the blood at the scene. But this blood was very specific, it was type O. And, at the moment, there were no matches. They leaked to the press what had happened with the intention that someone, a witness, would come forward. They said that a girl had died, that it happened in the parking lot of the mall, that she had been stabbed. They also said that they didn't know who the culprit was, that they didn't know who had done it or why. And, because of this, panic spread. People stopped going to that parking lot. Surveillance increased a lot. Social pressure suffocated the police, and Detective George Mazkane was desperate. Penny Sarah's father, John, couldn't just stand by. He couldn't wait for the police to do everything on their own. It was unthinkable for him. He felt they weren't making progress, that they weren't doing anything. So, every week he paid the newspaper to place ads, put up his daughter's photo, ask for cooperation, witnesses, ask for help. Also, weekly he called the police asking for updates. He wanted to know how the case was going, if they had anything, if they didn't, if progress was being made. And under this pressure, Detective George Mazkane contacted the psychic Mary Pasquarella directly. In her first vision, the woman revealed very important details. She spoke about how the suspect could be a mechanic, which fit, about the color blue, the girl dressed in blue and her car was also blue, and gave a description that perfectly matched the witnesses' accounts. So George Mazkane decided to call her a second time and asked if with an object of Penny's he could get further, see more things. Mary responded yes. George couldn't give her an object from the crime scene. The girl's dress, a blood-stained handkerchief, he couldn't give her any of that, so he called John Sarah and told him what he intended to do. He said the police couldn't move forward, but maybe with a psychic, they could. And John was fully on board. He wanted progress, and he wanted it now. And if a psychic could help, he was delighted. He went to Penny's room, took a coat, and together, they went to see Mary Pasquarella, who again had visions. When touching the coat, she revealed more information. She spoke about Penny's personality, that she was sweet, nice, open, affectionate. And she also commented that Penny was in the wrong place at the wrong time. The killer was not after her specifically, he was after anyone. He was full of rage, unleashed. He found Penny and took it out on her. So the poor girl was just unlucky. After this analysis, the detective spoke privately with John Sarah and asked if he wanted to move forward, if he wanted to continue this way, if he trusted Mary. John said yes. He didn't believe in the paranormal or spirits beyond. They didn't believe in any of that. But Mary had something that made him trust her, so they decided to take her to the crime scene. But they did this without giving her any information. Mary herself led them to the exact floor, the exact spot where Penny parked her car. And stepping on the ground, she repeatedly said the color blue, that she saw blue everywhere, on the floor, on the girl's clothes, on the car. George told her the floor hadn't changed, the signs, the numbers, the walls, everything was yellow. It had always been yellow. But Mary insisted, and when George asked the parking management, he found out that previously, those spots were blue, long before Penny's death. They kept advancing. Mary closed her eyes, let herself go, and what happened next gave everyone goosebumps. She indicated the exact spot where Penny parked her car and, walking alone, followed the path that victim and perpetrator took. How does it start? Where? When does Penny stumble? Where does she fall? She led the witnesses to the exact place where the girl died and described what the killer was like, a tall, thin man, with thick eyebrows, messy hair, who also wore a uniform bearing the letter E. His name tag started with E, but unfortunately, she couldn't read more. She also noted the smell of motor oil, that he stole a handkerchief, wiped his hands with it, and left his blood at the scene next to the body. But the most shocking part comes now. Mary kept placing her hand on the right side of her head because she repeatedly said that it hurt terribly and that the pain filled her with rage. She kept saying the blood was going to speak, that it would speak sooner or later, that this case would be closed, but unfortunately, patience was needed. However, over the years, George Mazkane got tired of waiting. This case drained him physically and mentally, and in 1979, he retired from the police. He not only left the case but also left the New Haven police force. But John Sarah, for his part, never gave up. He kept publishing ads, making noise, putting up posters. He fought until the end, and in 1984, the case took a complete turn. That year, a man named Anthony Galeno was accused by his own wife of being Penny Sarah's killer. It turns out he was in the middle of a divorce process, specifically with his soon-to-be ex-wife, Joyce Carasone Lapone. The divorce was terrible. They fought, argued, and threatened each other, and on one occasion, Anthony said that if she kept going like that, he would kill her just like he had killed Penny, to which Joyce obviously reported him. This accusation was more than enough for him to be arrested and formally charged, but in 1987 it was proven false, that Anthony Galeno was innocent. His blood type was A, and the crime scenes was O, so he was released. Although Anthony wasn't going to stay quiet, he demanded justice, to clear his name, and filed a civil rights lawsuit against the city of New Haven, several police officers, and his ex-wife. He demanded $40 million and was offered a settlement of $300,000. It wasn't what he asked for, but at the same time, it was a lot of money. However, Anthony rejected it, and in 1993, a federal jury ruled against him, so this man got nothing. In the 1990s, police work improved with the creation of a computerized fingerprint database called AFIS. Taking advantage of this improvement, among the first fingerprints entered were those from Penny Sarah's crime scene. They uploaded the prints, and in 1999 a match appeared. The prints belonged to none other than Edward R. Grant, a mechanic from Waterbury, Connecticut. This man had been arrested just 2 weeks after the crime, this time, for a minor offense. His prints were taken into account. He was booked and registered, but, unfortunately, he was not in any database. However, at this moment, the investigation began anew, and the police realized Mary Pasquarella was right. To start, Edward was a mechanic, tall, thin, with thick eyebrows, and for his work wore a uniform with his name starting with the letter E. But that's not all. The water was key. In this case, he had lived all his life in Waterbury, water being the English word for water. Water was important because it was where he lived. And the key to everything was the blood. The blood solved everything because his blood type was O. And now you might ask, what about the head? What about the pain Mary had? This gesture also has great importance because on the day of the crime, Edward was going to the hospital, a hospital right next to that garage. Previously, he had suffered a head injury, and as a result, had plates in his head. He had intense, paralyzing pain, mood swings, and on the day of the event, he was furious, out of control. The pain was unbearable, and the rage uncontrollable. Everything was against him, but Edward never confessed to the crime. He maintained his innocence at all times. Then, in September 2002, he was sentenced to 20 years in prison, and finally, Penny Sarah's case could be closed. However, I must tell you the ending is bittersweet. John Sarah, Penny's father, died 8 months before seeing his daughter's case finally closed. And Mary Pasquarella, by that time, had left parapsychology forever. Why? There is no official source, nothing that tells us 100% what happened, but according to rumors, the Warrens were behind this. It is said that on March 6, 1976, Eddie or Rain Warren invited her to investigate 112 Ocean Avenue in Amityville, and Mary was delighted to join. She arrived at the house, investigated for a couple of days, but after that, went silent. She refused to appear on television, give interviews. She refused to speak publicly. She did appear in some documentaries but never spoke about what happened there. The only case she ever responded to was Penny Sarah's, no other. She died on Monday, July 25, 2011, and in her obituary, nothing about this, her gift, what she did, or what she investigated was mentioned. The paranormal seemed taboo. And the text read the following: she worked in medicine for many years in Bridgeport and was also a writer, lecturer, poet, and artist, an active community member. She volunteered for organizations such as United Way Cerebral Palsy, North Boys and Girls Club, the Barnum Festival, the Democratic Party, and St. Patrick's Church. We don't know exactly what happened to her, so now it's your turn. What do you think of the case, and what do you believe happened exactly? The end. Carolina Olsen was born on November 29, 1861, on the island of Ökno, Sweden. She was the second of 5 children in a humble family. The Olsens made their living through fishing, a craft that involved not only the father but also some of the children. Everyone contributed to make ends meet, and as far as reports go, there was nothing scandalous about their lives, no disputes, no debts, no dramatic feuds. They were, by all appearances, a hard-working, normal family. Carolina was an active, healthy child who received a modest education typical of the time. Being the only girl in the family, her role was restricted to domestic chores. She wasn't allowed to participate in the physically demanding fishing activities, nor did she attend school regularly. Instead, she stayed home with her mother, helping with laundry, cleaning, cooking, and mending clothes. During these quiet moments, she learned to read and write, but her education was informal and limited to the household. However, in 1875, Carolina began attending a catechism school. Religion was deeply ingrained in the Olsen family's life, and their beliefs were steeped in notions of witches and curses. Any misfortune, a bad fall, illness, poor weather, was attributed to witchcraft, and their solutions typically involved prayer and church visits. On February 18, 1876, one of the coldest days of the year, Carolina, then 14, decided to sneak away for a bit of fun. She went ice skating alone. Depending on the source, she was either at home or on her way back from school when she stopped at a frozen lake. Either way, she laced up her skates, stepped onto the ice, and began to glide. She was enjoying herself until she slipped, hit her head hard on the ice, and fell unconscious for a moment. Disoriented and in pain, she managed to get up and stumble home. When Carolina arrived, she told her mother what had happened. Her mother examined her and concluded it was just a minor bump. Days passed, but Carolina's headache persisted and even worsened, spreading to her teeth and jaw. The family faced a dilemma. The nearest doctor was far away, transportation was expensive, and the freezing weather made travel risky. They decided to wait and pray instead. Their explanation for Carolina's suffering shifted from a medical issue to a supernatural one. They believed a witch had cursed her, so they gathered to pray and took her to church, but nothing changed. Her condition deteriorated. One evening, her mother sent her to bed, hoping rest would ease the pain. Carolina, however, didn't wake up the next morning. She wasn't dead, she was breathing, but she didn't respond to anything. Her family shook her, pinched her, even pricked her with needles. In desperation, they burned her skin with a flame. Still, there was no reaction. To them, this was undeniable proof of witchcraft. They didn't call a doctor, citing both their financial struggles and their unwavering faith that prayer would suffice. Her mother took on the role of caregiver, washing her, changing her clothes, brushing her hair, and feeding her liquids like milk and sugar water. But Carolina never moved, never blinked, and never showed any sign of life. News of this strange phenomenon spread quickly. Curious neighbors, friends, and even strangers began visiting the Olsens' home to witness what they called the Sleeping Beauty. Rumors swirled that she was bewitched. Some claimed she murmured ancient prayers in her sleep or made subtle movements, a twitch of a finger, a flutter of her eyelids, but these were rare occurrences. Eventually, the townspeople collected funds to bring a doctor to examine her. The physician diagnosed Carolina as being in a coma. Over the course of a year, the doctor visited repeatedly, observing no improvement. Frustrated and seeking answers, he reached out to the editor of Scandinavia's leading medical journal, hoping other doctors might shed light on this bizarre case. The story piqued the interest of dozens of medical professionals, who flocked to the Olsens' home to examine Carolina. Their assessments were as baffling as the condition itself. They noted that her body seemed frozen in time, her hair and nails didn't grow, and her physical appearance remained unchanged. The family insisted she occasionally sat upright, prayed aloud, or murmured conversations with God before collapsing back into bed. The situation defied logic. In 1892, Dr. Johann Emil Illich revisited the case and offered a new diagnosis: severe hysteria. At the time, hysteria was a catch-all term for unexplained symptoms, ranging from insomnia and fainting spells to muscle spasms and abdominal pain. Essentially, he admitted he had no idea what was happening and labeled it hysteria to provide some semblance of explanation. However, this diagnosis brought renewed attention to Carolina's case. That July, she was transported to a hospital for electroconvulsive therapy, ECT. The treatment was ineffective. Undeterred, doctors posited another theory: paralytic dementia, typically a late-stage symptom of syphilis seen in older adults. This, too, made little sense given Carolina's age and lack of exposure to the disease. By August, Carolina returned home. Doctors had all but given up, assuming she would eventually succumb to her condition. Life moved on around her. Her siblings grew up, married, and left home. Her parents aged. In 1904, her mother passed away, and her father hired a housekeeper to care for Carolina. 3 years later, her eldest brother drowned. When the family shared this tragic news with Carolina, witnesses claimed she cried silently without opening her eyes. Some sources dispute this account, but others allege the housekeeper observed it firsthand. The housekeeper grew increasingly suspicious. Carolina's condition seemed peculiar. Despite being in a supposed coma, the housekeeper noticed small, strange changes. Objects in the room were sometimes misplaced, blankets were disturbed, and Carolina's position in bed shifted subtly. Most strikingly, sweets left in her room, candies, cookies, chocolates, occasionally disappeared. The housekeeper questioned the family, but no one admitted to taking them. On April 3, 1908, after 32 years of being asleep, Carolina, now 47, awoke. That morning, the housekeeper heard a loud noise from Carolina's room and rushed in, finding her standing in the middle of the room, crying and disoriented. The entire family and neighbors gathered to witness this miracle. Carolina didn't recognize anyone, and to everyone's astonishment, she looked like a young woman in her early 20s. Even more astonishingly, her muscles showed no signs of atrophy, her weight was normal, and she appeared healthy, though sensitive to light. Initially, Carolina couldn't speak coherently. Over time, her speech returned, and she recounted her last memories: skating on the frozen lake, falling, and feeling intense pain. She claimed she remembered nothing from the past 32 years, aside from 2 vivid dreams: her mother crying and praying beside her in an ocean filled with floating blue faces. Psychiatrists speculated that these dreams reflected her subconscious processing of significant events, like her brother's death. Carolina's case baffled experts and captivated the public. Tests revealed she was an exceptional reader and writer with intelligence far above average. Despite her lack of formal education, she demonstrated sharp wit and an aptitude for learning. Newspapers sensationalized her story, dubbing her the real Sleeping Beauty, and published numerous photos of her. Though some accounts claimed she avoided publicity, photographs suggested she enjoyed the attention. In 1910, psychiatrist Harold Faston conducted an extensive study of Carolina. He noted her youthful appearance and keen intellect. Intriguingly, Carolina exhibited flirtatious behavior towards him, which he found unusual given her mental age of 14. Faston theorized that her condition was not due to physical trauma but psychological distress. He believed she had experienced a profoundly traumatic event, possibly abuse, which caused her mind to retreat into itself. Today, this phenomenon might be recognized as resignation syndrome, often seen in children who endure extreme trauma, such as war or displacement. Victims become unresponsive, effectively withdrawing from the world. Other theories emerged over the years. Some suggested she suffered from Klein-Levin syndrome, KLS, also known as Sleeping Beauty syndrome, a rare condition characterized by prolonged sleep episodes. However, KLS typically affects young males and doesn't persist into middle age, making this an unlikely explanation. Another hypothesis was that her mother had fabricated the entire ordeal to shield Carolina after a traumatic event. Critics argued that Carolina's coma was staged, and she had been secretly cared for and fed solid food, which explained her healthy appearance and lack of muscle atrophy. Skeptics even suggested the case was an elaborate hoax designed to solicit donations from sympathetic neighbors. However, this theory doesn't account for the medical examinations, physical evidence, or Carolina's apparent resistance to stimuli like needles and flames. Carolina Olsen lived a quiet life after her miraculous awakening. Known as a hardworking and cheerful woman, she passed away in 1950 at the age of 88, her death attributed to a brain hemorrhage. Her story remains one of the most perplexing medical mysteries in history, sparking debates that continue to this day. Was she a victim of trauma, a medical anomaly, or part of an elaborate ruse? What do you think happened to Carolina Olsen? We begin. We cannot begin this case like all the others, because if we did, we would miss a key part of this story. And before talking about the case itself, we must first know the person who discovered all the clues, Mary Pasquarella Downey, who was born in Stratford on January 19, 1932. Mary was born an absolutely normal girl, but in her childhood, as she began to grow, everyone noticed something very strange about her, and she felt it too. The other children played, had fun among themselves, laughed, and saw things as they appeared to be. But she saw beyond. She perceived the world differently. She saw things others could not see, could not feel, and, according to her, she could walk through time. She lived on this plane, the physical plane, but she could see what had happened in this place long ago. She could see it, interpret it, feel it, rewind it. She could modify the images, move them, but unfortunately, she could not change them. That is, if something had happened, she could not correct it. Over time, she discovered that people called this being a psychic, but she didn't like that word and considered herself a time walker. Time passed, she grew, continued experimenting, and realized that she could do something called psychometry. She could grab an object, touch it, and feel beyond what happened to the object, who its previous owner was, what they did with it. The unknown fascinated her deeply, even though she studied, trained, got a job, and her life seemed normal. Her true passion was the paranormal, what could not be explained. In the 1950s, she founded a radio show called The Strange and the Unusual, specifically in Bridgeport, Connecticut. There, she spoke about everything that interested her, the paranormal, ghosts, apparitions. And in the 1960s, her life changed forever. Some sources say she founded or was part of the SPR, the American Society for Psychical Research, but officially, there is nothing confirming this. The original SPR is very old, it's impossible that she founded it, but perhaps over time she could have founded another one, something similar with the same focus. However, I have not found anything official about this, although what is clear is that from that point on, she collaborated actively with the couple Teely and Lauren Warren. They met, exchanged opinions, investigated together, and she became an instructor of psychic phenomena at Housatonic Community College. They say she was a mentor to the Warrens and showed them everything a psychic could do. Though her greatest achievement was alongside the New Haven police, specifically investigating a case. The year was 1973, and specifically, it was summer. Some sources say she was called in August, others in September, but the story was impressive nonetheless. She was specifically called by Detective George Masajan, who at that moment was desperate. George had worked almost his entire life for the homicide department, but he had never faced a case so complicated. At first, he thought it would be the easiest case of his career, that he had everything, that it would be simple, there were witnesses, evidence, clues. He had it all and thought he could close the case in 2 days. But as the weeks went by, he realized it was impossible. He had witnesses, blood, fingerprints. None of it made any sense. We're talking about the 1970s. DNA research was practically undeveloped, and the police didn't have a computerized database, fingerprint records, DNA, none of that. So even though they had everything at the scene, they couldn't make progress. That's why George decided to turn to a psychic, specifically Mary Pasquarella. He called her, arranged a meeting, and without giving any information, asked her to please tell him what she knew. I couldn't find exactly what he gave her to help her feel or connect with the case, but some sources say they used psychometry. They met in an isolated location far from the crime scene, and Mary supposedly held a photo of the victim in her hands. After a few seconds, she closed her eyes and said the following. The first thing she saw in her mind was the color blue. Blue everywhere. In the clothes, on the floor, in a car. Blue was the key color in this case. She also saw water, felt it, heard it. She didn't know if the crime occurred near water, in a port, a lake. She didn't know, but the water was very important. The next thing was a smell, motor grease. A smell that reminded her of a mechanic's shop. She asked for paper and pencil, began to draw, and specifically sketched a tall, thin man with thick eyebrows and long hair. Fifth, Mary emphasized that this person would not kill again, that she was his only victim and that he hadn't killed before or after. His target was her. He was full of rage, released it, and vanished. And finally, she said something surprising. She sighed and said, "The blood will tell." When the detective heard this, he was completely shocked, because many of the things she had said made sense. These were details that had not been published anywhere, in any newspaper. And even though some of her insights didn't match, others were too striking to ignore. Everything fit together in such a sinister way that when I tell you the case, you're going to be stunned. Conchetta Sarah, better known as Penny, was born on March 2, 1952, in New Haven, Connecticut, the oldest of two daughters of Pauline Carbone and John Sarah. It is said that she never went unnoticed. She left a mark on everyone she ever interacted with. She was sweet, approachable, incredibly loving. In fact, in her yearbook, below her photo, you could read the following phrase: "A laughing heart and a cheerful spirit." Her life was always full of opportunities and joy, but also deep sadness. When she was only 11 years old, her mother passed away, and she became the support system for her father and younger sister. She had to grow up very fast, mature, move forward. She had to prove to them that she was strong, and I must tell you, she exceeded all expectations. She got good grades, graduated, and trained as a dental assistant. At 21, she had everything in life: a good job, an apartment, a steady partner. Her father was very proud of her, and her friends saw a bright future for her. Moreover, the year 1973 was her best. She had savings, was furnishing a new apartment, and although she had a fight with her boyfriend, she kept going. It was a silly argument, nothing important, and in a few days, they'd be back together. Nonetheless, on July 16, she took the day off. Why? Penny wanted to disconnect, drive around, take a walk, go to the mall, and buy furniture. That day, she put on her favorite dress, a blue dress, and got into her beloved car, also blue. She drove around, went downtown, and parked specifically in the Temple Street garage, right next to a shopping mall. She parked the car on the top floor, the highest one. And at that moment, the garage was full of people, families shopping, strolling, resting. It was broad daylight in a very busy area, with lots of movement. But as soon as she got out of the car, someone jumped on her. A tall, thin guy, and 5 people witnessed the scene. That person had a knife. They struggled, fought next to the car. She ran toward the stairs, he chased her. But at the end of the run, Penny tripped, and the man ended her life. The whole scene was full of evidence. There were 5 witnesses, bloodstains, and there were fingerprints on the car. The killer spent a lot of time there, okay? He took the murder weapon, which later disappeared. But his prints were all over the scene. He stabbed her, chased her, went back to the car, opened the back door, and grabbed a tissue box. But that's not all. During the struggle, the killer cut his hand, and his blood was at the scene. The investigation revealed even more evidence. Mixed with the blood, there were other substances. They found something called Freon, a non-flammable methane derivative used especially as a refrigerant and aerosol propellant. There was also motor grease, which suggested the killer might be a mechanic or worked with vehicles. That opened 2 lines of investigation. The first focused on the victim's circle. The main and only suspect was her boyfriend. They had fought, were distant, and the police discovered they were often like that. It was a long-term relationship, but on and off. And something very interesting, according to witnesses, the killer looked like him. Tall, thin, long hair. The boyfriend was arrested and placed in a lineup. A witness identified him. But, he had an alibi at the time of the crime. He wasn't even there. He was at a restaurant and had 12 witnesses to back him up. So, he was ruled out. Then the police followed the second line of investigation. They looked into all the mechanics in New Haven and asked all of them for fingerprints. They did the comparisons, none matched. And the case became stuck. They took samples from several people and compared them to the blood from the scene. But this blood was very specific, it was type O. And for the moment, there were no matches. To be continued. It must have been around the year 2010 when a friend, let's call him Bob, and I were out and about. We wandered through our tiny village with our dumb, naive teenage minds. Back then, the village had only about 1,000 inhabitants. Everyone knew everyone, and nothing much ever happened. But that day, without realizing it, I was about to create a story that would be told for years to come. At some point, we got thirsty. The road is just around the corner. Let's grab a green monster. Bob announced, and off we went. Man, I was craving that monster. Once we got to the row, we prowled through the aisles until we reached the drink section. Red Bull, Rockstar, nah. Monster. That was the one. Off to the checkout. €1.49 for a 0.5-liter can, madness. We paid, but I had to take a quick bathroom break. Where's the bathroom key? I asked. I knew they always kept it behind one of the registers. But the cashier, whom I always saw as a grumpy old hag, just refused to give it to me. No chance. I asked her over and over again, but nope, the local toilet gatekeeper wasn't having it. You stupid cow. I thought to myself, hatching a plan. I'll just take a shit between the crates, I said to Bob. We laughed, and well. I did. I walked back into the store, made my way to the drink section, and zeroed in on the area with the beverage crates. Then, I started stacking a little tower out of the crates until I was completely hidden from view. Once my fortress was complete, I perched myself on 2 crates, and left a fat one right there. Mission accomplished. And I didn't get caught. But now comes the best part. Years later, I was still living in our little village and ended up taking a part-time job at that very same row. One evening, I was walking through the store with an older employee, let's call him Volker. I casually asked him, without thinking about my past crime, what's the craziest thing that's ever happened here? By then, I had completely forgotten about my little incident. He started telling me about a break-in. Apparently, the butcher back then grabbed a shotgun and shot one of the burglars right in front of the store. Holy shit, I thought. Wild stuff happens in this village. And then, completely out of nowhere, he served it to me on a silver platter. And once, he began, I still can't explain it to this day, someone just took a shit in the drink section. In my drink section, that drink section was his pride and joy. For days, employees and customers kept complaining about a god-awful smell. But I just couldn't find the source, he said. And then, at some point, I had to restock the shelves, and there it was. Then he added, visibly irritated but trying to laugh it off, I'm telling you, whoever did that must have been planning it for weeks. That wasn't some random act. I was in shock, but at the same time, I could have died laughing. The sheer absurdity of the moment was just unbeatable. Volker, I'm sorry. Lucia Garrido Palomino's life and tragic end. Lucia Garrido Palomino was born on July 9, 1959, in Malaga, Spain. She was the second of 4 children born to Rosa Palomino and Jesus Garrido. Friends and family always described her as cheerful, positive, and hardworking. At some point in her life, Lucia met Manuel Alonso Herrero, the man who would become her husband. Manuel, a construction worker passionate about hunting and fishing, had already been married and had 2 children, but that didn't stop their relationship from flourishing. The couple eventually moved in together, building their life as a couple and making plans for the future. They had a daughter, whom they named Sarah. The pair shared a love for animals, which led them to start constructing a large estate in El Joran de la Torre in 1996, which they named Los Naranjos. Their plan was to establish a dog breeding business on the property. Both took on distinct roles in this venture. Lucia managed the dogs and handled most of the paperwork, a detail that would later prove crucial. At first, the business thrived. But in 2004, Manuel decided to take things in a different direction, using his connections to collaborate with Seprona, Spain's environmental and animal protection agency. With so much space and so many empty cages, he began housing exotic animals seized by authorities, creatures often confiscated due to illegal ownership or trafficking. These animals were kept temporarily at Los Naranjos until they could be relocated or sent back to their countries of origin. And no, we're not talking about a few parrots or guinea pigs. We're talking about large, often dangerous animals like lions, tigers, monkeys, and reptiles. To legally host such creatures, Manuel obtained a special license and started receiving financial support from the government to manage this task. But here's the thing, those subsidies. They turned out to be very profitable. For every animal he took in, Manuel reportedly received financial aid. While he wasn't exactly struggling financially, the allure of easy money was too tempting to resist. And so began a journey into corruption. A web of deception. Manuel allegedly partnered with corrupt civil guard and Seprona officers to maximize his profits. According to reports, he allowed people to hunt exotic animals on his property in exchange for money. Think about that, lions, tigers, and other majestic creatures being hunted for sport, all on his land. But that's not all. Manuel also reportedly sold some of these animals, but in a bizarre twist, these sales were often fake. For instance, someone might buy a monkey from him, take it home, and think the deal was done. But as soon as they left, Manuel would alert Seprona that someone was keeping an illegal animal. The authorities would then seize the creature, return it to Los Naranjos, and Manuel would pocket another subsidy. This cycle of selling, reporting, and reselling animals became a lucrative scheme. At the center of this operation were Manuel and two key accomplices, Rafael Garcia Bueno, a local businessman, and Lieutenant Alonso Gomez Ocon of the Civil Guard. Rafael reportedly acted as an investor, while Lieutenant Ocon used his influence to secure more subsidies and financial opportunities. Together, they allegedly aimed to turn Los Naranjos into the most important exotic animal reception center in Andalusia. Expanding the scheme. As their initial ventures succeeded, the trio reportedly sought other ways to make money. They allegedly turned their attention to refrigerant gas emissions from businesses. Their plan: create an entity that issued certificates claiming these emissions were under control. Businesses were under no legal obligation to purchase these certificates, but as representatives of the law, they reportedly pressured companies to pay up under the threat of fines. This gas certificate scheme was investigated between 2009 and 2010 but was ultimately archived without any convictions. Whether it was real or just another rumor remains uncertain. Standing in the way. One obstacle to their plans came in the form of Civil Guard officer Ignacio Carrasco. Lieutenant Ocon instructed Ignacio to demand these gas certificates during inspections, but Ignacio refused, citing the lack of legal grounds. Enraged, Ocon reportedly tried to intimidate him, even involving a sergeant. When Ignacio stood firm, the group allegedly decided to get rid of him, not through violence but by isolating him professionally. Ignacio, once a respected officer, was reassigned to desk duty with an obsolete computer, a clear message about who held the power. Despite the pressure, Ignacio did not give in, but the isolation took its toll. He eventually fell into depression and had to take psychological leave, effectively ending his career. Trouble at home. Meanwhile, back at Los Naranjos, the situation grew darker. Manuel's activities became increasingly suspicious. According to Lucia's best friend, Maria Jose Buendia, Manuel flaunted large amounts of cash and even showed her sacks allegedly containing drugs. The more Manuel got involved in illegal activities, the more tension filled the household. Lucia became a victim of domestic abuse. Although she tried to report him multiple times, her complaints went ignored or were dismissed. Some sources claim she tried to file charges 4 times but faced obstacles each time. To make matters worse, Lucia felt trapped. She couldn't confide in her family, who believed her life was idyllic. From the outside, everything looked perfect, a happy family, a thriving business, and a beautiful estate. But behind closed doors, Lucia lived a nightmare. In secret, she began collecting evidence of the illegal activities happening at Los Naranjos. She meticulously gathered documents incriminating Manuel and his corrupt associates, storing them in a folder she handed over to her lawyer for safekeeping. A turning point. In 2006, things reached a boiling point. Manuel hired a Ukrainian woman, Galina Sokoluk, ostensibly to help with the estate. In reality, she was his lover. When Manuel finally confessed the affair, he demanded that Lucia and their daughter Sarah leave the estate immediately. This led to a bitter legal battle. Lucia fought for her right to stay, arguing that the estate was her home and Sarah's. Despite working there for years, Lucia's lack of formal employment records left her at a disadvantage. The court eventually ruled that she and Sarah could stay in the house, while Manuel retained control of the surrounding property. Manuel made life unbearable for them. He moved into a neighboring plot, installed a gate to access the estate freely, and constantly harassed Lucia. The story starts with Lucia, sitting nervously and going through her written statement at the police station. She notices something odd: pieces of her testimony are missing. The details about drugs, corruption, and shady dealings, the very things she had stressed in the interrogation room, are nowhere to be found. That's when it hits her: someone on the inside is part of this mess. Someone powerful enough to erase evidence is now a threat to her life. It's a realization that makes her blood run cold. Lucia doesn't waste time. Grabbing her belongings, she decides to flee back to her home country. But that's not the only strange occurrence. Her folder, where she kept every critical document, mysteriously vanishes. No one knows how or why. Even her lawyer, upon hearing about her untimely death, packs up and leaves Malaga in a hurry. It seems like everyone knows something terrible is going on, but no one dares to speak out. Still, someone has to step up. Uncovering the truth amid the chaos. After Lucia's tragic death, a court battle ensues over the pension her daughter is entitled to. The legal battle reveals more strange irregularities. Lucia owned a percentage of Los Naranjos, a sprawling estate. Naturally, her daughter should inherit this share. However, Alonso Gomez Ocon, a key figure, testifies that Lucia had little involvement in managing the estate, particularly when it came to the animals. His testimony dramatically reduces the share her daughter would receive. Manuel, Lucia's ex, appears to be playing a long game. Over the years, he sells parts of the estate, one portion to his girlfriend, Galina, and another to unnamed Moroccan buyers. Later investigations reveal these transactions to be fraudulent, nothing more than a facade to make himself appear broke and avoid paying what he owes for child support. A judge labels these deals as sham sales since no money ever exchanged hands. It's an elaborate scheme to dodge financial responsibilities, leaving Lucia's daughter with virtually nothing. The police and their investigation. Authorities tap the phones of Manuel and Galina, hoping to uncover clues about Lucia's death. Instead, they stumble upon other crimes involving exotic animals, dubious trades, and bizarre dealings at the estate. Yet, frustratingly, nothing links directly to Lucia. In June 2008, desperate for leverage, police arrest Galina for legal irregularities regarding her stay in Spain. Manuel, upon learning that Galina might be deported, panics. The phone calls start flying. He's calling favors, pulling strings, and trying to sort out her paperwork. Interestingly, during these frantic conversations, he lets slip hints that he knows he's being monitored. When police interrogate Galina, they get nowhere. The only useful tidbit she shares is a name, Yvonne, her cousin. She doesn't explain further, but the name is enough for authorities to issue a warrant. The problem? Yvonne vanishes into thin air. Phone taps yield nothing, his line is silent, neither making nor receiving calls. It's like he's a ghost. A new hope, Ignacio and Rosa take a stand. Enter Ignacio Carrasco, a man fed up with corruption. Lucia's murder becomes the breaking point for him. Joining forces with Rosa, Lucia's sister, he partners with the Unified Civil Guard Association, UGC. This organization, made up of law-abiding officers and lawyers, is determined to fight back against corruption. With Ignacio's help, they launch an independent investigation parallel to the official one. Meanwhile, the official investigation takes a strange turn. Miguel Rodriguez, a diligent investigator, is suddenly removed from the case and transferred to the Basque Country. It feels like punishment for doing his job too well. Taking over the case is Valentin Fernandez, someone the family accuses of doing absolutely nothing. The situation gets murkier in 2009. The court orders surveillance on the phones of Manuel, Galina, and Yvonne to be discontinued. To make matters worse, another crime occurs on the estate just a year after Lucia's murder. Two armed men, allegedly attempting a robbery, are shot and killed by Manuel. He claims self-defense, but the details don't add up. The case of the robbers. According to Manuel, the two men, José González Farias and Eduardo Andrés Gómez Tabares, were armed and advancing toward him. He fired 2 shots, both fatal, while the men shot 7 times but failed to hit him even once. Investigators find inconsistencies. For one, the guns carried by the supposed robbers had their serial numbers filed off, and their DNA didn't match the victims. More suspiciously, there were drag marks at the scene, suggesting the bodies had been moved post-mortem. Blood patterns indicated they were executed while pleading for their lives. Adding to the intrigue, police discover a trove of weapons in Manuel's home, as if he had been expecting trouble. Among the items is Yvonne's passport, Yvonne, the same man who has been missing all this time. Yet, no further investigation into this baffling connection takes place. Tangled threads, drugs, corruption, and betrayal. In October 2009, a large-scale anti-drug operation targets corrupt officers suspected of stealing narcotics. Valentin Fernandez, the officer heading Lucia's case, is implicated in this new investigation. He defies orders during the operation, jeopardizing its success. Around the same time, a massive drug heist occurs at a police-controlled warehouse. Suspiciously, security cameras fail, and no officers are present during the robbery. Further phone taps reveal Valentin's shady dealings, including illegal drug seizures. By 2016, he is convicted of drug trafficking and document falsification, receiving a 10-year sentence. Yet, his ties to Manuel Alonso and their connections to Moroccan drug networks suggest a much broader conspiracy. Fighting for justice. Despite the mounting evidence, Lucia's case remains stagnant. Her sister Rosa, Ignacio Carrasco, and lawyer Luis Portero refuse to give up. They gather every shred of evidence they can find and present a detailed report to a judge in 2012, successfully reopening the case. However, many crucial pieces of evidence are missing, including Lucia's infamous folder. Witness accounts emerge, adding more weight to the allegations. One neighbor recalls seeing Manuel breaking police seals and entering Lucia's home days after her death. He left with a stack of papers, shouting about sensitive information Lucia had been keeping. Unfortunately, no physical proof of these claims remains. Twists, turns, and breakthroughs. The reopening of the case leads to a cascade of arrests in 2015. Several individuals, including high-ranking officers, face charges ranging from perjury to corruption. But the question of who killed Lucia remains unanswered. Authorities revisit old evidence with new DNA techniques. They identify multiple profiles on a key found at the crime scene, one of which belongs to Ángel Velo, alias El Rana, a known member of a criminal gang. His arrest sparks further revelations. Manuel, desperate to save himself, begins pointing fingers at others, including several civil guards. Internal Affairs uncovers testimonies suggesting a meeting took place before Lucia's murder. The plan? A robbery at Los Naranjos to steal hidden drugs and money. However, the scheme turned deadly, leaving Lucia as collateral damage. When he got closer to the fish tank, he realized something strange. The fish was still alive. Not only that, but the tank didn't smell at all. Whatever was causing the unbearable stench wasn't coming from there. And yet, the most putrid odor in the entire house was concentrated in that very room. Following the trail of decay, the man's eyes landed on the closet. At the beginning of 2007, a teenage boy at a study camp called his parents to ask them not to go into his room. He told them his fish had died, and he hadn't had the chance to clean it up before leaving. He assured them there was nothing to worry about, he would take care of it as soon as he got back. But his family wasn't convinced. The entire house reeked. The overwhelming stench was unmistakably coming from his room, but not from the fish tank. Instead, it was coming from the closet. This is where today's disturbing case begins. To understand this story, we have to travel to one of the most well-known districts in Tokyo, Japan, Shibuya. There, in one of the wealthiest areas of the city, lived a prestigious family, the Mutos. The Muto family was composed of two highly successful parents and their 3 children, all of whom seemed to be on the path to greatness. From an early age, they embodied the rigorous standards of Japanese culture. They excelled in math, literature, and even sports. But as with many traditional families, their achievements weren't just a result of talent, they were demanded of them. The Mutos had a reputation to uphold, and their children were expected to reflect the family's excellence. For generations, the Mutos had been dedicated to dentistry. The grandparents had opened a dental clinic in Shibuya, which the parents later inherited. They became dentists, ran the clinic, and expected their children to follow in their footsteps. No exceptions. But that wasn't their only source of income. In addition to running a successful clinic, the Mutos were deeply involved in real estate. They bought, renovated, and sold apartments, making a fortune in the process. Their high standard of living meant that their children had to be just as perfect as they were. And now, let's talk about those children. The eldest son remains somewhat of a mystery. His name and age were never widely disclosed, but what is known is that he was everything his parents wanted him to be, the golden child. By 2006, he was studying to become a dentist and was at the top of his class. He was their pride and joy. The second child, however, was not so fortunate. Yuki Muto, the middle child, struggled to live up to expectations. He tried his best, but it was never enough. Unlike his older brother, he didn't excel in any subject. His grades were consistently poor, despite being transferred to different schools and given extra tutoring. He barely managed to graduate high school, and his grades were so low that he wasn't even eligible to take the university entrance exam. For his family, this was an unforgivable disgrace. And then, there was the youngest. Asumi Muto was born on June 13, 1986. She was a stellar student, and unlike Yuki, she had the intelligence and work ethic to make her parents proud. However, she had her own ambitions. While she appreciated the family business and the real estate empire they had built, her true dream was to become an actress. She knew her parents wouldn't approve, so she kept her passion a secret for years. After finishing high school with excellent grades, she studied programming. But at the age of 18, she packed her bags and left home without warning. No one knew why she left, where she went, or who she was with. Soon, her family discovered the truth: she had landed a role in a movie. Initially, her parents were stunned. She had betrayed their expectations, but at the same time, she had achieved her dream. Maybe she would become a famous actress, they thought. Maybe she would make it to Hollywood. But their excitement turned to horror when they found out what kind of movie she had been cast in. Asumi had taken a supporting role in a low-budget live-action adaptation of the anime Cream Lemon. For those unfamiliar, Cream Lemon was not just any anime, it was an erotic series. When the film was released, it received a strict 15+ rating, meaning it contained explicit content. Her parents were mortified. But Asumi wasn't deterred. She reassured them that this was just the beginning, that she would land better roles in the future. She claimed to be a rising star, a pin-up model, and a successful actress who was earning good money. Little by little, her family started to accept it. They calmed down, convinced themselves that things would work out. But the truth was much different. Asumi wasn't making as much money as she claimed. She wasn't getting as many job offers as she said. And soon enough, she found herself with no choice but to return home. However, returning home came with conditions. Yes, she could continue acting and modeling, but she also had to go back to studying programming. She agreed. Her parents and older brother welcomed her back with open arms. But Yuki? He was furious. Yuki couldn't understand why Asumi got away with everything. He had spent his life trying to earn his parents' approval, yet he was never good enough. He struggled to study, failed his exams, endured constant scoldings, and was branded a failure. Meanwhile, Asumi did whatever she wanted, ran away to be an actress, abandoned their traditions, and still, their parents forgave her. The resentment that had been simmering inside him turned into pure hatred. He refused to speak to Asumi. He ignored her completely. If someone called the house asking for her, he pretended to forget the message. He blamed her for everything. And worse, he started watching her closely. Asumi confided in her friends that Yuki's behavior was becoming disturbing. He stared at her in unsettling ways, made inappropriate comments, and even rummaged through her belongings when she wasn't around. She felt like a piece of meat when he was near. But she never told her parents, convinced they wouldn't believe her. In his eyes, Asumi was everything he wasn't: intelligent, charismatic, and free. And he despised her for it. Then came the breaking point: New Year's Eve, 2006. In Japan, New Year's is a time for family. The Mutos, being deeply traditional, had planned a trip to Fukushima to visit relatives. The entire family was supposed to go, but Yuki and Asumi refused. Yuki claimed he had to study for his upcoming academic camp. Asumi simply said she didn't feel like going. Their mother was furious. She was sick of their defiance, sick of their lack of respect for tradition. But nothing she said mattered. That night, the tension was unbearable. And when the family left the next morning, only Yuki and Asumi remained in the house. What happened next was unspeakable. The argument started small. Asumi demanded to know why Yuki treated her the way he did. Why did he hate her so much? Why was he so cruel? He exploded. He called her a disgrace, a failure, the shame of the family. And she fired back, saying the only reason he kept failing was because he was stupid. Something inside Yuki snapped. The story continues, leading to one of the most gruesome cases in modern Japanese crime history. For the authorities, Valeria's case seemed simple. In their eyes, the little girl had just used the combi to sneak off with friends or maybe even a boyfriend. A statement that outraged her parents because, let's remember, she was only 11 years old. She was still a child, playing with dolls and watching cartoons. But for the police, she had a boyfriend. On Thursday, June 8, 2017, Valeria Gutierrez, just 11 years old, was thrilled. Her father, Sergio, was coming to pick her up on his bicycle from her mother's house, and she would spend a few days with him, just like every Thursday. She packed her bag with excitement, and at around 5 p.m., Sergio knocked on the door. Valeria left with him, and they spent some time walking around together. As they strolled, Sergio noticed a few raindrops starting to fall. It had rained heavily in nearby areas, and though he didn't mind getting wet, he didn't want his daughter catching a cold. So, he decided to put her on a combi for the final stretch of the journey, keeping her dry while he followed behind on his bike. They had done this before. If it rained or got too cold, Sergio would put her on a combi and trail behind. Valeria felt like a grown-up, independent, and Sergio loved seeing her so happy. It was their little game, and they both enjoyed it. They arrived at a stop along Route 40. Valeria hopped onto the combi while Sergio began pedaling behind. At first, everything seemed normal. The combi moved at its usual pace, following its routine path. But then, out of nowhere, it suddenly sped up. Sergio couldn't keep up. He thought he would find Valeria waiting for him at their usual stop. But when he arrived, she was nowhere to be seen. He searched nearby streets, checked at home, but Valeria had disappeared. And that's where this nightmare began. The disappearance of Valeria. Valeria Teresa Gutierrez Ortiz was born in Mexico in 2005, the daughter of Jacqueline Ortiz and Sergio Gutierrez. When she was still very young, her parents' marriage ended, but they maintained shared custody, alternating weeks of care. By 2017, Valeria was 11 years old and in the 6th grade in the municipality of Nezahualcóyotl, in the state of Mexico. She was described by loved ones as a charming little girl with big dreams and lots of friends. She was still just a child, boys weren't even on her mind yet, a detail that would later become crucial. That Thursday, June 8, Valeria dressed in light blue jeans, a purple blouse, and a light blue jacket. She was beyond excited to go to her father's house. She packed her backpack with care, filling it with a few essentials, her school uniform, hygiene products like a toothbrush, and extra clothes for the weekend. Since there was no school, she and her father planned to go on little adventures, take walks, and enjoy their time together. When the doorbell rang at her mother's house, her father and his partner were outside, both with their bicycles. The sun was shining, so biking home seemed like a great idea. They would ride together, have fun. But halfway there, it started drizzling. Sergio, knowing it had rained heavily in other parts of the city, decided to have Valeria take a combi for the last 5 to 10 minutes of the journey to keep her from getting wet. At the stop on Calle Mananitas, he reminded Valeria where to get off, at the corner of Escalerillas. She nodded and, worried about her phone being stolen, handed it to her father before stepping onto the vehicle. A few moments later, the combi arrived, and she climbed inside. That was the last time her father saw her alive. A sinister discovery. Hours later, at around 1 p.m. the next day, residents of Calle Sandunga 158, located between Cielito Lindo and Amanecer Ranchero, called the police about something disturbing. The night before, around 10 p.m., they had noticed a combi parked in the middle of the street. At first, they didn't think much of it. There was a nearby auto shop, so maybe it had broken down or was left for maintenance. But by the next morning, it was still there. 1 or 2 hours wouldn't have raised concern, but after so long, people got suspicious. Around 1 p.m., a group of them approached to check it out. Inside the vehicle, they found the lifeless body of a young girl. When the police arrived, they immediately sealed off the area and quickly confirmed what everyone feared: it was Valeria Gutierrez. Her body wouldn't be released to the family for more than 24 hours, supposedly due to an autopsy, which revealed the horrifying details of her final moments. Valeria was found in the passenger seat, still wearing her school uniform, which was torn. She showed clear signs of struggle, though some sources claim the injuries occurred post-mortem, as the attacker had strangled her first. Additionally, traces of male DNA were found on her body. There were no witnesses. No one heard anything. No one saw anything. But to the police, the answer was obvious: the suspect had to be the driver of the combi. A criminal with a dark past. The authorities began questioning all combi drivers in the area, trying to determine who had been behind the wheel of vehicle 278, on Route 40. The name they found was chilling: Jose Octavio Sanchez Razo, 43 years old. And here's where things get even more unsettling. The ID card released to the public showed that Jose Octavio was 24 years old. But looking at his photo, it was clear he was much older. The ID was expired. He had only been working for the transportation company for 8 days, meaning he was hired despite his outdated credentials. Most disturbing of all, he had a record. Some sources claim he had already served time in prison and was recently released. Others say he had been accused by 4 women, aged 17 to 20, but was never arrested. Regardless of whether he had been jailed or not, the key issue was that his employers never checked his background. And with this shocking revelation, on Saturday, June 10, he was arrested. Justice, or something else? The crime outraged the public. Protests and marches erupted, demanding stricter security measures. People were furious that a man like Jose Octavio had been allowed to drive public transport, putting women and children at risk. The local government promised changes: more patrols near schools, better police training, GPS tracking in public transportation, more firearm and drug inspections, and improved street lighting. Jose Octavio was sent to the Cuautitlán Izcalli Justice Center, where he was interrogated and ultimately confessed. He was then transferred to the Nezabordo prison. Surprisingly, for days, he had no issues. No fights, no conflicts, no incidents. But on the morning of June 15, at 6 a.m., a guard found him dead in his cell, hanged. At 4 a.m., the routine check showed nothing unusual. By 6 a.m., he was dead. Officially, he used a stolen laundry line to hang himself from the cell bars. But then came an explosive revelation: another inmate, Manuel, reached out to the press, claiming Jose Octavio hadn't killed himself. According to Manuel, the other prisoners had made a pact to kill him. The prison was overcrowded, the environment tense, and the guards didn't intervene when fights broke out. Some believe his death was orchestrated as revenge for Valeria. Others think he was silenced to cover something up. So, what do you think really happened? The boys thought that plan carried. Mad will last a whole month, but in reality, in the girl's mind, I had been a whole year planning point by point. How would he kill his parents without moving a only finger? We started on May 4, 2013. A girl from 17 years denounced the disappearance of his parents before the authorities carried enough hours without knowing anything about them, and after calling his aunt that either nothing so worried was the police was a couple of the third age and never did something like that before. They had very marked routines always. They did the same, went with the same people, and disappear because not. Police made no sense in a principal stated that it was disorient, that they would have lost, that they entertained themselves. That would be with someone from the family. But with the passing of the hours, discovered something terrible, and is that the police found their lifeless bodies in a field, and that is where the sinister case of today it all started 17 years before. Event specifically in February 1996 in Federal District, Mexico, with the birth of little Ana Carolina Lopez Enriquez. This little girl was the daughter of an Ada woman on HIV and a man that he was out of work and without money for that. Shortly after birth, his parents adopted his first year of life. An orphanage passed, but he had the great luck of being adopted by a marriage of good social position. His names were Maria Albertina Enriquez Artegon, 45, and Efren Lopez Tano from 65. This marriage, it has a very interesting story, and it is that meant being quite a lot greater. Efren was already married, and fruit of this marriage had 6 children, but these were already very old. Were married, had children, were independent. Jeffin and Albertina were alone, so after thinking about it, they decided to adopt. Owners of several businesses distributed between Texas, United States, and Chihuahua, Mexico, by just breathing were already earning money, and although they were very old, they looked capable of raising another son. Was like this how they decided to open the doors of their heart to little Ana Carolina, to who affectionately called Jenny the my adoptive dad's children were not like my brothers, did not seek their dad more that to ask for money and that they bothered a lot they were already older from age when I was little according to friends and relatives this girl always had. Everything you asked for money toys. Everything he asked was granted and already. In his adolescence his parents, they lent the car to beware. I would like and also very short. They planned to buy one. Behavior was usually quite good and their notes were excellent, always delivered homework. He was punctual, studied a lot, but unfortunately there was a little inconvenient, and that is that parents are. Legwis noticed that they were very old and school children got with her by that. On the one hand, seeing that parents, all children were so old, they assumed that it was adopted and therefore they called her Anita to the orphanite thing. That the girl outraged her a lot and, instead of getting angry with children, angry with his parents. And second place, Anna Carolina was very short and the children also got into that. In fact, some sources say that only met 47 due to these problems. The girl I used, very introverted, just spoke with no one, had many friends but doors out seemed enough. Happy, he liked studying, wanted to get a career, to be someone with benefit, and his parents were very proud of. She here is when big problem comes of this case, and that is that in 2012 Anna Carolina threw a boyfriend, a boy called Jose Alberto Grajeda Bastista L. Which one is more than her to principal? The relationship did not affect negatively to the girl, rather to opposite, since according to several witnesses, Sua having very bad character, but with this chic, quiet, more relaxed, more mature. But soon this relationship, apparently perfect, became unstable. They cut again, and the notes were they were affected, and as is logical, parents seeing this, they forbade him to see Jose. But this girl as a teenager, what was it? I didn't want to listen. Keep seeing his boyfriend was still staying, and in a certain moment he began to say that he wanted to leave studies to marry him and have children that their parents could not tolerate. In 2013 to 17 years was studying at Tech Milenio, Chihuahua campus, and according to several records, in the middle of the year he went to move to a school located in United States. Detail that invites us to raise two hypotheses. The first is that the girl agreed with her parents would go to the United States, graduated, and then return to Chihuahua, and she would marry her boyfriend. And the second hypothesis is the most defended by day today, and that parents did without consulting him, wanted him to move away from boyfriend who had a future, a few studies, and seeing that he ignored them, they decided to send it to the United States. But whatever the authentic hypothesis, what is clear is that Anna Carolina was taught from everything she wanted, be free to have children, and I really felt that I was ready to. All that so expressed how he felt before her boyfriend and a friend in common, a boy named Mauro Alexis Dominguez. Zamarone Mauro supposedly in several occasions expressed that he wanted to kill his mother, who wanted to know how she felt. Kill someone who was curious like this. When the girl commented that she was fed up of his parents, he asked him that he could kill them if they would do. Anna Carolina, the companies would inherit the whole house, money, and would also be free was the plan. Ideal. And for a month they were meditating. They thought about how, when, and finally they agreed that the crime moment is night of the 3 May 2013. As I have remarked in several occasions, the marriage of Fran and Maria Albertina were older people, and occasionally, when someone went home to handle, collect, to cook, but on Friday of May this person had free. And another very interesting point is that all Friday Efren was going to play pool, so the three friends, taking advantage of the fact that the old man would not be at home, they decided kill Darkmore Alexis and Jose Alberto. They entered the face quietly and they hid, and Anna Carolina got into the kitchen and prepared dinner, prepared the utensils, the pot, the ingredients, and while tuggling all that called ingredient insisted, and finally the woman entered the kitchen, and at that time Alexis more about it, and from behind it passed a cable by the neck and strangled it. After struggle for a while the woman lost the life, but so the three friends do not. They could be 100% safe, with which they took out a syringe and injected into jugular a mixture of chlorine and poison. For rats they tied his hands, they put the errand pair in a bag, and they waited for Kren to return home. When man arrived they repeated the same operation. Anna Carolina was in the kitchen, pretended to cook, and out of nowhere he called his father, and when the man entered was strangled behind by Jose Alberto. The boy passed a cable by the neck, he pressed and once died. They injected into the chlorine neck and Rado's poison. After double homicide the three friends put hands to the work. They tie the hands of the bodies, they introduce them into bags, leave them in the dining room and clean everything, and after the operation stole money from the house, and they went to dinner, hot dogs and drink beer, waited all night, and next morning the bodies loaded in the family car and took them to an field located very close to Toad Green. Once there they left the bodies, they threw 13 liters of gasoline, and then they set fire to them and went north by the Ciudad Juarez Road until you take the path that leads to Namek, and once there they stopped the vehicle they got out of this and set fire. Here is when something very interesting happens, and it is that when causing the fire Mauro Alexis burned their face. Those burns were quite serious, with which he left two friends to go, and the couple happy was a shopping center to look. Commitment rings at some point in the afternoon. Ana Carolina called her aunt, said I was worried that I didn't know anything of his parents, that Sela knew something, and the woman either had news that the girl went to police station and denounced, but after that he left with her boyfriend to a fiesta. 15 years. When the girl denounced in commission, everyone felt compassion for her. She was a girl adopted with good notes, good behavior, with very old parents, and in a principal was very affected. But the same day the police denounced, found two lifeless bodies in a field. Both bodies were very burned, and at first glance they could not recognize, but after seeing the dentures knew they belonged to two older people. By informing the girl there she was very cold, not showed empathy, did not show feelings, or at least if he showed them, they were not very noticeable, so they immediately suspected it. Day 4 asked some questions, and after that they sent her home. But on the 5th day they called it again, and this time they also called their boyfriend, thing that Ana Carolina did not think about. This point the girl repeated the same story, the same words, but Jose Alberto with a little pressure. It collapsed and counted point by point all what they had done. After a long, the police had it very. Of course they called the girl, and they told him that they already knew the truth like this, that the best I could do was confess. What she answered. Next, I wanted love, and they bought everything with money, but never. They will show their love with humility. Nobody it will understand what I endured. Many. I did not do it because I had a lot of reasons since I was 10 years old. Courage against both of shock, scolding, humiliation, and age pressures. They didn't help. We had very bad relationship. Basically the girl said that her parents mistreated her, but especially Efren. This made to see Carolina as the victim of the case, as a girl who has been forced to kill his parents. But we look back, we will remember that Fren had 6 others children, 6 children, some of whom they also had children. We could say that they were all a big family, and some of its members anonymously said that the girl was lying, that her parents were good people then. They worshipped, that they gave him everything he asked, and more, and that this argument did not have no sense, never imagined it. Able to do something to their parents, they gave everything. When I learned about the news, and what was she? Music. I cried. There was only one way out of doubts, and was submitting Ana Carolina Lopez to an exhaustive analysis, and this showed very valuable data for the research. Turns out that the girl was an extremely dangerous murderer with the highest psychopathology level in the FBI violent crime scale. These studies also revealed that the girl had traits of sexual sadism and a great lack of regrets. According to experts, Ana Carolina has an IQ very high, and this allowed him to know that she could not kill her parents. It was very thin, barely had strength, and although they were old, she didn't have the means to do it. I needed stronger people. They would throw a cable, and these people were his boyfriend and his friend. The boys thought that this plan had Mata a month whole, but actually in the mind of the girl had been a year, for a year, planning point by point how I would kill your parents without moving a single finger, when the truth is that she doesn't. He directly killed his parents only. He called only his parents, and boys ended them. And day 4. In the afternoon he went to police station and pretended that I did not understand anything, and now is when one of the most outrageous points arrives of the case, and that is that the boys were of legal age, but she was minor, and therefore the convictions would be very different. The men were sentenced to 37 years in prison, and she 14 years and 6 months in a center of social reintegration for adolescents. While the girl was held, showed an exemplary behavior. He showed quietly, collaborated in everything. He pointed to many activities, made friends, and according to several articles it appeared to be completely normal. Her currently is practicing judo and is registered in the painting workshop with others young people where they paint fruit pictures, apples, etc. Is also in class of fabric and is currently studying 4th semester of bachelor within the center specialized in the first 4th months of eating. Is said that virtually no one went to visit her. Adoptive family did not want to know anything, and his former friends neither. Inside the center they said it was changing, that it showed much better, more open. Commented that the girl would be free at the age of 32. But as has happened in other cases here, a plot occurred, and it is that ended up imposing the national law of justice for offenders, which imposed 5 years in prison as maximum penalty for minors. By Ana Carolina underwent that benefit and requested the reduction of his conviction. Obviously this news turned around to the world, and thousands of people protested. His crime had been atrocious, and nobody, I thought that in such a short time, would have renovated. At the time it was said that a potential sign that was very dangerous, and now they wanted leave it freedom. But no matter how They complained it was too late and the cha. I was released in 2018. I have tried. Look for what it was after that and results grew a lot of threats with which justice had to get it out of. Chihuahua is currently no more information available, so now is your turn. What do you think of the case, and you believe that the girl is really repentant? However, people started asking questions. Where was Carl? Why wasn't he around? How could they contact him? To avoid all the speculation, Vera told everyone that Carl had abandoned her. Let's go back to 1925. Several officers entered the lavish home of an aristocratic woman to question her about the disappearance of her lover. It wasn't the first time they visited, and it wasn't the first time the lady appeared distressed. She was a woman of great influence and social standing, so if they intended to accuse her of anything, they had to tread carefully. However, this time, the officers were determined. They were going to search every inch of that mansion. And that's exactly what they did. They walked through hallways, bedrooms, grand salons, and eventually reached the cellars. As soon as they pushed open the heavy doors, they were greeted by an eerie sight, a collection of 35 zinc coffins. And this is where today's case begins. Vera remains an enigma. No one knows her real name, her exact birth date, or much about her early life. Some sources claim she was born in the late 19th century, while others say the early 20th century. Regardless, she was born in Bucharest, Romania, to a wealthy family. Her father was a prominent businessman, and her mother was said to be an exceptionally beautiful woman. As a child, Vera had everything she could possibly want. Anything she asked for, she received. But there was one thing that was always missing, her father's attention. He was constantly consumed by work, rarely present at home, and the few moments they shared were never enough for Vera. She always craved more, perhaps a kind word, a gentle touch, but, unfortunately, her father was incapable of offering her such affection. He simply wasn't the type to express love easily. Then, out of nowhere, tragedy struck. Just after Vera turned 13, her mother passed away. Her father, unable to cope with the memories in Bucharest, packed up their belongings and moved them to a property in the city of Burk, in what was then Yugoslavia. It was here that strange events allegedly began to unfold, events that made little sense to her father. Devastated by her mother's death, Vera fell into despair. To comfort her, her father bought her a puppy, a playful and lively companion. The little dog was full of energy, always barking, always running about. If someone passed by the street, it barked. If a bird flew by, it barked. Any noise at all, and the puppy would bark non-stop. Although it was a bit noisy, Vera adored it, and her father decided to let it be. However, one day, he returned home from work to find the puppy dead in the garden. The dog had been young and healthy, yet there it lay, lifeless. Confused and horrified, he turned to Vera and demanded an explanation. Without a hint of emotion, she told him she had poisoned it. Stunned, he asked her why she would do such a thing. She coldly explained that she had overheard him talking to a neighbor about getting rid of the dog, about how annoying its barking was. She had heard him say he might give it away. That, to her, was unacceptable. If the dog wasn't going to be hers, it wouldn't belong to anyone else. What her father did next might not sit well with many people, but given the era and his strict nature, it was his immediate response. He sent Vera away to a boarding school for girls. For those who knew her, Vera was described as obsessive when it came to men. She had an insatiable desire to always be surrounded by them. Typically, these were men much older than her. She enjoyed flirting, drawing attention, and was incredibly jealous, possessive, and suspicious. Her teenage years were filled with scandal. Coming from a wealthy family, her name frequently appeared in the newspapers. She often ran away, getting involved with older men, having multiple partners at once. By the time she was 15, her father had completely lost control over her. No matter how many restrictions he placed on her, Vera always found a way to escape and cause another scandal. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, Vera changed. Just before turning 20, she married a wealthy Austrian banker named Karl. He could have been her father, given their significant age gap. But that didn't seem to bother Vera. After the wedding, she presented herself to the world as a devoted, happy wife. She was young, beautiful, rich, and now married to an equally wealthy man. Soon after, she gave birth to her first and only child, a son named Lawrence. Everything in her marriage seemed perfect. But there was one small problem: Karl traveled often for business, leaving Vera alone for extended periods. Slowly, suspicions crept into her mind. What if Carl was cheating on her? What if he had a lover, or worse, multiple lovers in different cities? These thoughts consumed her, driving her to madness. The idea of being alone made her feel abandoned, unworthy. And so, in a fit of rage, she devised a plan to make her husband pay for his betrayal. One evening, as Carl returned home for dinner, Vera poured him a glass of wine laced with arsenic. The dose was high enough to kill him quickly. Once he was dead, she placed his body in a zinc coffin and stored it in the cellar. She continued to live as if nothing had happened, occasionally sitting beside the coffin, drinking wine, and speaking to him. But people began to ask questions. Where was Carl? Why had he vanished? Why couldn't anyone contact him? To silence the rumors, Vera told everyone that Carl had abandoned her after a heated argument. A year later, she officially announced his death, claiming he had died in a car accident. Not long after, she found herself in the arms of a Yugoslavian businessman named Joseph Renzi. He was rich, charming, and had a reputation as a ladies' man. Despite knowing of his many affairs, Vera was convinced she was different. She believed they were truly in love. She repeated her story about Carl's tragic accident so often that she even convinced a judge to declare her a widow, allowing her to remarry. However, her newfound happiness was short-lived. Eventually, Vera discovered that Joseph, too, was unfaithful. Enraged, she threatened to kill him. He laughed in her face. That would be his last mistake. This time, Vera took her time. Instead of killing him outright, she poisoned him slowly. Each day, she added small doses of arsenic to his food. As his health declined, she played the role of the devoted, heartbroken wife. She told everyone how sick Joseph was, how she was caring for him day and night. The city pitied her. A young, beautiful woman, burdened with an ailing husband. Then, out of nowhere, she claimed he had miraculously recovered, only to abandon her shortly after. Once again, people believed her. No one questioned the disappearance. Years went by, and Vera continued her deadly routine. She lured foreign men into her mansion, men no one would look for. Wealthy, older, often married men. They all vanished without a trace. Over a decade, more than 30 men entered her mansion, none of them ever left. Her downfall came when she set her sights on Milorad, a well-known banker from Vienna. His wife knew of his affairs but had always expected him to return home. When he suddenly disappeared, she demanded answers. She went to the police, who hesitated at first. Vera was a respected widow, after all. But when Milorad's wife began digging into Vera's past, the puzzle pieces fell into place. 2 husbands had disappeared. Countless lovers had gone missing. The police could no longer ignore the growing suspicions. They raided her mansion, uncovering the eerie collection of coffins. Among the bodies, they found Lawrence, her son. When asked why she had killed him, she simply stated that he had discovered her secret and threatened to expose her. Vera confessed without remorse. She explained her actions in chilling detail. She killed to ensure that these men would never leave her. Sentenced to death, her fate was altered and the king of Yugoslavia refused to execute women. Instead, she spent the rest of her days in a high-security prison, slowly descending into madness. She was last seen ranting and raving, lost in her own delusions, before she finally passed away at the start of World War II. Did Vera Renzi truly exist? Or was she nothing more than a sensationalized myth? The records are missing. The truth remains a mystery. What do you think? Could this story be real? Magali Bamo's life took a dark and disturbing turn in the years leading up to her tragic involvement in the death of her brother. Born on February 21, 1983, in the now Democratic Republic of the Congo, Magali was one of 5 daughters raised by Jacqueline and Pierre Bamo. As a young child, she was initially raised by her uncles, and when she turned 5, her family moved to Paris in 1988. Pierre, an ambitious man, had plans to start a carpentry business focusing on creating furniture for hotels and restaurants. He started taking steps to make it a reality, moving paperwork and seeking out permits in a workshop. However, the family's constant moving from city to city, country to country, delayed any real progress. They would move to the Congo, return to Paris, and the cycle continued for years. In 1996, the family's life took another turn when Pierre and Jacqueline moved temporarily to the Congo, while young Magali, now 13, went to live with her Aunt Bibi and her husband Ferdinand in East London, specifically in De Ham. Magali was supposed to be well cared for since Bibi was a trusted, loving figure in the family, and Magali would even call her parents regularly to tell them about her activities. On the phone, everything sounded great. Magali shared how much fun she was having. But the reality was far darker. Bibi and Ferdinand treated her as a servant. She cleaned, cooked, and obeyed their commands without question. Her studies took a back seat, and her needs were placed after theirs. But Magali never told her parents, as she feared it would cause trouble. She assumed that speaking out would lead to problems, as Bibi and Ferdinand were so beloved by the family. After finishing her studies, Magali worked as a receptionist before moving to a dental clinic. It was there that she met Eric Baku, a football coach her age. The beginning of their relationship seemed ideal. Eric showered her with gifts and attention. But soon, the relationship grew unhealthy. Eric became controlling. He forbade her from wearing makeup or spending time with friends, believing that men and women couldn't be friends. He said that men always had ulterior motives, and women were simply prey. Eric's possessiveness grew worse, and he began to belittle her, calling her stupid, weak, and useless. Slowly, Magali found herself in a similar situation to the one she had with Bibi and Ferdinand. Outwardly, everything appeared fine, but behind closed doors, she was being controlled and manipulated. Eric's influence on Magali became so overwhelming that it pushed her into a belief system that closely aligned with his. Eric had been raised in the Congo, where he was taught to believe in spirits, possession, and exorcism. His father, deeply entrenched in these beliefs, had raised Eric to think that children could be possessed by evil spirits. When a child was thought to be possessed, it was common to perform extreme rituals to drive out the spirits. These included depriving the child of food, water, and sleep, and subjecting them to violence. This was a form of ritualistic punishment, and it was believed that if the child suffered, so would the spirit possessing them. Despite growing up in a much different environment, where such beliefs were not held, Magali found herself gradually influenced by Eric's ideas. Eric's childhood experiences with these beliefs were deeply ingrained in him, and his obsession with possession and exorcism grew. He constantly talked about spirits, and eventually, he began to insist that Magali's friend Naomi, who was going through a difficult period in her life, was possessed. Naomi had come to stay with them, and after a few weeks, Eric began to believe that Naomi's habit of biting her nails was a sign of possession. Eric proceeded to lock Naomi in a room for 3 days, depriving her of food, water, and sleep. During that time, both Naomi and Magali prayed incessantly, but the situation escalated when Naomi managed to call her mother and ask for help. This situation opened Magali's eyes to the extent of Eric's madness. Magali finally began to see the severity of the situation and realized that Eric was becoming more erratic. Yet, despite the warning signs, the two tried to start fresh in 2009. They moved into a new apartment in North London, and in a desperate attempt to stabilize their relationship, Eric proposed to Magali. The proposal was accepted, and they planned for a future together. Pierre and Jacqueline, Magali's parents, approved of Eric, and the whole family got along well, or at least, that's what they thought. For Christmas in 2009, Magali and Eric invited Pierre and Jacqueline, along with the younger siblings, to spend the holiday in London. The children traveled first, arriving on December 20th. At first, everything appeared fine, with the family calling frequently, talking about how well they were enjoying their time. But as the days passed, things began to unravel. According to one of Magali's sisters, 2 days after the children arrived, Eric began accusing them of being possessed. The children initially thought he was joking, but soon, it became clear that Eric was serious. He began restricting their food, water, and even their ability to play. The children were forced to stay inside, only allowed to pray. Eric even made them jump out of a window to test if they were witches. If they flew, they were witches. If they fell, they were just normal children. Magali, instead of intervening, allowed this to happen. She did nothing to stop Eric, and even went as far as helping him force the children to lie to their parents, telling them everything was fine. As the days wore on, the situation only grew worse. Eric, now completely obsessed with the idea that the children were witches, started to torture them more viciously. One child, Christy Bamu, was particularly targeted. Christy, 15 years old, had always been a trusting, idealistic young man who looked up to Eric. But the truth about Eric's madness shattered that trust. The story is unclear about the exact trigger for the escalating violence, but some reports suggest that Christy had an accident, possibly wetting the bed, and this was seen as an indication of possession. Others claim that Eric believed Christy had urinated on himself while being beaten. Whatever the reason, Eric and Magali's actions became more extreme. They both believed Christie was possessed and began subjecting him to horrific abuse. The torture included hitting him with tiles, using a hammer, twisting his ears with pliers, and stabbing him with knives. The torture continued for days, with neighbors hearing the screams but dismissing them as some sort of bizarre family behavior. On Christmas Eve, the landlord of their building received complaints about the noise and came to check on them. Eric and Magali insisted that everything was fine and that the children were simply being loud because they were visiting. The situation went unnoticed. However, the following day, Christmas Day, the tragedy unfolded. Eric attempted to baptize the children by submerging their heads in water, believing that doing so would cleanse their supposed evil. But when it was Christie's turn, he did not resurface. He was too weak from the ongoing abuse, and moments without oxygen were enough to end his life. Eric, the very man responsible for Christie's death, called an ambulance and claimed it was an accident. But no one believed him, and both he and Magali were arrested. The trial was brutal. The jury, which included 7 women and 5 men, could barely process the horrors that had unfolded. Magali tried to claim that she was a victim of manipulation, that she was suffering under Eric's control and never intended to hurt anyone. But her sister Kelly contradicted her, stating that Magali was fully complicit, actively supporting Eric in the abuse. Eric's defense team argued that he wasn't fully responsible for his actions, citing possible schizophrenia and the cultural beliefs about possession that had influenced him. Despite this, the evidence against them was overwhelming. Eric was sentenced to 30 years in prison, while Magali received a 25-year sentence. The case left many questioning how far cultural beliefs and personal obsessions could drive people to commit such atrocities. It also raised important discussions about responsibility, manipulation, and the role of family in preventing such tragedies. While the justice system passed its sentence, the question remains, were these sentences fair, and what more could have been done to prevent the horrors that unfolded in that London apartment? This tragic story serves as a haunting reminder of how mental illness, manipulative relationships, and extreme beliefs can converge into a deadly outcome. The lives of these young children, particularly Christie, were senselessly taken, and their stories will forever be a chilling reminder of the dangers of unchecked belief systems. Billy is shouting and the mother, sitting in bed and crying so. He directs the bag, take out the gun, and point to Billy. We start everything begins with attention, of a girl named Shirley Van. For years this person kept a terrible secret to his mother and is that, I knew that she killed 2 former husbands, but as was his mother he could not. Denouncing the family is the first or, I could never imagine is that, this secret was going to come out too much, expensive and apparently his own mother, to escape the death penalty, accused her of these crimes is there, where the mysterious case of. Today Betty Lbit was born March 12, 1937, in Roxborough, North Carolina being the second of the 4 children of the Margaret Lewis and James marriage. Garland Doone and of his childhood just. We have information but what? We know that he had many problems. 3 years suffered measles and because of this their ears were infected with. Doctor did not know how to do and the little girls stayed deaf. What to make a clarification because it seems that it is not clear what kind of problem. I couldn't hear that I had problems. Communicate to understand things but his children said he did not hear perfectly but I could do it. Done later we will see that I used the phone so not really. I was 100% of the said this we can. Continuing the problem here is that parents have no money not. They could buy a headphones medication no. They taught him sign language and from then on Batil had it very complicated. He didn't communicate well to speak. And when he was older at school, things were not better because they could. Listening well the notes were very low and the companions mocked her thing. That made the 10 years stop. Study more or less for that age. Family moved to Hampton, Virginia until that moment the parents dedicated themselves to tobacco culture but from there, his father became a machinist and, economically it was much better. They had more money were more relieved, but they still didn't invest in the little Bale or take her to the doctor, nor in making reviews everything that they wanted in bottles of alcohol is from here when the authentic nightmare begins with this girl according to their version of the facts their father began to hit her. He assaulted and also invited others, men to do the same and when I had 12 years his mother was admitted to a psychiatric center since apparently suffered a pick out. That is why Betty had 24 to s of. His little brothers helped them with duties to do the food clean the house to order everything Betty with only 12 years old had to make a mother and in little time was his life was a complete nightmare and started fantasizing with escaping from home and that is then when he knows the one who was going to become in his first husband Robert Franklin. Branson Robert was older than her and, according to witnesses of the time it was very good man cared for a lot and, I understood their problems above all. I understood that this girl wanted to escape from home like that when he turned 15. They married and went to live together here. It is when something very interesting happens. Kazan becomes independent, she stays pregnant, has a girl, and the year is. Couple ends up breaking. Nobody knows the reason for that breakdown, but they do know for what we're together again, and that is that. Look, Betty threatens Robert with, remove your life if you don't go back with it. It will kill, and therefore the subject ends giving in 17 years, and in that time has 5 more children, one of the daughters of the marriage, Shirley Van. Remember that part of your childhood with a lot of love. Says it comes in the countryside with many animals, and that their parents, they appeared to be very happy. Robert, I worked from sun to sun, and meanwhile Betty was a housewife, is not even able to remember the problems that his mother had because Robert, it was easier to, there were very much love, a lot, honey, but after 17 years everything is, the children ended, did not understand why, but each of the parents has a version of the facts according to the version. Betty, Robert mistreated her and also the cheated with other women, and when they divorced neither pension nor wanted to see more to children, but according to the version of Robert everything was very different, and that is that the problem according to him was Betty said that, and some nights went to bars and returned drunk, and also had suspicions that he was unfaithful, and once separated the woman did not allow him to see the children. He never wanted to leave them, but it is here when something very strange happened, something that Shirley would count years later. In those Shirley times was only 11 years old, but remember perfectly that your mother, he approached her a lot. Desamparata misunderstood and sought comfort in his 11-year-old daughter. When Robert left, the mother turned her daughter in her accomplice, and is that every day I asked the little girl to accompany her pick up. Their father got into the car. They went to the work of this man to their parents' house door to town bar door, and stayed there for hours, never stopped directly at the door, but rather on the street in front, or 2 more streets. There they stayed there until Robert, he left somewhere, and then saw him leaving. He never greeted her ever. I saw, simply passed, and Shirley until years later, I would understand that not really. They were waiting, but since the minute one his mother was hosting when Robert left Betty, change had never worked before, but now he was a single mother and had 6 children. The pension he received from the state, it was very poor, so during the day, he looked for several jobs, was a waitress, cashier, cleaned in several hotels the children, and soon realized that better what could I do then was look for a new husband. At the beginning, a couple of days a week came out, but then it became every night. He went out for a few hours again, stinking alcohol, and those hours became entire nights, night, weeks, and when he came back he didn't say where he had stayed. Was usually with her friend July, but that July did not know her. Nobody ever had seen anyone. I knew who it was, but July supposedly, it was her best friend. The children suspected that he left with men and thus got money, but they had no form of prove it and tell them either. Imported, but when he left home, I left the fridge full, and they lacked anything. However, their new lifestyle would go to the most. Little older ones left home. They married, had children, made their lives, but the little ones were trapped, and among them was Shirley. Betty imposed on his daughter obligations. From a mother, I had to go to class, get good notes, but also had to return home and take care of his brother. Little Roby, pick it up from school, make the snack, help you with the duties, and then you have to leave the 100% clean house, wash clothes, dishes, order everything to clean thorough every corner, and if Betty failed, punished her. The punishments she received, Shirley, were tremendous, but above all, they were blows with a blow belt in areas that could not be seen, and in others that were seen, as for example all the face. The children did not know what I know. His mother was still thinking that it was a waitress, cashier who cleaned houses, but one day they learned that there was been arrested by lacking behavior in public is when they find out that at night he works in a club of striptease. During a show, a nipple, and asked for a client who was I would put back, as I have told you. This happened in full show. The club, it was full, and among the customers there were a policeman who see this arrested Betty. The behavior of this woman was going to bad to worse, and in 1970 married a man named Billy George Lane. This subject, according to the witnesses, was a Chicano and selfish type, and also had very bad character, argued all the time, and nobody understood what noses did in fact together. Witnesses report that they had a abusive relationship, hit each other, but Betty goes to the worst part. Physically he had less strength than him, and therefore it has a body full of more atones. In fact, an occasion ended in the hospital because he broke his nose. This is how the first one comes. Signal. This woman addresses her daughter Shirley and asks for a little favor, says that he can only treat her very bad, that the whole body hurts, that it has brunette wounds that suffer a lot. Very much. Confesses to the girl who in your bag has a gun, and that dreams many times to shoot Billy. Sure, at first he understands it is a girl. Understand your mother's rage, she feels empathy for her, but then reaches please, and is that Betty asks him to. The night shouts in her name. The girl lift the bed, goes to your room, open the bag, and shoots Billy. Repeats in several occasions repeat that it is wrong, who is suffering, and Shirley ends accepting, and that is how one night his mother starts calling her Shirley Salta. The bed goes to his mother's room and find with a scene that puts the punta Billy hair is standing, shouting, and the mother sitting in bed and crying, so he goes to the bag, draws the gun and points to Billy, but he is so afraid that he does not squeeze the trigger, and her sisters enter the scene, and the gun takes away the answer of his mother when they were alone. Coward Betty decided to divorce Billy, but he didn't stop harassing her. He followed everywhere with the car by the street, called her by phone, their house, and constantly broke, and they returned that Shirley wouldn't do the dirty work, so one day he took out the gun and hit 2 shots for the. Nobody knows the context of this, but they were supposedly fighting, and after this attack Billy denounced her. The complaint at the beginning was for attempt of murder, but then, thus reconciled that the subject withdrew. The charges are together again, they fight again, and once again they marry, but after a month his daughter Shirley divorced. At this point, he could no longer live with his mother, was a complete hell, had to take care of his brother, clean the house, order, had to behave like an adult, and with only 14 years are already starting from everything. At this age decided to marry and leave house, was very young for something like that, but in place to explain, her mother threw in face that left her alone, told her that her boyfriend was going to get tired of her, and what nobody ever loved her, called her from. He insulted everything, he lacked respect, but still Shirley left home, and with him time forgave his mother, because finally, and after all, the family is forever returning to his personal life. Betty no, he wasted time, and a year after L rating began to go out with Ronnie Charles. Call this relationship was also stormy, and Betty began to suspect that Ronnie was unfaithful, believed that he had lovers at work, in the neighborhood, in bars, and also had something with 2 of his daughters, among which was Shirley. On one occasion this girl decides to go see her mother. His house is enough to call the bell, but once there Ronnie says he is not a CO, makes some purchases, return a couple of hours, and meanwhile invites her to staying to the kitchen, make coffee, feel, and of course begin to chat, and in a few minutes this woman enter through the door. The most normal is that greet your daughter, a hug, a kiss, how is the day going, but Betty loses. The papers accuse the couple to have a romance, of being cheating on his daughter. Before that reaction, Sure picks up his things and leaves without know that an hour later his mother I would get into the car and try to run over to Ronnie, the 78. Despite these problems, couple decides to marry, and the following year they divorce. Is then when Betty the next husband Doyle Y. Parker knows each other in a bar, and soon they get married, and there the history is repeated. Doyle was a alcoholic and womanizer, and his relationship once again was very toxic. Fighting, they insulted, they were missing to respect, but Betty was caught in that spiral. One day Shirley went to see her, and he found it full of bruises. Woman told him that because of a beating was in the hospital, but still, I didn't plan to leave it, had bought a house, and this was his name. Betty would be on the street, not it would have where to go, and for that reason only could hold. Shirley said this was lie, that could go home, that they could live together. That did not happen. Nothing, but Betty was still insisting. As the subject here is that in the last Betty visit told her daughter that wanted to kill him that the only way of being happy was killing Doyle. Shirley no, he thought it was something literal, thought that it was something metaphorical, and as is logical, he supported his mother, said he would be better alone than to find someone much better to keep going. And with the passage of days he noticed very rare things without Venera. I count your mother asks you to invite your little brother Roby to sleep at home, and Shirley accepts his brother. He wants a lot, that invites him, and they spend Friday together, and in the morning next Betty llamas her by phone, says that it is already done, and that the same night comes at home to Demel's body. Shirley can't believe it, believes that it is joking, that teases it, but his mother is so serious that he does not process the information, and when the night comes, he went to his mother's house. He meets that the woman has told the truth. While Doyle was asleep, Betty took out a gun, covered the canyon with a pillow, and the first one shot him. He stuck, but the second crossed the skull, and then grabbed the body and put it in a closet. Remember your daughter, who has been mistreated, that has had a very bad time, and that Doyle's death was his only departure, and Shirley feels sorry for her. It is his mother is queen, gave his life, and in your mind is a Bedtime. So together they grab the body and take it to the patio rear, and once there they cabana hole, and lo, burn 82. Betty marries another, once this time with Jimmy Don Beaches. Jimmy was completely different from others, was a retired firefighter to which everyone worshipped. Good, attentive, affectionate, loyal was all Betty I had always dreamed of. Witnesses, he was very good. God, time with family, and the purposes of week was going to fish. I was also so in love with Betty, who built a wish pozo in the patio of the house, said that well symbolized his love for her, and that everything Betty He asked him real if he asked for a new house, a trip to foreign, what she asked for him. It would become a reality. Time passes and everything is perfect, but one day Jimmy opens the mailbox and sees a letter from his policy insurance he at no time has hired nothing, with which he thinks that letter is a mistake. Grabs the envelope, puts in the house, opens it, and discovers that his wife has hired a policy valued at $1,000 with that information. He stays in shock and therefore face Betty to know what devils is happening and why knows to hired that. To what Betty responds with 1,000 forgives. He says he didn't want offend him, that he didn't want to hurt him, but he asks him to keep in mind that has heart problems. In any moment can something happen, and she knows it can be alone, can be seen in the street with very bad economic problems, and Jimmy understands it perfectly. To this moment there is no problem, but in summer of 1983 Betty calls his daughter Shirley and he says that everything can no longer with Jimmy. It is perfect, they have no problems. Discuss and think that this man at any time to hit that a bad will become alcoholic person, and before that happens, once that Shirley dies, does not understand his mother is happy, has a normal life and current a healthy life, and as is logical, he tells him that he is looking for problems where there are no, and wants to kill a person who really is very good. Jimmy, he has not done anything wrong with him. It is very well taken care of her a lot, has made a well of wishes, has forgiven with the issue of insurance, and after discussing for several minutes it seems that Betty ends convincing. They say goodbye, cut the call, and after a while, just in case Shirley calls her again, this time his mother is calmer, says that you are not right, they will do well, and without further admit. But to the next day, August 6, 1983, Betty go to a county police station, Henderson in Texas, and denounces that his husband has disappeared. Betty tells the police that night of August 5 Jimmy went to fish to the Cedar Creek and no longer he returned, says he has problems heart, and that you are very afraid that he could give him a heart attack. Perhaps he gave a heart attack, he fell into the water, maybe something very bad happened to him. And with this history the police go to the lake and search everywhere, and on August 12 they find your ship near the port Redwood Beach Sports for CU. Boats are thrown, the pills that Jimmy takes for the heart and lifeguard is inflated, and also inside the ship is when the first hypothesis is fishing gives you a infarction. Grabs the pills, they fall and inevitably stumbles and falls to water for a long time looking for the body inside the lake, but by misfortune they do not find it. In this case everyone was stopped looking for Jimmy because this man was very dear. Have friends, firefighters, in groups of fishermen, in neighborhood groups, had a adult son, had grandchildren, had many family. Everyone was looking for to Jimmy Don Beach, and meanwhile Betty asked for money, asked for a pension for being the beauty of a former firefighter, and also literally claimed life insurance. It had been very little time, for this man had disappeared, and still she asked money. Took out that he was dead and therefore wanted to charge, and while the police suspected Betty Shirley, he also did his mother, and asked what had happened. To what Betty replied that what would have happened was only his fault because she wasn't help her. Told her that she wanted to kill him, and if she had helped her brother Roby would not load with the dead. Is there when the whole truth of the case tells you. On August 5 in the afternoon he asked Roby, who left a couple of hours of the house, and the boy accepted a returns home, and is Jimmy lying on the floor and with two Betty gunshot wounds. Tell you that he has killed unintentionally, and asks his son that helps him hide the body, that the boy does it without more. Is his mother is the person who loves most in the world, and if you kill Jimmy maybe he has some reason, and the woman has the impudence to ask your child to bury the body in the well of the wishes, the greatest symbol of love. Then Jimmy had her for years. Shirley doesn't forgive him, feel guilty for the two deaths for Dole and Jimmy's, and thinks that the last case could do something to respect. And another very shocking detail is that it is so in shock that never speaks with his brother. He doesn't ask what happened, how is it, if it is fine, and to same time Roby does nothing. Is so when we arrive a year 1985, when Shirley is left with a sister, his, and with the couple of this prepares a dinner. Come a little, and after dinner they keep drinking, and that's when the girl gets drunk, is so alcoholized that you cannot contain, and confess to this couple has happened that their mother killed Doyle, who killed Jimmy, and what others involved her and Roby. Your sister, when you hear this confession, grab the phone and call anonymous to the police. Counts all the data, all points, and a registration order for Betelow's house beach, where agents find what next in the well of wishes is Jimmy's body in the back, Doyle's body, and inside the house there is a 38 gauge gun used to kill the two men. So far it seems that the case is closed. They have a guilty, have the bodies, have crime weapon, but once arrested Betty tells a story completely different, and that Dole was assigned by his daughter Shirley and Jimmy for her son Roby. I give it mistreating her, hit her, humiliated, threatened her, and to defend her. His daughter Shirley hit him several shots and then the body buried and in the case. From Jimmy the story was very similar. Jimmy and his son Roby are not going well. They always fought, were discussed, attacked, and on August 5th Roby left the I work, something that Jimmy did not even pinch of grace. The boy returns home. They fight, they reach the hands, and then Roby grabs the gun and hits several shots. A mother would never allow her son went to jail, so she, same idea, a plan, go to the well of the wishes and tea on the body there, and how I wanted to place new flowers, and every day I water them before this accusation. Children are arrested and they are immediately taken to prison and are declared guilty. They will surely receive capital punishment. However, little by little the research is advancing and demonstrates that Betty could be lying to start with the death of these Betty men would benefit. With Doyle's death he stayed with the house, and with Jimmy's death with a insurance of 00000, and secondly the autopsies revealed that the death of these men was not like Betty had painted. Both men were shot on the back of the head, and the shot was very close. There was no fight. There was a fight, there were no shots on all. Parties were only focused on a specific area, so the version the trial was not held from this woman against Lou Beach began very deep, specifically on July 11, 1985, and from the minute one she said to be innocent, but 3 of his 6 children, they talked against them, and among them were Shirley and Roby. The version of the boys fit 100% with the Betty's anger. Autopsies made sense, but thus on October 11th of that same year was convicted and sentenced to death penalty. During quite a while tried to do several appeals, but all of them were denied. His lawyer moved the subject a lot. They granted interviews, and their daughters elderly defended her by cape and sword. Those daughters that when it all started, they went from Casa Vite insured before the cameras that both Dole and Jimmy they mistreated. In fact, before the media declared the following: really I think, kill me, that is to tell each woman and child, mistreated each woman and abused child, that there is no possibility, that there is no end, but the death that we cannot. Counterattacking was scheduled for on February 24, 2000, and days before date the woman was interviewed again, an interview of which said I didn't feel regrets because she was innocent. In fact, he repeated several times that I had very calm awareness like this. Which now is your turn. What do you think of case, and who do you think he killed his husbands? My name is Alex, and if you had told me a year ago that my life would turn into something straight out of a crime novel, I would have laughed in your face. But here I am, standing in the ruins of my old life, trying to make sense of something that will never make sense. It all started the day my mother, Sarah, was murdered. The pain was like nothing I had ever experienced before. It wasn't just sadness, it was a consuming, all-encompassing darkness that swallowed me whole. Grief has a way of making time meaningless. Days passed, but I didn't feel them. My world became a cycle of staring at the ceiling, refusing to eat, and pretending that, somehow, this was all just a nightmare I would wake up from. But I never woke up. The pain was real. The loss was real. And I was drowning in it. Then Emily came into my life. She was a breath of fresh air, a ray of sunshine piercing through the endless storm that had become my existence. Beautiful, kind, understanding, Emily was everything I needed but never knew I was searching for. We met at a coffee shop, of all places. I was barely functioning, ordering the same black coffee every day, just going through the motions. And then, one day, she was there. She smiled at me, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I smiled back. We started talking. Casual at first, small talk about the weather, books, music. Then, as the days went on, the conversations deepened. She listened when I spoke about my mother, about the hole her absence had left in my heart. And she never rushed me, never judged me. She just listened. And I fell for her. Hard. For the first time since my mother's death, I felt alive again. Emily had this way of making the world seem less cruel, less suffocating. With her, I could breathe. We spent hours together, lost in conversations, in laughter, in each other. She became my anchor, my safe place. And for a while, I believed that maybe, just maybe, I could heal. But life has a twisted sense of humor. As I started digging into my mother's murder, desperate for closure, I uncovered something that shattered everything I thought I knew. The evidence was there, staring me in the face, undeniable and horrifying. The person responsible for my mother's death, the one who had ripped her away from me, was none other than Emily. The realization hit me like a sledgehammer to the chest. My breath caught, my stomach twisted, and my heart felt like it had been torn in two. How? How could the person I loved, the one who had brought me back to life, be the same monster who had taken my mother from me? It didn't make sense. It couldn't be true. But it was. The evidence didn't lie. It led me straight to her, unraveling a web of deception and secrets I never could have imagined. And when I confronted her, she didn't even try to deny it. She just stood there, tears streaming down her face, and told me everything. Emily had been manipulated, used as a pawn in a much larger game, one she never wanted to play. She told me about her past, about the horrors she had endured, about the person who had pulled her into this darkness. And as much as I wanted to hate her, as much as I wanted to see her as nothing more than a murderer, I couldn't. Because I still loved her. That love made everything so much harder. How do you reconcile the person you adore with the person who destroyed your world? How do you look into the eyes of someone who has caused you unimaginable pain and still see the soul you fell for? I didn't have answers. All I had were my broken pieces and a choice to make. I could have turned her in. It would have been the easiest option. Justice for my mother. Closure for myself. But as I looked at Emily, at the remorse in her eyes, at the way she trembled with the weight of her own sins, I knew that nothing about this was easy. I couldn't just throw her away, not without understanding the full truth. So I made a decision that would change everything. Instead of turning her over to the police, I chose to stand by her. Not as a blind fool, not as someone who excused her actions, but as someone who wanted answers. I needed to know who had orchestrated this nightmare, who had pulled the strings that led to my mother's death and to Emily's entrapment in this horror. We embarked on a journey of truth and redemption, one filled with more pain, more revelations, and more danger than I ever could have imagined. Emily sought therapy, desperate to confront her own demons, to atone for what she had done. And I supported her, torn between love and duty, between justice and mercy. The road wasn't easy. There were moments I wanted to walk away, moments when the weight of it all felt too much. But every time I looked at her, I saw the battle she was fighting, the war within herself, the guilt that consumed her. She wasn't the monster I had feared she was. She was broken, just like me. And together, we tried to put the pieces back together. As we uncovered the truth, we realized that my mother's murder was part of something much bigger, something far more sinister than either of us had initially thought. The true mastermind was still out there, pulling strings, covering their tracks. And we vowed to bring them down. Our journey wasn't just about finding justice for my mother anymore. It became about redemption, about proving that even in the darkest of places, there is still light. We weren't perfect. Far from it. We were two shattered souls trying to make sense of a world that had betrayed us both. But through it all, we held on to each other. To love. To hope. Because in the end, that was all we had.